Russell was reincarnated as a mutant in the Marvel Universe. At the outset, he was regarded as a monster by his parents and sent to a research facility, where he was subjected to experimentation. He admitted to feeling a bit anxious. Awakening his innate talent, heavenly insight, he created a method for cultivating the X-Gene. He directly transformed into a true patriot, Magneto proclaimed. "You are the true king of mutants, the actual deity." Emma Frost exclaimed, "My king." Thanos declared, "You are cursed by knowledge. You should not exist on this earth. You belong to the cosmos." Chapter 1. What to do if you've taken a wrong ride. Cold. Shaking. Russell felt a sharp pain in his head, his entire body racked with discomfort, prompting him to curl up, seeking solace from the torment. But a sense of familiarity washed over him. It made him reminisce about a year prior, when he had embarked on a romantic escapade, only to encounter a 300-pound behemoth who lifted him effortlessly and mercilessly, pinned him against a table. Had he fallen into similar hands again? No. In an instant, Russell's eyes flew open, and he beheld his surroundings, cold and damp, devoid of sunlight, save for a distant, blinding white light. He could hardly believe it, for he realized he appeared to be confined within a cage. For heaven's sake, it was the 21st century. Did some still indulge in the perverse and grotesque pastime of escape room confinement? A sense of foreboding crept into Russell's heart as he struggled to rise, only to find his limbs weak and unresponsive. He stumbled, collapsing to the ground. It was then that he discovered he was akin to Conan, having been squeezed through a washing machine. His body shrunk to that of a mere child. And even more horrifying, his hands and feet were shackled, and a cold collar clung to his neck. Russell couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Insanity, utter insanity. Am I mad, or is this world deranged?" He found himself questioning his existence. Not only was he imprisoned, but he was also bound in chains. The absurdity was magnified by the fact that he was a male, not some hapless female student. Was such treatment necessary? Was it his kidneys they desired? Instinctively, Russell checked his manhood, sighing in relief. Though diminished, it remained intact. He meticulously examined his entire being, and despite the incredulity of it all, he arrived at a shocking, unfathomable realization. He had traversed realms, for this body was not his own. In his childhood, he had fought fiercely with the village dogs, and though one had ended up in the pot, his thigh bore a mark from a bite. Yet, as Russell scrutinized himself, he found, no, this was not his body. He had genuinely crossed over. Even if it were not a complete transmigration, it was akin to borrowing a corpse. Russell felt his scientific worldview, built over 20 years, crumble in an instant, swiftly followed by a profound sense of grief and indignation. Others who crossed over often had luxurious vehicles, or at least a decent ride awaiting them. He, however, had not even a single headlight to his name. He couldn't even fathom how he had come to be here. All he remembered before the transition was finding a $100 bill, delighting in purchasing a bounty of delicacies, indulging in a bit of drink, and then retreating to the restroom to purge. Could it be? Had he in the restroom? Ugh. Russell lay despondently on the ground, uncertain of how long he had languished in that dark cage. Gradually, figures began to emerge before him, accompanied by inexplicable memories. He witnessed the birth of a child. He observed the joy of a couple. Then, he saw the child grow robust, only to tremble in fear when confronted by a speeding car, his body transforming into an ethereal state as the vehicle passed through him, leaving him weak and collapsed on the ground that he was struck by the car. Yet, he remained unscathed. His parents exhibited no delight. Instead, their eyes brimmed with terror, and the surrounding voices articulated their dread. "It's that damned mutant, filthier than the blacks. A monster. Kill him." Russell's heart grew cold as he felt the child's confusion and suffering, the fear that gripped him despite having done nothing wrong, only to face such malevolence. He witnessed the child being taken away, confined in a vehicle, ultimately arriving at this laboratory, caged like livestock, subjected to endless blood draws and research, and finally, dying quietly in the dark. Mutant. I am a mutant. This beginning. Russell finally comprehended everything. He felt the lingering resentment and fury within this body, an outrage at the unjust suffering endured, and anger directed at the inhumane, research and the quiet demise that followed. Yet, he could only manage a bittersweet smile, for he felt utterly powerless. This body was far too small, and the mutant ability was far too weak. Russell raised his hand, and, as he concentrated, his pale little hand gradually made one finger disappear, moving towards transparency. But this was not invisibility, it was negation. His mutant ability resembled the power to erase his presence, to negate that which he deemed unworthy of existence. When it came to potential development, it was undoubtedly formidable that he could nullify his existence, allowing everyone to overlook him, granting him the freedom to roam the city at will. He could negate the mutant abilities of others, dismiss scientific laws, and reject anything he believed should not exist. An absolute force of negation. If fully developed, he could dismiss anything, even the existence of the Earth, the solar system, or even the galaxy itself. But that was mere bravado. At present, Russell could only negate a single finger, and even when faced with the imminent threat of the car crash, he could only momentarily erase his existence, unable to negate anything else. His ability was terrifying yet utterly impotent. If he were at Xavier's school, Professor X might be elated, eager to nurture him. If he were among the Brotherhood, Magneto would likely groom him as his successor. Yet he was neither at Xavier's nor with the Brotherhood. He was trapped within a human research facility where no one would afford him the time to grow. For he was a mutant, no longer human. He had no right to exist. Russell felt despondent. He had traversed realms, but had taken the wrong ride. Just as he was on the verge of surrender, a strange sound echoed in his mind. Ding. Chapter 2. The Golden Finger. Unprecedented insight. Ding. Your soul has undergone a baptism of time and space, and you have awakened an extraordinary insight. Russell felt a profound emptiness in his mind, which soon expanded like the explosion of the universe. The faces of people he had encountered, the words they had spoken, the books he had read, the videos he had watched, and even the legitimate and illicit websites he had visited all vividly manifested before him. These memories intertwined like a spider's web, entangled in inexplicable connections. Is this the essence of transcendent insight? Russell felt an invigorating surge within him as he recalled all the events of his life, every choice he had made, and every problem he had solved correctly. He reminisced about 3 years ago, during a heated online battle in an internet cafe, when his teammates' absurd positioning led to the loss of a minion on the top lane, resulting in a slight economic disadvantage that culminated in his being solo killed, triggering a disastrous chain reaction that ultimately led to their defeat. How utterly foolish. How could one commit such a basic error? Suddenly, Russell paused, then chuckled to himself. Perhaps his teammate from 3 years ago never anticipated that missing a single minion would lead to his being chastised 3 years later. How absurd. He closed his eyes and deeply felt the terrifying potential of this extraordinary insight. The creativity and inspiration flooding his mind were boundless. You are perceiving your own mutant abilities, which stem from a mutation within the human body known as the X-gene. This mutation is uncontrollable, leading to diverse superpowers. Your insight is extraordinary, and you have grasped the X-Gene Cultivation Method. The X-Gene Cultivation Method is applicable to all mutants with genetic defects. By voraciously absorbing energy, one can enhance and even evolve their X-gene through this replenishment. By practicing this X-Gene Cultivation Method, even the weakest of mutants can aspire to become the strongest, perhaps even transcending humanity to attain divinity. A glint of determination flashed in Russell's eyes as he endeavored to practice the X-Gene Cultivation Method. With the support of his extraordinary insight, the process was remarkably simple and extraordinarily rapid. A warm current flowed within him, circulating through his organs like a stream nourishing parched fields. With each passage, vitality blossomed anew. However, Russell soon discovered the drawbacks of this cultivation method, specifically the limitations faced by practitioners. After only a brief session of training, his stomach began to grumble. He was famished. He had completely expended the energy he had absorbed. Yet the most daunting aspect was that he remained imprisoned in this cage, utterly incapable of replenishing his energy. He lifted his gaze, searching his surroundings. His cell was a dark, damp enclosure devoid of any sustenance. Even a ray of sunlight would have sufficed. If there were sunlight, he could harness his extraordinary insight to incorporate it into the scope of the X-Gene Cultivation Method, absorbing sunlight to fortify his body. Perhaps he would become the next Superman. Oh, no. He was a citizen of the homeland. Russell tugged at the collar around his neck, recalling the suffocating experience of his original self and his current disheveled state, igniting a raging inferno of anger within him. He was already a mutant. There was no turning back. He was an outcast in the eyes of humanity. With a cold gaze, Russell scrutinized the door of his cage, listening to the guards outside with their disdainful remarks. A bitter smile crept across his face. Just wait. Just wait. He was like a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, biding his time. He observed diligently. Every day, at a fixed time, designated individuals delivered his meals. More precisely, they were a group. Due to the preceding darkness, Russell had failed to realize that he was situated within a series of cages, each housing a multitude of mutants. Most of these mutants were adults, lying still in their cages like corpses, devoid of any movement, their breaths barely perceptible. This was why Russell had previously perceived an unsettling silence, believing he was the sole occupant of the cage. The older mutants were undeniably unfortunate. Some had been subjected to research and administered excessive sedatives, falling into prolonged slumber. Others, due to their overwhelming abilities, had been forcibly restrained with inhibitors, rendering them completely immobile. Some had already been used for experiments, their bodies grotesquely altered, far beyond the realm of humanity, with the guard's meal delivery illuminating the surroundings. Russell noticed that among the imprisoned mutants, he was in the best condition, perhaps due to his youth, or possibly because he possessed the weakest abilities, or perhaps because he was the most recently incarcerated. Regardless of the reasons, despite being restrained at the wrists and neck, he still retained a measure of mobility, far superior to the others. However, existing within this prison, destined for experimentation, was an inevitable fate. It was only a matter of time before he might perish in a laboratory due to a failed experiment. He had to escape. He had to escape at once. A sense of impending crisis surged within Russell, prompting him to rely on his daily meals to replenish energy. Curling up in a corner to silently cultivate and observe the layout of his confinement. The more he observed, the more alarmed he became. The scale of this prison and the number of mutants confined within were unfathomable, suggesting a power behind it all that was immensely formidable. The captors must have mastered the art of capturing mutants and wielded weapons capable of suppressing their abilities. There might even be traitorous or controlled mutants among them. At the very least, they possessed heavy firearms. Russell had no choice but to devote himself to relentless training, enduring the gnawing hunger that echoed in his belly, desperately converting his own fat into energy to evolve his mutant abilities. This was the only escape plan he could conceive. 3 days passed, and his genes evolved for the first time. 10 days later, his genes underwent a second evolution. 36 days in, his genes experienced a third evolution. On the 40th day, while his genes did not evolve further, his fortunate days came to an abrupt end. 2 armed guards approached Russell's cage, glancing at the identifier above, nodding their heads. AF-717. Level 2 mutant, this is the little monster. Russell's heart sank. Oh no. Chapter 3. Mystique Raven. Upon seeing the 2 guards, Russell's spirits plummeted. Through a month of observation, he discerned that this laboratory had evidently made significant advancements. The frequency of mutant abductions had noticeably accelerated, from previously taking 1 mutant every 5 or 6 days to now seizing 1 every 2 or 3 days. The most terrifying aspect was that those taken had not returned. Among the rows of cages, only a mere handful of individuals remained alive. Russell had anticipated that one day it would be his turn. He just hadn't expected it to arrive so swiftly. Get out, you filthy mongrel. One guard barked, striking the iron bars with his weapon, producing a loud, jarring sound. Lowering his head, Russell slowly rose to his feet, the chains around his hands and feet clanking as he settled down, in a corner unseen by the guards. His gaze turned frigid, and the muscles in his legs tensed instantaneously, like a leopard lurking in the shadows, poised for an explosive strike, revealing its razor-sharp fangs. He pondered incessantly how to silently and swiftly crush the throats of 2 individuals in close proximity, and then execute the escape plan he had meticulously devised over the past few days from this confining prison. For this moment, Russell had prepared himself 30 days prior. You recall the combat techniques observed in videos and the memories of cats hunting mice, your extraordinary intuition allowing you to grasp the art of throat-grappling combat. Although confined within this prison, subsisting solely on 3 meager meals a day to replenish his energy, Russell had nonetheless achieved the evolution of the X-Gene training method thrice. His mutant abilities had grown stronger, and his physique had become remarkably robust. While not yet comparable to an adult, he had far surpassed that of a mere child. Coupled with his mastery of the throat-grappling technique, dispatching 2 adults at close range posed no dilemma. After all, Russell's appearance was deceptively fragile, pale, and delicate, adorned with chains on his wrists and ankles. Such a child, even without a firearm, would likely elicit nothing but derision from the guards, who would scoff, believing themselves capable of handling 10 like him. Step by step, Russell advanced, silently calculating the distance for his assault. With the constraints of the ankle chains, he needed to strike at the most opportune moment. Any misstep that drew the attention of the other guards in the lab would drastically diminish his chances of escape. This was precisely why he had remained inconspicuous. His mutant abilities were currently too feeble to withstand the onslaught of gunfire. A mere 3 or 5 submachine guns could spell his doom. As he drew closer, the two guards remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, lazily exchanging curses and venting their frustrations about their dreary existence in this lightless underground facility. Suddenly, the lock of the cage clicked open and the door swung ajar. Just as Russell prepared to unleash a fatal blow, an unforeseen event transpired. The previously cursing guard's demeanor shifted dramatically, his eyes sharpened, and he forcefully clamped his arm around the neck of the other guard, pinning him against his shoulder. The sensation of suffocation enveloped the pinned guard, whose eyes bulged with blood as he writhed in agony, desperately striking at his assailant's arm to no avail, his mouth opening to call for help, but producing no sound. The look of terror in his eyes was palpable, unable to fathom why his companion had turned on him. He had spent the morning hurling curses at mutants, maligning their ancestry, and now found himself at the mercy of one. "You're the real scum," hissed the assailant, his voice dripping with venom. In an instant, the guard's form morphed, transforming into a striking blue hue, his clothes shifting into blue scales, and his hair igniting into a vivid red. This extraordinary metamorphosis illuminated Russell's understanding. He recognized her at once as Raven, the shape-shifting mutant and elder of their kind. Not only did Russell recognize her, the guard, too, was struck with terror, his eyes wide with disbelief at the revelation that the companion he had berated all day was indeed a mutant. His profanities from earlier echoed in his mind, now rendered meaningless as he faced the grim reality of his situation. Raven, her face a mask of hatred and disdain, hurled the guard from her grip, and with a sickening crack, his neck was twisted violently, rendering him lifeless on the ground like a discarded puppet. Not yet satisfied, she delivered a swift kick for good measure. Only then did her gaze shift to Russell, her eyes scrutinizing him, intrigued by his calm demeanor amidst the chaos. "Why aren't you frightened?" she queried. Any ordinary child would have cowered in terror at her fearsome visage, especially after witnessing her brutal act of violence. "Why should I be afraid?" Russell replied, a smile curling at his lips, genuinely admiring her. "You appear as beautiful as an angel. What of your supposed cruelty? When faced with execution, if someone intervenes to rescue you, would you scorn their appearance?" Raven, though silent, felt a flicker of delight within. She reached for her keys, intending to offer them to Russell, only to see him shake his head. With a subtle gesture, the chains binding his wrists and ankles dissolved into nothingness, as if passing through the very air itself, landing with a thud upon the ground. After days of rigorous X-Gene training, his abilities had indeed strengthened, no longer confined to the mere span of a finger. Raven couldn't help but commend him. "Cool, quite an impressive ability." Chapter 4, Bullets Can Curve. Raven appraised Russell, her expression serious. Mutants were numerous, and their powers varied infinitely. Yet, all mutants were categorized into 5 distinct tiers. The vast majority resided within the first and second tiers, either possessing flawed abilities or those too weak to be of any benefit, rendering them nearly powerless in combat. Most mutants fell into the third tier, where powers began to reach the threshold of superhuman capabilities. For instance, Wolverine, who had lived for an extensive period and boasted formidable regenerative abilities, could be considered a tier 3.5 mutant, especially with the claws he later acquired. The rare tier 4 mutants were exceedingly few over the years. Only Magneto and Professor X had risen to this level. Regrettably, their ideologies conflicted, or else mutants would not have been relegated to subjects of experimentation. A shadow of melancholy crossed Raven's features. As one of the former triumvirate, she had shared a close bond with both men, yet found herself torn in whom to support. She yearned to back Magneto in establishing a sovereign nation for mutants, elevating their status above humanity, yet feared the inevitable backlash that could incite a brutal conflict. Conversely, she contemplated supporting Professor X in achieving peaceful coexistence with humans. But the pervasive disdain and disregard with which humans treated mutants, viewing them as monsters, inferior even to African Americans, and exploiting them as experimental subjects, filled her with profound resentment. Thus, she chose the path of a free spirit, traversing the globe to liberate oppressed mutants. The captured mutants possess a myriad of abilities, yet the majority are exceedingly weak, lacking even the capacity to control their powers. Those who can, often do so with significant flaws. In contrast, individuals like Russell, who can manipulate their abilities freely and appear unremarkable, exemplify an exceptional mutant capability. Mystique shook the keys in her hand, nodding towards Russell, indicating that she would take the left path while he would take the right, urging him to hasten the rescue of their imprisoned brethren. Most of the guards above had already been eliminated by her. In no more than 3 hours, the base outside would discover the anomaly here, thus necessitating their swift action. This was her customary strategy, utilizing her shape-shifting abilities to disguise her identity, infiltrating enemy ranks, eliminating foes through various means, and then liberating the detained mutants. Although the mutants boasted a variety of powers, many lacked combat prowess. There were still those among them who were formidable, even without innate strength. Acquiring the enemy's firearms could instantly transform them into fearsome combatants. This is the land of the free, after all. Even a 3-year-old can wield a gun. Therefore, she picked up the weapon from the unfortunate guard whose neck she had twisted and tossed it to Russell, inquiring whether he knew how to use it. If not, she would find a larger individual for him. Naturally, although Russell had never handled a real firearm, the moment his hands grasped the weapon, an overwhelming sense of familiarity surged within him, conjuring vivid memories of gunfight videos he had previously watched. You recall past gunfight footage and various schematics of firearms. Your extraordinary insight allowing you to grasp the art of gunplay. A confident smile crept upon Russell's lips as he declared, "My bullets can curve." "Oh, really? Then let me see that in action shortly," Mystique replied. The duo split their efforts. One used the keys to unlock the doors confining the other mutants, while the other simply extended a hand, activating her mutant ability to render locks, chains, and collars translucent, causing them to fall away effortlessly. Their pace was remarkably swift. Within 5 minutes, the remaining dozen or so mutants in the cage had been freed. Russell scanned the group, but did not recognize anyone familiar from his memories. Most appeared to be low-level mutants with physical mutations. They had been imprisoned for an extended period, far surpassing the duration of Russell's own confinement, and their spirits seemed somewhat dazed from prolonged darkness. Yet upon glimpsing the glimmer of hope for escape, they became invigorated, especially upon seeing Mystique. The dimness in their eyes seemed to radiate with newfound light, a manifestation of faith. Mystique, the first mutant to be publicly exposed, had become a symbol of hope, frequently portrayed in the media as she rescued various imprisoned mutants worldwide. Her unique abilities allowed her to transform into anyone, making her both reviled by humanity, due to her potential to impersonate loved ones, and adored, as she epitomized the ideal partner for role-playing. If she wished, countless companies would surely offer her exorbitant salaries, for she could embody a multitude of personas. However, this was not the time for jest. Mystique surveyed the group and stated plainly, "Most of the guards above have been dealt with, but some remain armed, and reinforcements could arrive at any moment. We must evacuate swiftly. Stay close to me, and do not stray." Everyone nodded in tacit agreement. Mystique led the way, with Russell following closely behind, though not directly in front. He selected a robust individual to serve as a shield, for his abilities had yet to develop to the point of deflecting bullets. Should he be struck, it would surely mean his demise. To his surprise, the evacuation route proved far smoother than he had anticipated. Perhaps due to Mystique's elimination of most guards, and considering this was no proper military base, the remaining guards, sensing something was amiss, had already fled. After all, for a salary of 3,000 to 5,000, who would risk their life? Thus, Russell and the others emerged from the base, though he never had the chance to showcase his newfound gunplay skills, leaving him with a tinge of melancholy. "My gun, it shoots so accurately. It truly can curve." Chapter 5. Mystique's astonishment before infiltrating the base. Mystique had already secured an escape route, guiding the group from a concealed location and swiftly evading the hellish confines of the prison. The base was situated in a desolate expanse, devoid of any signs of human habitation in the vicinity. It appeared to be a considerable distance from the city, making it an ideal location for such a facility, effectively deterring any freedom-seeking journalists and preventing any potential escapes by prisoners. After all, in the vast wilderness, under the relentless sun, even with 2 legs, a prisoner could not venture far. They would likely perish from hunger, thirst, or exposure, and even if they managed to survive, they would be at the mercy of the ravenous wolves prowling the desolate land. Yet, it was precisely this remoteness that delayed the arrival of rescue teams, affording Mystique the opportunity to save this group of mutants and facilitate their escape. Upon fleeing, Russell and the others quickly commandeered a transport vehicle, ideally suited for their needs. It only took one vehicle for everyone to escape this forsaken place. Before leaving, Russell retrieved a firearm and took aim at the intact vehicles, puncturing 2 tires with a single shot and striking a fuel tank with another. Amidst the ensuing explosions and flames, the last remaining escape vehicles within the base erupted into fiery infernos, effectively eliminating any thoughts of pursuit from the surviving guards. If they had failed to communicate with the outside world in a timely manner, they might very well have starved or perished within these walls. After all, this was a highly classified facility, dedicated to conducting forbidden experiments on mutants. Prolonged silence from the outside world was a commonplace occurrence. As for whether those remaining would starve or suffocate, Russell cared not. Had his mutant abilities been fully developed, he would have transformed into a patriot, personally demonstrating to that group what the wrath of a mutant truly entailed. He vowed to remember this grievance, for one day he would repay it 1,000-fold. As the vehicle sped away, the distance between them and the base grew, and the previously silent group could no longer contain their exuberance. With some even shedding tears of joy, they had finally escaped from that dark prison, where they had languished for so long. The toll on their spirits had left them gaunt and haggard. Witnessing their companions dragged away day after day, transformed into monsters, or simply disappearing without a trace, left an indelible psychological burden, one that was far too heavy to bear. Amidst the cheers and praises from the crowd, Mystique could not help but smile. For although her own mutant abilities were not overwhelmingly powerful, she had done everything within her capacity to rescue her wretched kin. I have already arranged for someone to guide you to Xavier's Academy, where an exceptionally skilled professor will graciously take you in and instruct you on how to harness and develop your mutant abilities. Mystique produced a business card, clearly inscribed with the name of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, though it appeared somewhat worn, hinting at its frequent use. The group was filled with astonishment, tears nearly streaming down their faces. Before their capture, they had been ordinary humans. It was through various circumstances that their X-Gene awakened, granting them a multitude of abilities. Yet, their powers were feeble, and they struggled to control them, leading them to be perceived as monsters rather than benefiting from their mutations. They were imprisoned, stripped of their human rights, and treated as lab rats for experimentation. The prospect of someone willing to teach them offered a glimmer of hope that they could one day become heroes akin to Captain America. Regrettably, they had been ostracized by society, regarded as aberrations, and had no means to return to a normal life, forced to wander and flee. Now, someone was willing to shelter them and guide them in developing their abilities. This felt like divine intervention. The other mutants would not turn down such a fortuitous opportunity. Yet Russell found himself torn. Prior to his crossing over, he had held a deep admiration for Professor X, one of the two prominent leaders among mutants. Given his advocacy for coexistence and peace between humans and mutants, this principle resonated with Russell, as he had once been human. However, upon his transition, he became a mutant himself, imprisoned within a facility, nearly subjected to surgical dissection. The plight of mutants was dire, and society was rife with malice. In such an environment, Russell felt compelled to align himself with the hardliner Magneto rather than the gentle Professor X. He reasoned that should he ever fall back into human hands, Magneto would undoubtedly come to his rescue with the ferocity of a tidal wave, obliterating anyone who dared to harm him. Professor X, on the other hand, might offer assistance, but likely not to the same extent, adhering to his principles of nonviolence. Although he possessed formidable telepathic powers, he refrained from intruding upon others' thoughts or forcibly erasing their consciousness, which was both his moral compass and his shackles. Russell turned his gaze towards Mystique and, under the watchful eyes of all the mutants in the vehicle, uttered words that left them stunned with disbelief. I do not wish to attend Xavier's Academy as a mere pawn. I want to align myself with Magneto. Little one, do not be foolish. That man does not favor children, Mystique replied, not in agreement, but rather as if soothing a child, gently ruffling Russell's hair while earnestly advising him to return to school and focus on his studies rather than following Eric into a life of violence. Though Russell had hesitated, the mere mention of school conjured memories of his arduous high school days, memories that, while reflective, did not inspire a desire to return. I want to ally with Magneto. Your powers are too weak. He would not want you. He would, Russell declared, extending his palm, a faint green glow emanating from it. The essence of energy distilled from his X-Gene training. As the energy coalesced, the assembled mutants swallowed hard, their eyes fixed hungrily upon the luminous sphere, their innate desires overwhelming their self-control. Mystique was astounded, pondering, what is this? Something capable of evolving mutant genes. What? Chapter 6, The Collective Shock. This cannot be real. Mystique, overwhelmed by disbelief, fought to dismiss the notion, for in all her time among mutants, she had never heard of anyone whose abilities could facilitate the evolution of others. Despite the insatiable longing she felt for that energy, her heart resisted the truth. For she was terrified. She understood too well the significance of such an ability for mutants. It could potentially alter their oppressed status under human dominance. Yet it was precisely this understanding that filled her with dread. What if it were an illusion? Let us find out, Russell suggested, his gaze turning to the other mutants, who were eager to participate, driven by their physical yearning akin to an addict desperate for their fix. One individual, summoning his courage, spoke first. Why not let me try? As he spoke, he extended his palm, which visibly radiated a glow akin to a light bulb illuminating the dim interior of the vehicle. This light was emblematic of a low-level mutant. Aside from serving as a makeshift lamp in the dark, his ability bore little destructive potential, an unfortunate gift. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, aching for the evolution of his powers, yearning to grow stronger. Russell nodded, and under the collective gaze of the onlookers, he gently infused the energy of X-Gene evolution into the man's body. The moment the energy entered, the man's eyes lit up. His entire being began to emit a soft glow, as if he had ingested the sun, his body swelling as though it might burst. The surrounding spectators instinctively recoiled, their eyes wide with wonder as they speculated the outcome. With a pained groan, the man's excitement quickly turned to anguish, dousing the crowd's enthusiasm as if doused with cold water. Could it be impossible? Mystique's expression mirrored disappointment. Yet Russell remained unwaveringly confident. You observe the evolution of mutant genes. The illumination ability has been enhanced, and you possess extraordinary insight, having grasped the principles of X-Gene evolution. In an instant, Russell's eyes turned crimson, akin to the awakening of X-ray vision, allowing him to perceive the glowing man's entire being, from flesh to the intricate changes within his genes. He beheld the myriad small luminous points of transformation within the mutant's body, and a human diagram materialized in his mind, detailing various potential pathways for gene evolution. Blink, flame, healing, laser, dazzling, flight. He comprehended the source of the mutant's suffering. The energy Russell had provided was so pure that it incited a fierce competition among the various X genes within the mutant's body, even awakening dormant genes. However, this was not necessarily beneficial. A mutant's genetic talent is akin to the concept of spiritual roots in cultivation. While some mixtures may yield a potent combination, for ordinary individuals, possessing a singular root or ability is paramount. Once more, Russell extended his hand, applying the newfound understanding of X-Gene evolution principles to select a particularly advantageous ability, adjusting the frequency of the energy in his palm and directing it into the mutant's body. This time, there was no pain. The disparity was nothing short of revolutionary. No longer did he endure suffering, but rather, he felt enveloped in warmth akin to that of a soothing hot spring. Within him, a particular X-Gene had been catalyzed, and under the nourishment of energy, it became remarkably perfected and potent, asserting its dominance. The mutant suddenly opened his eyes. Disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at his hands. What has changed? Do you feel better? Amidst the chorus of eager inquiries, the mutant's complexion flushed with excitement as he beheld Russell, his silence punctuated by a vigorous clenching of his fists. Radiance emanated from his closed fists, not blinding but rather gentle, with countless motes of light cascading from the luminous orbs, one after another, enveloping the other mutants. They experienced a comforting warmth throughout their bodies, followed by a refreshing shudder that swept away the lethargy that had shackled them for so long, leaving them revitalized and invigorated. The mutant's voice trembled as he spoke. Previously, my ability was merely to emit light, utterly useless. But now, I can sense it. I possess the power to heal, not just myself, but others too. This was the evolution route that Russell had specifically chosen for this mutant among the myriad X-gene pathways. Although other aggressive evolutionary paths existed, this mutant's low level rendered them ineffective. Even if they evolved into an offensive mutant, the potential for destruction would be minimal, offering little in terms of future prospects. Thus, a healing path was far more advantageous. In an instant, he transformed from an inconsequential mutant into an indispensable ally in battle. While many mutants could heal themselves, few possessed the ability to heal others. Furthermore, when he eventually integrated into society, his healing capabilities would undoubtedly make him a coveted figure in prestigious hospitals, with annual earnings in the millions not being an unattainable dream. Russell couldn't help but feel a swell of emotion. He lightly applauded, offering applause not only to the mutant but also to himself. In a mere thought, he had altered a mutant's future. Simultaneously, this mutant had accomplished in an instant what would take an ordinary person decades of effort. With the continued development of his mutant abilities, he was destined to become a medical expert capable of influencing the world. In the future, he might even eradicate terminal illnesses such as cancer and AIDS with ease. This epitomized the essence of mutant powers. It also elucidated one of the reasons ordinary people harbored disdain for mutants. Mutants were akin to individuals with cheat codes in reality. Ordinary people detested those who exploited the system, but they loathed those who wielded extraordinary abilities even more. The spectacle of the mutant's power evolution was witnessed by all, igniting fervor in the eyes of the other mutants as they looked at Russell. their gazes filled with admiration and a hint of fanaticism. Words could scarcely encapsulate their astonishment. Mystique observed the scene, her eyes wide and unblinking as she stared at Russell, finally articulating what everyone was thinking. You are the true king of mutants. The Eternal God. Chapter 7, Mystique. Superevolution. Upon witnessing Russell's abilities, Mystique was overwhelmed with exhilaration, unable to articulate the joy swelling within her. The plight of mutants had become exceedingly dire. Those who wandered the world were often ostracized, forced to exist at the fringes of society, hunted by humanity and subjected to inhumane experimentation in various laboratories. The root of their suffering lay in the inadequacy of their powers. Their bizarre abilities provided little means of self-defense. Yet now, with Russell's emergence, a new hope dawned for mutants. To call him the god of mutants would hardly be an exaggeration. Mystique instinctively glanced at Russell's thick hair, contrasting sharply with the bald figure of Apocalypse from her memories, someone terrifying who bore no resemblance to Russell, a realization that relieved her. Although Russell bore the semblance of a bygone acquaintance, he was not the child of that figure. The immense pressure Apocalypse had imposed on mutants was indelible. Russell, unaware that Mystique perceived him as Apocalypse's illegitimate offspring, would likely question his existence and the timeline of his reality if he were to learn of Apocalypse's existence. With a hint of confidence, Russell addressed Mystique. How about it? Just give me time, and I can facilitate the evolution of any mutant's abilities, unlocking various potential pathways, even elevating their powers to new heights. I believe the Brotherhood of Mutants will find my presence invaluable. Magneto will surely welcome me. To Magneto, a figure of war, Russell was a divine gift, the very mutant he desired and longed for. With Russell's presence, the Brotherhood would experience a continuous influx of combat strength, enhancing their capabilities significantly, thereby wielding considerable influence in their battles against humanity. Magneto himself could undergo a power enhancement, shedding the title of Master of Magnetism to become the true harbinger of terror that could manipulate the Earth's magnetic field. If Russell were to capture Magneto's attention, joining the Brotherhood would be but a formality. Even if he chose not to, Magneto would undoubtedly seek to recruit him. You speak the truth. Eric will certainly appreciate you. Mystique conceded, yet a flicker of disappointment crossed her face as she shook her head, gently rejecting Russell's proposal to join Magneto. However, the Brotherhood no longer exists. Why? Russell questioned, perplexed. Even with his extraordinary intelligence, he was left grappling with a myriad of questions. A being of his caliber would be a treasured asset in any faction, shielded and cherished. Why would the Brotherhood reject him? The Brotherhood is no more, Mystique replied, her visage tinged with sorrow. Eric has lost his mind. He attacked the Global Summit, attempting to transform world leaders into mutants, but he failed. Now, he is regarded as the most feared terrorist, confined in a clandestine military facility under constant surveillance. The stark reality conveyed in her few words sent a chill down Russell's spine. Mystique's succinct account belied the harrowing truth of their plight. The Brotherhoods might have been anchored by Magneto, who wielded the power to control metal. Before him, armies were rendered powerless, their reliance on firearms and ammunition futile, and even missiles became mere toys in his hands. His ability to lift bridges weighing thousands of tons rendered him a terrifying adversary, and any confrontation would undoubtedly be drenched in blood. This was precisely why nations hesitated to unleash their wrath upon mutants. No one wished to provoke Magneto and invite his vengeance. Yet this time, he had been captured. The mutants have lost their protective barrier and are now utterly hunted down by various nations. Faced with modern firearms and ammunition, how many mutants can truly withstand the onslaught? Many are either shot to pieces on the spot or captured to become subjects of experimentation. In this moment, Russell comprehends the reason behind the multitude of cages imprisoning mutants within such a modest base. Stranded without the protection of Magneto, mutants are akin to lambs led to slaughter in the presence of humanity. Thus, the young shapeshifter, Mystique, gazes earnestly at Russell and implores him. You must heed my advice and go to Xavier's Academy. There, you will find many children like yourself, endowed with mutant abilities. You can forge friendships and receive protection from Charles. Your future is of utmost importance, truly vital. The outside world is fraught with peril. Even if the mutants within the base manage to escape, they have lost their legal identities and can only live in the shadows. But is life in the underground truly safe? Death could come at any moment. It would be far better to seek refuge at Xavier's Academy, where the esteemed Professor X, a leader among mutants, ensures absolute safety. Mystique's intentions are purely for Russell's safety. Her eyes are filled with hope, longing for him to survive. For the next generation of mutants must not endure the same struggles as their forebears. Russell hesitates, but ultimately declines. He recalls the current circumstances. Magneto has been captured while attacking leaders from multiple nations, and the only support for mutants is Professor X, making Xavier's Academy their last sanctuary. Yet, he knows in his heart that this sanctuary will soon be breached. Stryker, the arch-nemesis of mutants, may very well capture most of them, even Professor X, leading to Jean's eventual demise. Xavier's Academy is not safe. After careful contemplation, Russell arrives at a bold decision. Before he fully matures, he must have a formidable protector. And that guardian must be the illustrious Magneto. Only he possesses the extraordinary power to safeguard them. With determination in his eyes, Russell earnestly proposes to Mystique. I have a plan. Let us rescue Magneto. What folly is this? Just the two of us? Mystique exclaims, having considered the idea of rescuing Magneto before. The once mighty Brotherhood of Mutants had failed numerous times, ultimately abandoning the cause, and she, with her shapeshifting ability and surrounded by a group of relatively powerless lower-tier mutants, feels ill-equipped for such a task. You underestimate your own mutant ability, Russell asserts as he extends his hands. Mystique, entranced by the intensity of his gaze, finds herself momentarily lost in his words, hearing his whispers. Listen, it calls to you. Through his understanding of the evolutionary principles of the X-Gene, Russell perceives the hidden evolutionary path within Mystique. With his extraordinary insight, he effortlessly assists her in completing the evolutionary roadmap, leading to her transformation. Mutant ability mimicry activation in progress. Mimicry. You can replicate any individual's abilities, the extent of which is determined by your understanding and your own mutant level. While mimicking, you will also gain access to the other person's memories. If you do not withdraw from the mimicry state in time, you risk losing your own identity, becoming merely a copycat. Chapter 8. Professor X. This is bad. I've become a decoy. Mystique's mutant ability is immensely powerful. In her initial incarnation, she could mimic anyone, transcending gender and appearance, even perfectly imitating voices. Ordinary individuals would find it nearly impossible to distinguish her from the original. As her abilities developed, she could even replicate motionless statues, honing her skills further to deceive machine scans through subtle changes in her pupils. This level of proficiency implies a complete physiological match, rather than mere superficial resemblance. However, this is not the true extent of Mystique's formidable power. Her most terrifying capability lies in her ability to serve as a reservoir of various mutant abilities, akin to the prototype of the Sentinel robots. Sentinels are engineered in the future human world to exterminate mutants, capable of adjusting their own abilities according to those of the mutants. While not particularly strong, their sheer numbers pose a nightmare for mutants. Had it not been for Shadowcat transmitting Wolverine's consciousness back in time to reset the future, mutants would have faced extinction. Therefore, Mystique is indeed powerful, yet this strength is merely a composite material, akin to how the Earth Tiger armor is a mere promotional item, used to forge the Emperor armor. Russell selects a promising ability from Mystique's evolutionary repertoire, mimicry. However, he is unprepared for the overwhelming potency of this mimicry ability. It allows the replication of any mutant's powers, albeit limited by one's own capacity and understanding, and could be muddled by an excess of memories. Undoubtedly, this is a premier mutant ability. Mystique undergoes a breathtaking transformation, her eyes gleaming with newfound brilliance as she morphs into the iconic figure of Marilyn Monroe. Her appearance is strikingly similar, her figure identical, even exuding a certain softness. Russell is momentarily taken aback, as if caught in a dream. Wow, this is Marilyn Monroe, he realizes. Although he feels a twinge of reluctance, he is still too young to fully grasp the implications, and he certainly does not wish to become the object of disdain, the person everyone reviles. With a serious expression, Russell asserts, I believe you have sensed the true magnitude of your abilities. Given your familiarity with Magneto, you can fully harness his powers. Once we coordinate our efforts, we can infiltrate the base and undoubtedly rescue him. For Mystique, the person she knows best, aside from Professor X, is Magneto. As they have been comrades from youth to old age, the original trio of X-Men. By transforming into Magneto, she can easily wield his powers. Even if she cannot entirely reach his level, controlling metal would suffice. After all, the guards at Magneto's holding facility are predominantly armed with metallic firearms, not rubber weapons. With swift action, they could reach Magneto before anyone can react and effectuate his rescue. Magneto would personally manipulate the vast quantities of metal brought by them, allowing that group of humans to witness the wrath of the master of magnetism. However, Mystique shook her head. I have no idea where Eric is being kept. What? Didn't the Brotherhood of Mutants rescue him several times before? How can you not even know where he is imprisoned? It is precisely because we have saved him multiple times that Eric has been secretly relocated, detained in a facility with even higher security, under stricter surveillance. This information is classified, and no one is privy to his new location. Although humans lack mutant abilities, they possess technological prowess. Given time, they can unearth hidden bases, whether buried underground or concealed within urban depths. Without a clear direction, searching for such a location is nearly an insurmountable task. Russell felt despondent. He had never anticipated that his meticulously crafted plans would come to naught each time. He sought refuge within the Brotherhood of Mutants, only to find it disbanded, and old Magneto apprehended. The prospect of rescuing Magneto seemed utterly futile, as he lacked the strength to do so. After finally awakening Mystique's evolving abilities, he could not pinpoint Magneto's captivity, rendering any power he possessed useless. It was truly a dire situation. Russell even began to question his existence, pondering whether his status as an interdimensional stowaway had cursed him with a low fortune, making him a target of misfortune. He even contemplated seeking out a mutant named Domino, a third-tier mutant, to learn from her ability to enhance luck, thereby shedding his unfortunate identity and transforming into a figure of fortune. That ability, where one could effortlessly win the lottery, was the epitome of desire. If one were to draw cards, they would undoubtedly yield gold with every turn, each a 5-star treasure, evoking envy even from avid gamers of Genshin Impact. This was truly the power they all yearned for. But I have a way to locate him, Mystique proclaimed, revealing a confident smile. In this vast world, finding another mutant amidst an ocean of humanity seemed an impossible feat. Lower-tier mutants differ from humans. Yet higher-tier mutants are nearly indistinguishable, unless they expose their abilities in public. If they choose to conceal themselves, they remain utterly undetectable. This is especially true for someone like Magneto, held captive in a secret facility. Locating him would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack, or threading a line through the eye of that needle deep beneath the ocean, utterly impossible. However, Mystique was aware of an individual who could effortlessly pinpoint any mutant's location from among the 7 billion inhabitants of the globe. That person was Professor X. Beast had previously constructed a cerebral amplifier for him during the First War, and after years of refinement, the device had become extraordinarily powerful. Professor X could locate Magneto amidst the throngs of humanity. How could he possibly assist you? Magneto was imprisoned by his own hand. Russell questioned, incredulous. How could such a person as Professor X ever consider releasing Magneto, who thrived on chaos? Yet Mystique merely smiled faintly. In the next moment, her appearance transformed into that of a bald man seated in a wheelchair, none other than Professor X himself. Russell instantly comprehended the plan. Anticipation stirred within him. What expression would Professor X wear upon encountering someone who bore his likeness and possessed psychic abilities? Professor X, oh no, I've become a stand-in. Chapter 9. Professor X's astonishment. Russell could not contain his admiration for Mystique's audacious decision to impersonate Professor X and infiltrate Xavier's school, utilizing the cerebral amplifier to uncover Magneto's place of confinement. He deemed her maneuver the greatest strategic play in history. He pledged his utmost respect. It was unlikely that anyone at Xavier's school could fathom the audacity of someone daring enough to impersonate Charles under his very nose. After all, Charles is the most formidable telepath in existence, wielding powers that are unparalleled. To masquerade as him in his presence, what a thrill! Russell's heart recoiled at the thought, yet he found himself devoid of a superior alternative. News of their escape from the base was bound to leak, within a week at most, or a month at the very least. They would be pursued. In this fleeting window, they needed to grow rapidly, unafraid of firearms or even missiles. Russell believed he could not achieve this unless he was willing to submit and join the ranks of the X-Men, accepting Professor X's protection. However, joining Xavier's school was not Russell's desire. He was reminiscent of the old Magneto. When their beliefs aligned, they were inseparable comrades, but once their thoughts diverged, it was the X-Men who would be first to oppose him. Moreover, Russell had no means to shield his thoughts from Professor X, a man capable of probing into the minds of others. To claim he felt no trepidation would be disingenuous, even if he acknowledged the man's benevolence. After some contemplation, Russell ultimately acquiesced to Mystique's idea, though he made thorough preparations. Give me one day, he stated earnestly. I need a day to devise a plan to draw Professor X out. As long as he is not on campus, we can proceed. If the mountain won't come to me, then I shall go to the mountain. Since I fear Professor X, I will make him leave the school. Mystique shook her head. That is impossible. You do not understand Charles. He values those young mutants more than anything else, genuinely dedicated to their protection. Unless it is of utmost importance, he would never leave the school. Charles had always been reclusive, and since he took to the wheelchair, he had become even more so. Daily, he used his psychic abilities to monitor the entire academy, guarding against external threats while providing psychological support to the students. After all, the mutant students possessed extraordinary powers, and with such abilities often comes an inflated sense of self, much like how individuals can become corrupted by wealth and power. Even a modicum of either can lead to moral decay. This is especially true for those endowed with superpowers. Conflicts and fights were commonplace, particularly among the youth, who were at a volatile age, unbound by legal constraints, and prone to chaos. Thus, aside from significant meetings and the occasional welcoming of exceptionally gifted mutants, Professor X seldom left the academy. Mystique, being well acquainted with Professor X, believed even she could not accomplish this. What could a mere novice achieve? Yet Russell remained steadfastly confident. He will come. Mystique looked on with curiosity, sensing a type of unwavering confidence in Russell that was rare among ordinary folk but reminiscent of Magneto, an absolute assurance that compelled trust. Perhaps he truly could succeed. Deciding to venture to Xavier's school, Mystique and Russell knew that the mutants who had escaped together from the base could not accompany them. Joining Xavier's school would have to wait. This was to prevent any potential leaks. Caution was paramount. The remaining mutants had been strategically placed by Mystique at various safe havens, patiently awaiting their return. Among them, the luminescent mutant, having evolved his abilities, volunteered to accompany them. He did not seek admission to the academy. Instead, he took on the role of a chauffeur. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, he could provide assistance. For he is no longer merely a glowing mutant, but one endowed with healing powers. He yearned to safeguard Russell and Mystique's well-being. As one had saved his life and the other had transformed his existence, both individuals held immense significance for him. To commemorate his newfound identity, he adopted a moniker, Lighta. Faced with this peculiar yet fitting nickname, Russell could only express his good wishes and consent to his companionship, as he indeed required a driver and a caregiver. Although he had calculated the odds of success for this mission to be an impressive 98%, rounding it off left them with a survival rate of 0, terrifying. Soon, the trio set off towards Xavier's academy. The vehicle they used was borrowed by Mystique, who, in her strikingly alluring form, casually waved her hand, and an abundance of cars appeared before them. Lighta drove the commandeered vehicle, ferrying Mystique and Russell towards the academy, while the original owner, a portly man, could be heard frantically shouting in the background, "Hey, I haven't even gotten in the car yet." Indeed, there is a price to pay for admiring beauty. However, the journey was not without its challenges, as they encountered traffic police who would routinely stop vehicles to solicit bribes, an accepted tradition, given that it constituted a lucrative source of untaxed income. Nevertheless, with Mystique by their side, they faced little trouble. She transformed into the likeness of their chief, donned in a uniform, and merely glanced at the young officer, who stood rigid with fear, his ingratiating demeanor all too evident, and they were promptly allowed to pass. After all, today's traffic stop could very well lead to a reassignment to guard a reservoir tomorrow. They were well aware of the ways of the world. As Russell and his companions advanced towards Xavier's academy, inside, Beast Hank was panting heavily, moving swiftly yet with great weight, and abruptly pushed open the classroom door, fixing his gaze intently on Professor X, who was conducting a lecture. The students within were taken aback, but upon receiving a silent nod from Professor X, they cheered and vacated the room, their eyes filled with gratitude towards Hank, who had just facilitated another delightful escape from class. To them, Hank was akin to a legendary gym teacher. The students departed joyously. However, Professor X remained, sensing Hank's overwhelming anxiety, as if something significant was amiss. "What is it?" he inquired. "Take a look at this manuscript. It's a research report shared by a top-tier institute, detailing studies on the X-gene. I believe you must see it," Hank exclaimed. Professor X accepted the document, and, upon glancing at the title, his previously calm expression morphed into one of profound shock and excitement. The report addressed various evolutionary pathways of the X-gene and the concept of directed evolution. Evolving the X-gene? Directed evolution? Professor X's mind went blank, rendering him speechless as he murmured in disbelief, "Incredible! Incredible! Incredible! Could it be that the fateful wheel of mutants was finally set in motion?" Chapter 10. The Bewildered Wolverine. What an astonishing article. It is wisdom that transcends the ages. When Professor X laid eyes on the manuscript provided by Beast Hank, disbelief washed over him. After all, the status of mutants in contemporary society is, frankly speaking, lower than that of African Americans. At least the latter enjoy the right to breathe, while mutants face a unified rejection. Almost all research and medical institutions overlook mutants due to their scant numbers and the minimal profits associated with them. thus rendering them unworthy of attention. As a professor of genetics, Professor X's knowledge is undoubtedly extensive. He scrutinized the paper meticulously, each line revealing a novel insight. Someone had imaginatively constructed a feasible method for the evolution of mutant genes, initially analyzing the myriad possibilities for their evolution through data, and subsequently employing specialized techniques to achieve directed evolution. This would allow mutants to enhance their abilities or even develop entirely new powers. For any mutant, this news was nothing short of miraculous, signifying a chance to alter their destinies once more. The potential for a monumental surge in mutant power was upon them. Professor X became exhilarated. "Hank, did you see this? Have you read it?" "I have," replied Beast Hank, taking a deep breath. Though he bore the appearance of a beast, his intellect was undeniably brilliant, placing him among the most astute individuals in the world. Within Xavier's academy, he had invented a plethora of training machines, the X-Men's supersonic jet, combat suits, and various high-tech devices. He had even previously researched an antidote for the X-gene, successfully suppressing his own abilities to revert to an ordinary state. His intelligence was nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, even such a brilliant mind found it hard to calm down upon reading this paper. The method proposed for evolving mutant powers was utterly fantastical and incredible. It seemed that it could actually succeed. "I believe we must swiftly locate the author and collaborate to develop this technology. This could be the dawn of hope for our kind," Hank mused. Relieved that Magneto had been apprehended, otherwise, the revelation of this technology would have likely led him to storm the lab and seize it for himself. Should that happen, a significantly empowered Magneto would undoubtedly become a nightmare for the entire Xavier Academy. "My old friend, it appears we need to take matters into our own hands, as this issue pertains to the future of all our children." Professor X's expression turned serious. "Let us involve the X-Men as well. We need Logan to remain behind to safeguard the Academy. We cannot afford any mishaps." "I concur. The hand of destiny has finally taken notice of mutants." With this groundbreaking research report, Professor X could hardly remain seated. He personally led Hank and the X-Men aboard the supersonic jet, which promptly soared away from Xavier's Academy, heading towards the address left in the mailbox, a research facility located miles away. The jet roared into the sky, its thunderous sound resonating through the air. Not far from the Academy, in a parked vehicle, Mystique sat in stunned silence, gazing at the departing supersonic jet. Disbelief etched across her face as she turned to Russell. "What have you done? You truly accomplished it." A mere 8 or 9-year-old child managed to effortlessly coax Professor X from the confines of the Academy. "And look at the commotion. It is highly likely that the entire X-Men have mobilized. Truly astonishing, beyond comprehension. I merely penned a paper regarding the development of mutant abilities. Professor X, who specializes in genetics and the study of mutant genes, would undoubtedly take a keen interest." Russell mentioned this matter nonchalantly, as if it were no more challenging than sprinkling water. However, Mystique is certainly no fool. On the contrary, her intellect is considerable. Having grown up alongside Professor X and pursued higher education, she is acutely aware that the urgency with which Charles is seeking this paper signifies its complexity. "You are truly remarkable," Mystique marveled even more. If mutant abilities are innate and somewhat fortuitous, then Russell's current display is entirely a testament to his extraordinary talent. At the tender age of 7 or 8, he has authored a piece that has captured the attention of a genetics professor like Charles. What a preposterous achievement. At that age, I was likely engaged in a battle of wits with stray cats on the street. Nearby, Lightspot's eyes glinted with admiration. As someone who has traversed the harsh realities of life, he found it difficult to fathom the chasm between the ordinary and the prodigious, a gap that is indeed wider than that between dogs and humans. Particularly regarding the matter of gene evolution, Lightspot holds significant insight, being a beneficiary of this very technology. From a mere luminescent waste mutant to the current status of a caregiver capable of healing others, his future prospects are undoubtedly on an upward trajectory. Mutants shall no longer feel disenfranchised. In the future, they may even find themselves sought after by the finest hospitals. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Lightspot inquired, "Little boss, will this technology continue to be explored?" "Indeed," Russell affirmed with a nod. "This is merely my preliminary idea. Once the technology reaches maturity, I might even replicate the abilities of other mutants, elevating all mutants to the caliber of Magneto and Professor X." "What? To replicate mutant genes and implant them into everyone?" Both Lightspot and Mystique were taken aback, exchanging astonished glances at this groundbreaking proposition. With one Magneto and one Professor X, mutants would possess the confidence to stand against humanity. If all mutants ascended to Magneto's level, would they no longer endure discrimination? Would mutants rise to prominence? Russell exuded confidence. Yet, after their initial shock, the duo fell into silence, as they believed such an extraordinary occurrence was utterly implausible. Nevertheless, they refrained from voicing their skepticism, harboring a glimmer of hope. A flicker of chance. What if Russell truly succeeded? If he did, the future for mutants would indeed be splendid. They wouldn't have to live like mice, as their generation did. However, that thought remained distant. They had a pressing task at hand, to infiltrate Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. Utilizing the brainwave amplifier to locate the imprisoned Magneto, Mystique transformed into the likeness of Professor X, while Lightspot remained in the vehicle, and Russell pushed Mystique toward the academy. Yet, upon reaching the entrance, they encountered an obstacle. Inside the security booth, a drunken, bearded giant raised his head from the floor, bleary-eyed as he regarded Mystique and Russell. His gaze clouded with confusion. Professor X had just left. Why had he returned so soon? Wolverine fell into contemplation, arriving at an astute conclusion. I've had another round of bad booze. Chapter 11, Epiphany. A new ability. The moment Russell laid eyes on Wolverine, he felt an acute sense of trepidation. For within the entirety of Xavier's school, only Wolverine Logan possessed the keenest vigilance, making him the most likely to uncover their anomaly. This was due to Wolverine's extensive lifespan and vast experiences, coupled with his primal instincts. Thus, as Russell maneuvered Mystique toward the academy's entrance, Logan, who had previously succumbed to intoxication, abruptly sat up, fixing his gaze upon them with palpable suspicion. Logan distinctly recalled that Professor X had departed aboard the supersonic jet. How could he possibly have returned so swiftly? Initially, he thought he might be hallucinating due to the alcohol, but as he sniffed the air, his previously dazed eyes sharpened with alertness, regarding Mystique with a hint of aggression. A familiar scent wafted through the air, though he couldn't quite place it. Under Logan's scrutiny, Russell felt a surge of anxiety. He gripped the handles of the wheelchair tightly, poised to activate his mutant ability at a moment's notice. The power of negation, a skill derived from his training in X-Gene evolution, enabling him to nullify his existence, diminish his presence, and reduce potential harm. He was prepared to retreat. While Wolverine may only be a third-tier mutant, he possessed formidable regenerative capabilities and razor-sharp adamantium claws. Moreover, the remnants of the X-Men remained a force to be reckoned with. Neither he nor Mystique could prevail in a confrontation. Yet, Mystique exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, she calmly regarded Logan and remarked, "You've been drinking again. I distinctly reminded you to safeguard the academy. Staying here is my prerogative," Logan retorted with a snort. "Let me remind you, this is the last time. I have no interest in guarding these little brats. You'd better fulfill your promise and help me recover my lost memories." His arrival at Xavier's school was solely driven by amnesia. He had lost recollections of someone significant. He sought the guidance of the telepathic master, Professor X. Yet the professor had persistently refrained from aiding him in reclaiming those memories, leaving Wolverine in a state of frustration, consuming vodka to numb the tedium of his unchallenged days. "Indeed, I will," Mystique assured him, her eyes shimmering with determination. "Open the door for me, and I shall assist you by tomorrow." "All right." Under Russell's watchful gaze, Wolverine engaged in a brief exchange with Mystique, effortlessly dispelling his doubts, even neglecting to inquire about Russell's identity, as he swung open the school's grand entrance. He dared not linger, propelling the wheelchair within. Inside Xavier's school, opulence abounded, the scenery breathtaking, a veritable fortress of luxury and grandeur. Yet, Russell dared not indulge in the beauty surrounding him, keeping his gaze averted as he pushed the wheelchair forward, fearful that Wolverine might detect any irregularities. It was only after a considerable distance that he realized Wolverine's earlier demeanor had been peculiar. "Did you just utilize your ability?" Russell inquired, his tone both certain and reflective. "I never anticipated your mimicry of the professor's powers would deceive even Wolverine Logan himself. Professor X possesses formidable abilities. His mental prowess allows him to exert control over anyone, even executing mental suggestions and memory replication. Had he personally intervened, subduing Wolverine would have been a trivial endeavor, hardly worthy of mention. Yet, it was Mystique who had just executed this deception, employing her mutant ability to imitate Professor X, not to replicate, but to emulate. Astonishingly, she succeeded in deceiving Wolverine. Wolverine, far from being a mere weakling, had endured countless life and death battles and suffered immense torment, yet he was still ensnared in her ruse. This revelation left Russell astounded. Previously, his speculations had merely scratched the surface. This marked the first occasion he had viscerally grasped the formidable power of Mystique's evolved abilities. In her eyes lingered a sense of nostalgia and melancholy, for no one in this world understood him better than she. During her years of wandering, it was Charles who had taken her in. They had once shared a life together, forming the closest of bonds, but ultimately, their paths diverged due to differing beliefs and ideologies, leading them to become adversaries. Mystique fell into silence, her mind reaching out with psychic force, pinpointing the location of the new cerebral amplifier with precision. In order to avoid the complications of being discovered, she maintained her psychic influence, subtly altering the perceptions of those around them, compelling them to unconsciously overlook the presence of both herself and Russell. Thus, the two of them traversed the vast expanse of the X Academy without drawing the attention of any mutant students. They proceeded directly to the cerebral amplification chamber, which was secured by a lock set by Beast Hank, designed to deter intruders, including Mystique's retinal recognition system. This was a precaution Hank had implemented following a previous incident where Mystique had infiltrated the Academy, causing chaos and nearly allowing Magneto's plans to come to fruition. The machine capable of transforming ordinary humans into mutants was indeed terrifying. While it possessed the potential for success, the consequences were dire, often resulting in the genetic collapse and subsequent death of the transformed mutants. Should it be used on the leaders of nations, the ramifications would be catastrophic. Following that incident, Hank had upgraded the Academy's security systems, with the amplifier being of paramount importance. Nevertheless, he had underestimated Mystique's abilities. With a mere blink of her eye, she effortlessly bypassed the meticulously configured retinal scanner. With a resounding click, Russell beheld the cerebral amplifier positioned in the center of the chamber. He urged Mystique forward, who, clearly more familiar with the helmet, adjusted it before placing it upon her head. As the lights in the room dimmed abruptly, countless points of light materialized on the screens adorning the walls. The white dots represented ordinary humans, the red dots signified mutants. Russell stood transfixed, observing the helmet's shifting lights as the red points on the wall flickered one after another. A realization dawned upon him. Ding! You witnessed Mystique utilizing the cerebral amplifier to locate mutants. You discern that mutants possess unique frequencies. Your insight is profound, and you have grasped the art of X-Gene sensitivity. X-Gene sensitivity. You can sense mutants within a certain radius, discerning their locations and classifications. Chapter 12. Gene's astonishment. I have located Eric's position. With the amplifier's enhancement, Mystique swiftly filtered through the vast sea of humanity, accurately honing in on Magneto's distinct presence. Finding him was a simple task. All she needed to do was seek out an isolated mutant. Given the human vigilance towards Magneto, he would undoubtedly be confined alone, deep underground, far from any other mutants. This characteristic made her search straightforward. She spotted Magneto lying within a glass enclosure, his eyes closed, trapped in a cage devoid of contact with anything metallic. Forced to endure the tedium of slumber, Mystique committed his location to memory, noting the positions of the guards. Under the immense weight of her psychic prowess, their hidden positions were rendered transparent, etched indelibly in her mind. There were 33 visible guards, with 12 concealed in the shadows. It was uncertain whether they were on a shift rotation, but if so, a nighttime rescue would likely yield a higher success rate. Nonetheless, it mattered little. With a surge of confidence illuminating her countenance, she declared, I will take action. No longer was she the powerless Mystique. Her mutant abilities had undergone a transformation. The ordinary guards posed no challenge to her. Russell exhaled a sigh of relief. After extensive planning, he had finally reaped the fruits of his labor. Rescuing Magneto would provide him with a protective shield, granting him several years to develop. Though he might not evolve into an Omega-level mutant, he could at least become a lower-tier version of a formidable being. This formed the bedrock of his audacious assurance. We must depart swiftly, Russell urged, his voice low. Despite the progress made, he remained cautious, acutely aware of the risk of being discovered while still within enemy territory. I observed the circuitry of this room. There are surveillance systems in place. Our use of the amplifier will certainly alert them, and we must evacuate quickly. Mystique nodded in agreement. Reluctantly, she removed the amplifier, her gaze betraying a twinge of reluctance, for only those with potent psychic abilities could appreciate the tremendous potential of such a device. If Professor X were a top-tier level 4 mutant, then with the amplifier's aid, he would ascend to level 5. Capable of erasing humanity with a mere thought or controlling the consciousness of all to launch every nuclear warhead into the cosmos, orchestrating a celestial display. However, Mystique could merely observe. The apparatus was far too cumbersome to transport. It was not the helmet that held value, but the entire chamber, unless she could somehow carry the room itself. Upon Professor X's return to find his chamber stripped bare, he would undoubtedly be left fuming. wondering if the thief were a demolition contractor in a past life. She set the amplifier down and rose from her wheelchair, opting to exit through the back door rather than the front, intending to alter her appearance. Yet, before she could transform, the door to the cerebral amplifier swung open with a swift motion. Russell instinctively glanced toward the entrance, only to find a statuesque woman clad in form-fitting attire standing before them, her legs alluringly elongated. Upon seeing her face, his heart sank, and an ominous thought crossed his mind. Disaster loomed. For the visitor was none other than the most formidable entity within the Academy, the most powerful mutant in existence, the sole level 5 mutant in the world, Jean Grey, the Phoenix. She was the only mutant to possess true level 5 power, rather than mere potential, showcasing her might with unparalleled devastation, capable of reducing foes to dust with a mere glance. Furthermore, she had been the first to eliminate a level 4 mutant, Professor X, as well as the level 4 mutant Apocalypse, in direct confrontation. The achievement of Wolverine in slaying Jean is hardly noteworthy. Clearly, it is not only Russell who is aware of Jean's terrifying power. Beside him, Mystique is unable to restrain her clenched hands, instinctively lowering her gaze, unable to confront Jean. The mere sight of her evokes memories of when Jean faced Apocalypse, obliterating everything in her path and tearing the formidable mutant Apocalypse to shreds, a scene too horrifying to bear. At this moment, Jean, with a book cradled in her right arm, remains oblivious to the unease of the two, instead lamenting, "Professor, Logan has truly gone too far. He was supposed to be guarding the gate. Yet he has been drinking excessively. Katie has already been taken out to frolic, and it's been at least 3 hours. I can't locate that mischievous bunch." Just as Professor X is present, she urges him to call Katie and her unruly friends back. Jean's arrival is evidently unexpected. She is on the hunt for the truants led by Katie, while simultaneously critiquing the dozing Logan, who seems oblivious to the students escaping from class. However, she soon senses something amiss. A look of perplexity crosses her face as she observes Professor X standing upright, along with the unfamiliar Russell. Finally recognizing the peculiarity of the situation, instinctively, she inquires, "Professor, has Hank healed your legs?" The sight of the wheelchair-bound Professor X now standing astonishes her. No wonder she felt something was off. Russell's heart races as he glances at Mystique, internally pleading with her not to falter at such a critical moment, for it could be disastrous. Fortunately, Mystique, seasoned by many storms, maintains a calm demeanor, nodding earnestly. "Indeed, Hank has cured my legs, though I am still in the healing phase. He instructed me to move about since my bones have been dormant for far too long." As she speaks, she shakes her legs and begins to tango, her whimsical dance steps eliciting laughter from Jean, who helplessly shakes her shoulders. Well, it is indeed a cause for joy. "Oh, right, I will find Katie and her cohort. You should return to your teaching." Resolutely, Jean departs with her book in hand. The moment she leaves, Russell exhales deeply, frantically patting his chest. The intensity of the moment was truly terrifying, far more nerve-wracking than any exam he had faced before, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. "Run!" Mystique, startled by Jean's fright, dares not delay and flees even faster than Russell. Yet she forgets one crucial detail, to alter her appearance. Thus, within the halls of Xavier's Academy, an absurd scene unfolds. Professor X, who had always been confined to a wheelchair, is now sprinting through the academy, his running posture bewildering the students, who exchange confused glances, wondering why it seems so flamboyant, almost reminiscent of a woman's grace. Chapter 13. Women have those strange days. Meanwhile, as the students excitedly discuss the professor's flamboyant sprint, Jean finds herself engulfed in silence, her eyes wide, her expression gradually losing composure, as if suppressing an uncontrollable emotion. With a scowl, she inquires, "Are you certain it was Hank who took the professor away, alongside Scott and the others?" "Yes, Ms. Gray," the students respond, sensing the palpable tension in the air, instinctively lowering their heads and swallowing hard, their necks drawn in tightly. Although Jean possesses an admirable physique, her temper is notoriously fierce. At Xavier's Academy, they have access to combat simulators that can virtually recreate past battles, including Jean's own, which left everyone trembling in fear. Gazing at Jean's stormy visage, they can't shake the feeling that the tyrant has returned. Sure enough, in the next moment, a formidable aura spreads throughout the floor, causing the entire teaching building to tremble as if a terrifying phoenix's cry echoed through the heavens, sending shivers through every living being within 100 miles. Jean has gone berserk. She recalls the sight of the walking Professor X in the brainwave amplifier room. That man was clearly an imposter. She has been deceived. A lowly and clumsy trickster has outsmarted her, despite the obvious flaws in the ruse. It feels akin to laboriously saving for a decade, only to receive a call from someone claiming to be Qin Shi Huang, asking for financial support to resurrect him for a campaign, promising to make you a king in return. Such a crude deception, yet she believed it, even involving relatives and friends in her folly. Jean is on the verge of madness. Her chaotic psychic energy surges forth, enveloping the entire academy as she seeks to unearth the audacious swindler. Yet, she finds nothing. Mystique and Russell have long since fled, left with her frustration. The overwhelming energy wave stirs Wolverine from his deep slumber. Groggy and irritable, he mutters, "Whose dog is barking so raucously?" He rolls over, returning to his dreams. Having assured himself that there is no danger, his liquor bottle serves as testament. However, Wolverine's blissful slumber is short-lived, as he is soon awakened by the sound of the supersonic jet. The deceived Professor X returns. The instant he steps back into the school, he uses his psychic powers to gauge the well-being of everyone, relieved to find all are present and in good health. Yet, a look of confusion lingers in his eyes. "Jean, what's wrong? Why do you seem so volatile?" Jean's psychic energy swirls restlessly, more active than during combat. She swiftly responds, "Professor, your singing and dancing are quite commendable, but perhaps next time, refrain from dancing." Professor X, faced with Jean's inexplicable ire and her bewildering words, he glances at his immobile legs, recalling that he indeed used to dance, but that was decades ago. What on earth is Jean talking about? Women do have those peculiar days of irritability. Professor X's expression remains placid as he is guided toward his office by Hank, discussing and analyzing along the way. "Hank, it seems someone has deliberately used that research institute's name to send us that paper, luring us in without a meeting. It's not merely a case of drawing the tiger from its den. What do you think?" Hank, equally perplexed, is unsure of the motives behind such behavior, sensing it resembles a jest at their expense. Yet, they have reviewed the paper, and its future prospects are immensely promising. There is indeed substance to it. If the procedures outlined in that paper are followed, the potential to research gene evolution and cultivate it directionally is entirely feasible. I don't believe it to be a jest. If it were, I would prefer more of such pranks. The more, the better. Who knows, with a few more, mutants might just ascend to divinity. Professor X also expressed his profound agreement, wishing to discuss the detailed follow-up of the paper on X-gene evolution with Hank. However, just then, a student approached, grinning widely, and exclaimed, "Professor, your running posture is so enchanting. You run so beautifully." Professor X, Hank, the X-Men team. The expressions of everyone turned peculiar. It was astonishing that someone would comment on the running posture of Professor X, who was seated in a wheelchair. Hank was already contemplating adding a rule to the school regulations, prohibiting any remarks about the professor's running prowess in his presence, with violators subjected to a night of being cradled by Logan. Professor X, possessing a commendable temperament, felt no anger and instead replied gently, "Mocking the shortcomings of others is not a commendable habit. One must learn to accept and encourage." The student appeared utterly bewildered. "What are you talking about? I witnessed you wiggling your backside, twisting left and right as you ran. Is it some hidden quirk you wish to keep secret?" The student suddenly understood, giving Professor X a knowing glance before retreating. Yet, as Professor X and his entourage traversed a short distance, they encountered another student, whose curiosity was piqued. "Professor, when did your legs get better? You should walk a bit. Your running does look rather unflattering, almost feminine." Professor X, Hank, is there an issue? Storm interjected. "I can't shake the feeling that they aren't intentionally mocking. What do you think, Professor?" "Indeed, it's not." Professor X could sense the goodwill behind the student's emotions, affirming that they were not being derisive. Yet, this situation persisted. He inquired carefully, prompting the student to produce a video recorded on a camera, presenting it before Professor X, Hank, and the X-Men team. The footage revealed Mystique, disguised as Professor X, exhibiting an exceptionally flamboyant running style, an alarming sight. The men fell silent, while the women were brought to tears. Professor X took a deep breath, then calmly addressed Hank. "Cameras are not permitted on school grounds. Confiscate it." When did such a regulation come into effect? I just added it. No. After erasing his embarrassing footage, Hank began to scour the Academy's recordings, swiftly finding footage of Mystique and Russell entering through the main gate, including their venture into the brainwave amplification room and their encounter with Jean before their escape. Damn it. Mystique is back. What does she intend this time? Is Magneto involved? Each of her appearances brings only trouble. Hank slammed the table in frustration. Mystique had caused them so much hassle. Each appearance heralded significant trouble, and he was weary of the chaos disrupting his previously peaceful life. However, Professor X countered Hank's discontent, asserting, no, her arrival is not a harbinger of bad news, but rather a most fortuitous development. He observed the surveillance footage, noting how the students displayed a striking indifference towards Mystique upon her entrance to the academy, as if they had seen nothing at all. This ability, it clearly indicates telepathic influence. How could Mystique possess telepathy? Professor X recalled the suddenly surfaced paper, a gentle smile gracing his face. Hank, the gears of mutant destiny have begun to turn. Chapter 14, Professor X, I possess a second superpower. This time, Mystique's return is not entirely negative. Instead, I see hope for mutants. A smile adorned Professor X's face. Hank, standing nearby, appeared enlightened, recalling the paper he had perused regarding X-Gene evolution. Both were acutely aware of the implications. However, the X-Men team, trailing behind, remained perplexed. From their perspective, Mystique's appearance foreshadowed significant events, especially since she had infiltrated the X Academy. Breaching the chamber housing the brainwave amplifier, something was amiss. Storm could no longer contain her curiosity. Professor, have you discovered something? Examine the footage closely. Hank pointed towards the surveillance, highlighting the scene where Mystique and Russell swaggered into the academy. He analyzed for the X-Men team. Did you see that? This is the anomaly. Charles is deeply respected by the students, and yet, here he is, walking through the academy without a single greeting or even a glance from anyone. Don't you find that strange? Humans cannot entirely control their actions. Many times, it's muscle memory, a conditioned reflex. When an insect suddenly flies towards your eye, you instinctively close your eyes or turn your head to evade it. When someone walks in front of you, your peripheral vision will subconsciously acknowledge their presence. Yet, within the academy, amidst countless students, not a single individual acknowledged the presence of Professor X and Russell, as if they were mere phantoms. This is telepathy, Cyclops asserted resolutely. When Jean fought alongside us, she often employed this power to shield her presence, rendering us unable to detect her. Telepathy operates in such a duplicitous manner. Even when the individual is right before your eyes, you simply cannot see them, your mind being deceived into ignoring their presence. With Cyclope's statement, the entire X-Men team began to grasp the underlying issue. They clearly remembered that Mystique did not possess telepathy. Colossus, scratching his head in confusion, felt something was amiss in his reasoning, vexed by the complexity of it all. So, she isn't really Mystique? But apart from her, who could shape-shift into others' appearances and pass the ocular tests? However, the notion of Mystique wielding another mutant's abilities seemed utterly preposterous. Professor, you know Mystique best. How do you believe she acquired your powers? Following their discussion, the X-Men team found themselves even more bewildered. After all, the majority of mutants possessed only one ability, with a rare few exhibiting two, typically manifesting from birth. Yet, how could someone of Mystique's age suddenly develop a second ability? It was as absurd as an elderly neighbor birthing a child at 90. Professor X smiled, sharing the previously printed paper on X-Gene evolution with the group. They gathered around, and after a brief glance, astonishment, incredulity, and disbelief etched themselves across their faces. Having been mutants for decades, their understanding of mutant genetics was profound, especially with mentors like Professor X and Hank leading the field. Yet, here was a document presenting astonishing research data on X-Gene evolution, surpassing their understanding by several eras. Cyclops immediately dismissed it, exclaiming, "No, that's impossible. This must be a forgery, academic fraud. Someone should be executed for this." He resembled an elderly farmer who had toiled for decades, yielding modest harvests, only to be told that a newcomer could effortlessly achieve bountiful yields. Such news was utterly unbelievable. It is akin to a villager who has never set foot in a school, sharing intricate details of nuclear fusion with you, while a nation bestows upon you the pivotal data regarding room temperature superconductors. Truly, it is absurd, absurd to the point of incredulity. Cyclops finds himself in disbelief. Yet, upon witnessing the expressions of Professor X and Hank, and recalling their discussions about Mystique, a mature mutant who has developed an additional mutant ability, he is suddenly engulfed by a sense of ludicrous absurdity. Indeed, this is reality. It is unfathomable. Not only Cyclops, but Storm and Colossus are equally taken aback. Even Jean, leaning against the doorway, turns her head in astonishment at this revelation. As mutants, the implications of an adult mutant gaining a second ability are ineffable. It feels as though destiny itself is being rewritten. For many mutants possess abilities that are woefully inadequate. Even the most powerful mutants yearn for an additional ability. If developed properly, the amalgamation of two mutant powers could exponentially enhance combat prowess. However, We cannot ascertain whether this method of granting a second ability to mutants harbors any dangers. Cyclops douses the enthusiasm with a cold dose of reality. Perhaps we are merely witnessing the fortunate survivors. This method may not be flawless and could entail numerous risks. This approach seems to be primarily applicable to the younger mutants of X Academy, and if there are risks involved, perhaps it is more perfect than you anticipate. Scott. Professor X's eyes shimmer with brilliance. He realizes he has taken a seat at the brainwave amplifier. Terrifying psychic energy envelopes the globe. I have located Raven. And the sender of that paper is a young mutant. I can sense the unique aura emanating from him, a potential that rivals that of Jean and Iceman. No wonder. His ideas are so fantastical. His inspiration stems from within himself. Mystique has not merely developed a second mutant ability. Rather, her original ability has undergone evolution. It is not just her. I sense another individual nearby whose ability has also evolved. They seek to rescue Magneto. That child must not fall into Magneto's hands. He would thrust him into perilous circumstances. He cannot perish. He shall be the beacon of hope for all mutants. Bring him back to the Academy. The Assembly is collectively astounded. A mutant capable of evolving the powers of others is unprecedented. Hank furrows his brow. Charles, it may prove difficult. The individual clearly shares a close bond with Raven, and he may not wish to join us. It matters not. I shall employ my psychic powers. You intend to manipulate his thoughts? That would betray your principles. No. Professor X responds with a confident smile. I will utilize my other mutant ability. The others are left in a state of bewilderment, aside from your psychic prowess. What other abilities do you possess? I have wealth. The group collectively gasps. Chapter 15. I wish to provide for your future. Money is indeed a formidable superpower. Professor X exudes confidence, for he believes that for a genius enamored with research, nothing is more enticing than ample funding, unwavering support from leadership, and state-of-the-art experimental apparatus. Whatever Russell desires, Professor X can provide. Even his modest estate of 10,000 acres could be bequeathed to Russell. Such is his thought process, and such he articulates. Utilizing the brainwave amplifier, Professor X identifies Mystique's location, disguising himself as a passerby. He promises Russell a staggering $1 billion in research funding along with the world's most advanced research equipment to support his exploration of the paper on X-Gene evolution. $1 billion. $1 billion. And in U.S. dollars. A veritable fortune. Maseratis, Ferraris, Bugattis. One could procure hundreds to languish in a garage, gathering dust. Such is the audacity of wealth. Russell nearly succumbs to the allure of Professor X's superpower, pondering whether he might now address him as a father figure. Mystique, however, scowls, internally cursing her miscalculation. She had not anticipated Professor X's swift return, nor his rapid discovery of her concealed identity, or his ability to locate Russell so quickly through the brainwave amplifier. She mentally berates him. Charles, you shameless old fool, attempting to entice my little Hakimi with that vial. Filthy money. Dream on, Charles. With a huff, Mystique acknowledges that while she understands Professor X's intentions are for Russell's benefit, it changes nothing. Should Russell fall into Professor X's hands, the mutant community would gain a compliant wolf instead of a ferocious tiger. Professor X is far too benevolent. What mutants require now is a formidable leader. Only a strong and powerful leader can alter the fate of mutants. She is resolute in her intent to rescue Magneto. She firmly believes that Magneto will nurture Russell, shaping him into the next robust leader of the mutant generation. Mystique transforms her appearance to that of Professor X, and the passerby under his control comprehends her intentions, his tone becoming urgent yet gentle. Please wait for me. I shall come for you shortly. Child, do not pursue power too fervently. Oppression and hatred cannot resolve conflicts. The doors of X Academy will always be open for you. However, the passerby's words are abruptly interrupted as Mystique points her finger to her temple, mimicking Professor X's psychic abilities, forcefully ejecting him from the passerby's consciousness. Although her power does not match his, she has the advantage of proximity. Professor X communicates over great distances only through the amplifier, while capable of controlling ordinary individuals. He is somewhat vulnerable against psychic mutants, and in this moment, he is unable to resist her forceful expulsion. The passerby, now bewildered, feels as though he has forgotten something important, then shakes his head and departs. Mystique huffs in irritation, turning to see Russell deep in thought, his small eyes darting with evident contemplation. She extends a slender finger, deftly pinching Russell's ear, twisting it as she exclaims, "Hey, what are you doing? You ungrateful little wretch." The moment you hear Charles is offering you $1 billion, you start to waver, considering abandoning me. I saved your life. That's $8 billion. Besides, even if you don't save me, I could find a way to escape. It would just be a bit more troublesome. Humph. Mystique refrains from countering. Having spent 2 days with Russell, she has sensed his cleverness and the extraordinary nature of his mutant ability. That base could never truly contain him, merely requiring a little more cunning and preparation. Realizing her words have fallen on deaf ears, Mystique promptly altered her strategy, transforming into the most alluring and stunning celebrity from the cinematic realm. She leaned closer, one hand pressing against Russell's nape, seemingly intent on suffocating him within her ample embodiment of justice. Her tone dripped with suggestiveness. Darling, can you truly bear to forsake your dear sister? Her movements were enticing, her figure statuesque, her words playful like a kitten's gentle pawing, utterly captivating. Any man would find himself ensnared. Yet, Russell remained unfazed, his expression marred by disdain. Bah, Mystique. You old hag. Spare me your enchantress act. That's $8 billion we're talking about. $1 billion. You think you can even compete with that? It appeared that age was not to his liking, for she promptly morphed into a petite, adorable lowly, her big eyes brimming with tears, gazing at Russell with a pitiful expression. Brother, do you not love me anymore? Russell retorted, if you were to encounter a petite, charming lowly who could do as she pleased without facing any legal consequences, would that bring you joy? Of course not, because I still desire that billion. Humph, you little brat. Mystique reverted to her original form, her lips curling in disdain. Only someone like you, with nary a hair on your chin, would settle for such paltry sums. It is not merely a small amount. It is $1 billion, and in dollars. Russell reiterated, prompting an even more pronounced scoff from Mystique. As she drove, adopting a serious demeanor, she declared, you will accompany me to rescue Magneto. Once he is liberated, you may claim whatever sum you desire. Are you certain? Russell's eyes were filled with skepticism. Magneto had been imprisoned for so long. Surely his wealth had been confiscated by now. Magneto may be devoid of funds, but he possesses remarkable luck. He often encounters planes that fortuitously fall from the sky, ships that inadvertently capsize, and submarines that accidentally touch the ocean floor. These treasures seem rather valuable. Mystique's expression remained impassive. Alas, those capitalists are truly despicable, always cutting corners on such things. The likelihood of mishaps is far too great. Calamity is always lurking around the corner, those wretched capitalists. Russell's thoughts raced with incredulity. Are you certain these are mere accidents? Goodness. Thieves. No wonder Magneto is the world's most wanted criminal and a top-tier terrorist. Just look at the deeds you're involved in. Even bank robbers would weep at your antics. Oh, by the way, how much is a plane worth? A ship? A nuclear submarine? As Russell pondered, a sly smile crept across his face. Mother, if you don't mind, I'd like to support you in your retirement. Chapter 16. The neighboring old Wong. Charles, we must act swiftly. Charles realized that it was indeed they who had infiltrated Xavier's academy, yet they remained oblivious to their intentions. Should they discover their mission to rescue Magneto, they would undoubtedly intervene. Mystique's gaze fell upon Russell, her eyes filled with awe. While her infiltration of Xavier's was trivial, it was this young boy before her that truly astonished Charles. His talent was extraordinary. At such a tender age, he could independently compose a gene evolution paper capable of influencing the trajectory of mutants, a brilliance that surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Though some mutants, due to their abilities, experienced accelerated brain development and became exceptionally knowledgeable, like Professor X, or Jean, or Hank, who possessed a beastly physique coupled with a mind that transcended the animal kingdom. None could compare to Russell. Especially notable was his mutation, which allowed other mutants' abilities to evolve further. Reminiscent of a bygone figure, Apocalypse. As a beneficiary of ability evolution, Mystique knew all too well the implications. Her previous power of mimicry had been rather paltry, with combat effectiveness barely reaching 5. However, after her mutation evolved to mimic others' abilities, her combat prowess skyrocketed to 500, and with further development, it could potentially reach 5,000. What a monumental transformation. Little one, you have no idea how many hearts you will ensnare in the future, Mystique murmured. Foreseeing Russell's promising destiny, this urgency compelled her. She must rescue Magneto without delay. She could not allow Professor X to seize Russell. This young lad was destined to soar as a mutant eagle, not to negotiate as a timid rabbit with humanity. Without hesitation, Mystique altered the vehicle's course, choosing to take Russell along to the detention facility to rescue Magneto. Initially, she had intended to leave him at a temporary base, under the protection of Light and other mutants. However, the looming threat posed by Professor X rendered her uneasy. She had no desire to toil endlessly for wealth. only to have her home pilfered by the neighboring Charles. That would be far more painful than infidelity. With a firm press on the accelerator, she propelled them into a whirlwind of speed and thrill. Meanwhile, Professor X was sharing his findings with the team. Upon learning of Russell's existence, age, and unique mutation, Hank and the X-Men were enveloped in profound astonishment. Could it be that the data is not fabricated, and it is indeed an experiment conducted by an 8-year-old child? Cyclops could hardly fathom it, his mind racing. What absurdity! Was he truly only 8? The implications were terrifying. Professor X had once mentioned that age could influence the strength of mutant abilities. If this young boy could enhance Mystique's powers, what would happen as he matured? As Iceman, Logan, and others analyzed the situation, they could not help but gasp in disbelief. Magneto's powers were already formidable, unleashing destruction with every appearance. If those abilities were to evolve, further visions of Magneto casually tossing a 100,000-ton building at them flooded their minds. The Iceman could not help but glance at the man standing at the doorway, Wolverine, Logan. Previously, Logan had found it exceedingly challenging to contend with Magneto, and now, faced with an evolved Magneto, he surely stood little chance. This time, Logan was utterly overwhelmed. With a sense of frustration, he shook his head in disbelief. Were the young ones of this new era truly so formidable? Did they intend to disregard me, this relic of a bygone age? He felt a twinge of regret, pondering whether he might have sensed the peculiar energy emanating from Russell had he not dozed off during Mystique and Russell's arrival at the X Academy. Alas, Logan, in his vexation, extended his right hand, and with a swift motion, a gleaming silver adamantium claw emerged. With a few deft strikes, he shattered the bottle into countless pieces. Venting his frustration, fake liquor, he swore never to consume that Eastern sorghum liquor again. How intoxicating! Amidst the astonishment of those around him and Logan's chagrin, Jean, standing nearby, expressed her confusion. She recalled having met him before, and she did not perceive anything extraordinary about him. Could he truly facilitate the evolution of others' mutant abilities? As soon as she voiced this, a palpable silence enveloped the room, everyone casting incredulous glances at Jean. You, a level 5 mutant. You wish to evolve? Do you intend to extinguish our very existence? Ahem. Hank coughed, perhaps due to the youth of that small fellow. Jean, do not be too eager. When he matures, perhaps it will be your turn. You might consider, He pondered for a moment before finally arriving at a fitting descriptor. You could try nurturing. Hank felt quite satisfied with his word choice, believing it apartment. However, he was met with a chorus of disapproving glances. Awkwardly, he cleared his throat and lowered his gaze, manipulating the cerebral wave amplifier to change the subject. Raven was unaware that he had upgraded the technology of the amplifier, incorporating a recording feature which would document any user's data. Let me see what she has been up to. This address seems familiar. Oh no. Hank's expression darkened as he raised his head. Meanwhile, Professor X appeared to be prepared for this revelation, offering an explanation. Raven, I understand her intentions. She has witnessed too many tragic fates befall mutants. She does not wish to align herself with humanity. She believes in mutant supremacy, which was the very reason for our rift and opposition in the past. Now, she has found new hope. She will not allow that child to join us. Yet she does not desire for him to be claimed by humanity. Thus, Raven will seek a powerful ally to protect and educate him. There is only one person. Professor X and Hank exchanged knowing glances, simultaneously uttering a name that sent a shiver through the hearts of all present in the room. Magneto. Chapter 17. Magneto. Ha ha ha. Professor X and Hank had already discerned Mystique's intentions, yet they were ultimately a step behind. For Mystique had brought Russell to the facility where Magneto was imprisoned. This base, constructed underground, was entirely fabricated from non-metallic materials, fortified with comprehensive defenses to prevent mutant brethren from attempting to rescue Magneto. However, today, this heavily fortified subterranean stronghold faced an unexpected intruder. Russell pushed Mystique forward, and the guards stationed at the perimeter of the base seemed oblivious to their presence, allowing them to advance unimpeded. Step by step, upon reaching the grand entrance, it was Russell's moment to showcase his abilities. He placed his hand upon the door, and the tightly secured lock appeared to dissolve into nothingness, as if it no longer existed. The door was pushed open effortlessly. Are you excited? Mystique suddenly inquired. For someone of your generation, it seems you have never encountered Eric. Do you know anything about him? Russell contemplated this. When it came to knowledge of Magneto, he could confidently assert that he was perhaps the most informed individual in the world regarding him. Yet, he realized he had not actually encountered any documentation pertaining to Magneto. After all, the actions Magneto had undertaken were exceedingly radical, attempting to alter the genes of leaders from nearly all major nations to transform them into mutants. Should he succeed, it would likely constitute the largest act of terrorism in history. Even in failure, it would remain the most significant terrorist act ever attempted. He countered with a question. What are you implying? Is the fabled Magneto truly a merciless tyrant? If you are human, then yes, he is a tyrant. If you are a mutant, he is the finest leader. Mystique seemed to reflect on something, perhaps recalling past events. She took a deep breath and raised her hand, prompting the guard at the entrance to stand and personally unlock the final door. As the door swung open, Magneto, confined within his glass prison, abruptly opened his eyes. Clad in a white prison uniform, he rested his hands comfortably on his abdomen, exuding an air of tranquility. Having spent so long in this dark cell, his mental state remained remarkably stable, which was nothing short of astonishing. Upon recognizing his visitor as Professor X, Magneto displayed no change in demeanor since his incarceration. His old friend had frequently come to see him, engaging in games of glass chess. He assumed today would be no different. Yet, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Professor X placed his fingers against his forehead, prompting the guard to press a button. Consequently, a glass corridor slowly extended toward Magneto's enclosure. What are you doing, Charles? Magneto rose to his feet, regarding the wheelchair-bound Professor X with an intrigued expression. It seemed that significant events had recently transpired outside. He recalled that Charles had never favored coercing others into compliance. Indeed, Mystique affirmed. This revelation surprised Russell, who had anticipated that Mystique would openly acknowledge her identity and swiftly rescue Magneto. Instead, she appeared to be engaging in a riddle, seemingly toying with Magneto. Russell contemplated this, but ultimately decided to remain silent, choosing instead to observe, for he was merely a junior figure in this dynamic. While these two shared their own history of grievances, with a triumphant smile, Mystique addressed Eric. Do you remember that machine you left behind? The one you devised to transform humans into mutants? Of course. Magneto responded, a glimmer of realization crossing his face. You wish for me to reveal how that machine was created? Even though the machine had ultimately failed, it remained a source of pride for him. Having succeeded, if only temporarily, in converting humans into mutants. This achievement was indeed groundbreaking. Not. Mystique beamed with pride, declaring, I have come to share some momentous news. I have triumphed. I have successfully modified your failed machine, something you could not achieve. Magneto's expression darkened. The sting of his own failure was eclipsed by the bitterness of witnessing his friend's success. Russell could see the palpable tension in Magneto's clenched jaw, which sent a chill down his spine. Oh, Mystique, do you truly comprehend the gravity of your actions? We are both doomed. In the next moment, he observed Magneto's demeanor shift to one of calmness as he extended his hand. A flurry of coins erupted from Russell's pockets, spinning rapidly in midair. The coins created a visible blur, accompanied by a deafening whistle that resonated through the air, a sound reminiscent of an explosive detonation. Most perilously, these coins, akin to serpents, coiled menacingly around the necks of both Mystique and Russell. They had no doubt about the lethal sharpness of the whirling coins, with sufficient speed. Even a mere slip of paper could transform into a blade capable of slicing through steel. A gentle stream of water could effortlessly cut through the hardest diamond. And these coins, spinning at an unimaginable velocity, merely needed to graze their bodies to claim their lives. The once smiling Mystique found her mirth extinguished, her grin fading as she realized she was not the true Professor X, unable to rein in Magneto's fury. Even the genuine Professor X would struggle to assert control before Magneto's swift reaction. They were in dire straits. Mystique cast a mournful glance at Russell, her expression one of betrayal. You traitor, why did you bring those coins? Russell could only manage an awkward smile. After all, they had intended to rescue Magneto. Hence the coins tucked away to be used as weapons. He had not anticipated Mystique's sudden gambit to mock Magneto, turning their intended tools for salvation into instruments of their demise. As their expressions shifted, the smile that once adorned their faces now appeared on Magneto's. He chuckled with delight, and, with a mere flick of his finger, sent several coins spinning before him, shattering the reinforced glass prison that had confined him for what felt like an eternity. He stepped forth from his cell, advancing towards Mystique with an air of superiority, arms crossed, surveying them both with a glint of amusement in his eyes. Charles, you were just laughing so heartily. Go on, keep laughing. Give us another laugh. Chapter 18. The Crash King confronted by the mockery in Magneto's gaze, Mystique could only sigh in resignation. Transforming her appearance, she reverted to her original form, adorned with her signature blue skin and striking red hair. Magneto paused, momentarily taken aback, but quickly rationalizing the shift. From the outset, he had sensed something amiss with his friend, Professor X. His suspicions had immediately fallen upon Mystique, but her psychic abilities had clouded his mind, leading him into confusion, as she could not wield the powers of others. Before Magneto could inquire further, a guard, now free from mental control, witnessed the sudden emergence of Mystique and Russell, alongside the liberated Magneto. His countenance shifted dramatically as he hastily pressed a button and reached for the weapon at his waist, a transparent plastic gun. Clearly, he had undergone rigorous training, his reflexes sharp, but this would ultimately lead to his downfall. Before Magneto could act, Mystique morphed once more, this time not into Professor X, but into Magneto himself. The two Magnetos stood face to face, almost indistinguishable. Even Magneto's wife would likely be bewildered, unable to discern between them unless she ventured to examine their unique depths. Seeing Mystique's transformation, Magneto's eyes widened with surprise, a glimmer of intrigue dancing within as he observed her every move, as if a revelation had dawned upon him. Indeed, in the next instant, Mystique raised her right arm, aiming at the guard reaching for his weapon. The coins that had surrounded her surged forth like arrows from the bow of death, swiftly piercing through the guard's body. Blood sprang from his back. The guard, caught completely off guard, succumbed instantly. Mystique then twirled her fingers, and one of the coins completed a graceful rotation in midair before returning to the palm of her hand, landing lightly, as if it were a feather. The coin gleamed, void of any indication of its lethal potential. No one would suspect it as an instrument of death, even if Conan were present. It would remain an unsolved mystery for 1,000 episodes. Raven, I never anticipated the extent of your mutant abilities, Magneto mused, though he had suspected as much. Witnessing it firsthand stirred him deeply. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he might have dismissed it as mere hearsay. To speak plainly, had anyone informed him that Mystique could not only assume another's appearance, but also wield their mutant powers, he would have scoffed, dismissing it as ludicrous. Mystique reverted to her original form, placing a hand on Russell's shoulder, her expression grave. This young man is the reason I risked everything to rescue you, and it is through his help that I have succeeded. The once mighty brotherhood of mutants failed to rescue you time and again. That speaks volumes about the difficulty of this endeavor. Eric, you can scarcely imagine what this young man's power entails. He can facilitate the evolution of other mutants' abilities, an evolution that transcends levels. Magneto was instantly taken aback, disbelief etched on his face as he regarded Russell. As a former leader of mutants, he understood all too well the significance of such a power. Yet, he could not resist the urge to inquire, like Apocalypse? Perhaps even more formidable in potential. Apocalypse could unlock the latent abilities of mutants, but Russell not only had the capacity to aid others in their evolution. He possessed an exceptionally astute mind and was still young, an undeniable advantage. For a ruler, a wise and mighty young prince was far more favorable than a seasoned warrior in his prime. Magneto's countenance softened into a gentle smile as he placed a hand upon Russell's head, his touch tender as if he were caressing his own child. He envisioned a promising future. Yet, in an instant, his expression hardened. Raven, how many people are aware of this? He was rescued by me from a human facility. Apart from a few mutants, the humans at that base likely possess his file. In order to ascertain your whereabouts, I had to infiltrate Xavier's academy. Despite my utmost caution, Charles still managed to uncover his presence. Mystique remarked deliberately, Charles is indeed a true affluent individual, willing to invest a staggering $10 billion while assisting young Russell in experimental research to develop his abilities. Eric, you seem rather destitute. Perhaps we should send him to Xavier's academy, allowing him to enjoy the life of a wealthy young master. Her taunt hung in the air. The aloof Magneto paid her no heed. His expression turned frigid, and a glimmer of pity surfaced in his gaze as he looked at Russell. He recalled Mystique's words, that Russell was saved from a human experimentation facility, evoking memories of his own harrowing childhood in a Nazi camp. His mutant abilities had led to the tragic demise of his mother, and Russell must have endured considerable torment at that facility. Attempting to feign resilience, Russell was haunted by memories of the 40-plus days spent in a dark cell, treated like livestock, a mere subject for experimentation, and the suffocating despair he felt before his near demise. To assert that he was strong would be a falsehood. He unabashedly expressed his anger. I have not fared well. I have fared exceedingly poorly. Child, this too shall pass. I will help you exact vengeance upon them, cleansing your past suffering with their blood, Magneto proclaimed with immense authority. No one shall stand above us mutants, wielding power over our lives. We are the gods of this world. As he spoke, Magneto extended his arms. and Russell felt the ground tremble, the ceiling fracture, as they ascended from the subterranean base. A massive chunk of earth lifted them into the air. Looking down, Russell observed the vast facility below, now engulfed in chaos, as the guards, previously ensnared by Mystique's telepathic influence, began to awaken. Hundreds emerged from every corner, armed to the teeth. This was an elite force. If coordinated properly, they could withstand ancient legions. With merely a glance, Magneto caused the entire structure to collapse, rapidly retracting into the earth. The elite squad being drawn into the void, as if devoured by an unseen maw, completely consumed by the ruins. In mere moments, a sprawling military base was transformed into a grave. Russell's heart swelled with excitement. This is the spectacle of Magneto. This is the power of mutants. Suddenly, Magneto appeared pensive. He turned and extended his right hand towards the azure sky, clenching it momentarily before sweeping it aside, as if discarding refuse. Russell looked on, seeing nothing amiss. Magneto smirked, explaining, "Those fellows from Xavier's Academy remain as careless as ever. Their piloting skills are lacking. Look, they crashed again." Russell chuckled. "Do you think I believe that?" Chapter 19. The path of the patriotic individual. Just as every world possesses its peculiar oddities, the Marvel Universe is not without its own notorious crashers. They do not battle beasts, but are instead the supersonic aircraft of the X-Men. This aircraft boasts the finest performance globally, yet consistently meets with accidents, seemingly crashing at every turn. Russell recognized it as the X-Men squad dispatched by Professor X to retrieve him, hoping to persuade him to join the Academy. It was even conceivable that Professor X himself had come, awaiting his consent. As Professor X had assured him, the doors of Xavier's Academy would always remain open. However, Russell ultimately chose not to look back, for Mystique had saved his life, and Magneto was willing to aid him in revenge. These two conditions sufficed for Russell. Even if the future was fraught with storms and turmoil, lacking the comfort and safety of Xavier's Academy, he found it inconsequential. He championed a heart full of gratitude rather than bitterness. Magneto was disinclined to meet with Professor X, for he held a profound apprehension of the latter's formidable telepathic powers. The helmet that protected him from such mental intrusions had been taken from him during his capture, and if he wished to re-emerge, he needed to forge a new helmet. Otherwise, Professor X would teach him a lesson. Magneto, along with Mystique and Russell, departed aboard a facility aircraft, racing onward. After picking up Light and the previous mutants, they continued towards a more distant base, the former stronghold of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Once a thriving enclave, it had been reduced to ruins under the assault of mercenaries from various nations, now desolate and abandoned. Magneto gazed upon the devastation with remarkable calmness, turning to Mystique and inquiring, "Where have our people gone?" "Some fled, some were captured, and others perished," Mystique replied. Previously, she had communicated with the remaining mutants of the Brotherhood, but contact had gradually faded. "We discovered a mysterious mutant force pursuing us, hunting and besieging us. They seem to possess telepaths as well. We have no secrets left to keep, only the option of scattering." Mystique shook her head, visibly shaken, having clearly suffered at the hands of this enigmatic power. Russell narrowed his eyes. Upon mention of the mysterious force opposing mutants, he could not help but think of a certain menace, Stryker. That man possessed no mutant abilities yet was ruthlessly cunning, having cruelly controlled his own son, Jason, extracting his brain secretions to manipulate other mutants. Wolverine had been played like a pawn, willingly undergoing adamantium augmentation, nearly becoming Stryker's weapon. The loquacious and untamed Deadpool had also been silenced by Stryker, who had assaulted Xavier's Academy, laying waste to it. Ultimately, he had controlled Jason to cast illusions, nearly leading Professor X to use a brainwave amplifier to annihilate all mutants. This man was undeniably ruthless. Russell's suspicions were well-founded, as he clearly remembered that Magneto's former subordinate, Sabretooth, was now under Stryker's command. If Stryker were not part of this mysterious force, who could believe otherwise? Yet, Magneto remained unaware. He merely stated, "You will seek the locations of the facilities holding mutants. I will ensure they pay a bloody price." As he spoke, he clenched his fingers, directing them towards the ruins. The debris began to tremble, fragments swirling in the air, as the once thriving base rose anew. Undergoing demolition and reconstruction, Magneto's specialty. He was experienced. Thus, Russell acquired his first home in this alternate world, a splendidly lavish estate, albeit somewhat spacious. Tossing and turning in bed, no matter how he rolled, he could not fall off. Family, who could understand? The leader's relentless efforts propelled me directly into the realm of higher education, transforming me into a millionaire overnight. Russell luxuriated in the pleasures derived from the nefarious capitalist wealth for several days, and undeniably, as Mystique had remarked, Magneto was not one to lack for funds. One might even assert that numerous individuals willingly bestowed their riches upon him. He merely stood there, engaged in naught but his formidable reputation, which inspired a palpable trepidation and compelled many to follow him willingly. Russell observed the burgeoning number of mutants within the base, aside from a handful rescued by Magneto. The remainder had flocked to him upon hearing his name. After all, in this society, the status of mutants was woefully low. After indulging for 2 days, Russell commenced his training in the X-Gene evolution technique, voraciously consuming sustenance to enhance his X-Gene. His mutant abilities exhibited a remarkable potency in comparison to other mutants. His rate of advancement was astonishingly rapid, yet a sense of dissatisfaction lingered within him. He perceived the pace as excruciatingly slow, particularly after witnessing the cataclysmic power wielded by Magneto with merely a flick of his wrist. Mutant abilities were indeed peculiar and varied, yet they could be broadly categorized into warrior types and mage types. The former demanded physical prowess, while the latter required formidable mental strength and potent mutant genes. Russell possessed the X-Gene evolution technique. With diligent practice, he was bound to evolve into an immensely powerful being. However, the passage of time felt agonizingly sluggish. Take, for instance, the Omega-level Iceman, Bobby, whose future appeared resplendent. If he could harness his abilities to their utmost, he might one day freeze space and time itself. Yet, he ultimately failed to achieve this, falling victim to the Sentinel's onslaught. Not only him, but even the future Magneto and Professor X found themselves incapable of countering the Sentinel's relentless pursuit, for they had succumbed to the ravages of age. Their X-Gene was potent, yet they remained mere mortals, lacking the transcendence to be considered true superhumans. Should the physical form be refined to its zenith, life expectancy would be extended. But the energy required for such an undertaking was monumental. After 4 months of practicing the X-Gene evolution technique, Russell managed to achieve a mere 3 superficial gene evolutions. The scant food supply within the confines of the base underscored the inadequacy of energy available. Where could one possibly acquire boundless, formidable energy? Russell's mind raced, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. He jerked his head upward, gazing at the heavens. Above him, the sun radiated its brilliance, illuminating the entire expanse of the sky. A celestial body no mortal could truly behold. It was tyrannical. Its energy was inexhaustible. Even possessing a fraction of its energy would suffice to elevate one to the status of a god among men. You gaze upon the sun, contemplating its boundless energy, and are reminded of the sun's son, Superman. Your extraordinary insight leads you to grasp the sun-breathing technique. The sun-breathing technique allows ordinary individuals, through a unique respiratory frequency, to absorb solar energy, thereby enhancing their physical capabilities, endowing them with superhuman strength, superior physique, and heightened senses. As the creator of this technique, you swiftly discern its intricacies. Mastering it to its fullest extent would enable one to wield tremendous power, capable of toppling a building with a mere gesture. You feel a profound disappointment. You name the sun-breathing technique, the Homeland Practitioner's training method. Chapter 20. The flesh is fleeting, ascension through machinery. Russell's heart brimmed with discontent. Although he had unraveled the sun-breathing technique, capable of absorbing solar energy and ultimately allowing an ordinary person to evolve into a being of tremendous strength, it fell woefully short of his lofty aspirations of soaring through the cosmos, wielding winds with every breath, capable of shifting continents or even the earth itself. It could hardly be deemed superhuman. At best, it allowed one to reach the level of a Homeland Practitioner. Are Homeland Practitioners strong? Indeed, to ordinary eyes, they are akin to nightmarish figures, capable of unfettered actions, soaring to the heavens and executing their will without restraint. However, placed within the realm of mutants, they would be regarded as mere children, for Magneto would teach them humility. Confronted by Magneto, who could manipulate colossal structures with a mere wave of his hand, the Homeland Practitioner would resemble any ordinary person, merely able to leap further or fly. Though Russell felt a gnawing dissatisfaction, he recognized his limitations, perhaps, as Mystique suggested. His youth precluded him from devising a more formidable training method than the Homeland Practitioner's. Each attempt to conceptualize left him mentally exhausted, his mind blank, blood trickling from his nose. He had reached his limit. Russell could only diligently practice, lying on the rooftop during the day, absorbing the sun's rays and striving to refine his body and strength through the Homeland Practitioner's training method. At night, he consumed copious amounts of food, harnessing its energy to fuel the X-Gene evolution technique and bolster his mutant abilities. He became increasingly enamored with the exhilarating sensation of power enhancement. Akin to progressing through a game, acutely aware of his burgeoning capabilities and the trajectory of his evolution. This immediate feedback on his efforts became utterly intoxicating. Russell transformed into the most fervent practitioner within the Brotherhood of Mutants. However, the others remained oblivious, perceiving only his explosive growth and power, leaving them awestruck and bewildered. Before long, the entire Brotherhood became aware of Russell's burgeoning reputation, speculating that he might be an Omega-level mutant, though his abilities remained a mystery. Mystique, along with the initial cadre of mutants, had been instructed by Magneto to remain silent, until Russell could defend himself. No one was permitted to disclose the nature of his mutant powers. Thus, Russell's abilities became shrouded in enigma, rendering him the most formidable and untouchable presence in the eyes of the Brotherhood. Russell had anticipated that this tranquil period would endure for some time, yet it was clear that such was merely his personal delusion. There were always those who sought to stir unrest. This time, however, it was not Magneto but rather Stryker. Russell glimpsed the explosive headline on the news. The president had been assassinated. The previous president had met a similar fate, and now the incumbent had narrowly escaped the same dire destiny, sustaining a grievous wound. He had been targeted by a mutant assassin. A mutant capable of teleportation evaded the guard's defenses and nearly succeeded in taking the president's life. This news was genuine and sensational, shocking the world. It was instantly seized upon by the media, disseminating this earth-shattering revelation far and wide. Russell initially sought merely to observe the unfolding events, fully aware that they were orchestrated by Magneto, who intended to incite a war between humans and mutants, using the assassination of the president as a pretext to assault Xavier's school. However, he soon discovered that the repercussions of this spectacle had ensnared him. Reports from journalists revealed that the mastermind behind the assassination was none other than the infamous terrorist Magneto, who had recently escaped from prison. This act was a retaliation for the injustices inflicted upon mutants by humanity. The president vowed to represent humanity in this struggle, vowing never to yield to any terrorist threats, and resolved to wage war against Magneto. Thus, the conflict between humanity and Magneto commenced. As Russell absorbed this news, his mind was engulfed in a cacophony of thoughts. He could scarcely fathom that just days ago, things were relatively stable, and now, in the blink of an eye, Magneto had been labeled the assassin, while the Brotherhood of Mutants was designated the target of humanity's ire. His role shifted from passive observer to the object of scrutiny. Not only Russell, but also the mutants surrounding him fell into an unsettling silence. No one had anticipated that humanity would dare to engage Magneto in true warfare. The prospect of war loomed ominously. Filled with trepidation, Russell, a product of peaceful times, felt an inexplicable fear towards the notion of conflict. Were he to possess Magneto's formidable powers, his fears would be quelled. But alas, he did not. Retreating to his room, Russell racked his brain for solutions. As a low-powered mutant, he found himself utterly powerless to avert this impending war. Would he dare confront the president and declare, "You fool, you have been deceived. It was your own men who sought your demise"? Even if he could persuade the president, Russell knew Magneto would never back down. Indeed, he had likely been yearning for such an opportunity. The tempest of conflict approached, and Russell contemplated various means to swiftly enhance his powers. He could no longer afford to proceed methodically. He needed to attain extraordinary strength in a remarkably short time to survive. Deep in thought, his gaze fell upon a magazine lying beside his bed. The cover featured a familiar visage, flanked by two stunning women. The headline boldly proclaimed, "Playboy's Tony Stark successfully seduces cover girl of issue 7. Tony Stark, playboy, billionaire, super genius, inventor, future Iron Man, and savior," flooded Russell's mind with an array of thoughts related to him, igniting a spark of inspiration akin to a cosmic explosion. The fleeting idea struck him. Flesh is frail, but mechanics can ascend. In that moment, a torrent of creativity surged within him, birthing one ingenious thought after another. At last, enlightenment dawned upon him. Overcome with excitement, Russell murmured to himself, "I have achieved it." Ding! You recall Mystique utilizing a brainwave amplifier, and have grasped the technology for amplifying mutant gene abilities. You reflect on Tony's Mark armor technology and find clarity. You remember the solar breathing technique you devised. You think of Mystique's ability to shape-shift at will. You recall the Sentinels of the future. You attempt to merge the solar breathing method, Mark armor technology, and the mutant gene amplification techniques. Your extraordinary insight culminates in a new technology, which you name The armor of the novice mutant. The armor of the novice mutant, a suit crafted from mutant genes, perfectly conforming to the mutant's physique, amplifying their abilities, and capable of integrating modules from lower-level mutants to utilize their powers. Chapter 21, Magneto. I have a plan. Perhaps it was the pressure of impending doom that filled Russell with an unusual sense of satisfaction at this newfound understanding. Initially, he was merely a low-tier mutant with negligible combat prowess, yet he had garnered the attention of Magneto and Professor X. This was due to his remarkable ability to facilitate the evolution of other mutants' powers, akin to a metamorphosis, granting them new and enhanced abilities. For mutants, this represented a rebirth, a chance to reconstruct their destinies. In simpler terms, it was akin to having a celestial figure in your corner, capable of wielding profound magic to reverse your fortunes, bestowing upon you an extraordinarily advantageous beginning. This was the essence of Russell's current state. He had transcended his former limitations. Not only could he evolve his own X gene for a brighter future, but he could also select and integrate the genes of other mutants into his being. Though he could presently only assimilate the genes of lower-tier mutants, the Sentinels, designed to eradicate mutants, were not comprised of the most powerful abilities, but rather a composite of lesser powers. Russell had effectively leapfrogged humanity by 2 decades, crafting a Sentinel of his own for mutants. Suddenly, a peculiar thought crossed his mind. What if one day, a multitude of individuals appeared before him, glaring fiercely and bellowing, "We shall save the future by extinguishing you, the demon, in its cradle." The human version of a rebooted future. Russell couldn't help but chuckle. While such a scenario might sound extravagant, it seemed far from impossible in the context of the Marvel Universe's shifting timelines. He felt little anxiety. If there were ever a day when future beings traversed time to eliminate him, it would merely indicate that his future self had been woefully inadequate. After mentally simulating the technologies behind the armor of the novice mutant, Russell sought out Magneto. This was one of the reasons the Brotherhood of Mutants perceived him as an undeveloped Omega-level mutant. Among all mutants, including Mystique, he alone could approach Magneto at any time. And only he received Magneto's gentlest treatment. Were it not for Magneto's loyal subordinates, knowing that their leader was consumed by vengeance for his wife and daughter's tragic fates, they might have genuinely suspected that Russell was Magneto's illegitimate son. As it was now, even in the dead of night, when Russell approached Magneto, the latter displayed no signs of anger. Rather, his tone was unusually tender. "Little Russell, what troubles you? I heard from the television this afternoon that the government has declared war on the Brotherhood of Mutants due to the assassination attempt on the president." Russell asserted with conviction. "Knowing you as I do, such a trivial stunt as assassinating the president could hardly be your doing. Why would you take the blame? After all, Magneto had an illustrious record in such matters. After all, his previous incarceration was due to his ambition to transform the presidents of all major nations into mutants. In the eyes of the global populace, this was undoubtedly tantamount to orchestrating a terrorist attack and assassinating heads of state. Yet, only mutants understood the true intent of Magneto. His aspirations were not merely to eliminate presidents. Rather, he sought the recognition of humanity for mutants, aiming to establish a realm distinctly for them. The assassination of a president was a base tactic, far beneath his grander designs. Such actions were not in Magneto's character. However, he conceded. Magneto did not elaborate. He simply stated, "Why should I admit to anything? I believe you comprehend it well. You are quite the astute young man. Or else Charles would not be so concerned about you." Russell nodded in agreement. This was a proverbial pot of filth. The identity of the culprit was inconsequential. What mattered was who was blamed for it. Cultivating an adversary to divert attention is a fundamental strategy for any politician, regardless of whether Magneto was guilty. If the president declared him so, then he was culpable. Those who wrong you are invariably aware of your plight. Magneto understood this truth. No matter how he justified himself, he and his Brotherhood of Mutants would bear the burden of this accusation, forever associated with that pot of filth. Rather than seeking evidence to vindicate himself, it was more effective to strike back, crush them. With that, Magneto extended his hand, and at some point, a bank card levitated within his palm, before soaring towards Russell. With an expression of calm, he remarked, "This is the former asset of the Brotherhood of Mutants that I have organized over these past days, valued at approximately $6 billion. Mystique has ensured that these funds are clean. You may use them without concern. Tomorrow, I will have Mystique escort you to a secure location where you can thrive." Magneto seemed genuinely aged, or perhaps the prison life had subtly altered his demeanor. He remained imposing and steadfast, yet no longer reckless. He chose to leave a path of retreat for mutants. "Child, even if I perish, as long as you are alive, the Brotherhood of Mutants will endure, and hope for mutants shall persist. In times of danger, Mystique will safeguard you. She possesses the capacity to protect you until you come of age. However, remember this, under no circumstances should you seek out Charles, nor join Xavier's academy. Magneto, indeed, remained true to form, even in this final delegation of responsibility. He was unwilling to acknowledge the professor's ideals, harboring a deep-seated aversion to the notion of negotiating peace with humanity. In his heart, he believed that true peace and equality were forged through strength. Dignity is defended by might. At this moment, Magneto resembled an elder imparting wisdom, revealing various hidden contingencies of the Brotherhood to Russell, repeatedly cautioning him against the treacheries of society, urging him to trust no one. As the future monarch of mutants, one must possess a heart of ice. Russell, caught between amusement and exasperation, realized that Magneto perceived him as a mere child, a naive simpleton. He even warned him to never trust women, especially beautiful ones. Women are deceivers. 9 out of 10 beautiful women are duplicitous, and the 10th is the worst of all. Even if one encounters the right, gentle, and trustworthy companion, he advised, steer clear, for you are a mutant. You are no longer human. This was the profound anguish that Magneto had once endured. He had retreated to the mountains, living as an ordinary man, blessed with a gentle wife and a brilliant daughter, only to see his family shattered due to his identity as a mutant. If he were not a mutant, if he had, Russell pondered deeply, lamenting that he was not a mere burden, but rather the strategist capable of propping up a collapsing empire. Magneto, I have a plan to make humanity feel the anguish of the Sentinels. Chapter 22. The astonishment of Magneto. Some mocked Magneto as a dullard, believing that as the master of magnetic fields, he could easily harness magnetic energy or manipulate the very fabric of magnetism to unleash devastating power. Yet, his displays were often limited to the manipulation of metal, lifting cars, or sending metallic objects flying. Consequently, he earned the moniker Iron King. However, his intellect was far from mediocre. After all, he was Jewish. He had engineered a machine intended to convert human genes into mutant genes, though it ultimately failed, resulting in the demise of those who underwent the transformation. Still, this endeavor showcased his formidable knowledge, particularly in machinery, where his accomplishments were unparalleled. As Magneto listened to Russell describe the armor of lower-tier mutants, his eyes sparkled with an unusual intensity, reflecting the profound astonishment that stirred within him. The armor could amplify the abilities of the mutants and even utilize the powers of others, albeit those of lower-tier mutants. Nonetheless, this was indeed groundbreaking news. Magneto suddenly recalled Mystique's words from that day, when she had expressed her admiration for young Russell, stating that he possessed extraordinary wisdom that transcended the times. One day, he would surpass them all. He had assumed that day was far off, yet it had arrived sooner than anticipated. You are truly a genius. You inspire incredulity and astonishment within me. Magneto praised without reservation, realizing that rejecting Charles and keeping Russell in the Brotherhood was an exceedingly wise decision. Russell humbly responded, "It is merely an idea. Its success is not guaranteed. Then let us put it to the test." Magneto was nothing if not a man of action. Without hesitation, the Brotherhood of Mutants sprang into swift motion under his command, requiring no meetings or approvals. His word alone set everything into motion. As they began sourcing the materials needed for the lower-tier mutant armor, the forging of a suit of armor is often an arduous task. It necessitates the creation of various machines, parameter adjustments, design schematics, meticulous processing of components, and precise assembly, leaving no room for error. Additionally, the extraction and refinement of the metal materials were required. Typically, crafting a suit would take at least 3 months. Fortunately, Russell had Magneto on his side, a master craftsman of metal. With just a simple gesture, any material before him would bend and transform into whatever he desired. In a mere day, under the watchful eyes of all Brotherhood members, the first suit of lower-tier mutant armor was born. Its mechanical beauty, with a streamlined physique, appeared exceptionally sleek and formidable. Magneto turned his head to glance at Russell, who nodded in affirmation, confirming that the armor before them was indeed what he sought to forge. Thus, Magneto redirected his attention towards the assembly, introducing the low-level mutant armor to the Brotherhood of Mutants. His excitement was palpable as he proclaimed to everyone that the moment to alter the destiny of mutants had arrived. Brothers and sisters of the mutant community, as reported in the news, humanity has chosen to wage war against our Brotherhood. They are probing for our location, and it won't be long before the conflict begins. I understand that some of you may feel fear, while others may hesitate. But fret not. I implore you to remember that you are mutants. You are not mere beings to be trampled upon. In your lifetime, always recall that there were true warriors who fought for your existence. Mutants shall never yield to humanity. Magneto levitated the low-level mutant armor before him, presenting it to the crowd. This was an armor capable of determining the fate of mutants, crafted by the diminutive figure at his side. Many of you may be curious about who he is and what his abilities entail. Allow me to enlighten you. He is an Omega-level mutant, whose power can catalyze the evolution of any mutant's abilities. Upon this revelation, the atmosphere erupted in astonishment. The notion of enhancing another's mutant abilities was almost beyond comprehension, and the crowd gazed at Russell with fervent eyes, as if beholding an unparalleled treasure or a breathtaking beauty. Russell felt a twinge of nervousness but took a deep breath, maintaining his composure as he regarded the crowd. He reassured himself that these individuals were his subordinates and future comrades in battle, and there was no need for anxiety. He was also taken aback by Magneto's decision to no longer keep him hidden, but rather to elevate him to the forefront. Russell marveled at Magneto's prowess as a leader. His ability to seize the moment was remarkable. There was no better time than on the battlefield to win hearts. Under Magneto's watchful gaze, he proclaimed with fervor, "He is the beacon sent by the divine to guide us. His wisdom transcends that of mortals. He is destined to be the king who leads mutants to ascendancy, the true deity of mutants. You may not believe it now, but soon you will. And you shall follow him, for his wisdom shines as brightly as the sun, radiant and resplendent." Magneto gestured towards the low-level mutant armor, explaining that it was his creation. Once donned, it would amplify one's mutant abilities, granting them formidable combat prowess. The crowd erupted once more in disbelief. They stared at Russell's youthful countenance, utterly astonished. Had technology truly advanced to such a degree? They buzzed with exhilaration. Amidst the clamor, someone stepped forward, driven by the collective anticipation of the assembly, to try on the low-level mutant armor. Magneto did not intervene, for words could not convey the impact of reality as powerfully and convincingly as the tangible evidence itself. Mystique leaned closer to Russell, whispering an introduction to a certain Cohen, whose mutant ability allowed his arms to transform into sharp blades, albeit not entirely lethal. He was, unfortunately, a rather unfortunate mutant. His arm could morph into a knife, possessing considerable destructive potential. Yet, tragically, he was born in modern times. Had he lived in ancient days, he would have been a formidable warrior on the battlefield. However, in the contemporary, particularly in the free land of America, only one martial art is revered: American Aikido. Each time Cohen transformed his arms into blades, before he could approach his adversaries, they would already have their weapons trained on his head. His strength, speed, and defense were merely on par with that of an average human, making this combination a true tragedy. To put it bluntly, his combat prowess barely reached a score of 5. In Mystique's eyes, even with the mutant armor, it would be challenging for him to achieve a qualitative enhancement. After all, how much could a tenfold increase in such a mutant ability truly accomplish? It was deemed inferior to American Aikido, but Russell merely smiled, choosing not to respond. For if it were merely a simple enhancement, it would be an egregious underestimation of his mutant armor. He muttered softly, "I never claimed it could only amplify the manifest X-Gene." His pupils gleamed with light, akin to rays of energy, as he surveyed Cohen, adorned in the low-level mutant armor. From head to toe, the armor began to shift in appearance. Cohen felt an exhilarating tremor coursing through him. His eyes widened with astonishment as he sensed an extraordinary surge of power, strength, speed, reflexes, under the astonished gazes of all present. Cohen transformed within the confines of the armor into a colossal mantis, shimmering with an eerie luminescence. Its piercing gaze, its glistening blade-like limbs, and its robust, powerful legs allowed it to stealthily meld into the surrounding shadows, moving with the silence of a phantom assassin. All mutants stood agape, their mouths agog. Merely witnessing its exterior sent shivers of deathly dread coursing through them. They were left utterly speechless, their minds consumed by a singular thought. The deity of mutants had descended. Chapter 23. The Terrifying Dancer of the Blade. Humans are instinctively prone to fear of the colossal, whether it be a towering figure or a massive insect. A sense of inexplicable tension arises at the sight of such enormity. Yet, when Cohen donned Russell's invention, the low-level mutant armor, transforming into a luminous mantis, his stature became formidable. The compound eyes evoked a sense of dread among all present mutants. But that was not the most terrifying aspect. The most frightening element was that, within their gaze, the towering mantis seamlessly blended with its surroundings, appearing almost invisible. They blinked in disbelief, sensing that in the split second they closed their eyes. The massive creature had vanished, as if it had the power of invisibility, disappearing right before them. They could not see it. They could not find it. In an instant, the hair on the backs of all mutants stood on end, instinctively clustering closer together as if seeking each other's warmth for safety. There is a saying that encapsulates this well. When you spot a snake, fear arises. When you see that snakes suddenly vanish, your fear intensifies. And when you realize that snake has disappeared yet is coiled at your feet, terror becomes overwhelming. Mystique was equally frightened, her expression one of incredulity, for even she, a seasoned warrior, could not detect the vanished Cohen. It felt as though she had lost her sense of danger altogether. This implied that she could be as easily eliminated as a sheep, her throat effortlessly severed. After all, Cohen's mutant ability is to sharpen his own hands. A gleaming knife may not be terrifying, but an invisible one, poised silently against your throat, is truly chilling. How did you achieve this? Mystique couldn't help but whisper, her astonishment evident in her gaze as she addressed Russell, exclaiming the sentiment she had expressed countless times before. You are indeed a genius, a true prodigy of your era. Let us keep a low profile, Russell replied, his eyes fixed on Cohen, who was crouching in a corner of the arena. Although Cohen was well concealed, he could not escape the perception of someone with mutant sensitivity. Russell found himself quite surprised. He had never anticipated that a mutant could so seamlessly embody the low-level mutant armor. It was a remarkable twist of fate. The same armor, if donned by Lightspot, would merely enhance his healing abilities significantly, allowing him to heal 50 or 60 individuals instead of 10, yet without any fundamental transformation. Cohen's exaggerated prowess stemmed from his impressive mutant genetic potential, which remained largely untapped due to the absence of any training regimen. This lack of stimulation rendered him particularly vulnerable, indicating that his innate talent was indeed substantial. The low-level mutant armor merely catalyzed that potential. Russell made a mental note of Cohen, categorizing his mutant ability as a future genetic module for the low-level mutant armor. Cohen's abilities were exceedingly suitable for combat. His reflexes were as swift as a mantis, with remarkable agility, coupled with a keen sense of danger. If further developed, an ordinary mutant could evolve into a being as formidable as Deadpool, assuming we are referring to the version without superpowers. In the face of a hail of bullets, armed only with a pair of resilient dual blades, one could deflect every shot without sustaining a scratch. Such reflexes were undeniably terrifying. Any novice on the battlefield could instantaneously transform into an invincible warrior, effortlessly evading any projectile. He turned to Magneto, murmuring a few words, eager to discover the limits of Cohen's mutant abilities. Magneto extended his palm, and dozens of small iron balls began to whirl within it. Before whistling toward Cohen's hiding spot with astonishing velocity, the sound akin to a sonic boom, no less ferocious than bullets discharged from a firearm. Cohen, previously concealed in the corner, suddenly revealed himself, his massive form moving with the grace of a feline. In the astonished gazes of the other mutants, he performed acrobatic maneuvers, effortlessly sidestepping the whizzing iron balls as if he were performing a circus act, completely unharmed. This reaction speed left even Cohen himself in a state of bewilderment. He glanced at his own hands, and in that moment, as Magneto unleashed his attack, his brain screamed that after nearly 30 years of life experience, he was doomed. Yet, his body contradicted that notion, assuring him that all was well. As if he were an observer, he felt his heartbeat slow to a crawl, his mind racing to process the situation. His eyes captured every iron ball, which appeared to move with astonishing slowness, as if time had come to a standstill. Cohen's body instinctively reacted, and he effortlessly evaded the incoming projectiles. In a mere few seconds, he achieved such rapid reflexes. Only after dodging the barrage did the tension surge within him, the hormones finally catching up, leaving him with a sense of the absurdity of the world. His long-held worldview crumbled. Had he truly evaded them? My goodness. Cohen's abilities were rather feeble. How had he managed this? Oh my God. The surrounding mutants could not contain their exclamations. They were well aware of Cohen's previous limitations, as he had been among the weakest of their kind. Yet now, his prowess had surged to an extraordinary level. The reason was clear. He was equipped with this remarkable armor. Their eyes ignited with fervor. How could they not be passionate? It was akin to a classmate, once scoring merely 200 or 300 on tests, suddenly achieving 600 after taking a pill that visibly enhanced their intelligence. If you learned of this, how could you not feel a surge of excitement? One might even be tempted to kneel and call them father. Magneto smiled with satisfaction, extending his palm once more to increase the challenge for Cohen. Hundreds of iron balls shot toward him at a much greater speed and from more bewildering angles. Under such terrifying pressure, Cohen transformed into a dancer upon the edge of a blade, weaving and dodging with fervor. Each place he passed through, whether vehicles or buildings, was effortlessly reduced to rubble, dust swirling in the air. Yet, he remained unscathed, as if strolling through the rain, leisurely wielding his dual blades, effortlessly splitting the incoming iron balls in two, each fractured surface impeccably smooth and nearly identical in size. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Nearly every mutant present shared the same thought. He was a monster, truly like a monster. Chapter 24. A Lesson for X Academy. The augmentative capabilities of the low-level mutant armor were astonishing. A mere brief experiment evoked unanimous recognition among all present mutants. Initially filled with skepticism, their sentiments swiftly transformed into reverence for Russell. Magneto was equally pleased. This low-level mutant armor had elevated a combat-inept mutant to such extraordinary heights. It was simply outrageous. To put it bluntly, Cohen could now rank among the foremost mutants of the Brotherhood, just shy of Mystique, who had evolved her powers. This invention was revolutionary. It was a discovery that could determine the fate of mutants. He did not hesitate to lavish praise upon it. Almost all the mutants present nodded in agreement, their admiration for Russell intensifying. At such a young age, he had conceived such an impressive invention. One must acknowledge that sometimes the gap between individuals can be greater than that between man and dog. This was merely the capability enhancement feature of the mutant armor. Beyond that, it boasted 3 other highly practical functionalities. Despite the adoration radiating from those around him, Russell felt an inexplicable calmness within as he continued to introduce the products born from his burst of inspiration. His magnum opus. The first practical function of the mutant armor lies in its formidable defensive capabilities. It is crafted from a novel alloy that not only offers exceptional protection, capable of absorbing and mitigating damage and impact, but also boasts a self-repairing feature. When donned, the mutant armor allows its wearer to virtually disregard small-scale weaponry against the onslaught of missiles and rockets. As long as one is not subjected to continuous strikes, survival is assured. Upon hearing this proclamation, the mutants present were left astounded. Such extraordinary defensive power? Does this not suggest that we could charge directly into the hail of bullets? Goodness! Such terrifying resilience. It could rival that of a third-tier mutant. How fearsome. Could this imply the existence of artificially created third-tier mutants? The rise of mutants indeed. Listening to the accolades of the crowd, Russell absent-mindedly attempted to adjust his non-existent glasses, instead slightly pushing up the bridge of his nose, maintaining an air of composure. Of course, this alloy was merely an accidental discovery. The true credit belongs to Magneto. In this world, no one possesses a deeper understanding of metals than he does. He is the true king of metal. This blatant boast elicited knowing smiles from the assembled mutants. The young lad certainly knows how to navigate social intricacies. Magneto merely smiled, feeling a twinge of pride. After all, Russell was his personally acknowledged successor, the future leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants. The more exceptional Russell is, the more it affirms Magneto's discerning vision. With a commanding gesture, he declared, "Give me 7 days, and I shall harness my metallic abilities to the fullest, crafting the mutant armor. All of you, my fellow mutants, shall possess your very own suits." This statement immediately incited a chorus of cheers from those present. This is precisely why they chose to follow Magneto, not solely due to his formidable strength, but also because of his unabashedly grandiose spirit. In moments of discord, he readily dispensed benefits to them. They would never be shortchanged, allowing even these lower-tier mutants to partake in the spoils. This is the hallmark of a true leader. Hearing the jubilant cheers, Russell refrained from elaborating on the remaining 2 practical functions of the mutant armor, for their hearts brimmed with joy, nearly overwhelming them. Moreover, with Magneto's control over metal, it would not be long before every member of the Brotherhood possessed their own low-tier mutant armor. By then, they would experience its functionalities firsthand, rendering further explanation from Russell unnecessary. Once the crowd dispersed, Magneto regarded Russell with a smile and curiously inquired, "I sense that the material of the helmet from the mutant armor is akin to that of my own. Does this armor possess the ability to shield against psychic powers?" "Indeed." Russell nodded, confirming that this was the second practical function of the armor. The philosophies of the X-Mansion and our Brotherhood diverge significantly. Although humanity has declared war on us, they may not actively participate. However, I foresee a day when we shall inevitably stand opposed. So I took precautions and specifically integrated this function into the armor. He added thoughtfully, Professor X would never use his psychic powers to infringe upon the privacy of others. It is merely his choice not to do so. Much like the mischievous hawk, he refrains from attacking others, yet he possesses the capability to do so at any moment. Professor X is no different. He does not wish to manipulate others' consciousness, yet whenever Magneto is on the brink of a rampage, he is forcibly restrained by Professor X. This is precisely why Magneto has perpetually worn the anti-psychic control helmet, never removing it. Entrusting one's life and freedom into the hands of another is undoubtedly an act of folly. Magneto chuckled, clearly satisfied. He extended his hand, causing the materials before him to tremble as countless components began to assemble, forming a stunning mechanical aesthetic. Another suit of mutant armor was taking shape. However, this particular suit was significantly smaller than the one crafted for Khan's. Yet the intricate patterns and metallic luster far surpassed that of the latter, shining with brilliance and complexity. This masterpiece was personally tailored by Magneto for Russell, meticulously crafted. Although composed of the same materials and created by the same individual, the distinctions were glaringly apparent. Russell did not decline the offer. After all, he was uncertain when the war would erupt. With this armor, his chances of survival would soar. As long as he remained near Magneto, death would be a distant concern, unless Magneto were to fall. I recall you mentioning during the design phase that this mutant armor could accommodate the genetic modules of other lower-tier mutants, enabling the utilization of their mutant abilities. I have already dispatched individuals to collect genetic samples from every member of the Brotherhood. There are strength-based samples that can amplify the user's power to at least several tons. Speed-based ones that allow for flight, as well as those that can morph in myriad ways, emit sound waves, and project electromagnetic waves. However, I have selected the most suitable one for you. The mutant genetic material is far more fantastical than that of animals. It possesses greater potential. There is no need to consider the rejection of animal genes by the human body, nor the various concerns regarding the compatibility of animal genes. Just take it and use it. Magneto's confidence left Russell somewhat taken aback, his eyes glinting with interest. What kind of mutant ability have you chosen for me? It wouldn't happen to be your magnetic manipulation, would it? After all, a low-tier mutant armor cannot accommodate a fourth-tier mutant gene. No, it belongs to an old friend of mine, one who has lived for several centuries. Centuries? Russell instantly thought of a certain unfortunate individual who was Magneto's natural adversary, the indomitable Wolverine, Logan. His mutant ability would indeed be perfectly suited for Russell. Exceptional healing and remarkable longevity. If given a choice, it would undoubtedly be the best option. However, Russell remembered that the Brotherhood lacked access to Logan's genetic data, which included his blood. Yet a flash of inspiration struck him, igniting a bold idea. Magneto is a man of audacity. If they lack it, then it is highly probable that he intends to seize it. You don't mean to say you plan to forcibly infiltrate the X-Mansion to borrow a bit of blood from that unfortunate Logan, do you? Huh. Just as I expected of you. The infamous terrorist Magneto. Chapter 25. Great strength yields miracles initially. Russell believed Magneto's plan to forcibly breach the X-Mansion to procure a bit of blood from the unfortunate Logan was a reckless decision. After all, they were on the brink of waging war against humanity. Yet he was about to provoke another faction of mutants, the X-Mansion, known for its considerable combat prowess. It seemed unwise from any angle. However, upon further reflection, he wondered, what concern is that of mine? If successful, all low-level mutant armors would be imbued with Wolverine's genes, endowing nearly every mutant with extraordinary regenerative abilities. The significance of such power is self-evident, is it not? A formidable tank, boasting immense physical attack power and clad in an impressive six-piece ensemble, would already be a substantial headache for the adversary. Yet, to make matters worse, it carries a fountain on its back. Should the opposing ADC witness this, they would surely unleash a torrent of curses upon your ancestors. It would be a recipe for disaster. Moreover, even in the event of failure, the repercussions would be minimal. After all, Magneto and Professor X are renowned for their tumultuous yet affectionate rivalry. Their confrontations are tempered by decades of mutual understanding, an unspoken agreement that lethal force is to be avoided unless absolutely necessary. Russell contemplated this opportunity, considering it a splendid chance to undertake the task himself. He felt a burgeoning excitement within him. Having diligently practiced the X-Gene evolution method and the national cultivation technique for over 10 days, and with ample nourishment, his mutant abilities had undergone a remarkable evolution. Not only could he apply these powers to himself, but he could also manifest them without the need for physical contact. He had developed the capacity to establish his own absolute domain within a 3-meter radius, a realm of unparalleled influence. Although his physical strength had not yet reached its zenith, through rigorous training, he had achieved a level of power that was decidedly superhuman, at least 25 times that of Captain America. The rapid expansion of his abilities ignited a sense of eagerness within Russell. It was as if the skies had cleared and the rain had ceased. He felt invigorated. Magneto, perceptive to Russell's burgeoning enthusiasm, did not deter him. Instead, he nodded in agreement. After all, he too had been young once. The aspirations of youth are often so simple. Women, combat, seeking glory. Magneto readily consented, declaring that the operation would take place in 3 days. He would send Mystique to infiltrate Xavier's academy to investigate the roster of students. Charles must have recruited numerous talented individuals over the years. They are natural-born mutant warriors, and should not merely linger within the confines of academia as students. Upon the retreat, I shall ensure you have a suitable opponent. Do not disappoint me. A future king must possess undeniable strength. If we were to consider the pursuits most favored by youth, they would undoubtedly be women, combat, and the quest for recognition. Magneto, on the other hand, relished the role of the orchestrator, undermining Professor X's authority. Many of his mutant subordinates had once followed Professor X, only to be recruited by Magneto, and remarkably, he had succeeded each time. Perhaps, as he posited, mutants are indeed born warriors. They harbor little affection for the monotony of school life. After all, how many truly relish the daily grind of academia? Youth may be cherished in memory, but it cannot be relived. Russell nodded, a flicker of anticipation igniting in his heart for the impending battle 3 days hence. He set about crafting his very own low-level mutant armor, not merely the rudimentary version that Cohen wore, but a fully realized embodiment of its potential. In Russell's design, the authentic low-level mutant armor would function akin to a sentinel, capable of seamlessly switching between various mutant abilities. Faced with the multitude of mutant powers available within the Brotherhood, which numbered over 100, Russell found himself in a delightful quandary. He aimed to select 3 to 4 abilities for his armor. The first choice would be Cohen's ability, presumably linked to the Mantis, granting him exceptional reflexes and heightened danger perception, making it ideal for combat. The second would be Wolverine's remarkable regenerative capacity. Should he sustain injuries on the battlefield, he could simply retreat to a corner, feign death, and switch modules, allowing him to return to full health in mere seconds. Invaluable indeed. With 2 abilities chosen, Russell was left with 2 more to consider for his armor's repertoire, while he would catalog additional powers for future reference. Among the vast array of mutant abilities, he felt a sense of joy mixed with trepidation as he meticulously examined the options. He began by selecting abilities derived from animal genes, as they tended to enhance a mutant's physical attributes. Could this mutant generate electricity like an electric eel? Intriguing. What about this flea? Its jumping prowess exceeds that of an ordinary human by several fold. This one resembles a butterfly and can release luminescent powder to confound others. Remarkably, there's one that can reflect damage. Could it be derived from a bear? After thorough contemplation, Russell ultimately selected the 2 most foundational and fitting mutant abilities, strength and spatial awareness. While they may seem unremarkable at first glance, their utility is immense. After all, strength is the cornerstone of all endeavors. Choosing these 2 straightforward abilities, Russell considered not only his own needs, but also those of the entire Brotherhood, especially in light of the imminent conflict. The more elaborate mutant abilities would require significant mastery and could pose risks, like the electric eel's discharge, which might inadvertently harm allies. Strength and awareness, however, are fundamentally basic and readily accessible, allowing for an exquisite synergy. With the sheer brute force of strength and comprehensive awareness, coupled with unparalleled reflexes akin to bullet time and Wolverine's extraordinary healing factor, along with the armor's inherent physical and mental defenses, even a mutant lacking offensive capabilities could easily transform into the nightmare of any adversary on the battlefield. Russell couldn't help but marvel at the prospect. How could one possibly fail? Strike. This time, I shall leave you utterly defeated. Chapter 26. Comprehension. The 6 styles of the Navy. Russell was immensely satisfied with his selection of mutant genes. He commenced the intricate process of crafting genetic modules. He successfully integrated the abilities of 2 distinct mutant variants along with Cohen's extraordinary rapid reflexes into the armor of a lower-tier mutant. At first glance, the armor appeared unaltered. Yet this was hardly surprising. In Russell's design, to prevent the mutant armor from falling into human hands and being transformed into a weapon against mutants, he had meticulously incorporated a recognition authentication system. Only those possessing mutant genes could operate this armor, thus activating it. To an ordinary individual devoid of mutant genes, it was merely a hunk of iron. Russell inhaled deeply, placing his palm against the armor's visage, channeling his mutant ability to complete the initial authentication. Instantly, The armor recorded this interaction, seamlessly merging with Russell's form as if flowing like water. Boom. As the armor enveloped him, an invisible wave emanated. Akin to the hand of a deity, Russell felt the immense potential hidden within him being unleashed, previously akin to a trickling stream, now transformed into a torrential flood. This was the culmination of the genetic amplification technique he had gleaned from the brainwave amplifier, combined with his self-derived X-Gene evolution method for genetic stimulation. The fusion of these two techniques proved to be utterly formidable. Even Russell, who frequently honed his X-Gene through rigorous training, sensed profound changes within him, albeit not as pronounced as those experienced by other mutants. After all, he was an old hand at this. In contrast, the other mutants were experiencing this exhilarating sensation for the first time, their reactions understandably more pronounced. What piqued Russell's interest even further was another remarkable feature. The mutant armor possessed self-regulating capabilities, adapting its form in accordance with the mutant's abilities, enhancing their effectiveness. Take Cohen. For instance, his armor manifested as that of a mantis. Compound eyes afforded him extraordinary visual acuity, while powerful hind legs provided him with superhuman agility and speed. His formidable arms resembled the scythe of death itself. As Russell sensed the gradual transformation of his armor's exterior, he noticed that the changes were rather sluggish, seemingly devoid of an optimal form. After all, his ability was negation, an intangible force. Thus, driven by his thoughts, his armor began to morph, his physique elongated, his head rounded, his arms and legs thickened, and his abdomen brimming with muscularity, visibly robust and exuding a terrifying potential for explosive power. Yet, a peculiar feeling lingered within him, as if something essential was missing. In a flash, he realized. The armor extended backward, soon forming a flowing red cloak that billowed in the wind. If a time traveler were to behold Russell in this armor, they would undoubtedly scream in recognition. Was this not reminiscent of the mech, Digga? How splendid! Had he donned this in his past life, he would have undoubtedly attracted countless admirers. Russell patted his chest with satisfaction. Like an enamored fool, he caressed the layers of his muscular abdomen, overwhelmed by admiration. With a single punch, he could indeed fell a bull. His punch, how striking it was. Just the exterior of this armor filled Russell with immense satisfaction. However, he had underestimated the remarkable capabilities of this creation. Though he had not engaged in the practice of his homeland's cultivation method, he could still sense the surrounding energy surging towards him in a continuous flow. The speed of this influx far surpassed that of his previous sunbathing sessions. Could it be? A glimmer of joy shone in Russell's eyes as he stomped his foot forcefully against the ground, propelling himself skyward like a rocket. Landing atop the highest point of the base building, the very place he had secluded himself to absorb sunlight. He spread his arms wide to capture the sun's rays. Then, effortlessly, he activated his homeland's cultivation technique. As anticipated, the armor acted like a sponge, voraciously absorbing the sunlight that surrounded him, an unceasing stream flowing into Russell's body. He felt his body temperature soar, akin to being engulfed in a furnace, as terrifying waves of heat coursed through him, continuously evaporating wherever he directed his focus. Both muscle and bone underwent qualitative transformations, as if a parched field ravenously consumed the surging energy. With each breath, Russell sensed his physical attributes visibly enhancing, encompassing his internal organs, bone density, and neural responsiveness. He was genuinely evolving into a being beyond humanity. His elation grew. This unexpectedly crafted armor possessed the ability to aid in his cultivation. This signified that before long, he could master his homeland's cultivation method to its zenith, becoming a true superhuman. With every movement, he would wield immense strength. Perhaps then he could venture to extend his practice to the next level. As long as he persevered, he would one day become a genuine Superman. Yet, that seemed a distant prospect. Russell continued to familiarize himself with the armor's functionalities, though he felt a tinge of disappointment at the absence of other astonishing features. However, this was to be expected. Having one remarkable capability was already a significant achievement, especially considering this was merely lower-tier mutant armor. If it were perfect from the outset, what need would there be for further scientific inquiry and invention? Russell endeavored to utilize the genetic module, as he had previously surmised, experiencing a slight pause during the transitions. Although brief, in combat, the process remained fluid. Upon switching to strength, he transformed into a beast, no longer resembling a mere human, but rather an ancient giant, effortlessly lifting boulders weighing dozens of tons. Transitioning to reflexes, he became as agile as a bird, as fluid as a fish, gliding through the air with remarkable ease, effortlessly evading any incoming attacks. He continued to experiment with the switching of mutant abilities, attempting to multitask and simultaneously harness these two powers. In his persistent trials, he felt himself entering a state of clarity, his movements becoming increasingly fluid and peculiar. He unexpectedly activated his mutant ability, negation. Russell defied the principles of physics. As if stepping upon an invisible surface, seemingly liberated from the constraints of gravity, hovering in midair. A realization dawned upon him. Ding! You have mastered the control of the lower-tier mutant armor. You have grasped the pinnacle of reflexes and formidable strength. The wind howls beside you, and the world around you comes to a standstill. You have uncovered the mysteries of your mutant abilities, accomplishing the improbable. You recall the immensely popular anime from your past life, One Piece, and its Marine 6 styles, and you have developed your own armor manipulation technique. Armor manipulation technique. You can achieve a more exquisite mastery over your armor, allowing your steps to strike rapidly in succession, unleashing astonishing speed. You can escape the confines of gravity, traversing the skies with ease, and even attain short-distance flight. Your offensive capabilities become increasingly ferocious, your strength more concentrated, and your explosive power significantly heightened. Skills: shaving, lunar step, finger gun, paper drawing body technique. Comprehension. Chapter 27. The terror of the Navy's 6 styles. The more one trains, the greater the rewards. As Russell engaged in combat while manipulating his armor, his mind was awash with various nuanced techniques, leading to a slight enhancement of his own mutant abilities. He stepped forward a few paces, although there was nothing beneath his feet. It felt as though he were firmly grounded, exhibiting unparalleled stability. This was the application of his newly comprehended mutant ability. He only needed to disregard the reality of the emptiness beneath him. This required far less stamina and mental energy than negating the force of gravity. The energy expenditure enabled him to walk freely in the air and sustain flight indefinitely. Russell could even perform remarkable feats akin to those only achievable by his exceptional brother, such as stepping on his left foot with his right in a spiraling ascent. For him, this was an undeniably practical skill. In addition to this aerial maneuver, Russell discovered another incredibly useful technique for applying his abilities, concentrating his power in his fingertips to negate an opponent's defenses, be it armor or resilient scales. He could channel terrifying offensive power directly into his fingers, delivering it straight into the vulnerable interiors of his adversaries. This is what he termed the finger gun. However, this technique demanded immense energy. The stronger the opponent's defenses, the greater the energy required. Precision was key. If the alignment between his fingers and mutant ability was not exact, he risked failing to strike his opponent or, worse, injuring himself. After refining the martial techniques he had devised, Russell felt an overwhelming urge to continue. He turned his gaze toward the mutant training base, a gathering place for nearly all mutants, where Magneto had established the most advanced training facilities. While it may not have been as sophisticated as the X Academy's virtual combat rooms, it was still remarkably effective. This was largely due to the presence of tech-savvy individuals within the Brotherhood of Mutants. Previously, Magneto had intended for Russell to make a clean getaway with the billions he had laundered, clean, without middlemen, cuts, or tax authorities. A seamless operation. Now, the mutant training base was abuzz with excitement, all thanks to the sensation created by Russell's invention, the armor of mutants. Especially since its availability was still quite scarce. It was primarily allocated to the more powerful mutants, leading to envy among those who went without, watching their peers engage in battles, witnessing their transformative prowess. From a distance, Russell observed 2 colossal figures locked in a fierce training match. One was the mantis, Cohen, and the other, a newly armored mutant, a massive rhino. The source of Russell's power gene module came from this formidable rhino, whose strength was formidable even without the armor's enhancements. Each time the rhino stomped the ground, it resonated with a thunderous echo, as if the earth itself trembled beneath its might. Its gargantuan form swayed like a mountain before you, and its massive paw was larger than a car, exuding an aura of immense weight. No one doubted the lethal force behind that colossal hand. A single strike could cause cataclysmic destruction. Cohen and the rhino were locked in a frenzied confrontation, neither able to gain the upper hand. Cohen, with his remarkable speed and reflexes, swung his arms with a howling wind, yet often failed to land a blow, for the rhino did not flinch. Relying on sheer toughness and ferocity, the impact of their hundreds of tons of force, even with armor, left Cohen feeling helpless. He dared not endure a direct hit, as the follow-up would be the rhino's swift and powerful stomp. Yet, Cohen bounced around with incredible agility, while the rhino demolished countless walls without so much as grazing Cohen's hair. The two were at an impasse, both fiery spirits, neither willing to yield to the other. Their battle heated. It seemed their spirits were high. Russell approached, arms crossed and feet seemingly treading on air, drawing the astonished gazes of the mutants present. They scarcely recognized Russell in his new form. Such a stark contrast. A brawny figure capable of matching the Hulk in an arm wrestling contest. Yet beneath that armor lay merely an 8-year-old child. "You're merely 8 years old." Cohen and the Rhino halted in unison, gazing at the unfamiliar mutant hovering above them. They perceived Russell's readiness for battle. Though his expression and gaze were obscured, they sensed the palpable provocation. Before they could utter a word, they heard him utter a casual challenge. "Why not both of you come at me? Whether it's one or two. It's merely a matter of exchanging a few blows. There's no significant difference." What audacity! This was the first thought that flashed through the minds of Cohen and the Rhino. Not only them, but the mutants gathered at a distance could not contain their astonishment, mouths agape, hands clutching their heads in disbelief. Who was this audacious individual? Cohen was one thing, but daring to challenge the Rhino? That was the Brotherhood's most formidable warrior, second only to Magneto. Only the former Sabretooth, with his notorious healing abilities, could contend with him. Cohen, having received the enhancement of armor, had experienced a qualitative shift in power, his combat prowess formidable in its own right. Challenging one was already a stretch, yet here stood someone bold enough to challenge both? It was sheer madness. However, what transpired next left them even more astounded. The mutant they deemed excessively arrogant possessed a strength that was palpable. Russell descended from the sky, his feet striking the earth, instantly unleashing a flurry of blows. His body propelled like an arrow. Cohen reacted fastest, his body twisting to evade, aware that Russell was targeting him, leaping agilely across the debris. His reflexes were astounding. Yet what terrified him more was Russell, who seemed to glide like a phantom, defying the very laws of gravity, executing a flawless 360-degree maneuver midair. How was this possible? Cohen's eyes widened in shock, round as saucers. No matter how swiftly he dodged, he still had to wait for his body to land on the ground before he could once again leverage that force. Yet, his opponent had no such need. By the time he soared into the sky to evade again, the adversary's fist had already crashed into his abdomen with a terrifying force, sending him hurtling backward with a thunderous impact, creating a deep, human-shaped crater in the ground. Immediately following, he performed a flip in midair, using the void to propel himself once more. The dark red arm, appearing as if it were brimming with muscle, unleashed a fearsome punch that struck the Rhino Man's head with a resounding sonic boom. This was an apex clash of strength, an unadulterated collision devoid of finesse. Amidst the astonished faces of the mutants, their mouths agape in disbelief, they witnessed a scene that defied their comprehension. The Rhino Man swayed precariously before crashing down with a resounding thud. The Rhino Man had lost. How could this be possible? Chapter 28. Wolverine's astonishment. The visual impact was overwhelming. It forever resonated within the depths of the soul, especially considering the stark contrast between Russell, clad in armor, and the Rhino Man's hulking form. No one could have anticipated that Russell would triumph over the Rhino Man. The disparity was akin to a house cat flexing its limbs and then effortlessly toppling an adult elephant before casting a disdainful glance. Such a display was guaranteed to leave these mutants even more astounded. Their minds buzzed with disbelief. The training facility was enveloped in a profound silence, resonating only with the echoes of that earlier cataclysmic clash. All mutants were rendered mute, their gazes fixed upon the extraordinary mutant who exhibited superhuman prowess, their minds racing with speculations about his identity. Russell, in turn, stared blankly at his own fist, astonished by the terrifying strength he had just unleashed. His power was already formidable, and now augmented by the abilities of the armor and the enhancements from his mutant gene, he had effectively gained 2 layers of buffs. This had resulted in an instantaneous release of hundreds of tons of impact force. What an exaggerated statistic. To put it bluntly, he had essentially become a version of Captain America, aside from his inability to emit heat vision and perform the crescent moon strike. He was practically a mirror image of Captain America, now possessing the means to act as he pleased. In that moment, Russell felt an immense sense of relief. On the 56th day since his arrival in the Marvel Universe, and the 11th day since escaping the confines of the base, he had finally acquired sufficient power for self-defense. He could finally exhale with ease. He harbored hopes for the future. After all, this was merely the power of a low-level mutant's armor. Once his strength evolved further, he could aspire to harness the capabilities of a mid-level mutant's armor and attempt to integrate genes of level 4 or higher. The prospect of acquiring numerous level 4 mutant abilities was beyond his wildest imagination. How powerful would he be by then? His heart brimmed with anticipation. Disregarding the astonished gazes of those around him, he strode directly from the training facility to the secluded space where he could continue his training. The progress was tangible. Soon, Mystique returned from her reconnaissance mission at the X-Mansion. Magneto had decided to visit the X-Mansion to borrow something from Professor X, Wolverine. Within these 3 days, Magneto had crafted 8 more suits of mutant armor. This endeavor was no simple feat, as each component required meticulous attention to detail and consumed immense mental energy, a considerable burden for someone of his age. Moreover, Russell needed to infuse the armor with the energy of the X-Gene Cultivation Method, which was crucial for unlocking the evolution of mutant abilities. Thus, it took 3 days to complete just 8 suits. However, this pace was remarkably swift, significantly bolstering the mutant brotherhood with 6 top-tier combatants. Both Magneto and Mystique donned a suit each. Although this low-level mutant armor offered them minimal enhancements, it did provide a degree of physical and mental defense. Additionally, the armor possessed a remarkable advantage. Magneto raised his hand gently, and in an instant, he and his companions soared into the sky like meteors, weaving through the clouds and reveling in the joy of flight. Within a mere 10 minutes, they descended upon the X-Mansion. This time, Wolverine was on guard. Having refrained from drinking alcohol, the last time he had succumbed to fake liquor, he had become inebriated and allowed Mystique and Russell to infiltrate the X-Mansion, leading to a series of significant events involving Magneto and a brainwave amplifier. Consequently, he had vowed to himself to remain vigilant and not let alcohol jeopardize his duties. Therefore, when Magneto and his entourage descended, Wolverine immediately spotted them and activated the alarm. He extended his hand, and sharp adamantium claws sprang forth, gleaming menacingly. A sly grin crept across his face. After his previous embarrassment, he was determined to reclaim his honor by making these intruders experience blood and pain. Did they think Wolverine could be trifled with? Wolverine unsheathed his claws and charged forward, only to quickly regret his decision, wishing he had simply opted to drink the fake liquor and pass out instead. This was due to the sight of a familiar hand gesture, one so recognizable it felt like a nightmare, making his heart race with dread. He recognized his nemesis, Magneto. Indeed, Wolverine found himself utterly powerless as his body was lifted from the ground and slammed back down with tremendous force, skidding face first until he finally halted at the feet of his opponent. He heard Magneto's voice. "Young Russell, behold, this is my gift to you, a Wolverine with incredible self-healing abilities. Known as Logan, do you see? He once possessed instincts akin to a beast, but the comforts of this life have led to his regression, rendering him a mindless brute that can only charge forward. Haha." In response to Magneto's taunts, Logan could not suppress his indignation. "Oh, you think you're so superior, don't you? You dare to present me as a gift? What? Can you slice me up and hand me over?" He lay there, immobilized. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his kidney, as if someone had stabbed him, drawing forth his lifeblood. An impressive ability. Wolverine, Logan, heard a voice he had never encountered before, youthful and innocent sounding. Struggling, he twisted his head away from Magneto's grip and beheld Russell, who was half squatting in front of him. He recognized him instantly. This was the young mutant who had invaded the X-Mansion alongside Mystique. Logan's fury ignited. "You came here once. That was enough. How dare you return? Damn it." He struggled incessantly, yet found himself utterly incapable of breaking free from Magneto's grasp. Confusion enveloped him. How could Magneto have brought anyone to Xavier's school? Hadn't humanity declared war on the Brotherhood of Mutants? What was the purpose of this fiend drawing my blood? Surely, he does not believe that by extracting my blood, he could acquire my mutant abilities? What a ludicrous notion. Logan gazed at Russell, his eyes wide as he witnessed the blood that had been drawn from him drip into Russell's palm, forming an odd pattern upon the surface of his armor. In the blink of an eye, he observed Russell rotating his hand, sharp bone claws springing forth from the back of his hand with a swift flick. Almost instantaneously, those bone claws were enveloped by the armor, transforming into lethal metallic talons. Logan's pupils dilated in shock. Even more astonishing was the sight of Russell retracting the claws. The armor did not immediately cling to him, and Logan beheld the rapid healing of Russell's torn flesh. This retraction of claws, this grotesque level of self-regeneration, was unmistakably, unequivocally his own mutant power. He let out a low, anguished roar. "No, this is impossible." Chapter 29, Overwhelming Domination. Wolverine Logan prided himself on having lived for such a long time. His heart as frigid as that of a butcher who had spent a decade slaughtering fish at a local market. Yet, when he witnessed Russell showcasing his extraordinary self-healing and bone claws, disbelief washed over him. He whispered a fierce protest, This cannot be. It is inconceivable. He had discovered that someone could wield another's mutant abilities. It was nothing short of magical. Logan, it seems Charles has shielded you too well. You have not only lost the instincts of a beast, but have also become as foolish as one. Magneto extended his hand, lifting Logan effortlessly from the ground into his palm. A look of disdain mingled with a hint of pity adorned his face. I once believed you to be the most capable warrior among mutants, yet here you are, reduced to a docile sheep. As he spoke, a brilliant beam of light erupted from the building. Magneto recognized it immediately. It was none other than his old friend Charles's most trusted lieutenant, Cyclops. His eyes could link to other dimensions, using them as conduits to unleash energy from alternate realms, possessing immense destructive power. Not only did Magneto know him, but he was also acquainted with his brother, Havoc. They had long been comrades on the battlefield. As the powerful laser beam approached, Magneto did not flinch, nor did Russell. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the remaining individuals. Those who had accompanied them were the elite of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Their innate abilities were formidable, further enhanced by the mutant armor they donned. Russell was eager to witness the evolution of their mutant powers and their combat prowess. He tilted his head slightly and raised his right hand, signaling an offensive gesture. Instantly, the mutants beside him sprang into action. Rhino, quick to respond, transformed into a massive figure, his formidable bulk standing like a wall before the others. Cyclops' laser, capable of melting steel, struck his form, emitting a fierce, scorching sound. Yet it failed to penetrate, leaving not even a trace. Cyclops was momentarily stunned. Before he could react, a ghostly figure appeared silently before him. The chilling double blades gleamed ominously in the light, instilling a sense of dread. It was Kunis. He had concealed his presence, blending seamlessly with the grass. Moving with blinding speed, yet without raising any alarm, and in a heartbeat, he stood before Cyclops. What expression would a sorcerer wear when confronted by an unexpected assassin? Cyclops' face turned to one of utter dismay as he violently shook his head, attempting to redirect his energy, but it was too late. The icy blades were already hurtling towards his throat, the whistle of the wind rendering his mind blank. Was this the end? Ultimately, the blades did not find their mark. Kunis was abruptly ensnared by an unseen frost, immobilized as if he were an ice sculpture. Cyclops breathed a sigh of relief as the crimson light in his eyes intensified, striking Kunis' body with force, sending him hurtling away. Before Kunis could even touch the ground, the once clear sky darkened ominously. Thunderous clouds clashed, and a colossal bolt of lightning descended from above, delivering its devastating might upon Kunis. His essence lingered, yet it waned dangerously. What a dismal fate. Russell shook his head, acknowledging the X-Men's impressive teamwork when faced with peril. Clearly, they had undergone significant training. However, this was not the sole reason for Kunis' swift downfall. The crux of the matter lay in Kunis' carelessness. As a speedster with exceptional reflexes, he had allowed himself to be frozen by icemen, thereby restricting his mobility. It was akin to a sprint champion sitting down to determine the outcome of a race through a card game. He glanced at the light source, which nodded in response, extending a hand as a silvery radiance enveloped Kunis' form. His visible injuries began to mend, and he promptly rose from the ground, a look of shame upon his face. Clearly, he had recognized his folly. Bowing his head, he vanished once more, lurking in the shadows, awaiting the perfect moment to strike. In this ebb and flow of time, the top-tier combatants from Xavier's Institute had converged, standing firmly opposite Russell and Magneto, their gazes vigilant upon the unfamiliar armored squad. As one of Magneto's former allies, Beast Hank spoke gravely. Eric, what do you intend to do? Humanity has declared war on you. Do you still wish to provoke Xavier's school? I merely came to visit an old friend. Where's Charles? A smile graced Magneto's face, seemingly embodying the demeanor of a casual visitor. I have heard that he has taken in some promising seeds over the years. It would be a shame to keep them at your academy. Why not lend them to me instead? He casually mentioned several names, all of whom Mystique had infiltrated Xavier's Institute to gather information on. Individuals who had achieved remarkable combat results and possessed the most promising mutant abilities. You scoundrel! Beast Hank seethed with rage, likening Magneto's intrusion to that of a brigand seeking to plunder Xavier's school. It was a blatant affront to his authority. He roared, Eric, I believe it is time for you to return to your prison and retire in peace. He wished to end the conversation, transforming into his ferocious beast form, roaring as he charged toward Magneto and his entourage. The X-Men followed closely behind, a mix of nerves and excitement coursing through them. For this was none other than the infamous Magneto, a figure of immense power with a reputation for ruthlessness. Could they possibly remain unperturbed? Yet, there was a palpable thrill coursing through them, for they had long been aware of the fierce confrontations between the X-Men and Magneto. As the two dominant factions of mutants, the Brotherhood of Mutants and the X-Academy had experienced their fair share of conflict, and the battles involving Magneto and the X-Men were numerous. They found themselves within the confines of the simulation combat chamber, facing the formidable boss, Magneto himself. Their collective experience was considerable, albeit with one notable distinction. Magneto bore no health bar. Engage him. At that moment, their excitement rendered them oblivious to Wolverine Logan's anguished, tightly shut eyes and Russell's mocking gaze. The battle was on the verge of erupting, heated and fervent. Energy beams ricocheted chaotically, while the sound of fists striking flesh echoed relentlessly. To the astonished gaze of the younger mutants from the X-Academy, their revered idols, the invincible X-Men team, not only failed to vanquish their adversary, but, in a matter of mere minutes, were effortlessly captured by the enemy. They could scarcely believe their eyes. Lost in a haze of disbelief. How could it be that the formidable Magneto had not even engaged, yet his minions had easily subdued them? This was utterly inconceivable. Chapter 30. The X-Men's Despair. How could this be? The X-Men and Beast Hank had entered the fray brimming with confidence, having faced Magneto's mutant squad before. Previously, during a chaotic international summit, Magneto had made headlines by attacking the Statue of Liberty, nearly decapitating the goddess herself. He had almost succeeded in transforming all the leaders into mutants, a terrifying prospect. It was the X-Men who had halted Magneto, personally delivering him to prison. Back then, Magneto commanded a legion of elite soldiers. Yet now, having been released from incarceration for less than a month, how could he possibly recruit such formidable subordinates? Thus, they were filled with self-assurance. However, once they clashed with Magneto's armored minions, the weight of their fists, the terrifying reflexes, and the sheer intensity of their attacks shattered their confidence, completely schooling them in humility. The situation was one of overwhelming dominance. With incredulity etched on their faces, they found themselves ensnared, grasped by the nape of their necks, and unceremoniously flung before Magneto as if they were mere refuse. They had been captured. Although they bore no restraints to inhibit their mutant abilities, they wisely remained still, for before them loomed the far more terrifying Magneto. They lay there obediently, exchanging glances laden with unspoken questions, each perceiving the doubt reflected in the other's eyes. From whence had Magneto sourced these aberrant subordinates? Had elite-level mutants lost their value? The prowess they possessed was innate, honed through rigorous training. Yet here they were, appearing as commonplace as weeds in Magneto's ranks. Their internal quandaries remained an unsolved mystery. Magneto had no desire to elucidate their confusion. Instead, he casually tossed Wolverine among them before crossing his arms. The ground trembled as thick steel rods came hurtling from afar, weaving through the air above their heads. One after another, they plunged into the earth, swiftly forming an enormous cage that ensnared the X-Men team. Although this confinement was ultimately futile, given their mutant abilities, escaping would have been a trivial task. They dared not attempt it. This prison became a profound humiliation. They felt like monkeys, observed by the Brotherhood of Mutants, by their own students, prompting an overwhelming sense of indignation. Magneto hovered nearby, surveying his handiwork with satisfaction, seemingly delighted. Ah, you two have your day as monkeys. Perhaps you'll perform adequately enough to save me a ticket. Russell, observing from the sidelines, found it hard to suppress his laughter. It dawned on him that Magneto's cunning was not significantly more refined than his brutish demeanor. He had deliberately constructed a cage to imprison the X-Men as a form of retribution for thwarting his plans and relegating him to the status of a spectacle in human prisons. With a disdainful snort, Magneto did not forget his ulterior motive for this encounter. With a mere thought, he propelled himself toward the group of students, while Russell leisurely followed, each step appearing as if he were strolling through the rain, seemingly walking on air despite having no solid ground beneath him. This extraordinary sight instantly captured the attention of all present. How graceful! Even Newton would have marveled at such elegance. The imprisoned Cyclops was in a state of utter frustration, his gaze perplexed as he recognized Russell, the very same individual who had previously infiltrated the X-Academy alongside Mystique. Yet, he distinctly recalled that Russell possessed an exceptionally unique ability, one that could enhance the powers of others. How could he now appear so inexplicably odd? Unable to contain his curiosity, Cyclops turned to Beast Hank, a seasoned scholar with extensive knowledge, hoping for some insight. Yet, Hank too was confounded. He pondered deeply, unable to grasp how Russell's ability to elevate others' powers could manifest in such a manner, enabling him to seemingly walk in midair. Hank was also troubled by another pressing matter. Gazing at the formidable armored figures encircling them, his expression soured with discontent. How vexing. From where had Magneto unearthed such powerful beings, possessing remarkable agility and formidable abilities? Had Magneto stumbled upon an extraordinary stroke of luck? Hank's frustration was palpable. After all, he and Charles had established the X Academy, renowned for its groundbreaking research on mutants and the development of their abilities. They had amassed the largest student body during Magneto's incarceration and the Brotherhood's disbandment, utilizing a brainwave amplifier to enroll nearly every mutant child available. The institution boasted thousands of students. Yet, the only ones possessing true combat capability were the X-Men and their reserve members, a mere handful of individuals. This underscores the monumental challenge of assembling a cadre of potent mutant allies. Yet, astonishingly, Magneto had achieved just that. This left the astute Hank utterly baffled until Wolverine Logan's revelation shattered the silence, leaving the entire X-Men team in shock. It's that mutant kid. I overheard their conversation. It's a new type of mutant weapon he has developed. I witnessed it firsthand. He extracted my blood and infused it into that armor's palm, instantly granting him my abilities. I saw it with my own eyes. My healing factor and my bone claws. These armors were all crafted by him, each possessing identical abilities, formidable strength, terrifying reflexes, and the capacity for evolved mutant powers. This implies that the long-lived Wolverine is far from being inept. Moreover, he has not indulged in counterfeit liquor today, and his intellect remains intact. Coupled with the fact that he recently overheard Russell's conversation with Wolverine and Mystique, along with what he had just witnessed, he arrived at a conclusion so startling that it sent shivers down his spine. This young lad has already mastered the technique of replicating the mutant abilities of others, and can even bestow such abilities upon others. This revelation struck like a thunderclap, leaving Hank and the entire X-Men team in a state of shock. The capacity to replicate others' powers and to impart those abilities to others is nothing short of terrifying. They finally grasped the reality of their fear, their eyes fixated on Russell, who floated mid-air, their minds engulfed in profound astonishment. This young prodigy is merely 8 years old. 8 years old. His future, good heavens. Chapter 31, Enlightenment. Observation hockey. Astonishment. Incredulity. These sentiments permeated the minds of Hank and the X-Men team. Their initial reaction was disbelief. Yet, Hank fell into silence, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Russell's figure. He sighed deeply. Charles, this time, I was mistaken. It was he who first discovered the paper Russell sent to the X Academy, making him the foremost individual to recognize Russell's extraordinary talent. As a fellow genius endowed with a superintelligent brain, Hank understood all too well how vital a sharp mind is for a prodigy. However, at that time, he underestimated Russell, believing him too young. Thus, when Charles proposed to negotiate with Magneto alongside the X-Men, Hank expressed his dissent, as he did not feel that Russell warranted such risky endeavors to rescue him from Magneto's grasp. Reflecting on his past decision, Hank felt a profound regret, lamenting that had he been more resolute back then, snatching Russell from Magneto would have been entirely feasible. After all, at that moment, Magneto had just emerged from prison, accompanied only by Mystique, and lacked his mental shielding helmet. It was the perfect opportunity. If everyone had mobilized, they could certainly have rescued Russell. Yet he did not. Hank surveyed the array of cold armors surrounding him, and the thought of their formidable combat capabilities, augmented by their suits, only fueled his frustration. He could not help but pound the ground in despair, exclaiming, I am foolish, truly foolish. How could I have been so naive? He had not merely allowed the release of armors capable of amplifying mutant powers, he had also unwittingly liberated a super genius. He was filled with regret. At this moment, Russell remained blissfully unaware of the intense remorse his existence had induced in others. He was engrossed in Magneto's impassioned speech. Magneto, utilizing his personal charisma, captivated the young, yet to mature mutants with words that were rife with allure. With his illustrious achievements and status as one of the most renowned and powerful mutants, he radiated an almost blinding aura. For a group of children, Magneto was undeniably charismatic. Not only them, even Russell, listening nearby, felt a surge of excitement, a yearning to immediately align himself with Magneto. Oh, he already was. He cast a glance at the mutants, recognizing many familiar faces, including several with exceptionally strong abilities. For instance, Sunspot, capable of transforming into a magma-like form that emanated intense flames, had effortlessly defeated several Sentinels in the alternate future, showcasing remarkable combat prowess. Then there was Domino, a mutant of bug-level caliber, who could manipulate the luck within her line of sight, turning improbable events into certainties and vice versa. Her powers mirrored Russell's in many ways. He could negate unwanted outcomes within a certain range, such as damage or attacks, while Domino altered the probability of events occurring within a set vicinity, an equally formidable capability with a promising future, especially since probability is such an enigmatic concept. Russell earmarked her as a top recruit, recalling her unfortunate fate when Strike's forces breached the X Academy, leading to her capture and subsequent enlistment in their weaponized squad, effectively becoming a tool of war. Besides Sunspot and Domino, Russell also spotted Firestar, whose abilities, while flawed in that he could not create flames but could only manipulate them, still made him a formidable opponent. His limitations were no obstacle for Russell. A simple gene module capable of generating flames could be integrated into his battle armor, elevating him to at least a peak level 3 mutant. He also noticed the enigmatic Rogue, capable of absorbing others' mutant abilities, lurking amidst the crowd. Her potential for development was exceedingly promising. Russell perceived the evolutionary path of her mutant genes. With sufficient energy for evolution, she could easily surpass Mystique. While Mystique required simulation and a profound understanding of the abilities she sought to mimic, she would forever remain an imitator, unable to surpass her subjects. In contrast, Rogue could forcibly seize others' mutant powers. If her abilities evolved, she could become an omnipotent entity, a future counter to the Sentinels, if only she and team met an untimely demise in the future. Her abilities underdeveloped and insufficient to combat the Sentinels and secure a brighter future for mutants. As Russell contemplated these matters, he suddenly sensed a tremendous energy surging toward them. One he recognized well, particularly volatile. It belonged to none other than the Phoenix, the true boss of the X Academy, Jean. Someone formidable was approaching. No, two individuals. One above, one below. Russell had previously witnessed Mystique using a cerebral amplifier to locate Magneto, and his extraordinary perception had allowed him to grasp the mutant detection technique. He could effortlessly identify any mutant in proximity. As long as they possessed mutant genes, they could not conceal themselves from him. Jean was an exception, however. Although not a mutant, her energy was far too conspicuous. Russell discerned another presence nearby, a little mouse. Magneto had also noticed it. To be precise, he had seen it. The ground trembled as countless objects within the academy soared through the air, stones, statues, trees, vehicles, and a myriad of other items. These elements intertwined like a sinuous dragon, hurtling toward Magneto and his companions. "Leave this to me. You handle that one." Magneto, exuding confidence, extended his palm towards the heavens, and with a firm grasp, the colossal dragon that circled above disintegrated in an instant, transforming its shape and hurtling towards Jean. He was not the king of iron, but the master of magnetism. The suppressed Jean posed no challenge to him. Meanwhile, Russell cast his gaze downward, his figure darting like lightning as he forcefully stomped his foot against the ground. With a resounding boom, the earth trembled, and a deep crater was formed where he landed, the terrifying force radiating downward. Yet, he found nothing beneath. He sensed it. The mutant concealed underground seemed to have foreseen his movements and altered its trajectory in advance. Surprise flickered in Russell's eyes. He continued to stomp down with ferocity. Empty again. Another stomp. Still empty. One more stomp. Still nothing. A realization dawned upon Russell. He remained rooted in place. He had enlightened himself. You have posed a significant and terrifying threat to Shadowcat. In a life-and-death scenario, Shadowcat unleashed her formidable mutant abilities. Her body became atomic, and her consciousness traversed the future, foreseeing imminent events, continuously altering her path to evade attacks. You sensed the opponent's actions, contemplating their behavior, your extraordinary intuition leading you to enlightenment. You have named this ability, Observation Hockey, foreseeing the future. Chapter 32, The Silenced Shadowcat. Shadowcat, Kitty, is a mutant endowed with a bug-level ability. Although her powers are merely at level 3 and lack substantial combat prowess, her potential is undeniably formidable. She can atomize her body, traverse any obstacle, disregard any physical assault, and even allow her consciousness to journey through time. In a future dominated by Sentinels, she transmitted Wolverine's consciousness to the past, enabling him to alter history and save the future timeline. However, her classification as a level 3 mutant stems from a flaw in her abilities, preventing her from reaching her full potential. While she can traverse underground for extended periods in an atomic state, she remains bound by physiological needs. In other words, she requires oxygen. Determined to infiltrate the encircled mutant brotherhood undetected and rescue the beleaguered X-Men team, she aimed to do so silently, as they were merely injured and not shackled by any restrictions on their powers. As long as they escaped a certain radius, they could regain their fighting capabilities. rather than being trapped in a cage, continuously exposed to the mutant brotherhood's attacks, where any movement would be met with overwhelming firepower. Her plan was sound, and she executed it with utmost stealth. No one noticed her silent burrowing. Just as success seemed imminent, Russell struck. With each footfall, the earth shook, the surging force colliding with Shadowcat at the very moment she sought to inhale, forcing her to change direction underground. Russell's attacks perpetually pursued her. The acute lack of oxygen, compounded by the terrifying assaults, sent Shadowcat's heartbeat racing. Her mind blanked, and her eyes glimpsed a myriad of fragmented images that helped her evade yet another attack from Russell. She sensed that now was the moment to surface for air. It would be safe. Following the visions in her mind, she revealed her head at a specific location, greedily gasping for air. However, an alarming occurrence unfolded. A hand appeared, and she felt as if she had collided with a barrier, obediently offering her neck into another's grasp. Ugh! Shadowcat felt the immense strength gripping her throat. The sensation of suffocation and pain compelled her to shake her head violently. In a flash, she activated her ability, attempting to atomize her body and escape the grip. Yet, it was futile. To her horror, she discovered her body was unresponsive. She seemed to have lost her powers, reverting to an ordinary human. With a sudden exertion, the hand effortlessly lifted her from the depths below. The captor was none other than Russell. His eyes glowed with a faint white light, a manifestation of his newly acquired foresight ability through Shadowcat's actions. With casual ease, he utilized this power, achieving remarkable results. Russell, in high spirits, glanced at Shadowcat and couldn't resist teasing her. "Little kitty, don't be so mischievous next time." He then swung his arm, casting her into the prison fashioned by Magneto. Before Shadowcat could react, she saw Russell point at her, and a beam of light shot from his finger, wrapping around her neck, forming a dreadful halo. In a state of terror, Shadowcat touched her neck, only to find she could not grasp the halo, as if it were a mere projection of an invisible ornament. Confusion enveloped her, but in the next moment, her fear escalated to its zenith. Shadowcat realized the nature of this ring's power, and she screamed in panic, her hands instinctively clutching her head, shaking it frantically. "Impossible. What is this ability? No. You've restricted my powers?" Within the confines of the cage, the X-Men team's expressions shifted instantaneously. Disbelief washed over them as they stared at Shadowcat, their minds racing, feeling almost numb from the overwhelming revelations. Today had been a barrage of shocks. First, Magneto's assault on the X Academy. Then, Wolverine's effortless capture, followed by the frightening surge in the mutant brotherhood's strength. And finally, the realization of Russell's super-genius intellect. Each revelation was staggering enough to leave them in awe for days. The notion of a mutant capable of restraining others' abilities was astonishing, yet they had grown accustomed to the shocks, feeling as though nothing could truly astonish them anymore. Thus, an awkward scene unfolded within the cage. Shadowcat shared her terrifying news with her comrades. There existed a mutant who could limit the abilities of others, a dreadful existence indeed. Frightened, she screamed, hoping for a reaction from her companions. Yet, to her disbelief, whether it was Wolverine, Hank McCoy, or any of the X-Men, they wore expressions of dawning realization and continued to sit expressionless on the ground, as if they had grown used to such occurrences. What? Shadowcat was bewildered by their response. She waved her hands in exasperation. "Aren't you afraid? He can restrict my powers, and he can limit yours too." Doubts crept into her mind about whether her companions had sustained some form of brain damage from their adversary. Their mutant abilities were akin to the painstakingly cultivated game accounts, only to encounter someone who could capriciously ban them. Even if just temporarily, it would undoubtedly disrupt the balance of their existence. "Why is there no reaction at all?" Beast Hank pointed at Russell and calmly remarked, "He is a super genius, possessing a mind even more formidable than mine." Shadowcat, laser eyes. He possesses terrifying mutant abilities that can enhance anyone's powers. It was with his assistance that Mystique managed to masquerade as the professor, even deceiving Jean. Shadowcat, Colossus. "Oh, by the way, have you noticed those metallic contraptions nearby? They were invented by this fellow. Once donned, these armors render their wearers exceedingly formidable. I can hardly bear the thought of their fists pounding against my head. It's truly painful. Their strikes are too hard." Shadowcat, Wolverine Logan. "Let me share another unfortunate tidbit. That guy is a complete pervert. It seems he has developed a technique to replicate the powers of other mutants. I witnessed him extract a vial of my blood and subsequently gain my healing factor and bone claws." Shadowcat, Storm. "While I cannot articulate all the terrifying aspects of that little fellow, I do know one thing. Magneto is also clad in this armor, and Mystique stands behind, watching us without intervening." Shadowcat, Iceman. I believe you should be concerned about another issue. They appear to have installed mental shielding devices. Otherwise, wouldn't you have noticed that the professor has yet to make an appearance? Shadowcat felt her head buzzing, unable to fathom the implications of such powers coalescing within a single individual. She was momentarily stunned. Why are we even bothering to fight with someone so monstrous? We might as well surrender outright. In response to her sardonic remark, Beast Hank, Wolverine Logan, and the X-Men team exchanged glances and, in unison, retorted, "What do you think we are doing?" Shadowcat, Chapter 33 Professor X. Delicious. A pervert. A monstrous behemoth. Something not even human. Russell, seated outside the cage, listened to the nicknames they bestowed upon him, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Although their voices were hushed, for Russell, now an entity beyond humanity, their subtle whispers felt akin to loud shouts in his ears. Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of pride. After all, these descriptors were flattering, albeit not in the most appealing manner. He cleared his throat, drawing the attention of those within. Stay put and refrain from overthinking. Soon, the big boss will make an appearance, and we mere minnows should watch discreetly from the sidelines. As he spoke, Russell extended his palm, a pale light emanating from it, spreading along the steel bars of the cage constructed by Magneto, instantly transforming it into a silvery hue. What is this? The imprisoned Beast Hank, Wolverine, and the X-Men gazed in bewilderment, soon grasping the reality. What happened to our mutant abilities? Beast Hank's fur receded, restoring his original appearance, complete with glasses, now looking quite refined. Wolverine extended his right hand, and adamantium burst forth before retracting, his skin visibly healing. However, compared to his previous healing capabilities, it was evidently slower. Wolverine pondered, our mutant abilities haven't vanished. Rather, they have been suppressed. Is this the result of your powers? Wolverine Logan curiously regarded Russell. This is our second encounter, isn't it? Though I'm unaware of your name, your face seems familiar. Could you enlighten us about your mutant ability? Is it customary to probe for information in such a manner? Russell rolled his eyes. Sitting cross-legged outside the cage, he explained, this is my mutant ability. After days of cultivating the X-Gene training method, my powers have evolved once more, allowing me to create collars that can imprison anyone's abilities. I can also form a cage, within which all mutant powers are diminished, because I shall not permit it. As his mutant powers advanced, not only were all mutant abilities prohibited, but even various superpowers and forms of harm were rendered impermissible. Everything would be subject to his veto. In his vicinity, divine intervention was forbidden. Russell utilized his ability to restrict Shadowcat, simultaneously weakening them to prevent any disruptions later on. When faced with Logan's inquiry, he thoughtfully considered and offered a rather reasonable explanation. My mutant ability is that I possess an exceptionally intelligent mind. He was not engaging in false modesty. The original owner possessed the same mutant ability, which led to his capture and subsequent experimentation, resulting in a tragic fate. Upon his transmigration, he relied not on the development of abilities, but rather on his extraordinary intellect, the cleverness of his mind. Hence, his mutant ability is his intelligent brain. However, it was evident that such claims were met with skepticism. They merely rolled their eyes and chuckled derisively before settling into silence, focusing on the battle between Magneto and Jean. Nevertheless, deep down, they had already concluded the outcome of the confrontation. Jean could never triumph over Magneto, at least not the Jean who had yet to unleash her full potential. Indeed, Magneto effortlessly manipulated an endless torrent of metal as if it were rain, directing it towards Jean. He was merely toying with her. Initially, Jean had launched the first attack, but now her struggle grew increasingly arduous as she employed telekinesis to defend against the relentless barrage of metallic projectiles. Becoming more and more fatigued, daunted at the prospect of losing focus, the disparity between them was monumental. It was akin to the difference between a child and an adult. Magneto's words dripped with temptation. Child, you are a true-born warrior. Observe and feel the power hidden within you, the formidable strength, that is the true you. He recalled Apocalypse and the terrifying Phoenix. The sheer magnitude of her unleashed power was utterly horrifying, capable of cataclysmic destruction. Charles is confining you. You should possess a brighter future. You ought to become our god among mutants, a deity in this world. His gaze was filled with anticipation and yearning, even surpassing that of Russell, for Jean was unlike any other mutant. She was a true level 5 mutant. She did not need to develop her powers. She merely needed to release them. While others spent their lives striving to harness their abilities and unlock their potential, continuously training to become stronger, Jean had spent her life attempting to control and suppress her powers, striving to prevent herself from losing control. Her power was simply too immense. Magneto employed mere words of persuasion, refraining from unleashing overwhelming force against Jean, for he understood her potential for devastation. He was simply bored, engaging in a mock battle with her. He awaited the arrival of one individual, the professor. Before long, Magneto retracted his hand, crossing his arms over his chest, a hint of triumph gleaming in his eyes as he regarded Professor X, who was gliding towards him in a wheelchair from within the building. With a flourish, he spread his arms wide to reveal the current predicament, showcasing the captured individuals. Charles, you have utterly disappointed me. Is this what you call an academy capable of safeguarding mutants? Pathetic. Simply pathetic. All I see are individuals more docile than sheep, devoid of any spirit, lacking in resistance. A sense of resignation flickered in Professor X's gaze as he surveyed the imprisoned individuals, a fleeting expression of astonishment crossing his face. He felt a profound sense of helplessness. Magneto, at his advanced age, could easily be a grandfather, yet here he was, behaving childishly, flaunting his superiority. He was astonished that Magneto had achieved such a decisive victory. Let us converse. What is it that you desire? Professor X acquiesced. The X-Men team had been completely annihilated. Jean was left to fend for herself, and the remaining mutant students were incapable of putting up any resistance. The individuals accompanying Magneto were equipped with psychic shielding devices, rendering Professor X unable to control them. He felt an overwhelming weariness wash over him. Had he merely taken a nap, only to awaken to find his Grand Academy besieged? For the first time, Professor X sensed the frailty of the Academy's fighting force. He had scarcely any capable lieutenants left at his disposal. He chose to yield, to negotiate terms with Magneto. As Russell had observed, these two had been embroiled in a love-hate relationship for decades. No matter how great the advantage one gained, neither would ever truly seek to destroy the other. They both held a moral compass, recognizing each other as mutants. They fought for their beliefs, not to annihilate one another. Humanity has declared war on the Brotherhood of Mutants. I require the assistance of Xavier's Academy to aid the Brotherhood. Professor X shook his head vehemently. Absolutely not. I will not drag these children into a conflict. Magneto ignored his protestations, continuing to voice his demands. Someone has attempted to assassinate the president, and they've pinned the blame on me, yet I am not the mastermind behind it. I need your help to uncover the true culprit. I want him dead. No one can manipulate Magneto. That is even less feasible. Professor X adamantly rejected. I cannot violate my principles by prying into the secrets of others' hearts. I need you to threaten those politicians and the president. After the Brotherhood confronts the military, regardless of the outcome, I need them to withdraw their forces immediately. I require your psychic intimidation. Magneto was no fool. He understood that with over 100 mutants in the Brotherhood, it was an arduous task to contend against the million-strong tide of humanity. No matter how formidable mutant abilities were, they had their limits and required rest. Thus, he opted to unleash the true weapon of the mutants, a force capable of annihilating all ordinary humans, Professor X, at a nuclear deterrent level. Professor X nearly shook his head off in denial. He was unwilling to pry into the secrets of others, let alone wield the lives of hundreds of thousands, even millions. To threaten politicians. Such actions were utterly inconsistent with his character. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I, Charles, would rather die than acquiesce to your demands or engage in such deeds. I shall offer you a set of mutant armor, a recent innovation by that little genius of ours. It amplifies a mutant's powers. Donning this armor allows one to access the abilities of other mutants. You recognize the significance of this, especially given the complete decimation of your X-Men team. Professor X fell silent, hesitation creeping in. In truth, the three conditions you just mentioned are negotiable. He recalled his earlier words, a flush of embarrassment creeping onto his face. Yet he also mused, this is quite tempting. Chapter 34, Beast, the wisdom of mortals. The irresistible allure of temptation. This is a rule-level ability, applicable across all realms and worlds. Professor X was not exempt from this principle. Initially, he had adamantly declared he would never compromise his principles, yet in an instant, he found himself wavering. This was undoubtedly a slap in his own face. Many students, witnessing such a stark contrast in Professor X, were left dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances, questioning whether this was truly the professor they had known. Mystique. It must be Mystique in disguise. At that moment, even Mystique herself began to doubt, self-consciously touching her face, pinching herself to confirm the reality of the situation. Oh no, this bald man is genuine. It's not an illusion. With a skeptical gaze, Mystique continued to scrutinize Professor X, observing him engaged in amiable discourse with Magneto, discussing matters of cooperation. This surreal sight only deepened her sense of disbelief. After decades of being adversaries, they were truly standing together, genuinely negotiating a partnership. "Oh my God!" Mystique exclaimed, rubbing her temples in disbelief, drawing closer to Russell. Her tone exaggerated. "Oh, dear little Russell, did you see that? The bushy-browed Charles has changed. He has turned bad. My heavens, my God!" Her sarcasm, laced with a distinctly Western flair, prompted Russell to roll his eyes in response, retorting with mockery. "Have you become so accustomed to your good fortune these past few days that you've forgotten the might of low-tier mutant armor?" Mystique may have genuinely forgotten. Her mutant abilities had once been quite feeble, merely allowing her to mimic the appearance of others, her combat prowess reliant solely on stealth. If someone was on guard, facing off in a direct confrontation, even one-on-one or two-on-one, she could manage, but if the opponent resorted to unsporting tactics, employing American martial arts, Mystique would be left to kneel in tears. After all, their essay saying, American martial arts are swift beyond 7 steps and precise within 7 steps. However, since Russell had guided the evolution of her mutant genes, Mystique had undergone a remarkable transformation. While not yet the pinnacle of mutant prowess, she had certainly transcended the ranks of low-tier mutants. The enhancement provided by low-tier mutant armor was no longer as pronounced for her. She felt it less acutely. But for Professor X, the armor was extraordinarily potent. Any ordinary mutant, once adorned with this armor, could effortlessly defeat a seasoned X-Men team that had undergone over a decade of training. Such audacity and power is unparalleled. How many low-tier mutants does Xavier's Academy harbor? How many mutants possess flawed abilities? Thousands. Almost all of them. Should there be hope for these young mutants to undergo a transformative rebirth and seize control of their destinies, Professor X would undoubtedly yield. Even if Magneto commanded him to sacrifice himself, Professor X would nod in agreement. To ordinary humans, his thoughts and actions might seem fantastical. But who could forget that he was Professor X? A man endowed with formidable psychic abilities, yet never one to engage in malevolence. He was truly an imposing figure. If one held the power to kill at will, to hypnotize anyone, to alter anyone's consciousness, what manner of individual would they become? Is it to indulge in one's whims, allowing the demon of indulgence to descend upon the world? Or is it to embody perfection, serving as the guardian of justice and peace? Perhaps it is to rise as the beacon of illumination above all beings? Russell held a deep admiration for Professor X. However, he believed that he was far more likely to become Magneto. Thus, he chose the path of Magneto. In response to Russell's retort, Mystique shrugged her shoulders. She merely reacted instinctively to the sight of her former friend in this state, having once shared a bond with him. After all, she was a true practitioner of combat, fully aware of the utility of this armor for mutants. If every mutant possessed such armor, how could they possibly be relegated to the lowest echelons of society? How could they ever face discrimination? How could they find themselves reduced to laboratory specimens, mere guinea pigs for experimentation? It all boiled down to a single phrase: the wealthy rely on technology, while the poor depend on mutation. Yet, how many have successfully mutated? The majority of mutants remain nameless and obscure. Nevertheless, a twinge of reluctance lingered in her heart. She understood the armor's significance, but to relinquish it so easily to Charles was disheartening. She turned to Russell, exclaiming, "This is your invention. It is our Brotherhood's trump card. If we hand it over to them, with Hank's intellect, they will swiftly replicate this armor." She was well acquainted with Hank, having once shared a somewhat ambiguous relationship. She knew just how brilliant he was. 2 or 3 decades ago, in an era when technology was still in its infancy and genetic engineering was rudimentary, Beast Hank had managed to create his own genetic serum to suppress his mutant genes, restoring his appearance as an ordinary human. He had even invented a cerebral amplifier, which perfectly augmented Professor X's psychic abilities, alongside the X-Men's supersonic jet and various other advanced technologies and lucrative enterprises. All of these accomplishments bore Hank's indelible mark. He could be deemed one of the world's foremost geniuses. Mystique's intentions were clear. She exhibited a touch of selfishness, unwilling to part with the low-tier mutant armor, even if it were but a single piece. Although the opposing side currently possessed only one formidable fighter, it was highly likely that under Beast Hank's scrutiny, his astute mind would, with time, be able to replicate it, even if only to a degree of 80 or 50%. Given the vast number of mutant students at Charles's Academy, a mere spit could drown the Brotherhood. After all, they were merely dealing with low-tier mutant armor. Their most potent combatant, Magneto, had not gained any enhancement. His power had not undergone a qualitative leap. In contrast to other users who experienced explosive increases in strength, he remained stagnant. Mystique was entirely considering the situation from the Brotherhood's perspective, which was both rational and justifiable. However, within the confines of his cage, Beast Hank was far from pleased. As a scientist, he had long harbored an insatiable desire for the flawless mutant armor, nearly salivating at the thought. He could scarcely fathom how Russell managed to amplify the abilities of all mutants. How did he achieve the replication of others' powers? How did he flawlessly integrate various mutant abilities without conflicts? How did he enable others to utilize the powers of their peers? To outsiders, it appeared simple, akin to the straightforward nature of 1 + 1 = 2. Yet, to Hank, the disparity was akin to understanding why 1 + 1 = 2. Forget it. There was no way to explain this to someone of Mystique's ordinary intellect. Hank scoffed dismissively at Mystique, exclaiming, "Ah, the folly of mortal wisdom." Yet, he swiftly turned to Russell, donning a somewhat ingratiating smile. "Professor Russell, I seek your guidance on this stark contrast." Mystique was taken aback. "Hank, how have you turned out like Charles?" Chapter 35, Enlightenment. The New Mutant Armor. At this moment, Professor X found himself devoid of options. The X-Men had been utterly defeated. And in the absence of his psychic powers, what alternative did he have but to acquiesce to Magneto? How else could he oppose him? Would he leap from his wheelchair to strike at Magneto's knee? That would indeed be quite the blow, enough to leave Magneto and his ilk in fits of laughter. Thus, the atmosphere, previously charged with tension and fervor, settled into tranquility at the X Academy, restoring peace. The assembly split into two factions. On one side, Professor X engaged Magneto in discussions regarding various collaborative ventures, how to share intelligence, how to investigate the shadowy puppeteers behind the scenes, how to counter humanity's advances, and secure greater benefits for mutants. No one was more suited for this role than Professor X. His psychic abilities could envelop vast regions, and with the aid of the cerebral amplifier, he could nearly cover the globe. He could discern the movements of any individual. In wartime, he was an omniscient eye, a divine observer. He also possessed formidable battlefield control capabilities, as any terrifying weapon employed by humans required human operatives, a scenario that Professor X could entirely dominate. No one could escape his mental control, unless they were wealthy enough to equip everyone with helmets that shielded against psychic powers. If that were the case, Professor X would concede defeat. But could anyone guarantee that every human would don such helmets? Could they assure that all animals would be equipped as well? Humanity was acutely aware of Professor X's terrifying prowess. Hence, they tacitly accepted the existence of the X Academy. They chose to target the softer fruit, and unfortunately, that soft fruit was Magneto. Even though Magneto wielded fearsome abilities, he was not invincible. He too would grow weary, and his concentration would falter, leading to inevitable failure. Therefore, even if Magneto held the upper hand, he would have to pay the price of a mutant armor to secure Professor X's support, with the X Academy merely serving as a supplementary asset to Professor X. On the other side, Beast Hank endeavored to ingratiate himself with Russell. Akin to a long-starved admirer encountering a muscular Adonis, his heart a flurry of anticipation, desperately seeking Russell's attention. He yearned to uncover the secrets behind Russell's extraordinary creation, the groundbreaking technological marvel that would determine the fate of mutants, the low-tier mutant armor. He had initially worried that Russell, like Mystique, would be reluctant to share his insights. Hank understood this reluctance. After all, he himself was loath to share the fruits of his labor. Yet he was filled with desire. Much like coveting another's spouse, he was acutely aware of the impropriety, but could not resist the temptation. To Hank's delight, he was met with. Russell exhibited remarkable generosity, engaging in a dialogue that spanned a vast array of topics. His profound insights within the realm of knowledge and his exceptionally innovative ideas captivated Hank, who could not contain his excitement, thumping his thigh and exclaiming, "Genius! You are a true genius." Hank was nearly moved to tears, feeling the weight of his solitary journey as a researcher of the X-Gene, a path that diverged sharply from mainstream science. In a field where few dared to tread, he often found himself isolated, questioning his own convictions and the validity of his pursuits, wondering why success seemed perpetually elusive. However, now he glimpsed the light. He saw Russell, a figure leading the way, illuminating a broad avenue ahead. Hank's heart swelled with emotion. He realized he was not alone in his quest, that his years of dedication were not in vain. The more he acknowledged this, the deeper his regret grew. He longed to travel back in time, to confront his past self with a resounding rebuke, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? A talent like this slipped through your fingers. How could you let that happen?" His current sentiment was akin to discovering a mere $2 on the ground, dismissing it as insignificant, unwilling to bend down to retrieve it. only to witness a friend pick it up and purchase a lottery ticket, resulting in a life-altering jackpot. "Oh, my ancestors! Could you not have sent me a dream to warn me?" he lamented. Tears welled up as he yearned to cry, to unleash his pent-up frustration. Hank adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of resolve igniting in his eyes. "I concede, you are indeed formidable," he said. "Yet, if the X-Gene is a worthy avenue of exploration, integrating genetic modules into battle armor sidesteps the complexities of human anatomy, a flawless concept. But have you considered this? Genetic modules are inherently intricate structures. The more powerful the mutant ability, the more complex and refined the genetic architecture. To incorporate more advanced mutant abilities into armor is nearly an insurmountable task due to the engineering challenges involved. However, what if you could create an alternate dimension or establish a conduit to another realm? Much like the abilities of spatial travelers, who utilize alternate dimensions for spatial jumps, or the likes of Cyclops, who can open portals to such realms. Mastering this technology would grant us access to an alternate space, housing vast genetic modules and storing immense energy. If we could position an output port on the mutant's armor and provide the correct wave input for energy coupling, we could open a gateway to this alternate dimension, selecting from an extensive repository of mutant genes. This would enable the mutant armor to harness superior abilities. And with the continuous energy supply from the alternate dimension, the wearer would enjoy enhanced endurance in battle. At that point, any mutant donning such armor could effortlessly surpass even the likes of Eric and Charles, wielding the abilities of all mutants, with significantly reduced costs for using these powers, allowing for simultaneous application of multiple abilities: energy absorption, enhanced physique, spatial leaps, rapid regeneration, energy shields, superhuman reflexes, immense strength, magnetic manipulation, energy impacts, mind control, and extraordinary stamina. Hank's eyes sparkled with fervor as he became entranced by the vision he had conjured. Such a prodigious individual would truly be the god of mutants, the god among men. He had spoken fervently, leaving Russell utterly astonished, speechless for an extended period. This realization filled Hank with a sense of secret triumph. He was grateful for the erudite acquaintance he had made online a few days prior, albeit one with a sharp tongue, who had, in jest, discussed the future of mutant abilities when Hank had mentioned the X-Gene. It had sounded like a fanciful tale, yet the art of persuasion had proven exhilarating. "Do you see?" Hank thought, reveling in his success. Even a genius like Russell had been mesmerized by his words, lost in the intricacies of his argument. He contemplated reaching out to that sharp-witted individual again later that evening, recognizing that while their tongue was sharp, their insights were undeniably persuasive. However, unbeknownst to him, Russell had an epiphany. Chapter 36, Beast Hank, Show Off. "I'm utterly impressed. What is the most exhilarating pursuit for the protagonist? Undoubtedly, it is the art of verbal sparring. With nothing more than his words, he could confound and bewilder his interlocutor to the point of existential doubt. This thrill was undeniably potent, especially as Hank observed Russell's astonished expression, his own pride swelling. Yet, soon he sensed a disquieting shift in the atmosphere. Russell stood there, seemingly lost in contemplation, his gaze deepening as if envisioning something profound. Suddenly, he lifted his head, his voice brimming with excitement. "I've got it. I understand." "What do you mean you understand?" Hank asked, bewildered. In rapid succession, Russell began to articulate a series of familiar, yet unfamiliar terms, igniting a sense of déjà vu in Hank. He listened intently, his astonishment growing as he realized that Russell's words mirrored those of the sharp-tongued acquaintance he had encountered online. How could this be? That individual had merely been spouting nonsense regarding alternate dimensional storage technology. No leading scientific team was conducting in-depth research in this area. Alternate dimensions remained an enigma, let alone the development of a technology for storage within them. Watching the animated and exuberant Russell, beads of cold sweat trickled down Hank's forehead. A sense of foreboding gripped him. Could it be? There's a principle known as Murphy's Law: what you least want to happen often does. And indeed, Russell had recently experienced a surge of inspiration, creating an epic-defining low-level mutant armor capable of enhancing mutant abilities and allowing the wearer to utilize the powers of others. The underlying technical principle involved the replication of mutant genetic modules into the armor through a few drops of blood, enabling the armor to manifest corresponding genetic modules for other mutants to activate their abilities. This is akin to the notion that whether you are an automobile, an aircraft, or a train, one merely needs to modify the fuel tank, and they can all utilize the same type of fuel. However, the armor of low-tier mutants possesses a significant flaw. The genetic modules are exceedingly intricate. Both memory and presentation necessitate time and precise calculations. The more formidable the mutant ability, the more elaborate the structure of the genetic module, rendering the armor increasingly challenging to manifest. Russell felt utterly at a loss. He could install batteries to power various electrical devices, yet he could not fit a large battery into a smaller device. The sizes do not correspond. The depths are also mismatched. It simply cannot be accommodated. At that moment, the words of Beast Hank struck Russell like a cosmic explosion in his mind, igniting an endless stream of inspiration. He comprehended. You have absorbed Beast Hank's analysis of genetic modules and advanced mutant abilities, and you resonate deeply with his insights. You have grasped the shortcomings of low-tier mutant armor. You have listened to Beast Hank's solution, and you recalled the instant when Cyclops opened a dimensional portal. Your understanding is extraordinary. You have mastered the technology of dimensional manipulation. You have heard Hank's vision for the future of mutant armor, which requires the creation of a sufficiently expansive alternate space to record all constructed genetic modules, as long as the frequency aligns. One can utilize more complex genetic modules at a lower cost, thereby harnessing more powerful mutant abilities. You reminisce about the divine body technology within the cosmic realm. Your understanding is profound, and you have conceived a more perfect armor technology than low-tier mutant armor, which you name divine body armor. Divine body armor, an armor capable of accommodating higher-tier mutant genes, enabling the wearer to wield more potent mutant abilities or even multiple formidable powers simultaneously, immense strength, unparalleled speed, invincible mind, and extraordinary self-healing. Such a mutant, embodying the fusion of all powers, shall undoubtedly ascend to divinity. An armor that empowers mutants to become gods is none other than divine body armor. The potential is boundless, an absolute masterpiece destined for divinity. Russell's complexion instantly brightened. He had never anticipated that his extraordinary insight would yield such a transcendent piece of armor. The divine body armor. He could even envision how he would forge this armor, effortlessly wielding every mutant's ability, capable of freezing oceans, planets, and even time, manipulating the rotation of celestial bodies with a mere thought. His strength is limitless. His speed transcends time. His soul power is vast beyond measure. His lifespan matches that of the universe, though somewhat exaggerated, such as its immense potency. The source of mutant genes originates from the most powerful race in the cosmos, the Celestials. When the divine body armor reaches its pinnacle of development, Russell could even extinguish the juvenile Celestial hidden within the Earth, seizing their celestial genes for himself, thereby becoming a Celestial. Yet, it is exceedingly challenging. He quietly contemplated the myriad technologies pertaining to the divine body armor within his mind. He had fully grasped its essence, yet he remained powerless. This is solely because the divine armor requires an overwhelming amount of complex technology. It is akin to being transported back to ancient times. Even if his mind were filled with the manufacturing techniques of the iPhone 18, he would still be unable to create it. His gaze fell upon Magneto, but he could only shake his head in resignation. The divine body armor involves dimensional elements. Even a level 10 technician like Magneto would falter. In response to Russell's lamentation, Beast Hank exhaled in relief, thinking Russell had finally recognized the difficulty at hand. He consoled him, stating that dimensional space technology is extremely challenging. You are still young, with ample time to study in the future. Rest assured, with persistent effort, when you reach my age, you too will possess a unique understanding of dimensional technology and may catch up to me. Russell, however, seemed unfazed by Hank's words. He rubbed his forehead, muttering, "Isn't it a bit odd to be the Erlang god in another world?" Beast Hank looked bemused, asking, "What are you talking about?" "Oh, I was just pondering where to position the portal to the dimensional realm. It feels somewhat peculiar to place it in the eyes. I think the forehead would be more fitting." Beast Hank chuckled. He couldn't help but remark, "You're thinking far too ahead. It will be many years before you can even begin to research opening a dimensional space. It's akin to worrying about whether you'll drive a Maserati or a Bugatti to work when you just started your job, because only in the future will you understand that the Audi A6 is your ceiling. To ponder this now is nothing but a dream." As Beast Hank contemplated, he suddenly witnessed a fissure open on Russell's forehead, resembling an eye, from which a fierce beam of fiery light erupted, scorching the ground into a bottomless, dark pit. The sight startled him profoundly. "Goodness!" Beast Hank gasped, his mouth agape in shock, unable to regain his composure. "Show off. Can you not flaunt it?" Chapter 37 Tony, Telecommunications Fraud. The blazing radiance was nothing short of meteoric. For no matter the circumstance, such a dazzling beam is destined to capture the attention of all, especially the laser emanating from Russell's mind, though seemingly diminutive, wielded an extraordinarily potent destructive force, as if it were the essence of a concentrated power. He did not direct it at anyone. Rather, it surged downwards. The intense heat combined with the formidable shockwave instantly marred Mother Earth. Above the surface lay an unfathomable pit. Its depth defied visual measurement. Even those nearby began to speculate whether the Earth had been penetrated by Russell's blast. This terrifying energy fluctuation and impact abruptly captured the attention of Professor X and Magneto, who instinctively turned to investigate, fearing an imminent threat or invasion. Upon realizing that it was the result of Russell's actions, they exchanged knowing glances and returned to their previous discussion, as if nothing had transpired. They had grown accustomed to such occurrences. However, the others could not remain unfazed, particularly Beast Hank, who gazed at Russell in bewilderment and then turned to Cyclops, inquiring, "Did he secretly copy your genes?" It was well known among those present that Russell possessed the ability to replicate the mutant powers of others. Yet Cyclops, searching high and low, even nearly disrobing to inspect himself, found no injuries. He resolutely shook his head. Beast Hank was even more perplexed, although he had formed a conclusion in his mind. He deemed it utterly absurd. Could someone truly possess such an extraordinary intellect? Merely contemplating could unravel technology that others might take centuries to decipher? This was dimensional space technology. Even the seemingly simple act of opening and closing a dimensional rift is, in fact, a monumental feat that transcends the ages. The Beast, Hank, pondered for a moment before conjuring up an answer that, while still absurd, was at least somewhat more plausible. "Scott, let me pose a question. Could it be that your mother erred in some way? Or perhaps your father strayed?" "Oh, I don't mean to insult you." Observing the dangerous glint in Cyclops' eyes, he opted for a more tactful approach. "Is it possible that you have failed to exercise control over your lower impulses?" Cyclops replied, "As for my lower impulses, I cannot say, but I can assure you that my temper is quite formidable, truly formidable." Russell, however, paid little heed to their banter and focused intently on the alternate space he had just opened. An inspiration gleaned from Cyclops himself. This was the essence of the divine body armor, the most crucial technology. It could create a dimensional rift to store energy within and unleash it in an explosive surge when needed, generating intense and terrifying heat rays. The wielder could manipulate this dimensional switch at will, while Cyclops' inability to do so stemmed from childhood trauma, his own limitations. This mechanism served as a hidden reserve of energy. The larger the rift created, the greater the stored energy, and consequently, the more devastating the eruption of power. This was the fundamental combat technique of the divine body armor, annihilating all adversaries with a sudden surge of energy, capable of effortlessly cleaving through planets at peak capacity. Yet, Russell sighed in frustration. The energy required to forge such a rift was exorbitant. Despite the solar energy he had accumulated through his homeland's training methods, he had only managed to create a minuscule alternate dimension. Just moments ago, he had completely expended the energy he had gathered. Terrifying, indeed, but utterly fleeting. Russell even envisioned a potential nickname for himself. Whenever he ventured outside, people would point and exclaim, "Look, there goes the infamous 3-second Ray Man, truly impressive, shooting so swiftly." "Well, I'm from Changsha, do you understand what I mean?" he mused, contemplating how to rapidly expand the dimensional space he had created. Relying solely on himself would not suffice. The solar energy he absorbed through his homeland's practices rendered his body a voracious energy consumer, necessitating a vast amount of energy to enhance his physical form, leaving little surplus for emitting heat rays. He was akin to Li Yunlong, unable to afford a lavish conflict. Russell was brainstorming solutions, but after much contemplation, he found himself at an impasse, his frustration mounting. Meanwhile, Professor X and Magneto, after prolonged negotiations, finally solidified their collaborative agreement. To celebrate the successful partnership, Professor X decided to treat them to dinner. Man is but iron, and food is steel. A day without sustenance leads to disarray. Professor X, true to his reputation as a generous landowner and estate proprietor, provided an extravagant feast. Russell dined with great delight, having expended considerable mental energy that day, thus necessitating ample nourishment, a quintessential Chinese restorative approach. The taste of lamb kidneys was exquisite, the oysters were absolutely delightful, the quail was splendid, and the lamb was robust. Russell felt thoroughly rejuvenated. After replenishing his energy, he followed Hank into his personal laboratory. As part of their collaborative endeavor, the low-level mutant armor was the object of their exchange. Hank was determined not to let Russell, a super genius, slip through his fingers. He was eager to extract every ounce of knowledge from him. Russell, casually guiding Hank, remained preoccupied with thoughts of expanding the dimensional space. Yet, inspiration eluded him. While deep in contemplation, he caught sight of Hank, and a sudden spark ignited within him. The evolutionary version of the low-level mutant armor was inspired by Hank himself. Faced with a creative block, he decided to inquire if Hank had any insights to share. Hank, taken aback, stammered that he had merely suggested it offhand and truly knew nothing. However, upon meeting Russell's hopeful gaze, he gritted his teeth, resolved to maintain his facade. Let me ponder this. I shall provide an answer by tomorrow. Wow, you're remarkable. I find myself utterly devoid of inspiration, Russell expressed, genuinely impressed. After all, he possessed extraordinary advantages, while Hank relied solely on his intellect. An impressive feat indeed. The more Russell praised him, the more Hank felt a pang of insecurity. He waited for a while, and as night deepened, Russell yawned and retired to bed. Hank promptly opened his computer and navigated to a mysterious website, www.com, filled with intriguing videos of all varieties, Asian, Western, Japanese, both risque and not, all serving as educational materials. However, he did not watch. Instead, he reached out to his sole confidant, a tech savant known as Playboy. What's up? Playboy replied almost instantly. Don't disturb my studies. Hank inwardly cursed. Damn it, it's midnight, and you're still awake. You overachiever. Regarding that dimensional technology you mentioned last time, I suspect you were merely boasting. Playboy retorted, haha, I never engage with the ordinary. Haha, I've already developed this technology. Don't believe me? Just watch. Hank secretly copied a small segment of the document Russell had just composed, just enough to capture the essence of the technology, and sent it to Playboy. Are you challenging me, Insect? Playboy responded. Interesting, let me take a closer look. Insect, I admit you have piqued my interest. And then, just like that, Playboy logged off. Hank was left bewildered. Where did he go? Meanwhile, in a lavish mansion, Tony found himself spiraling into frustration, frantically running his hands through his hair, utterly maddened. This is absurd. How can this individual be so brilliant? How could he devise such incredible technology? This defies the laws of science. Fraud. This is telecommunications fraud. Chapter 38. The Return of the Dragon King. Hank continued to wait patiently for the mysterious individual known as Playboy to log back in, akin to a student anticipating the results of a crucial final exam. To his dismay, however, that individual left behind a message of silence and never returned online. Hank glanced at the time. It was now 2 a.m. He consoled himself with the thought that the videos on that site were of exceptional quality, each one deserving of repeated viewing, and that prolonged watching could be a significant drain on both mind and body. The other had likely been studying for so long, and, with the hour so late, had probably gone to rest and recharge. Beast Hank, a mutant, possesses a physique akin to that of a beast, rendering him no longer a typical human. Thus, even at the ungodly hour of 3 a.m, he feels neither fatigue nor drowsiness. Rather, he is brimming with vitality. At his age, he enjoys considerable admiration from mature women. Upon discovering the materials left behind by Russell regarding interdimensional technology, Beast Hank is acutely aware of his own intellectual deficiencies and ignorance. Consequently, he resolves to delve into his studies in solitude during the dead of night by engaging with a video tutorial. The video, featuring a Nobel Prize-winning physicist from Cambridge, offers 16 analyses and descriptions of the concept of space. Hank's spirits soar. This is undoubtedly the secret manuscript of a master. While it may not elevate him to the pinnacle of expertise overnight, it will certainly illuminate his understanding, sparing him the frustration of grappling with incomprehensible texts. It is now 3 o'clock. The video spans 4 hours. By merely adjusting the playback speed to 1.5 times, he can complete his studies before little Russell awakens. Moreover, he can still manage a brief slumber. He plans to sleep from 6 until 7. Even the devil would commend such vitality. Hank immerses himself in the joy of learning. Yet, unexpectedly, he is jolted from his reverie by a cacophony of noise. Infuriated, he removes his spectacles, his previously refined visage now tinged with ferocity. In an instant, fueled by a surge of emotion, his form begins to swell, enveloped in a coat of azure fur, transforming him into a formidable beast. Without hesitation, Hank leaps from the window of his laboratory on the 5th floor, acutely aware of the perilous height. But does it matter? I have become a beast. Isn't it entirely reasonable? He crashes to the ground with a resounding thud, the impact sending a jolt of pain through his paws, causing a slight tremor at the corners of his mouth. Though his hide is tough and his flesh resilient, he is not impervious to pain. He quickly identifies the source of the ruckus. Just as he prepares to unleash a roar to vent his frustration at being disturbed during the late hours of study, the sound catches in his throat, refusing to escape. Ultimately swallowed back down, he is rendered speechless by the astonishing scene before him. Hovering above are numerous helicopters, their vibrant crimson hues stark against the night sky. On the playground below, a battalion of men clad in black suits and sunglasses stands vigilantly, their fierce demeanor unmistakable. Yet, truth be told, wearing sunglasses at such an hour is rather futile. One might miss the identity of an assailant right before them. Regardless, the imposing display is enough to leave anyone, including Hank, in a state of awe. Before he can fully comprehend the situation, the helicopters adjust their positions, their bright searchlights converging on a stationary aircraft. Under the concentrated beams, a flamboyantly dressed man, also donning sunglasses, descends from the helicopter. He strides forth as if descending from the heavens, bathed in an aura of brilliance. Approaching Beast Hank. The luminosity surrounding this figure is almost blinding, his presence exuding an air of grandeur. Does this herald the return of a Dragon King? Hank blinks in the dazzling light, soon hearing the individual's inquiry. You are the Beast Hank among mutants, are you not? I know of you. I infiltrated the government's systems and discovered your profile. Your ability allows you to transform into a beast, granting you a physique and intellect that surpass ordinary humans, albeit only marginally. Your beastly form paired with a genius intellect would undoubtedly captivate a circus, he continues, his words laced with acerbity yet oddly familiar to Hank. If the wisdom of an average individual is akin to a walnut kernel, then you are merely a double walnut kernel. With such limited intellect, you cannot even begin to fathom concepts of interdimensional technology that remain beyond your reach. Bring forth the true genius behind this. I must concede that the notions presented are exceptionally advanced and align perfectly with my interests. I have invested in this project. I have procured it from Tony Stark. At that moment, realization dawns upon Beast Hank. Through the blinding lights, he finally discerns the visage of the man before him and recognizes his identity. The prodigal son of Stark Industries, the notorious playboy. A scion of immense wealth born into a fortune of hundreds of billions of dollars, Tony Stark. Hank is taken aback, astonished that the sharp-tongued individual who has dominated various technical forums under the moniker of Playboy is, in fact, this seemingly frivolous millionaire, often perceived as lacking ambition and merely indulging in a life of excess. Yet, Hank steels himself. What if he is a wealthy heir? What if he possesses a superior intellect? This is X Academy. I am well aware of your affluence. But are you not cognizant that your president has declared war on mutants? You are intruding upon X Academy, and your life is now in my hands. Your information is outdated, Tony retorts with a dismissive chuckle, gesturing to his bodyguard, Happy, who presents a contract. Mr. Stark has contacted the presidential office overnight, employing his financial influence to persuade the president to rescind the declaration of war against mutants and even promise them a designated living space and autonomy. What? Hank is momentarily flabbergasted. His arm trembles as he accepts the contract that mutants have yearned for over the years, yet have never attained. This flimsy piece of paper represents the sacrifice of countless mutants' blood and lives. Hank is at a loss for words, utterly astonished. He is experiencing the formidable allure and power of wealth, truly the most potent ability of all. Where's the genius behind this? Tony grows impatient. Do you have any idea how precious my time is at night? Countless lovely ladies are eager to share the evening with me. Do not squander my time. Good heavens. You are wasting my very life. His irritation is palpable, yet Hank finds him oddly endearing, smiling broadly. No worries. I believe Russell would be very eager to discuss the development of interdimensional technology with you. That little fellow is still asleep, as he is quite young, just turned 8. The age of deep sleep and growth. 8. Tony seized the collar of the beast, Hank, and roared, I spent $5 billion. $5 billion. There are people lining up from the United States to France wanting this money. And you dare tell me he's 8 years old? Damn it. Chapter 39, Whitebeard. You are Whitebeard. If anyone had previously told Tony that an 8-year-old child had devised technology capable of opening dimensions, he would have scoffed in disbelief. Yet, upon meeting Russell and engaging in casual conversation, he swiftly retracted his nonchalant demeanor. He was haughty towards people, but profoundly serious when it came to knowledge. For knowledge, much like mathematics, is absolute. One either possesses it, or one does not. A genius is a genius, and a fool is a fool. With just a few words and slight insights, Russell managed to make Tony's expression turn grave, nodding repeatedly, no longer daring to underestimate him. Not only did he refrain from underestimating him, but Tony also felt an odd sensation upon seeing Russell articulate his thoughts. It was as if he were gazing at a younger version of himself. At 6 or 7, he could assemble a circuit board on his own. By his teenage years, he was already attending MIT. The weapons he designed effortlessly garnered military contracts worth billions. He was immensely confident and undeniably arrogant. However, This arrogance had yet to reach its zenith, for at this moment, Tony had not yet undergone his transformation into Iron Man. Nor had he crafted the myriad of Mark suits or invented the quantum machine capable of traversing parallel universes. He was, at this moment, reflecting, expressing his heartfelt admiration. You truly are a super genius, an extraordinary genius. You're nearly catching up to me. Tony, somewhat obstinate, crossed his arms defiantly and proclaimed, I specialize in weaponry. I Heaven-T specifically studied this alternate space. Although I concede that you know a tad more than I do, just give me a few days, and I will undoubtedly surpass you. Russell recognized the truth in Tony's words. After all, compared to his own extraordinary abilities, Tony seemed to be the one truly gifted. In that cave, he had single-handedly constructed a small arc reactor that transcended time. He had gone on dates, gotten drunk, and casually penned the chemical formula for researching a catastrophic virus. He had delved into artificial intelligence with JARVIS, creating Ultron and the sentient being Vision. In one night, he became an astronomer. In another, he completed a quantum suit, pinpointing parallel universes. In yet another, he crafted the Infinity Gauntlet, flawlessly merging the power of 6 Infinity Stones with Earth's technology. He had accomplished countless miracles, yet it was a tragic irony. With a mortal frame, he stood shoulder to shoulder with deities, a legendary figure, yet squandered much of his talent and inspiration on women or at the gambling tables of Las Vegas. Russell, who was inherently benevolent, could hardly bear to witness another's descent into the indulgences of beauty, wine, and pleasure. He resolved to rouse Tony from his stupor. With feigned curiosity, he tilted his head and asked, Oh, you also study weaponry? Of course. Tony, eager to reclaim his pride, was blissfully unaware that his nightmare was approaching. His eyes gleamed with pride as he declared, I'm currently conceptualizing a new type of missile, requiring but a tiny component, utterly impossible to intercept, which will erupt into a sky of fireworks. With a single boom, a mountain will be reduced to rubble. This was his vision for the Jericho missile, an innovative concept with technology that was light years ahead. Even the United States, with its military prowess at the pinnacle of global strength, would spend billions to acquire Tony's Jericho missile upon witnessing such a groundbreaking technology. Cluster bombs, a necessity for great powers. Russell nodded, acknowledging that cluster bombs represented a terrifying evolution in human weaponry. However, he was aware of the dangers of crossing paths with the extraordinary. He deliberately blinked, pretending to be oblivious. You are quite remarkable for developing such a weapon of mass destruction. I, on the other hand, am rather dim-witted, only able to devise such rudimentary armor. Tony, initially pleased by the praise, soon found his smile vanishing as he watched Russell extend his hand. The armor stationed in the corner soared towards him, enveloping Russell's body like flowing water. In an instant, he appeared towering and formidable, his eyes glowing with a fierce red light. The previously gentle tone transformed into a robust and commanding voice. This is my rudimentary armor, designed specifically to enhance mutant abilities. Not only does it amplify a mutant's strength, but it can also harness the powers of other mutants. Tony's eyelids fluttered with realization. Although he had yet to encounter a mutant, it did not imply ignorance of their existence or the nature of their abilities. Even if he were unaware, JARVIS would always be there to inform him. After all, Tony was never one to adhere to the rules. Before arriving, he had hacked into government websites, copying all information concerning mutant academies. He understood clearly what it meant for mutant armor to utilize the abilities of others. Tony's smile shifted, now radiating towards Russell, who appeared genuinely pleased. My rudimentary mutant armor can only offer basic assistance, such as strength, albeit just a smidgen. Tony's anticipation surged, secretly contemplating. If it's merely rudimentary armor, perhaps it is indeed quite basic. His eyes sparkled with hope. It can only provide a foundation of over 20 tons of strength. Huh! Tony exclaimed. This armor feels cumbersome and limits mobility. Suddenly, a light flickered in Tony's mind. Yes, such a heavy armor lacks flight capabilities. It's bound to be an easy target. It would be slower than a sports car, truly agonizingly slow. I'd be better off running myself. Huh. However, the armor's drawbacks are glaring. Oh, what a fatal flaw. Tony was once again filled with anticipation. Indeed, flaws are normal. It cannot be so perfect. I've incorporated a healing function into this armor, but it can only heal the wearer, granting the user extraordinary regenerative capabilities. So long as there is a breath of life, they shall endure. Yet, the drawbacks are immense. It cannot heal others, leaving teammates to perish right before one's eyes. A truly catastrophic design flaw. Mr. Rich and Mighty, what troubles you? Is your heart condition acting up? Do you require medication? Tony rolled his eyes, having been so deeply disheartened that he felt inclined to remain silent. He even began to question whether he truly was a genius. Were the accolades he had received merely the empty boasts of others? Were they all merely playing a role in his life? Gazing at Russell, whose eyes sparkled with a hint of smugness, Tony realized that besting this peculiar individual intellectually would prove exceedingly challenging. Thus, he opted for an alternative approach. He patted Russell on the shoulder and, with fervent eyes, declared, "Ah, clever little one, come. Be my son. I shall bequeath to you all my wealth, my assets worth hundreds of billions." Russell, old man, have you been reincarnated? Chapter 40, The Puppet Master Osborn. I regarded you as a brother, and yet you wish to be my father? Is this some grand doubling of offers? Russell intended to reject with fortitude, but found himself at a loss for words, for the offer was simply too grand. What does hundreds of billions signify? To speak frankly, it is wealth that rivals nations, especially in capitalist America, where money reigns supreme. Moreover, this vast fortune belonged to an arms conglomerate, significantly elevating its intrinsic value. Just as Professor X and Magneto, despite their wealth and ability to acquire vast sums, could not leverage their riches to contact the president and rescind a war order, for the president is not the ultimate authority in America. The capitalists are. Thus, Tony could effortlessly accomplish what Magneto and Professor X could not. With a mere wave of his hand, he could purchase a territory, establishing it as a sovereign nation for mutants. Such is the power of money. Such is the madness of capitalists. Russell found himself somewhat tempted. After all, we are speaking of several hundred billion, a sum so vast it could scarcely be exhausted in a lifetime. He felt his resolve wavering. Just as Russell hesitated, the luminous aura surrounding Tony dissipated, and the crimson helicopters hovering overhead wobbled, losing control. All the searchlights suddenly illuminated the sky, converging to herald the arrival of a king. Magneto descended, arms outstretched, against the backdrop of the star-studded night, basking in the glow of the lights. This entrance was indeed magnificent. Tony, visibly displeased by Magneto's ostentatious arrival, thought the elderly gentleman should stay home and rest. This was the era for the youth. Magneto, descending from above, surveyed Tony with a knowing gaze, clearly recognizing his identity. A smirk curling his lips. I heard this playboy wishes to adopt young Russell. What new antics are you up to? His tone dripped with mockery. Surely you haven't exhausted yourself on the whims of women? You are mistaken. I, Tony Stark, am the boldest man in the world, unfazed by the world's foremost terrorist. Tony taunted, you, with your advanced age, may be costly. To absolve your transgressions, I spent nearly $2 billion. I did not beg you. I am well aware you cannot afford it. You are merely a pauper. Huh. Hand over Russell, old man, and you can enjoy your twilight years in peace. Free to do as you please, even establish your own mutant nation. Tony pointed at Russell, unabashedly asserting, only I can provide him with the brightest future. Magneto was amused by Tony's unfounded confidence. What can you offer young Russell? I possess wealth. I can provide. Is it not merely about money? I, Magneto, known as the Master of Metal, can easily amass riches. My wealth is meaningful. I can grant this young lad a clean slate, enabling him to live as a normal person, to enjoy a perfect childhood, rather than following in your footsteps of violence and peril. Tony's eyes sparkled with conviction. I will undoubtedly be a splendid father. Individuals of your limited intellect cannot comprehend this. This boy, Russell, is a child of destiny, born to be humanity's savior. He should not be confined to the realm of mutants. But he is a mutant. Magneto extended his palm, a small metal sphere spinning rapidly in his grasp, emitting a piercing shriek. Only mutants understand one another. He would thrive among them. Magneto chose not to engage further with Tony, knowing that debating with such a silver-tongued individual would be futile. This was his vulnerability. Hence, Magneto opted for the method he excelled at, directly threatening with force. While I admire your intellect, Tony, it does not elevate your importance. Let me impart a truth. In this world, the strong wield influence. My fist is mighty. I can take your life whenever I choose, rendering your words utterly inconsequential. He adhered to the law of the jungle, where truth resides in brute force. Yet Tony stood undaunted, nearly laughing aloud. What do you consider strength? Believing that brute force equates to power? Please. We live in a modern society, a society governed by law. He provocatively extended his neck toward Magneto, his eyes sparkling with defiance. Come on, kill me. I may lack in many respects, but I am wealthy. If I do not survive this day, the world shall know that billionaire Tony Stark has left all his fortunes here. Whoever brings your head will inherit my assets worth hundreds of billions. With a challenging glint in his eye, he continued, is that amount sufficient to procure your life, Magneto? Do you think your mutant brethren can withstand such a temptation? Magneto's head throbbed. The small metal sphere danced around him, but could not reach Tony's neck. Just as Tony had stated, this was a world governed by capital. Should Tony choose to place a bounty for Magneto's head, it would not take a day for unscrupulous politicians, greedy capitalists, and corrupt bankers to unite, sending legions to restore peace, deploying nuclear weapons over Magneto's head. Do not underestimate the depths of human depravity. Their hearts are exceedingly dark. For the sake of profit, they would cast aside everything. Magneto furrowed his brow. Tony, dismissing him, continued to gaze fervently at Russell. What had merely been a jest moments ago transformed into a serious proposition. Would he consider becoming a shareholder of Stark Industries? I could offer you 5% of the shares, currently valued at a staggering $22.5 billion. Furthermore, I could provide you with a piece of information that piques your interest, free of charge. Years ago, upon awakening your mutant abilities, your parents sold you to a mysterious organization, turning you into their human subject for experimentation. Although that facility was obliterated during your escape by Magneto, he certainly failed to uncover one crucial detail. Casting a provocative glance at Magneto, Tony continued, that facility was not a military installation, but rather a private human experimentation site, orchestrated by a corporation that directed all mutant-related experiments. Would you like to know who your true enemy is? Russell, who had initially appeared indifferent, suddenly felt his eyes blaze with rage. The memories of that facility were fraught with torment. Abandoned by his parents, he had witnessed countless mutants suffer through ghastly experiments. At the tender age of 7 or 8, an age meant for joy, he had languished in a dark cage, witnessing despair. After his traversal into this realm, he too had been imprisoned like an animal for over 40 days, enveloped in darkness and terror, his heart suffused with an insatiable hunger for vengeance. Previously powerless, he had now gained strength, and with Magneto's total annihilation of that base, Russell believed it was over, attributing the blame to the military. Little did he know, it was a private facility. His eyes reddened, his voice thick with emotion, he conceded to Tony's terms. Now tell me, who owns that private base? Norman Osborn. I understand now. Russell's demeanor transformed into one of chilling composure, his gaze imbued with an unsettling intensity, dominated by a singular thought. Revenge. Revenge. Chapter 41. The rise of Stryker. In recent years, the Osborn Group had been on a downward spiral due to poor decision-making. Their stock prices plummeted, and the lack of investor confidence bred internal discord. The once stalwart director, Norman Osborn, found himself under immense pressure. As a biological corporation, they had long engaged in various human experimentation endeavors, yet the complexity of human biology necessitated substantial investment to yield any tangible results. The worlds of medicine and biology are inseparable. The development cost of a new drug often begins in the hundreds of millions, and in unfortunate circumstances, can escalate to billions, with no guarantee of success. At this juncture, the Osborn Group found itself in dire straits. They had garnered military favor through biopharmaceuticals, securing a multitude of contracts that transformed them from a modest enterprise into a publicly traded powerhouse, a darling among investors. Yet, such companies dread relying on past successes without new research breakthroughs, for this foretells potential obsolescence. Norman had expended hundreds of millions on numerous experimental projects, yet luck seemed to elude him. He had assembled a cadre of incompetent researchers, none of whom had achieved any success. He might as well have hired me, Tony quipped, his tone laced with sarcasm. While he himself was affluent, the thought of spending hundreds of millions to employ inept individuals who produced nothing was ludicrous. In his view, if hundreds of millions yielded no results, it indicated the researcher's incompetence. He would rather roll up his sleeves and conduct the research himself, much like his own Stark Industries, which had hired numerous personnel to develop weaponry, only to find a scant few garnering military approval. Thus, Tony took matters into his own hands. Orders flowed in abundantly. Annual arms sales reached into the hundreds of billions, with profits soaring to 90%. He firmly believed that one could not blame the uneven path for human shortcomings. Beyond the inept researchers, Norman Osborn, the owner of the Osborn Group, was equally foolish. After enduring stagnation in experimental progress, Norman stumbled upon the existence of mutants, captivated by their extraordinary genetic talents. This revelation prompted him to initiate a new scheme, dubbed the Night Stalker Project. The so-called Night Stalkers involved colluding with various gangs and law enforcement, as well as orphanages, to keep a vigilant eye on the existence of mutants, particularly the children, who were deemed prime targets due to their latent mutant genes and limited combat capabilities. Through myriad methods, they sought out mutants, delivering them to a pre-established private facility for experimentation, extracting their unique genetic material in pursuit of developing a serum that could endow ordinary soldiers with extraordinary abilities, akin to the super soldier that was Captain America. The investment required for such a project was minimal. The establishment of an experimental facility, along with equipment and a team of researchers and security personnel, amounted to a mere few tens of millions of dollars. When juxtaposed with experimental projects costing hundreds of millions, this was a paltry sum. It represented a low-investment, high-reward scenario. The only drawback was its utter lack of ethics. However, for capitalists, this hardly constituted a flaw. After all, lost money could be recouped. But a lost conscience could yield even greater profits. This was how Tony, while instructing Jarvis to investigate Russell's background, inadvertently uncovered the existence of this private facility, tracing the roots back to the Osborn Group and Norman Osborn's Night Stalker project. The facility had been operational for quite some time, and Russell was among its unfortunate victims. Listening intently, Magneto could not help but feel a surge of relief, had it not been for Mystique's unexpected discovery of that facility, which led to Russell's rescue. He would likely have perished there, and the fate of mutants would have remained unchanged. Thank goodness, thank goodness. He placed a reassuring hand on Russell's shoulder, comforting him. My child, there is no need to fear any longer. It is all in the past. Norman Osborn will be dealt with. My previous oversight allowed him to evade justice. But I shall take matters into my own hands. He shall not see the dawn of another day. Though perhaps not a politician of merit, Magneto was undoubtedly a warrior of formidable prowess, a killer of unparalleled skill. Few could withstand his assassination attempts. Indeed, he could stroll brazenly before you, weapon in hand, and eliminate you in plain sight, while you stood powerless, devoid of any desire to resist, for Magneto wielded not a mere sword, but a bridge of monumental proportions. It was not merely a matter of obstruction. Those who witnessed it would likely be paralyzed with fear. With Magneto in pursuit, Norman Osborn was as good as dead. Yet, Russell declined the offer. His gaze remained as frigid as ever, yet reason still lingered within him. The matter of vengeance was one I must undertake personally. The architect behind the assassination of the president had yet to be apprehended, and he would undoubtedly be unwilling to accept the president's retraction of the war against mutants. That individual would certainly seek an opportunity. He could very well launch an offensive against mutants in a remarkably short span of time. As the leader of the mutants, you must not vacate your position. Allow me to take the reins. Russell had long since prepared himself for a confrontation with humanity. He shared Magneto's conviction that true peace is forged through conflict. Only by engaging in a proper battle with humanity could they come to understand the formidable nature of mutants. Only then would they relent. Thus, he exerted every effort to create the low-level mutant armor and even acquiesced to Magneto's collaboration with Professor X, all in pursuit of enhancing the survival and victory rates of the mutants. However, what Russell did not anticipate was Tony's sudden intervention, which abruptly resolved the misunderstanding between mutants and humans with startling simplicity. Humanity had abandoned its offensive against mutants, yet SHIELD would not relent. Based on his understanding of fury, Russell knew that the man would never give up. After all, the assassination of the president was a plan he had orchestrated for quite some time. He would undoubtedly conceal the presidential orders and initiate an assault on mutants following the pronouncement. This was not mere speculation, it was foresight. Russell's eyes shimmered with a luminous glow, and fleeting images flickered within, scenes filled with relentless gunfire and the figure of Magneto. As he employed the foresight he had gleaned from Phantom Cat to glimpse a fleeting future. Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, merely 4 hours hence, before the sun has risen and while all are in slumber, a well-equipped squadron would assault our base, the stronghold of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Magneto appeared taken aback, discovering that Russell possessed the ability to foresee the future. This revelation only endeared him further. Rest assured in your quest for vengeance, I shall handle matters here. As long as I am present, no human force shall approach our Brotherhood of Mutants. Magneto declared with an air of cold detachment and unwavering confidence. Anyone who dares to tread there shall become naught but buried bones. Chapter 42. The Bloody Deity of the Mortal Realm. Russell and Magneto resolved to act separately. Magneto would safeguard the Brotherhood of Mutants, preventing any potential theft of their stronghold, while Russell took to Tony's aircraft, en route to the Osborn Group, seeking vengeance against Norman Osborn. In truth, he deftly maneuvered his armor in midair, executing swift moonwalks. He could even learn from the Hulk. With a sudden squat, leveraging his extraordinary spring-like agility, he leapt hundreds of meters, racing towards the city. However, Russell chose to be pragmatic. Why run when there was a helicopter available? That would be sheer folly. He was not a Hulk unable to fit into an elevator. His physique was rather svelte. At that moment, Tony was busily tapping away at his computer, his fingers moving with remarkable dexterity as he rapidly sketched the structural blueprint of the Osborn building. Norman Osborn, in a display of his predatory nature, had chosen to reside within the Osborn Tower, rarely returning to his opulent mansion. Following Jarvis's data scans and analyses of the original blueprints, it became evident that Norman had transformed his floor into a nuclear bomb-proof fortress, fortified with formidable defenses and numerous layers of security. I suspect there must be facial recognition and iris scanning, perhaps even key-based defenses. I am utterly powerless, Tony expressed with concern. Despite being a technological prodigy, he felt utterly impotent against physical security measures. Moreover, he was not yet the Iron Man of the future. He was merely a rather gifted playboy. Therefore, he advised Russell, perhaps you should consider alerting the authorities. Though those officers are often ineffectual, wasting taxpayers' money. I can ensure Pepper follows up on this matter, hiring the most competent attorneys, and coupled with the incriminating evidence I possess, we could easily secure Norman's imprisonment. This ironclad evidence. Even his wealth could not shield him. No one was wealthier than Tony Stark. Should he resort to any underhanded tactics, I guarantee not only his imprisonment, but that of his lawyers and the presiding judge as well. One must admit, his suggestion was indeed flawless. After all, from a realistic standpoint, once a CEO of a publicly traded company, fortified by a powerful team of bodyguards, retreated into his meticulously crafted stronghold, ordinary individuals would stand no chance. Even if one were to approach, could one truly break through the barriers to seize Norman from his fortified sanctuary? Russell understood this all too well, but declined Tony's well-intentioned offer. For he had heard that phrase, let him be imprisoned. To confine him within a cell for over 40 days, treated like an animal, teetering on the brink of becoming a subject of human experimentation. And before him, countless mutants had already perished. Such a deeply sinful individual as Norman, and his fate was not death but imprisonment? Russell was acutely aware that such a scenario was entirely plausible, for this was a world governed by capital. The chairman of a company worth hundreds of billions could find himself behind bars, a monumental event indeed. A death sentence would certainly send shockwaves across the globe. With unwavering determination in his eyes, he calmly declared, Norman must die. I assure you, not even Jesus can save him. Russell extended his hand, and the low-level mutant armor cascaded over his body like a flowing river, enveloping him entirely, while a crimson cape billowed behind him, showcasing his sculpted physique in full glory, muscles rippling with explosive intensity. Should a woman behold him, she would undoubtedly scream. Men, too, would fall silent. Tony was no exception. He found the armor excessively fierce, replete with masculine allure, his gaze involuntarily drawn to it. Even after having witnessed it several times, he felt a lingering desire to see more. The armor resembled a voluptuous figure, never growing tiresome to behold. He silently vowed that once he recruited this young man into his company, he would return to develop an even more impressive suit of armor, one that would be gaudy red, more dazzling and striking than Russell's. Very well, it seems you have made your decision. Though Tony had yet to witness Russell's combat prowess, he was no ordinary individual. He had the unparalleled assistance of the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, at his disposal. With a mere analysis of data, he grasped the sheer terror of Russell's combat capabilities while clad in that armor. At the very least, Norman was destined for a most gruesome end. Tony shook his head, stroking his chin, then glanced at the helicopter, observing the bustling yet silent dark city. Suddenly, he inquired, Jarvis, disperse the residents around Oscorp Tower immediately. How much will it cost me? A gentle male voice replied, Sir, I have scanned the surrounding area, and there are no residents nearby. However, there are 13 vehicles on the road, valued at a total of 16 million, which has been transferred to the owner's accounts. Well, find another reason. Tony responded, Sir, I have already sent an email to all vehicle owners, apologizing for the inconvenience caused by a temporary worker at Oscorp Tower whose negligence resulted in a gas explosion, the aftermath of which has damaged your vehicles. Compensation has been fully dispersed. Tony smirked, nodding in satisfaction, while Russell stood by, utterly astonished by such audacity. Tony shrugged his shoulders, assuring him, Feel free to spend. I have already taken care of the aftermath. Don't be too frugal, it's just small change. As a future shareholder of Stark Industries, you should become accustomed to such operations, for you shall never experience a life of poverty again. Russell replied, All right. Is this how it's done? He found himself momentarily rendered speechless, nearly forgetting his original purpose. In his mind, he cursed, Damn rich people. Yet, As he contemplated soon joining their ranks and becoming exceedingly wealthy, he swiftly dismissed that wicked thought. Wealthy people should not be condemned. They should live long, prosperous lives, blessed with offspring. Taking a deep breath, Russell suddenly leaped from the helicopter, his toes pushing off forcefully, allowing his body to hover midair. Tony was the sole observer, watching as Russell, clad in armor, stood on the air, his cape billowing behind him, his expression one of cold determination. Most chilling were the crimson, glimmering eyes of Russell's armor, suffused with an aura of bloodshed and slaughter. He loomed above, surveying the world beneath him. Tony could not help but murmur, "The deity of the mortal realm has descended." Chapter 43, The Death of the Green Goblin. Russell hovered in the air, gazing down upon Oscorp Tower, which appeared eerily silent, engulfed in darkness. Yet, this did not hinder his vision. Enhanced by the training of his homeland, his senses had reached a superhuman level, granting him extraordinary acuity, making him a true night owl. Moreover, he possessed an additional advantage. As Russell concentrated, the genetic modules on his arm began to activate, transitioning him to the most fundamental genetic module of the low-level mutant armor, spatial awareness. An invisible wave radiated outward, revealing the entire structure of the tower in his mind, as if he had opened a third eye, allowing him to scan the entirety of the building. He observed numerous patrolling guards within and the hidden figure of Norman at the depths. Russell chuckled, a cold smile gracing his lips. This old fool has indeed committed too many misdeeds, hiring so many guards and constructing such a high-level fortress. Clearly, he is terrified of death. Unfortunately, Norman Osborn, your retribution is at hand. You shall face the consequences of your past sins. Russell chose not to conceal his presence, for his mutant abilities allowed him to negate himself from existence whenever he wished. It was an exceedingly terrifying and perverse power, one that the fortunate inhabitants of well-off nations had experienced, often finding it hauntingly familiar, like a ghost, moving unseen through trams, classrooms, campuses, and libraries, free to do as they pleased. Russell had no intention of remaining silent, as he wanted Norman to experience the terror and despair of his impending doom, allowing him to truly feel the anguish Russell had endured in his own captivity. With a sudden widening of his eyes, he lightly brushed his fingers across his forehead. In an instant, it was as though he had opened a portal to another dimension, releasing all the solar energy he had absorbed. A scorching ray of laser light instantly sliced through the pitch-black night sky, cleaving Oscorp Tower in half, before the upper portion could even collapse. The explosive laser beam triggered a cataclysmic explosion, sending countless debris raining down like bullets, obliterating the vehicles below, rendering them as fragile as paper, riddled with craters. Boom! The sound of violent explosions echoed through the night, reverberating ominously. All the guards, whether asleep or awake, were jolted by the terrifying blast. They were undoubtedly professionals. Faced with such a catastrophic event, they did not falter, but rather drew their weapons and hurried up the stairs toward the top floor, Norman Osborn's sanctuary. They were determined to ensure his safety. Little did they realize that their instinctive professionalism would lead them to their doom. Russell, who had initially considered letting them go, frowned and decisively turned his head, unleashing a sweeping laser beam that cut through the staircase, wiping out all the guards in an instant, leaving no trace of their former selves. Their deaths were so swift that they did not even have time to comprehend their fate. Their bodies severed before they could feel a hint of pain, collapsing to the ground as lifeless corpses. Russell, still fueled by rage, perhaps due to his proximity to the perpetrator, felt the shadows of despair from his past wash over him once more. Those dark days spent in captivity, igniting a fierce anger within him. He propelled himself with incredible force, his feet seemingly striking the air with the impact of solid ground. The immense recoil sent Russell hurtling through Oscorp Tower, creating a massive breach. He reveled in this sensation, akin to smashing through tofu. Russell continued to maneuver through the air, his form becoming a continuous line in the darkness, repeatedly crashing into the towering edifice of Oscorp, much like Captain Marvel relentlessly ramming her head against an alien warship. Oscorp Tower, this towering monument of excess. The magnificent edifice, a testament to human ingenuity, which had stood for countless years, was reduced to ruins within mere minutes by the relentless force of Russell. Countless fragments of colossal stone cascaded from the heavens, crashing to the ground with a sound that echoed even louder than the thunder above. The building had collapsed. Norman, ensconced within his protective shell, could no longer remain hidden. His darkened gaze fixated on the world outside, as he muttered a curse under his breath, calling the intruder a madman. Little did he realize the magnitude of the adversary he had provoked. He understood that the destruction of his skyscraper was a deliberate ploy to compel him out of his sanctuary, with the intent to end his life. Norman had no desire to fulfill his enemy's wishes. Yet, he found himself with no alternative. The building had crumbled. His secure chamber was now losing its stability, teetering on the brink of a fatal plunge. If he did not escape soon, he would plummet from the height of this towering structure, certain to meet his demise. With a grimace of ferocity and madness, Norman sprang into action. He donned an armor of green, reminiscent of a demon, enveloping his form completely. However, before he could fully equip himself, a thunderous roar resounded, causing his ears to ring and his mind to whirl, nearly knocking him unconscious. A warm sensation flooded his ear canal, blood. His vision blurred as he stared blankly ahead. The source of the cacophony was evident. A colossal dent marred the walls of his meticulously crafted fortress, designed to withstand a nuclear explosion. If he had been in his right mind, Norman would have recognized the imprint of a fist. But at that moment, dizziness overtook him, the noise reverberating in the confines of his chamber, leaving him utterly overwhelmed. Before he could regain his bearings, he beheld a sight that filled him with terror and despair. The seemingly indestructible wall had been breached. A figure, radiating a crimson glow with eyes like dark rubies, hovered in the gaping void, regarding him coldly. "Please, I have wealth," Norman barely managed to utter, but before he could finish, a sharp pain pierced his chest. A cold arm penetrated him, stained with crimson, appearing almost mesmerizing in the darkness. The agony was excruciating. His vision faded to black as a mocking voice echoed in his ears. "You are dead. Your fortune is now mine. Farewell, Green Goblin. Your filthy life has come to an end. The entire Osborn legacy will perish with you." With wide eyes, Norman's head drooped in defeat, and he succumbed to death, felled by Russell's fist. Chapter 44. The Mad Norman Osborn. Meanwhile, in the stillness of the night, within the opulent Osborn mansion, the youthful Harry Osborn was lost in blissful dreams, a carefree air burdened by nary a concern, save for the occasionally tiresome admonitions of his father, who, wielding financial support, often dictated his life. How he wished for his father's demise. This thought had crossed his mind after a particularly heated dispute with Norman, his 37th argument. If only he could be free from paternal constraints, his life would be unshackled. As Harry slumbered, the shrill ring of a telephone abruptly jolted him awake, thrusting him into a momentary haze of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Upon discovering the source of the noise, his irritation flared. Damn it. If I find out who you are, you will regret it. Fuming, Harry leapt from his bed and answered the call, but before he could unleash a torrent of expletives, he was met with a familiar yet foreign voice. His father, Norman. Familiar in tone, yet alien in demeanor, for in Harry's memories, his father's face was always stern, never warm like other fathers, perpetually harsh and demanding. Now, he listened in a daze as Norman's deep voice resonated through the receiver. "Harry, by the time you receive this message, I shall be dead. I inherited a fortune from your grandfather at a young age, and after decades of effort, I have transformed the Osborn family into a colossal enterprise worth hundreds of billions, employing tens of thousands." Norman's tone held a hint of pride. In the grand tapestry of the world, how many can claim to have elevated their family to such heights? A valuation of hundreds of billions. For the average person, their greatest aspiration is merely to secure a position within the Osborn group, earning a modest salary. Yet, his voice quickly turned somber. "But I have grown old, Harry. I know you resent me for my strictness, but I had no choice. I must confess, our family bears a hereditary affliction, a hidden mental illness, a form of schizophrenia." Harry's heart raced, fear coursing through him. He shook his head, his mind reeling from the revelation. He had been drowsy, but now the weight of this news rendered him wide awake. If only it were another ailment, one that could be mitigated with wealth. Even cancer could allow for additional years of life. But how could one combat a mental illness with money? Harry felt despondent, cursing fate and the universe for bestowing such a fate upon him. Mental illness was a more terrifying affliction than poverty, for while financial hardship could be remedied, mental illness was an insurmountable barrier. His frantic lamentations bore no fruit. He soon remembered that he was only listening to a recorded message. His father, Norman, was already dead. In that moment, the initial pang of sorrow was overshadowed by another thought. With his father gone, Harry Osborn was now the heir to the Osborn fortune. The entire Osborn enterprise would heed his command. He would become a billionaire. The freedom to indulge in lavish parties, drive luxury cars, and live without restraint awaited him. As he contemplated this newfound reality, Norman's voice continued to echo in his ears, imbued with a sense of despondency, only to shift to an exhilarating fervor. I have reached an advanced age, and the doctor has informed me that my time is limited. I no longer possess the vigor required to manage the vast Osborn group. Yet, the Osborn group stands on the precipice of obsolescence. I have invested hundreds of billions in research across multiple projects, yet none have borne fruit. None have the potential to rescue the faltering Osborn group. However, God remains steadfast in his love for me. I have stumbled upon the existence of a breed of mutant beings among humanity, individuals endowed with innate superhuman abilities. How utterly absurd. The pursuit for which I have expended vast sums, hundreds of billions, was merely a natural endowment for them. I refuse to accept this. Why should these inferior beings possess such extraordinary capabilities by mere chance? A sense of foreboding flickered through Harry's mind as he recognized the madness in his father Norman's voice. So starkly different from the imposing figure he once knew. The Norman of yore was a serious and austere aristocrat, while the Norman on the phone now sounded like a lunatic. What deeds might a madman commit? Harry swallowed hard, contemplating the most dreadful scenario, his father. In a fit of insanity, donating all the shares of the Osborn group, a staggering sum of hundreds of billions. It was sheer madness. I have established a clandestine base, investing lavishly in the procurement of mutants. Driven by profit, many are eager to serve my purposes, and soon my base was teeming with these mutants. I secretly assembled a research team to study these apprehended mutants, yearning to uncover the secrets of their abilities. Oh, I shall meticulously dissect their bodies to unveil the treasures hidden within. These impoverished souls do not deserve the divine gifts bestowed upon them. Such treasures rightfully belong to the Osborn group, to me. Norman's voice took on a frenzied tone, punctuated by manic laughter that echoed chillingly in the night, instilling fear in Harry's heart. Despite being a privileged heir, raised in an elite environment that regarded commoners as insignificant, Harry's nature was one of rebelliousness. He preferred the company of the common folk, forming genuine friendships, such as with the impoverished Peter Parker. His moral compass remained intact, especially at his tender age. Upon learning that his father was conducting illegal human experiments, Harry trembled in terror, his teeth chattering. Growing up in a family engaged in animal testing, he had often been haunted by the grotesque specimens he encountered, leaving him with deep-seated childhood trauma. The thought of human corpses replacing those of animals sent him reeling in horror, shaking his head vehemently, dropping the phone in panic as he repeatedly muttered, "No, no, please, don't." The shock within Harry lingered, only to be met with Norman's eerie response. "Harry, incorrect. Come now, do not struggle. You will become like me. Your choice has been stripped away." As his words hung ominously in the air, the room's lights flickered on abruptly. Harry's gaze darted around in terror, and he was aghast to find his surroundings enveloped in a green mist emanating from the phone. What is this? What is happening? Harry desperately covered his mouth, but it was too late. From the moment he answered the call, he had inhaled far too much. His vision blurred, and Norman's maniacal laughter echoed in his ears. "It is the evolution serum, the serum of evolution, Harry. Take my masterpiece and seek your revenge." A singular thought consumed Harry. What the hell? Chapter 45. I am God. Cold. Trembling. These sensations permeated Harry's exterior, yet within him, an insatiable heat surged, as if an unquenchable fire burned within. The green mist he inhaled had fully integrated into his being, exerting its influence. Harry's youthful face contorted grotesquely as he twisted and writhed, sweat pouring from him like rain. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, with a sudden jolt, his tightly shut eyes flung open, now radiating a wickedness beyond comprehension. This was the hereditary curse of the Osborn lineage. Upon reaching a certain age, descendants would manifest a second persona, embodying the repressed emotions of the primary persona, thus becoming its antithesis. The green mist was the fruit of Norman's experiments on mutants, a remarkably potent concoction. Harry's gaze turned crimson as he beheld his transformed appearance and robust physique, devoid of his former handsomeness, now embodying an aura of malevolence. Yet, he felt no discomfort. Rather, he reveled in sheer delight. It was as if he possessed a form of telepathy, and with a powerful punch, he struck the wall behind him, revealing a hidden chamber. There, displayed before him, lay a fully crafted set of green goblin armor. Harry erupted into laughter, donning the armor with an ease that belied it being his first time. He moved as though he had worn it countless times before. He adeptly stepped onto the glider, transforming into a streak of green light as he soared towards the Osborn Tower, casually tossing down pumpkin bombs that detonated with thunderous explosions. The once peaceful residents awoke in terror, accustomed to the chaos of free America, yet never anticipating a madman would rain bombs upon them. Madness. As the cacophony of explosions rang out, It was accompanied by a chorus of panicked screams. The tranquil night and serene neighborhood morphed into a hellish nightmare. Suspended in midair, Harry reveled in the chaos, delighting in the screams and terror surrounding him, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Ah, art. It is the grand explosion, he thought, careening through the sky in a frenzied manner, heading straight for Russell's location. Russell, caught off guard, was currently engaged in a macabre task, specifically, the final rites of obliteration. He could scarcely believe that the cunning Norman Osborn, who had hired so many bodyguards, could fall so easily, dispatched with a single blow. This left Russell suspicious. Pondering whether he had merely vanquished a decoy, he scoured the entire building, relying on his instincts, yet found no trace of others. Returning to the collapsed safe house, where Norman's computer held vital information, he began to sift through its contents. Suddenly, a vision flashed in Russell's mind, foreseeing a green figure darting through the sky, followed by a hail of bullets. The fleeting green figure appeared hauntingly familiar. The Green Goblin? Russell squinted his eyes, glancing at Norman, who was also clad in Green Goblin armor and had been effortlessly obliterated by a single punch. A sudden realization dawned upon him. Indeed, you did not perish. I knew it all along. How could you be so inept to succumb to a mere fist? Clearly, you are but a substitute, he thought with disdain. With a swift kick, he unleashed a terrifying force akin to a cannonball upon Norman's lifeless form, causing the corpse and its armor to shatter instantaneously into a myriad of fragments, rendering it unrecognizable. With a light tap of his toes, Russell propelled himself into the air, gazing at the rapidly approaching figure of the Green Goblin in the distance, before extending his hand. At that moment, Harry was still cackling maniacally. Ho ho ho. Upon spotting Russell suspended in midair, Harry, despite their first encounter, was filled with an inexplicable hatred. He leaned back, and the glider beneath him ascended immediately, revealing the concealed barrels on either side. Countless bullets erupted from the barrels like a torrential downpour, creating two dazzling serpents of fire in the night sky. This glider, crafted at great expense by Norman, boasted a rate of fire and lethality that rivaled even the blue flame Gatling gun. However, what transpired next left Harry utterly astonished. He observed Russell merely waving his hand, his lips moving ever so slightly, appearing almost dreamlike. It seemed Russell was uttering, I don't perceive any bullets before me. How absurd. Who do you think you are? But the most bewildering event occurred. As the torrential bullets surged towards Russell, their velocity slowed to an almost crawl, visible to the naked eye. How utterly ridiculous. Yet, even more absurd was what followed. The deluge of bullets erupted in midair, transforming into a flurry of tiny fireworks. Those in the know recognized this as a rain of bullets, while the ignorant might have thought some extravagant fool was frivolously setting off fireworks in the dead of night to woo a lady. Harry's expression contorted in fury. Oh, damn it, you truly deserve to die. He descended into madness, hurling pumpkin bombs as if they were worthless trinkets. Yet, they were utterly ineffective. Russell merely cast a dispassionate glance, and this time, without uttering a word, the pumpkin bombs lost all momentum, plummeting from the sky. They added merely a few more vibrant sparks to the already crumbling Osborn Tower. This drove Harry to the brink of insanity. His eyes burned with a frenzied intent to kill. The glider beneath him erupted with blinding radiance, reaching peak velocity as he hurtled toward Russell. The metallic glider, in such a rapid state, could effortlessly slice through any living being. Its razor-sharp metal was unparalleled. Yet, despair consumed Harry as Russell appeared to possess foresight. He merely sidestepped slightly, evading Harry's glider attack. Harry attempted to adjust his trajectory for another strike, but it was too late. Russell delivered a powerful slap to Harry's head, the immense force akin to swatting a fly, sending the armored Harry crashing from the sky. Boom. With Harry's impact, the already precarious Osborn Tower finally succumbed, collapsing into a pile of rubble. To be frank, the Green Goblin armor was indeed impressive. Harry was not dead, but his demise was imminent. This was simply because Russell had arrived before him, placing a foot upon his chest as though Mount Tai had descended upon him, rendering Harry utterly powerless to resist. Russell looked down upon him from this elevated position, yet he refrained from delivering the final blow. This was due to Russell's discovery of something intriguing. Ding. You have discovered that beneath the madness of the Green Goblin armor lies not Norman, but Harry, and you perceive that the other's state is abnormal. You have an epiphany. You have uncovered the secret. Norman has become Harry's second persona, gaining control over his body. You realize this is an application of mutant ability, and your insight is extraordinary, leading you to comprehend memory duplication. Russell found this notion exceedingly fascinating. Memory duplication pertains to the application of psychic mutant abilities. After all, human memories are in a constant state of repetitive renewal. In other words, a person is essentially constituted by memories rather than bodily cells, as the latter are perpetually renewing themselves, every 7 years marking a significant cycle. The individual from 7 years ago and the individual of 7 years hence are entirely different entities. When memory duplication occurs, one cannot discern between self and clone. This is the reason humanity shuns cloning. Physiologically, the other is a clone, yet in terms of memory, they are indistinguishable from oneself. Moreover, memory duplication is an exceptionally insidious ability. Professor X, Charles, once wielded such power. In the future, after the death of Phoenix, or rather, the demise of Jean's persona, Phoenix resurrected. He sought to investigate, only to be met with the wrath of the Phoenix persona, which instantaneously tore him to shreds, leaving not a trace. This was how Charles ultimately survived. His body perished, yet he preserved his memories within the body of his twin brother. It was Professor X who returned, not his brother who bore his memories. Similarly, there existed another individual with such capabilities, a certain Black Egg, the director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, Nick Fury. In the private base he constructed with embezzled funds, he created multiple clones to store his memories. Should his original self perish, a clone would emerge, rendering him virtually immortal. As Russell pondered the memory duplication ability, his expression grew peculiar, for a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. This is the Marvel Universe, rife with peril. Although his abilities were formidable enough to withstand the vast majority of disasters, a quick calculation revealed that a survival rate of 98% could be rounded down to 0. There still loomed the risk of death. Perhaps he could emulate Norman, copying his memories into another's body, allowing that individual to live on in ignorance under the guise of Russell. Death would be inconsequential, as they would merely be a clone. After some contemplation, Russell shook his head, pondering whether he might learn from the precedent of the paper man controlling paper men, devising a more effective means of self-preservation. He withdrew his thoughts from these musings, only to find Harry, with eyes ablaze, roaring at him in rage, the hatred within his gaze utterly unmasked. To be precise, at that moment, Harry was no longer Harry. He was Norman. Though Norman had lost the fleeting memories of his demise, he beheld the ruins of the Osborn Tower, the culmination of his life's work. He was filled with resentment. Hatred coursed through him. He yearned to annihilate Russell, yet he found himself utterly powerless. As Russell's leg bore down upon him with the weight of a mountain, leaving Norman devoid of any means of resistance, that fist, akin to a hammering blow, was utterly imperceptible to Russell. He also discerned the loathing reflected in Norman's gaze, which brought him an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. How does it feel, Norman, to witness the collapse of the company you have toiled over for so many years? Norman remained silent, his eyes steeped in venomous spite. His voice had become raspy. I recognize you. You are the wretched mutant sold by your parents. Ha ha, I never imagined you would escape. Ha ha ha, a despicable mutant. The garbage that even their parents do not cherish. Russell's hand tightened around his throat, his gaze turning frigid. Norman, I vow you will be reviled by the world, and even your son will feel shame for being part of the Osborn lineage. He will eternally be embarrassed of his association with you. Norman's discontent simmered. However, before he could utter another word, Russell obliterated his very existence, erasing Norman from the narrative. Young Harry abruptly awakened, bewildered and disoriented, unable to recall what had transpired. He gazed at the fallen Osborn Tower, his mind a tumult of confusion. What happened? A natural gas explosion? I'm sorry. I could only save you. Others may have perished. Thank you. I am eternally grateful for your rescue. Young Harry stared blankly at the blazing tower, then turned to Russell. Thank you. You are quite a decent person. Chapter 46. Nick Fury desires a paternity test. Observing the colossal structure crumbling in the darkness, Russell's lips curled into a subtle smile, his heart swelling with elation. Norman, you old dog. When you established your private base and exploited mutants as experimental subjects in your quest for power to salvage the Osborn Corporation, did you ever envision this day? Did you ever consider that your whims could lead to the downfall of your empire? Russell clenched his fists, the pent-up frustration within him finally unfurling. He even found himself captivated by his own hands. A conglomerate valued in the hundreds of billions, an insurmountable behemoth in the eyes of an ordinary person, had been so effortlessly obliterated. It felt surreal. Russell finally comprehended the magnitude of power. Realizing why those from his homeland acted with such arrogance and impunity, this exhilarating absence of checks and balances was intoxicating. He felt an urge to proclaim aloud, Superman, rise. All present here are nothing but trash. Setting aside young Harry, who expressed gratitude, Russell levitated into the air and noticed the distant police, alerted by the commotion. The ruckus had undoubtedly drawn their attention, yet they hesitated to approach, allowing Russell to act with impunity. This reminded him of a past joke, how police would wait for hours outside while a criminal brandished a firearm, ultimately opting to call for backup. He couldn't help but let out a mocking laugh, recalling those dark moments trapped in the base, praying for rescue, only to find it laughable. He glanced at the timid American officers, coldly uttering, "Cops, come out and clean up." With that, he soared into the sky, leaving the wreckage behind. Only after a considerable time had passed did the officers cautiously approach, just as Russell had predicted, beginning to orchestrate the cleanup. The police chief, overwhelmed, finally decided to dial a mysterious number. "Hello? Is this the Homeland Strategic Operations Bureau?" Yes, you are the Homeland Strategic Operations Bureau. I have an urgent matter to discuss." After an elaborate exchange, the police chief finally connected with the appropriate agency, the Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Bureau. This would eventually evolve into SHIELD. However, at this moment, they had yet to endure the jests of Tony Stark regarding their convoluted name. Their director remained the infamous embezzler, Nick Fury. As a former intelligence organization that transitioned into investigating and addressing supernatural phenomena, Nick wielded immense power. Jointly overseen by the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, he could traverse nations at will, supported by formidable armed forces, arguably wielding more authority than the United Nations itself. After all, Nick Fury later orchestrated the creation of an aircraft carrier that soared through the skies rather than sailing the seas. At this moment, Nick Fury awoke from slumber, his brow furrowing instinctively as he listened to Agent Coulson report an urgent situation. He was taken aback by the video and data shared with him. "What? Are you telling me someone just caused a 100-story building to collapse effortlessly? That Norman Osborn, the head of the Osborn Corporation, has been killed? And there's a flying creature wearing a green hat? This creature possesses overwhelming firepower and has dropped numerous bombs on residential areas? Then that individual fought with the creature?" Nick absorbed the report without feeling overwhelmed. It was rather comprehensible. Yet that did not imply he could accept it. He was utterly perplexed, his mind buzzing. Was it Magneto? Which mutant could possess such capabilities? An individual capable of collapsing a 100-story tower. This is akin to a superhero movie. This defies scientific reasoning. Such abilities seem unique to mutants. However, in SHIELD's extensive archives, aside from the extraordinary Magneto, there appeared to be no other mutant capable of such destruction. Where did this freak emerge from? Nick mused, rubbing his temples. Is it Magneto? I recall that he was incarcerated, right? Surely he doesn't possess the ability to clone himself? Director, Coulson replied cautiously. You seem to have forgotten that Magneto escaped prison a week ago. Rumor has it that he orchestrated the assassination of the president, prompting a war against him and his faction. What? Nick could not suppress his incredulity. How was I not informed of this significant event immediately? However, that is the notorious Magneto, a super terrorist. Whether he is causing chaos or on the verge of doing so, he is undoubtedly the primary target of SHIELD's vigilance. Initially, his incarceration had offered SHIELD a moment of respite. Yet no one anticipated his audacious escape. To make matters worse, he is suspected of attempting to assassinate the president. Nick felt a wave of dread wash over him as he envisioned the president's furious finger pointing at him. Coulson cautiously reminded him. I had previously reported this matter to you, but it seemed you were preoccupied with a meeting, lamenting about our budget constraints. The notion of Nick lamenting over finances is a common theme within SHIELD. Coulson greatly admired this. If his boss wasn't crying poor, how could he, as a subordinate, command a salary of $1 million? A frugal leader is certainly preferable to one who flaunts wealth, paternally patting you on the shoulder, promising opportunities, while he himself indulges in luxury, acquiring cars and homes, and even arranging for a beautiful wife for you. Nick couldn't help but slap his forehead in frustration. As the head of an intelligence organization, such negligence would have warranted dismissal for any subordinate. But thankfully, he reminded himself, I am the director. With a chuckle, he glanced at the dossier Coulson had brought, where a video vividly captured Russell, resembling a celestial being, illuminating the night as he effortlessly demolished a skyscraper as though it were mere tofu. He exhibited an overwhelming prowess, akin to that of Superman, effortlessly incinerating a multitude of bodyguards with a mere gaze, cleaving the building in two with terrifying ease. Nick stared in disbelief. Instinctively reaching for his secret weapon, a vintage pager. While reflecting, thank heavens you are currently on another planet. Otherwise, I would have been compelled to insist on a paternity test. Chapter 47, Nanny Natasha? The mere thought of Captain Marvel's formidable silhouette, single-handedly obliterating countless alien warships, flooded his mind. Then, juxtaposing that with the image of Russell in the surveillance footage, speaking to young Harry with an innocent face, made Nick Fury involuntarily exclaim, "Motherf." He was now faced with both good news and bad news. The good news was that this replica of Captain Marvel, Russell, was still quite young. The bad news? He was still quite young. After all, he had yet to fully mature. His potential as a mutant was alarming. Possessing such terrifying strength at such a tender age raised the question of what might occur when he fully developed. Would he surpass Captain Marvel in ferocity? The prospect of a future adversary, a more potent incarnation of Captain Marvel, loomed ominously, possibly opposing humanity and evading the constraints of law. Such thoughts were utterly despairing. It was little wonder that Nick, now the director, could not suppress an expletive. How could one possibly confront an entity like Russell? Lost in contemplation, he recognized that S.H.I.E.L.D. was currently in a dire state, despite being composed of specially trained elite agents. Even the most formidable humans would find themselves impotent against extraordinary powers, especially against someone like Russell. Nick pondered a solution to contend with Russell's overwhelming combat prowess. Unfortunately, he realized there were no viable options. It was inconceivable to kneel before him, pleading for restraint, and resorting to moral coercion seemed absurd and utterly impractical. The chilling indifference Russell exhibited in the footage, his godlike demeanor, unleashing devastating heat vision without a hint of compassion, was deeply unsettling. Had he not witnessed Russell's gentle exchange with young Harry, Nick might have believed he was devoid of humanity. Rubbing his temples in exasperation, he suddenly posed an unexpected question to Coulson. "Where has my orange cat gone?" "Oh, Director, I have been meaning to discuss this matter with you," Coulson replied. His eyes filled with a hint of melancholy. "Your plump orange cat has wreaked havoc at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, driving away nearly all the male cats and monopolizing the attention of the female felines. Today marks the 73rd complaint we've received this month. The female cats can hardly move, claiming your little princess is suffering inhumane treatment, and they have lodged a strong protest against you." "Humph, what good is protesting to me? Do you think I'm the cat's owner?" Nick thought to himself, recalling his initial fondness for the orange cat, only to have it devour hundreds of aliens aboard a spacecraft. "You call me its owner? It is my granduncle," seemingly oblivious to the desperate look in Coulson's eyes. Nick was well aware of the havoc the cat had unleashed, igniting discontent among S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. He understood Coulson's attempts to persuade him to rein in the feline menace. "It's not that I don't want to manage it. I simply cannot." Nick cleared his throat gently. "Bring that cat to me. I happen to need it for a task. Oh, and call Natasha. Her 6-month sabbatical is officially over. It's time for her to return to work. Oh, boss, I must mention, you owe me 3 years' worth of vacation time, totaling 14 months. When will you repay me? Let us discuss that later." Nick, adept at weaving grand promises, held a coffee in one hand while patting Coulson's shoulder with the other. "As the future director of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Offense, you should strive to excel, Coulson. You wouldn't want to inherit a failing department, would you?" Coulson retorted, "This is the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Offense, and Logistics Resources Support, Director. You can't even remember the name of the department you oversee? You are truly slacking." "It's not my fault. The name is just too convoluted," Nick replied with an awkward laugh, relieved that his thick skin concealed any embarrassment. "Do remind Natasha, her task is quite formidable, dubbed the baby plan." "What? Don't you think a minor who hasn't reached adulthood is an adorable baby? I believe that dealing with such mutants requires not brute force, but rather a nurturing touch." Coulson mused, considering the astuteness of my business acumen. "I have encountered plenty of unreliable superiors, but upon reflection, Natasha would indeed make a fitting caregiver. She possesses a certain abundance." Meanwhile, high above in the sky, Russell, gracefully traversing the heavens, remained blissfully unaware of the envy directed at his forthcoming blissful life. Even if he were aware, he would scoff at the notion. "Bah, I, Russell, am a paragon of virtue, a champion of justice, born to oppose all vice and corruption." At that moment, he steered clear of the mutant stronghold, instead formulating a bold decision that had suddenly emerged in his mind. That was him. With effortless ease, he dispatched the Green Goblin and obliterated the Osborn Consortium. An overwhelming confidence surged within Russell as he suddenly realized the extent of his power. He was no longer a mere fledgling in need of protection. Thus, he chose not to return to the mutant base to join Magneto in defending against the impending assault, but instead took the initiative to strike directly at the enemy's stronghold, Strick's base. Nestled beneath the dam, this very location would later become the site where Jean saved others, using her formidable powers to withstand a torrent of water, only to ultimately meet her tragic end, and where her Phoenix persona would be reborn. Russell raced toward the base with ferocity. Despite the dam's vastness and the concealed entrances, they could not escape Russell's keen perception, enhanced by his mutant armor's innate sensory capabilities. No creature, no being, could elude his awareness. Especially in this desolate wilderness where mutants congregated. He was like the sun in the night, blindingly radiant. He surged forward, his feet barely touching the air, propelled by an immense force that rendered his speed akin to a sonic boom, akin to a missile hurtling toward the base. At that moment, the base was far from dormant. Strick, commanding his troops in their offensive against the Brotherhood of Mutants, was on high alert. He soon detected the rapidly approaching light on his radar. Initially taken aback, his surprise quickly morphed into malice. Was this mutant foolish enough to walk into a trap? His base was fortified with hundreds of fully armed soldiers, a squad of enhanced mutants he had engineered, and his ultimate trump card, his son, the level 4 mutant. Master of illusions, Jason. And yet, the opposition was but a solitary individual. The disparity in their strengths made Strick's grin sinister. How could he possibly lose? Chapter 48, Sabretooth? Merely a sickly feline. Why would this mutant discover the location of our base? Strick's heart raced with anxiety as he observed the encroaching light on the radar. He had just ordered his Guardian forces to embark under the cover of night, aiming to strike the Brotherhood with a thunderous blow before the presidential decree took full effect. It mattered not how many perished. Eliminating a single mutant would suffice. Mutants deserve to die. His gaze turned cold, haunted by the specters of his past, memories that stoked the fires of his murderous intent. Strick issued a direct command to activate the X-Weapon protocol, summoning all members of the X-Weapons. They must capture the approaching mutant alive. He needed to extract information about the Brotherhood, perhaps even uncover the hidden location of Charles, that bald-headed professor's academy. The X-Academy housed numerous mutants, many of whom were mere children. Strick had once sent his son Jason there, but after Jason's reckless antics, he was persuaded to leave by Professor X. Feeling the fear and trepidation of his parents, Jason unleashed torment upon them through his illusions, culminating in his wife taking her own life with a chainsaw. Strick blamed it all on mutants. Enraged, he sought vengeance against the Mutant Academy. Professor X had erased Strick's memories of the X Academy's location, rendering him incapable of locating this final sanctuary for mutants. Even as he inquired within the military, he could not uncover its whereabouts. He intended to learn the address from Magneto, yet before he could act, Magneto had already escaped. This infuriated Strick further. His meticulously crafted plans had unraveled. Even more infuriating was that Stark Industries, the largest arms conglomerate in America, had chosen to aid the mutants, and the president had opted for compromise, abandoning the war against mutants. Strick refused to concede. He could only resort to ambushing the Brotherhood. Yet the sudden emergence of Russell sparked a flicker of hope within him. Perhaps this individual knew the location of the X Academy? With the Brotherhood under attack, the Academy's defenses might be compromised. The seeds of hatred in Strick's heart took root, and he issued another command for that individual to personally ensure the capture of the mutant, promising to grant any conditions he desired. Indeed, Strick activated his secret weapon. One of his subordinates hastily approached a sealed chamber, knocking forcefully on the door before retreating in fear, as if something monstrous lurked within. With a resounding crash, the iron door was violently struck by an unknown force, causing the entire wall to tremble. The subordinate recoiled in terror as the door was cleaved apart by razor-sharp claws, revealing a massive, cold-eyed man emerging from the shadows, as if roused from slumber. His hair was unkempt, yet an aura of ferocity surrounded him. This was none other than Sabretooth, once the most formidable asset under Magneto. A level 3 mutant, he possessed the physique and strength of a beast, coupled with a grotesque degree of immortality. He was the brother of Wolverine, Logan, a veteran who had lived through both world wars, endowed with unparalleled combat experience. Previously, he had followed Magneto in an assault on the Statue of Liberty, single-handedly fending off multiple opponents during the X Academy's defense. Ultimately, however, Magneto was weakened after his machinery absorbed energy, leading to his capture, and Sabretooth fell to the combined forces of his adversaries. He was subsequently imprisoned in various bases until Strick recruited him, offering a proposition too enticing to refuse. to be outfitted with an adamantium skeleton akin to Wolverine, granting him not only an unyielding form, but also indomitable claws. With such an enhancement, he could taunt Wolverine, declaring, "You foolish brother, I am your superior." Yet while Sabretooth harbored grand aspirations, Strick hesitated to fulfill his promise, refusing to infuse him with adamantium. This fueled Sabretooth's fury and restlessness. The subordinate, clearly having suffered under Sabretooth's wrath, hastily relayed Strick's command. The commander had agreed to his terms, but insisted on capturing the unidentified mutant approaching the base. Before he could finish, Sabretooth erupted into action, moving with the grace and speed of a predator, leaping forth from the corridor with astonishing swiftness. His once heavy footfalls became nearly silent, making him a phantom in the shadows. In that moment, Sabretooth embodied the essence of a top-tier hunter in the jungle. At this moment, Russell had already soared above the dam, his eyes closed as he attuned himself to the positions of Strick and the others. With a mere flicker of his form, he arrived at the concealed entrance of the base, which was meticulously camouflaged and riddled with numerous traps. To the uninitiated, the correct method of entry remained a closely guarded secret, and those who ventured forth without such knowledge would undoubtedly find themselves in a dire predicament. Beset by an array of landmines and tripwires, even the most seasoned Special Forces operatives would struggle to traverse this treacherous area without encountering significant obstacles. Yet, to Russell, all these dangers were but illusions. His gaze shimmered with a faint white light. He was a man endowed with the gift of foresight, rendering any ambush a mere figment of his imagination. The concealed mines and snares beneath his feet elicited no response, acting as if they were mere stones, allowing him to tread upon them with impunity, serving as stepping stones instead. This was simply because Russell had repudiated their existence. He did not perceive them as mines or deadly weapons. Thus, they transformed into mere rocks, stepping stones for him. Upon encountering the imposing closed gate, which was of exceptional quality befitting a military installation, Russell found it formidable in both material and thickness. Yet, it proved utterly ineffective against him. With a mere gesture akin to that of Magneto, he extended his hand, and the gate before him shimmered, becoming somewhat ethereal. Just then, a brawny figure, reminiscent of a wild beast, charged forth from within. This unexpected assault caught Russell off guard, as he was entirely focused on deftly manipulating his mutant abilities to control the heavy, solid gate, which weighed several tons. The sudden attack startled him. However, he reacted with remarkable speed, activating the response genes of his mutant armor and channeling its formidable power. With terrifying augmentation, he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! It struck the man's skull with the force of a divine hammer, delivering a blow that could rival hundreds of tons of might upon his adversary. The sheer impact sent the man hurtling through the corridor, crashing through countless metallic walls and plunging him into unconsciousness, teetering on the brink of oblivion. Russell swiftly recollected himself, recalling the visage of his assailant. The recognition brought a peculiar expression to his face. "Sabretooth, are you here to seek trouble? One punch and down you go. Do you wish to amuse me like General Xing Darong from Lingling? If that were the case, I must concede you have succeeded." Chapter 49, Sending Little Days to the West. Russell had effortlessly sent Sabretooth flying with a single punch, rendering him completely incapacitated. The intensity of the impact, which failed to shatter Sabretooth's skull but merely knocked him out, indicated that the latter was indeed fortunate, possessing a resilient constitution. After all, he was not Wolverine. Even if Wolverine were present, his adamantium skull might not withstand the force of Russell's might. In time, as Russell further honed his skills and refined his homeland's techniques to perfection, absorbing solar energy to fortify his physique, a single punch would surely lead to Sabretooth's demise. Russell harbored no intention of taking Sabretooth's life, for the latter was a powerful third-tier mutant endowed with remarkable strength and speed, coupled with a terrifying healing ability. With the enhancement of mutant armor, Sabretooth could undoubtedly become an exceptional combatant. Moreover, he was perfectly suited to serve as an ally. As Russell approached, a peculiar sensation enveloped him, causing his eyes to shimmer with white light. However, before he could foresee the future, a swirling mist of blue and purple materialized at his feet, and the sudden sensation of weightlessness caused him to plummet, panic flashing in his eyes. This triggered a subconscious tremor within him, for Russell harbored a psychological aversion to any form of glowing circles. He instinctively inquired, "HHHGYSL?" Yet, aided by a fleeting glimpse into the future, he quickly assembled a mental image of the phenomenon beneath him, an enchanting blue-purple mist. Not the dreaded golden sparkling circle or some terrifying bald mage. Moments later, a diminutive girl emerged from the shadowy corridor, her eyes a delicate green, adorned with peculiar markings akin to a succubus, exuding an alluring charm. Her gait was unique, as she dashed into the circle of blue-purple mist which enveloped her. When she reappeared, she had teleported dozens, if not hundreds, of meters away. She arrived beside the unconscious Sabretooth, her expression suddenly one of terror, before she tightly embraced him and plunged into the already manifest blue-purple mist, vanishing with him. In the next moment, a hand materialized from the mist, and Russell forcibly extricated himself from the swirling blue-purple mass. His expression darkened as he glared at the location where Sabretooth had once been. It was now devoid of any presence. Right before his eyes, someone had spirited Sabretooth away. The girl with the pale green eyes, more precisely, was Sabretooth's adoptive daughter, a third-tier mutant capable of traversing space in the future. Her ability, known as Blink, allowed her to warp space, creating portals to transport anyone to any location she desired. With limitless potential, her portals could even reach the moon or other realms, including the underworld. Yet, to fully harness her powers to such an extent seemed nearly impossible. At her age, she could only manage short-distance travel, and her ability had limitations regarding usage and cooldowns. Yet, it was this seemingly trivial ability that had snatched Sabretooth from Russell's grasp. This was the source of Russell's dark expression, an utter humiliation. Had he exercised even a modicum of caution, maintaining his foresight at all times, her blink ability would have posed no threat. He could have effortlessly evaded her portal and never been whisked away. The moment Russell found himself ensnared in her teleportation mist, he activated his own mutant abilities to forcibly negate her power, striving to return through the portal. Yet, it was too late. His adversary had already fled. This left Russell feeling profoundly frustrated. With a deep breath, he unleashed his power upon the 5 adversaries, all of whom were left gravely wounded, mere fragments of their former selves. Yet, at the last moment, they evaded capture by activating their flash escapes, eluding him by the narrowest of margins. He could only watch in frustration as these 5 weakened foes fled before him, an infuriating spectacle. Russell felt a surge of arrogance swell within him. Perhaps it was due to his recent triumphs, decimating the Osborn group, vanquishing the Green Goblin, and effortlessly defeating the Sabretooth, that he had begun to underestimate the capabilities of other mutants. It was time for him to adopt a more serious demeanor. He concentrated, striving to maintain the overwhelming strain of his precognitive abilities. With a powerful thrust, he stomped his legs against the ground, propelling himself forward with the force of 1,000 impacts. He transformed into a swift arrow, darting through the corridor with blinding speed, intent on sweeping the area clean in the shortest time possible. Boom! Help! A monster! A monster! The cacophony of gunfire erupted as Russell, now fully engaged, pushed his capabilities to their zenith. He felt an exhilarating rush as his mind became a whirlwind of activity, simultaneously mastering 3 genetic modules of his mutant armor: reflexes, strength, and perception. This extraordinary ability to manipulate multiple genetic modules far surpassed that of any other mutant armor wielder. The synergy of 1 + 1 yielded a terrifying result. Russell, akin to a merciless killing machine, charged directly at the fully armed base guards, who scarcely registered his presence before being obliterated into a cloud of debris. Countless bullets rained down from their panicked weapons, yet not a single shot found its mark on Russell's form. Words could scarcely encapsulate the magnitude of this disparity. To Russell, it felt as though a mere flick of his wrist rendered these highly trained soldiers, equipped with firearms, no more than ants crushed beneath his heel. They stood dumbfounded, faces etched with despair, hearts crumbling, and soon, they were extinguished. After effortlessly dispatching this group of roadblocks, a vision of an opponent flashed through Russell's mind. One he had foreseen, a figure lurking behind a door, hands extended with elongated claws. Indeed, it was Wolverine. More accurately, it was Lady Wolverine. Stryker had crafted a mutant weapon based on Logan's formidable regenerative abilities, possessing the same adamantium claws, yet with even greater lethality and combat prowess than Wolverine himself. She was undeniably a formidable adversary, troublesome for anyone. Yet, she had the misfortune of crossing paths with Russell. Russell, already irked by having saved Sabretooth, now found himself confronted by this stealthy assailant, a Japanese woman named Yuriko. How infuriating! Just as she prepared to strike, a powerful metallic hand burst through the wall, bending it as if it were paper, and clamped down on Yuriko's throat with the ferocity of a tiger's grip. The immense strength of that hand rendered Yuriko helpless, her eyes rolling back in agony as she attempted to claw at the constricting wrist with her adamantium talons. Yet, The unyielding adamantium seemed to glide through the air, failing to make contact with anything at all, as if that arm were a mere figment of her imagination. Yuriko heard a scornful chuckle beside her, followed by a resounding crack, so clear, so unmistakable. "Oh, so it appears my neck has been broken." In an instant, she was lifeless, devoid of any further response. Russell casually discarded her lifeless body to the side. Though her regenerative abilities were formidable, they were utterly ineffective against someone like him, who could suppress mutant powers, her ultimate nemesis. He gazed at Yuriko's corpse and chuckled, spitting in disdain. "You thought you could flaunt your strength after drinking nuclear waste? Pathetic." Chapter 50. The true mutant killing machine Yuriko was dead. She had been dispatched in the blink of an eye. In the monitoring room, all who witnessed this scene were left aghast, their legs trembling in fear. They were genuinely terrified. Although mutant abilities were indeed formidable, only a select few possessed such power. The most prominent abilities could hardly contend with a well-trained military force. Stryker, well-versed in the capabilities of mutants, had meticulously trained his subordinates to devise strategies and weaponry against them. Yet, the result was a massacre. Hundreds were annihilated without a shred of resistance. The ordinary troops were one thing, but Stryker's face darkened. He had previously labored to persuade Sabretooth, believing he could withstand the onslaught, only to discover him rendered unconscious by a single blow from Russell, nearly dead on the spot. After years of research, the mutant weapon he had developed, armed with adamantium and Yuriko's formidable healing abilities, was utterly worthless, effortlessly obliterated by Russell in a single move. He coldly replayed the footage of Yuriko's demise, realizing that Russell had effortlessly discerned her hidden position, not only evading her ambush but swiftly subduing her. Possessing heightened perception, extraordinary strength, and rapid speed, clad in armor that should afford him impressive defense, Stryker was perplexed, especially by Yuriko's futile counterattack. Adamantium, the sharpest metal he had encountered, had failed to connect with the elusive mutant, who seemed to slip through reality itself. Moreover, Yuriko, endowed with remarkable regenerative abilities, should have survived even a broken neck. Yet, she lay motionless at Russell's feet, unmistakably devoid of life. The bizarre nature of Russell's performance left Stryker, a specialist in mutant abilities, in a state of profound confusion. He felt as though, after years of study, he could find no explanation for Russell's capabilities. Then, an even more infuriating incident unfolded. Under the surveillance cameras, the armored mutant revealed her mask, exposing a youthful visage, clearly not of age. With a provocative gaze directed at the screen, she gestured at her neck, though words were inaudible. Her arrogant demeanor radiated through the monitor. Even those who bore no animosity towards mutants found themselves incensed by Russell's ostentatious display. How much more so for Stryker, who regarded mutants as his lifelong enemies. His eyes turned icy as he uttered a chilling command that sent shivers down the spines of all present. Release mutant number 11. This is a word that is forbidden within the confines of the base, akin to a term uttered by demons. Merely mentioning it left those present pale with fear. With some audaciously questioning Colonel Strick's judgment. "Sir, are you certain your orders are correct? You seem utterly mad, clouded by the rage incited by this mutant. Subject 11 has completely spiraled out of control. We can no longer exert any influence over him. Should we release him, it would be akin to unleashing Satan from hell. We are all doomed." His voice rose nearly to a roar, fueled by unbridled fury. In a military environment where discipline reigns supreme, such insubordination was almost unheard of. Yet Strick's orders were so shocking that they felt like a death sentence. Without a word of explanation, Strick drew his weapon. The deafening crack of the gun silencing dissent as the man who had questioned him fell lifelessly to the ground. He cast a cold gaze over the trembling subordinates before him and barked, "Move. We have no means left to combat this mutant. Our only hope lies in releasing Subject 11 and allowing them to engage each other. If we wait for that mutant to find us, we shall all perish." He continued, "Do you believe that your firearms make you superior to the hundreds of guards? Do you think you are more resilient than the abomination of your own creation? A handful of researchers, mere ordinary individuals, hesitate here. Who grants you such misplaced confidence?" Liang Jingru, perhaps sensing their trepidation, Strick took a deep breath and solemnly declared, "You will release 11. I shall control him." With that, he turned toward a concealed chamber behind the control room. His actions elicited a palpable change in the expressions of the researchers present, for they understood the implications of what lay within. The more they understood, the greater their terror grew. Mere moments later, Strick emerged, pushing a wheelchair that bore an expressionless figure, his son's hollow gaze prompting the researchers to swallow hard. For this individual was none other than Strick's son, He possessed terrifying illusionary powers capable of conjuring the most formidable of phantasms. Yet he had tragically lost his mind, a fate wrought by his own father, Strick. In full view of the assembly, Strick unfastened the restraints on his son Jason, extracting a vial of cerebrospinal fluid from the vacant skull. The gruesome sight of the bloodied mass was too horrific for anyone to bear, and they instinctively averted their eyes. "Go," Strick commanded, his determination unwavering as he had his son Jason wheeled away from the control room. No amount of coercion would persuade him to relinquish his son, for he was Strick's most formidable weapon against the mutants, a precious tool. Losing him would render Strick utterly desolate, stripping him of his greatest asset in the fight against mutants. As he departed the control room, Strick glanced back at the monitors, where Russell's figure had already vanished. The mutant had bulldozed through every obstruction in his path. Strick's years of recruiting and researching mutant weapons had been effortlessly dismantled by Russell, with not a single individual able to withstand his assault. It was as if he were engaged in a mere game on the easiest setting. Strick could hardly fathom that all his years of toil, all his efforts, could be so effortlessly undone by a single person. He felt as though he had become the subject of ridicule. Just wait. Soon you shall become the true weapon against mutants. Strick seethed as he envisioned transforming Russell into his lethal sword, the ultimate instrument of extermination for mutants. Without hesitation, he entered the most fearsome chamber hidden deep within the base, where two massive refrigeration units were stored, filled with nutrient solutions. Researchers retrieved a severed head from one unit, skillfully boring a hole in the skull's rear before injecting the freshly extracted cerebrospinal fluid from Jason's brain. They then carefully placed the head into another unit, which contained a decapitated body. Despite its severed head, the body inexplicably stirred as the head was reunited with it, the two melding together in a manner reminiscent of a magnetic attraction, the wound healing instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, the eyes that had been shut for countless months flew open. He had been resurrected. Strick could not suppress a murmured welcome. "Welcome back, my Deadpool." Chapter 51. The Deadpool Who Ramps Through the Universe. Indeed, the figure lying within that cryogenic chamber was none other than the infamous Deadpool, the irreverent anti-hero known for his relentless quips and uncanny ability to cheat death. He had once been a member of Strick's mutant task force, much like Wolverine Logan. Before his modification, Deadpool was already a superlative mercenary rivaling Logan, relying on his unparalleled regenerative abilities. However, where Logan depended on his unyielding immortality, Deadpool wielded his dual katanas with insatiable fervor. His reflexes were extraordinary, perhaps even matching the speed of the mutant mantis, whom Russell encountered. Armed with his twin blades, he remained unscathed amidst a hail of bullets from a dozen adversaries. Unfortunately, it seemed that during his transformation, whether due to brain damage or reckless behavior, he had come to rely solely on his healing factor, neglecting his other mutant abilities. Strick had regarded Deadpool as a subject for mutant experimentation, subjecting him to a plethora of trials and endowing him with various mutant powers. Wolverine's superhuman healing, ghost teleportation, the ability to emit powerful lasers from his eyes, control electricity, and an adamantium-laced skeletal structure. Coupled with his innate reflexes and honed combat skills, Deadpool undoubtedly became the most fearsome mutant-killing machine. Had it not been for an unexpected turn of events leading to his demise at the hands of Wolverine and Sabretooth, he might have rivaled the Sentinels, becoming a nightmare for mutants. Of course, this was all contingent upon Deadpool remaining under control. Should he break free, it would spell disaster for all. The tension in the room was palpable as everyone fixated on the revived Deadpool, awed by the sheer might of his regenerative capabilities. Unbeknownst to them, their commander Strick was quietly wheeling Jason away, his trump card, unnoticed by any. For Jason was a terror beyond comprehension. He is indeed a pinnacle-level mutant, endowed with the most formidable illusionary powers. Should he truly develop his abilities, he may very well become a nightmare for all, akin to Professor X. His terror surpasses that of any other mutant, for he possesses the capacity to ensnare everyone in horrifying dreams, akin to the ghastly Freddy Krueger. A desperate struggle for survival ensues, a futile longing for death, forever lost between the realms of reality and fantasy, ultimately spiraling into madness. Perceived by others as a lunatic, a man wielding a knife against his own parents, weeping and shouting that he cannot see, that he truly cannot see. The silent departure of Strick drew no attention whatsoever. When Russell arrived, he swiftly scanned the secret chamber, which was littered with corpses and drenched in blood, a gruesome tableau. The faces of the deceased bore expressions of sheer terror, their forms already disfigured, and the wounds suggested they had been sliced by something exceedingly sharp. Russell remained oblivious to the nature of the entities confined within this chamber. He had heightened his precognitive abilities to their zenith, yet failed to detect any anomalies. With a sense of trepidation, he advanced, directing his gaze towards the vacant ice coffin, perplexity swirling in his mind. He sifted through his memories, but found no mutant that could be frozen in such a manner. Who could it be? Just as he pondered this in silence, a drop of blood fell before him, splattering onto the ground. This eerie spectacle, reminiscent of a horror film, sent a shiver down Russell's spine. He instinctively looked up, only to discover a corpse suspended from the ceiling, bound by ropes, its face obscured. After cautiously verifying the absence of danger, Russell propelled himself into the air, swiftly approaching the dangling body. The visage of the corpse bore deep, jagged lacerations, cross scars that even exposed the bone, blood flowing profusely, rendering the face disturbingly indistinct and horrifying. Russell discerned a striking feature of this individual. The mouth was sealed shut. Instantly, he recalled Deadpool, among the multitude of superheroes and supervillains in the Marvel Universe. Only Deadpool had the misfortune of being silenced by Strick due to his incessant chatter. The realization sent a chill down his spine. He felt the warmth emanating from the corpse, indicating that someone had slain the living Deadpool, a being endowed with extraordinary regenerative abilities. Moreover, that individual was likely still within the base. Russell was unnerved by his own conjectures, yet soon perceived that he might be frightening himself. As he extended his hand towards the corpse, manifesting his mutant powers, the bloodstains on the corpse's face dissipated, the wounds healed, revealing the visage of the individual prior to death. The familiar visage left Russell in stunned disbelief. It was you, old man. The corpse, grotesquely disfigured and with a sewn-shut mouth, was none other than Strick. The very mastermind he had been pursuing, the ultimate antagonist targeting mutants, had met his inexplicable demise. Russell felt a surge of surprise, even a sense of absurdity. Strick had perished so effortlessly. Could it be an illusion? Unthinkable. Russell rapped his knuckles against his own helmet, which emitted a resounding clatter. In designing the mutant armor, he had deliberately incorporated features inspired by Magneto's mental defense helmet, granting it the capability to withstand psychic assaults. Even Professor X could not penetrate its defenses. Strick's subordinates could not possibly surpass Professor X. Not even Jason. As Russell's gaze reflected uncertainty, a strange noise echoed. And before he could react, he felt a flash before his eyes. A golden light zipped past him, and he found himself in an entirely different realm. It was spatial teleportation. Someone forcibly transported him from the base. Was it Blink? Russell's hair stood on end, especially upon seeing the figure behind him, his heart racing uncontrollably. For that individual was his greatest fear. A bald figure, clad in a yellow robe, holding a teacup, exuding a benevolent smile. The Ancient One, the supreme sorceress of the Marvel Universe, had presided over Earth for 7 centuries, single-handedly resisting the malevolent deities of the cosmos. She expressed a hint of apology, stating, "I'm sorry, there was a troublemaker from another universe running amok. While I was dealing with him, I fortuitously stumbled upon you and realized I forgot to issue you a certificate for residing on Earth. Allow me to rectify that." As she spoke, she delivered a swift kick into thin air, and Russell heard an exaggerated scream. "Oh my butt. You kicked so hard, you must love me. I'm so embarrassed. Oh. A bit harder. So familiar." Those words, simultaneously brazen and crass, could only come from one individual. Russell deduced that the flamboyant voice belonged to none other than Deadpool from another universe. He refrained from indulging his curiosity about which timeline this version hailed from, for his own safety was paramount. Before him stood the Ancient One, who cheerfully presented him with a stack of papers that appeared indistinguishable from ordinary A4 sheets, densely inscribed with tiny black characters. "This is the contract you must adhere to while temporarily residing on Earth. If you find it agreeable, you may sign it, allowing you to stay indefinitely. If it doesn't suit you, I can send you back. However, I tend to be rather lazy. To save effort, I usually send you to Hell, which is quite similar to Earth. Would you care to consider?" Consider what? Hell is hardly a desirable place. Faced with the Ancient One's blatant threat, Russell could only scowl, tears welling in his heart, as he signed his name on the white paper with black ink. The Ancient One beamed at him, suddenly inquiring, "Are you interested in learning magic? You possess the greatest magical aptitude I have ever encountered." Russell replied with a smirk. Head Chapter 52, High Definition and Censored Live Broadcast. Hearing the Ancient One's particularly enticing words, one could not help but listen. She was praising his potential to become the supreme sorcerer. Ding. Player, please be advised. NPC Ancient One has issued the main quest to inherit the title of Supreme Sorcerer. Quest requirements. Study at Kamartaj for 5 years. Following the Ancient One to learn spells. Quest rewards. You will receive the Supreme Sorcerer's 3-piece set, the Eye of Agamotto, the Cloak of Levitation, and the title of Supreme Sorcerer. This quest is exceedingly simple. For most, receiving such a quest would evoke immense excitement, but Russell was an exception. He was acutely aware that the value of the Ancient One's words was alarmingly low. She had likely bestowed this same compliment upon every other traveler before him. Resembling a heartbreaker with little credibility, she was merely seeking a naive soul to temporarily assume her responsibilities, allowing her to leave work early and retire ahead of time. To others, the Supreme Sorcerer appeared sacred, imposing, and majestic, yet to her, it felt like a shackle. At that moment, Ancient One resembled a minister of the Ming dynasty, awakening to find the burdens of the 2 capitals and 13 provinces resting heavily upon her shoulders, compounded by the treachery of a rebellious faction plotting against her. She was utterly exhausted. Russell understood the situation, yet he did not truly believe he possessed any magical aptitude. After all, he considered himself a half-hearted materialist, a devotee of the scientific realm. In truth, he felt he had never encountered magic. He was merely a muggle. Moreover, he had already achieved modest success in the field of science, even conceiving a divine body armor rivaling that of deities. With time and perseverance, he believed he would inevitably ascend to godhood. Magic, though, had its lofty ceilings, relying ultimately on the power of others. Thus, Russell found himself in a state of indecision. However, he kept his thoughts to himself, gazing curiously at the contract presented to him by the Ancient One, sensing it was not an ordinary piece of A4 paper, but rather a magical covenant. It resembled a celestial oath from a realm of cultivation. The power of such a contract was one that even the demons of hell could not defy. Russell did not consider himself stronger than those infernal entities. He glanced at the contract, written plainly, yet found it utterly incomprehensible. He posed a question, Great Master Ancient One, what is the purpose of this contract? His greatest fear was that it was a safety contract, branding him as a demon from hell, forbidding him from wreaking havoc upon the world or inflicting harm upon anyone. If that were the case, he would feel utterly stifled. Not only would he be unable to honor his ancestors, but he would likely regress to a mere shadow of himself. Fortunately, the Ancient One was indifferent to the lives of ordinary people. She took the contract back, stating nonchalantly, I simply despise those who would seek refuge with dark demons upon my territory. After all, beings like you, traversing the cosmos from other realms, possess the purest of souls, making you the most susceptible to the attention of dark deities. Regardless of how ruthlessly Russell may have acted on Earth, it was inconsequential. To Earth, it would merely be a trivial matter. Even if 10 more Russells existed, the death toll would never surpass that of a single war, and those souls would still belong to Earth. However, should a dark deity or infernal demon intervene, they would consume those souls, becoming the true scourge of Earth. They represented Earth's genuine adversary. Russell breathed a sigh of relief, only to be plagued by another question. If it weren't for Deadpool's accidental interference, would you have discovered me? Deep down, he felt a twinge of regret for his sudden exposure, vexed by the situation. He silently vowed that when he gained the strength, he would ensure Deadpool's mouth was sewn shut. He would break Deadpool's legs. Russell fumed inwardly. The Ancient One chuckled, then with a flick of her fingers, she conjured a magnificent display of radiant light and images that materialized before Russell. Countless luminous points appeared, predominantly white, with a few red, and even rarer, black. Russell felt an unsettling familiarity with this display, as if he had encountered something similar before. Almost instinctively, he recalled a previous incident, the moment Mystique infiltrated X Academy. Mimicking Professor X's likeness and utilizing his telepathic abilities through a brainwave amplifier to locate Magneto's prison. The generated image of mutants and humans bore a striking resemblance to the one before him. However, that image distinguished between mutants and humans, while this one seemed to differentiate between Earthlings, outsiders, and demons. The Ancient One casually pointed at one of the black dots, causing that specific image to enlarge instantaneously, revealing an exceedingly shocking scene. A naked man was engaged in passionate activity on a bed. He embraced another, kissing fervently, his hands wandering. The figure he held was extraordinarily alluring. Thanks to the Ancient One, Russell could perceive the soul hidden within that body, a seductive demon from hell. Yet, his expression was one of bewilderment. The demon was undeniably attractive, but lo and behold, it was a male demon, a naked man. My eyes are going blind. Russell felt as though his innocence was tainted, like a child about to develop a sty, witnessing 2 men engaging in such a display in broad daylight. This scene was utterly jarring. Did they think they were filming an adult film? Russell exclaimed in shock, covering his eyes, while the Ancient One remained unfazed, casually flicking her finger, causing the soul of the male demon to be ejected from the man's body with a piercing scream of agony, banished back to hell. Almost simultaneously, the man he had been sparring with regained clarity, awakening from his bewildered state. Upon seeing the naked figure before him, his eyes widened in utter astonishment. His face etched with despair as he roared, "How dare you take advantage of me?" Russell looked on, perplexed. "Are you doing this on purpose? This is truly a scandalous display." This was nothing short of the ultimate voyeur's tool. If the third Hokage were to witness this, he would likely spew an impressive amount of blood. If Jiraiya were to see it, he would immediately pen a new tale of paradise. In response to Russell's incredulity, the Ancient One remained calm, reflecting thoughtfully. Although several centuries have passed, the methods of procreation between humans have not changed significantly. What is there to be surprised about? I have witnessed countless peculiarities. This is merely the most rudimentary form of human interaction. Allow me to enlighten you. Oh, never mind. You are still too young to grasp such concepts. One day, when you become the Supreme Sorcerer, you will understand. Russell retorted, "You are such a tease." Chapter 53, Transformation into Freedom. Transformation through eternity. What say you? Are you interested in becoming the Supreme Sorcerer? There are numerous benefits. The Ancient One's words dripped with temptation. The Supreme Sorcerer is regarded as a deity on this planet, capable of uncovering the secrets of all beings, omniscient and omnipotent. Is that not impressive? Russell admitted he felt a flicker of intrigue. After all, this magic was indeed extraordinary. With such abilities at his disposal, it would be akin to possessing an abundance of resources. No longer would he have to grovel before others, pleading for favors or assistance. It was akin to live broadcasting. In Asia, Europe, Japan, South Korea, and India, a plethora of postures and scenarios abound. One can indulge in whatever one desires without the slightest worry of being discovered. The most exhilarating aspect is the ability to manipulate the progress bar. It is simply divine. No man could possibly refuse it, nor could any woman. Although Russell found himself pondering such trivial matters, he could not help but acknowledge that there are certain things one may do without, yet cannot entirely forsake. Perhaps due to a lack of alternatives, Russell maintained a remarkable composure and could not resist inquiring of Ancient One. "You wish for me to become the Supreme Sorcerer because I possess exceptional magical aptitude, yet I have never even dabbled in magic. Are you truly serious about this talent business?" As a realist, he could not fathom the notion of being transported into a body that not only wielded mutant abilities, but also harbored the potential to ascend to the rank of Supreme Sorcerer. It seemed utterly ludicrous. Ancient One appeared to see through his skepticism and, unfazed, posed a question in return. "What do you believe constitutes magical talent?" This question left Russell momentarily speechless. What indeed is the essence of magical talent? He pondered, recalling a novel he had once read, Coiling Dragon. Providing what seemed a plausible explanation, an affinity for magical elements and the capacity for soul perception, Ancient One merely smiled in silence. Just as Russell found himself enveloped in confusion, she extended her hand and struck his chest with a resounding slap. Although he had foreseen this action, he found himself unable to evade it, feeling an unusual discomfort. His mind registered the action, yet his body remained immobile. This brought to mind the torment he had endured before his transmigration, encountering a 300-pound female acquaintance, where he had vehemently resisted movement, yet his body had betrayed him. Mercilessly ravaged, yet as unyielding as iron. It dawned on him. He had been drugged. No wonder I misjudged my brother. At that moment, Russell felt his thoughts crystallize into clarity, as if he had entered an absolute state of sage time, allowing him to recall minute details from before his transmigration. This reflection caused him to grimace. I do not wish to relive that dark chapter of my past. Russell sensed his body becoming increasingly weightless, as countless bizarre lines and images flashed before his eyes in a chaotic whirlwind, utterly incomprehensible to the naked eye. As he gazed upon these peculiar phenomena, a realization compelled him to close his eyes. Within his mind, he began to delineate a profound diagram. Ding! Your soul has transcended, granting you a glimpse of the supreme dimensions, where you have uncovered fragments of the universe's mysteries and perceive the essence of the higher dimensions. The universe is infinite. Dimensions are absolute, and each line represents a parallel universe, all interwoven yet merely a fraction of the overall dimensions. The supreme deities exist within these dimensions. They are omnipresent, inhabiting both the past and the future, yet existing in the present. You have grasped a sliver of the enigma. You have drawn the attention of the supreme deities, who have bestowed their blessings upon you, facilitating the evolution of your soul. You have attained the art of mental cultivation. You have received the blessings of the supreme deities, endowing you with unparalleled comprehension. Merging the arts of mental cultivation and genetic manipulation, you have unlocked the formidable potential of a new synthesis, glimpsing the future of your mutant abilities. Your thoughts manifest. All things shall be materialized. All things shall be negated. You shall name your evolved mutant ability, divine power. He mused. I shall return to my body. With a mere thought, Russell extricated himself from the vastness of the supreme dimensions, his soul re-entering his corporeal form. He felt his legs weaken, his limbs devoid of strength, utterly lacking in support. Although his body was robust as an ox, and the healing gene module within his mutant armor continued to function, Russell felt as though he were a battle-weary warrior, utterly drained, collapsing to the ground. Unwilling to move even a single finger. His eyes reflected shock, and he murmured, "It is it. I have seen it. The ultimate of the universe. The ultimate hidden behind the bronze door." Of course, this was merely jest. Russell's gaze held an air of infatuation as he truly beheld the supreme laws, the origin of all universes and deities, a realm holding all secrets. In truth, it bore another name, the Way of Heaven. As an ordinary individual, Russell had glimpsed the mysteries of the Way of Heaven, even catching sight of fragmentary laws. His complexion flushed, revealing a profound intoxication. The sensation was exquisite. Had it not been for the overwhelming weakness of his soul, he would have yearned to remain forever immersed in this experience, merging as one with that which resembled an omniscient and omnipotent deity. Meanwhile, Ancient One was utterly astonished. She knew well that Russell's soul was pure, having been cleansed by the fabric of time and space during his traversal of the universe. Such a soul attracts the attention of dark and malevolent entities and possesses exceptional aptitude for magical cultivation. However, Ancient One had not anticipated that Russell would resonate so profoundly with the supreme laws, that an ordinary soul could pierce the veil of these laws and even receive the blessings of the supreme deities. As an eternal follower, she understood precisely the implications of this. Should Russell continue to develop, he could undoubtedly surpass the supreme sorcerer and rival the celestial beings, perhaps even ascend to true divinity. Suppressing her astonishment, Ancient One slowly raised her hands before her chest, causing the eye of Agamotto hanging at her heart to begin to spin, revealing a green gem. The Time Stone. A gentle green light enveloped Russell, causing him to shudder, as if struck by a hidden ice dragon. What a refreshing sensation. The weakness within his soul dissipated entirely. Russell was awestruck, instinctively raising his gaze toward the levitating, glowing Time Stone, becoming entranced by its infinite allure. His soul was strengthened, experiencing a qualitative leap. His extraordinary comprehension had transcended previous limitations. He had unlocked the true essence of unparalleled insight. Ding. You gaze upon the Time Stone, absorbing its radiance and abilities. Your comprehension is extraordinary, and you glean fragments of the laws associated with the Time Stone. You shall name this ability. Russell closed his eyes, envisioning a figure in his mind, and without hesitation, named the ability he had derived from the Time Stone as Transcendence of Self, Eternal Transformation. Transformation into eternal self, immersing the soul's abilities within the river of time, bridging the past and future under certain costs, briefly extracting one's own future self or that of another from the continuum of time. The future self possesses self-awareness, future memories, and future strength. The greater the opponent's power and the longer their existence, the greater the cost incurred by the user. Russell was so overwhelmed with excitement that he found himself at a loss for words. He even felt an urge to laugh uproariously at the heavens. What is true? Transcendent enlightenment. What is genuine divine ability? This is it. This is it. Truly extraordinary. Transformation into eternal self. Transformation into eternal self. Chapter 54. My choice to attend university as the God of humanity. Transformation into eternal self. Transformation into eternal self. Utilizing the residual essence of the supreme laws, Russell seized the opportunity to unleash his extraordinary insight, catching a glimpse of the operational principles of the Time Stone. The realization of this genuinely terrifying divine ability. Even he could hardly fathom it. The capacity to communicate with the river of time, to connect with one's future self or that of others. How formidable is that? The mere memories associated with the future are already priceless treasures, not to mention the ability to summon a future self equipped with combat prowess. This signifies that in times of peril, one could call upon their future self to engage in battle. What an extraordinary technique. If Luffy could summon his future self from 2 years hence during the Marineford War, how terrifying that would be. The Emperor Luffy descending upon Marineford, pummeling Akainu, kicking Blackbeard, Ace's death might not have become a 13-year regret. If Naruto could summon his future self from a few years ahead, how blissful that would be. The Sage of Six Paths Naruto arriving in the Rain Village. Battling pain of the Six Paths, Jiraiya's death would not become his lifelong regret in the arduous battles ahead. Naruto would have a stronger support, a family akin to a biological father. If Xiao Yin could summon his future self from 20 years hence during the 3-year pact, how invigorating that would be. The Flame Emperor Xiao Yin coming to pay respects to the mountains. Yin Long, Yin Shan, old dog, all shall perish. He might not have to endure the tragic fate of his family being slaughtered, nor his father being captured and tormented, or his master Yao Lao being taken by the Soul Palace. If Yi Fan could summon himself from 100,000 years in the future during the dark turmoil, how magnificent that would be. I shall suppress all enemies in the world as the Heavenly Emperor, the Dark Sovereign. You are all but ants. There is no great emperor among the human race. A single holy body can contend against the heavens. Those who perished in the dark turmoil might live on for many more years. Perhaps they would have the chance to follow Yi Fan and ascend to the celestial domain together. The Solar Saint Emperor would not rest, even if reduced to mere skin. Still emerging to fight, safeguarding all beings. So much to ponder. Russell was rendered speechless by excitement. Such a divine ability, even with immense side effects and great costs, is truly worthwhile. After all, at critical moments, it could indeed save lives. It could rectify many regrets. Yet, a nagging thought lingered in Russell's mind. Would such a divine skill not impose significant restrictions? Would using it cost half a life? Or perhaps it could not be sustained at all, summoning oneself from 3 seconds hence? What use would that be? Russell's eyes darted as he beheld the Ancient One, along with the time stone spinning in her grasp. Suddenly, a bold idea struck him. If he could employ the transformative eternal self technique, incurring a specific cost to summon his future self, and then use the time stone to leap back in time, could he not negate the cost and repeat the use of the time stone, continuously exploiting this loophole? Russell chuckled, feeling that today he might ascend to divinity. Ahem. He cleared his throat softly, then said with righteous fervor before the Ancient One, Ancient One, I suddenly find your words to be profoundly correct. Since I possess the genius to become a supreme mage, I should earnestly apply myself, diligently study magic, and embrace new ideas, striving to be a new youth of the era, fighting against evil and darkness. His words were filled with righteous indignation. They were remarkably generous and fervent, a stark contrast to his prior hesitance and procrastination. The Ancient One found it peculiar. She had not anticipated such a dramatic shift in Russell's demeanor. Could it be a result of her earlier remarks? A twinge of guilt washed over her. Was it truly right to deceive an 8-year-old child for her own early retirement? I seem rather villainous. The Ancient One, burdened with guilt, spoke with a hint of apology. In truth, being a supreme mage is not as glorious as I portrayed. It is quite exhausting. Perhaps you might reconsider? I can endure for a few more years. In reality, those few more years might stretch into a very long time. She had become adept at siphoning dark energy from the Dark Sovereign Dormammu daily to extend her life, treating the dark dimension as her home. As long as she wished, she could continue to live on. Yet, she felt somewhat weary of it all. Her soul was eternal and pure, but her body was filled with Dormammu's dark energy, tainted with decay and corruption, an odor she had grown to loathe. The Ancient One was engulfed in guilt and shame, yet Russell was in a state of agitation. He knew not what the Ancient One was contemplating. After all, she had lived many years and had mastered the art of emotional control, making it impossible to discern her inner thoughts from her tone and expression. Russell assumed she had glimpsed something in the time stone about a future where he wielded boundless power, acting with impunity, standing above all as a tyrant, and was now contemplating her next steps. He internally cried out, I truly wish to become a vanguard of justice. Once, an opportunity to become a supreme mage lay before me, and I failed to cherish it. I deeply regret it. If given another chance, I would surely utter those 5 words. Come at me. You have shouldered the weight of saving the world alone. You are truly magnificent, a true hero. I wish to share the burden with you. I genuinely admire you. Russell gritted his teeth, leveraging his shamelessness from a past life to flatter the Ancient One. She felt a sense of gratification, yet guilt gnawed at her. Look at how understanding this child is. I had planned to deceive him with a clear conscience. I am truly despicable. You need not be overly anxious. I perceive that aside from your magical talent, you also possess the insight to sense the supreme laws. This will be the foundation of your ascendance as a transcendent being. However, talent alone does not suffice. Diligence is equally paramount. While your insight is formidable, you must still immerse yourself in extensive reading assimilating vast amounts of knowledge. Only with a wealth of knowledge can your insight inspire greater creativity, enabling you to progress further. Russell was taken aback. He understood. Isn't this simply sending him to school? To university? He found it utterly absurd. As a divine being among mortals, I choose not to become the sovereign of mutants, but rather to attend university. Although it is indeed a commendable suggestion, the premise of exceptional insight is undoubtedly a wealth of knowledge. Yet, Russell truly did not wish to exert himself. He desired a shortcut. With resolve, Russell pressed his hand against his heart, furrowing his brow, drawing upon the experience garnered from a 300-pound female acquaintance in his past life, which was essentially, spare no words. Seize the moment with audacity. Oh dear, what is happening to me? Why do I feel so unwell? Russell cried out, as if he were genuinely afflicted by a grave illness. He fervently summoned his divine powers, invoking the transformation of his essence. Summon the future self. Chapter 55. I am a lunatic. Russell's acting prowess was truly remarkable. He could even contend for the title of Best Actor, for he was acutely aware that Ancient One had lived for nearly 7 or 8 centuries, witnessing all manner of soul-corrupting demons. She was a paragon of shrewdness. If it were merely a case of ordinary disguise, the other party would likely see through it instantly. Thus, Russell resorted to a bold tactic. He silently chanted to himself. One must risk losing the child to catch the wolf. Channeling his extraordinary insight, he pulled his memories from his past life, as if rewinding a film. Transporting himself back to that fateful night he preferred to forget. He lay feebly on the bed, a visage of torment, ravaged by that 300-pound female acquaintance, relentlessly struck by the whip in her hand. The echoes of that agonizing experience surged forth once more. Russell screamed in agony. His cries were heart-wrenching, filled with despair. Ancient One was taken aback, for with her centuries of experience, she could distinctly sense the sincerity in Russell's cries, devoid of any pretense. What had transpired? Where was he injured to elicit such wretchedness? Ancient One did not wish for Russell's demise, as he was the most promising candidate for the title of Supreme Sorcerer she had discovered thus far. If she could cultivate him properly, she could retire at least a decade early. A decade. For a laborer, such news was exhilarating. Ancient One's expression turned grave. She employed her magical eye to peer into Russell's being. There were no injuries to be found. Rather, he was perpetually absorbing the ambient energies of the universe, continuously fortifying both his body and soul. She was left astounded. What was this? A being capable of simultaneously enhancing both flesh and spirit. He was akin to those celestial beings, merely requiring slumber, drawing strength from unconscious breaths to absorb the planet's energy and grow formidable. From birth, he was divine. In other words, Russell was a nascent celestial being in the midst of growth. He would ascend to godhood more swiftly than those slumbering within the planet. The title of Supreme Sorcerer was merely a stepping stone for him, far from his ultimate destination. Though Ancient One was immersed in her existential astonishment, she did not lose focus on her observations. With no physical injuries, she turned her attention to his soul. Russell's soul, having undergone temporal purification, had fully integrated with his corporeal form, achieving a harmonious union. He was a quintessential earthling. This was precisely why Ancient One desired him to become the Supreme Sorcerer. He had become one with Earth, devoid of any remnants of an alien soul. Were it not for the meddling of otherworldly Deadpools, she might have never discovered him. As for altering the future, Ancient One felt fatigued. While she could glimpse the future through the time stone, its myriad possibilities were overwhelming. Every moment ushered in countless changes. With billions of potential futures to witness, indeed, an infinite array. The mere fact that she discerned Russell's existence was a stroke of fortune. Upon conducting a thorough examination, Ancient One was further astonished to discover the purity of Russell's soul, which bore traces of supreme laws and even the blessings of the highest deities. He was destined for divinity. Ancient One struggled to articulate her thoughts. Having confirmed her intentions, she resolved to ensure Russell's ascension to Supreme Sorcerer, for it was the only pathway to her early retirement. With both soul and body seemingly faultless, she decided to employ a bit of trickery. Ancient One extended her palm, her hands hovering before her chest in a familiar stance. The eye of Agamotto, suspended above, began to rotate with a series of clicks, as the pale green time stone radiated light, illuminating Russell. Yet at that moment, Russell unexpectedly reached out, placing his hand directly upon the time stone. The glowing time stone abruptly dimmed, and the eye of Agamotto commenced its rotation, sealing the time stone once more without any guidance from Ancient One. In that instant, Ancient One's pupils dilated. The calmness cultivated over countless years was shattered by tumultuous waves. What had she witnessed? Eternity above. She had seen someone forcefully obstruct her use of the Time Stone, seizing control of the supreme artifact, the Eye of Agamotto, without her awareness. This. Even Dormammu could not achieve such a feat. Who are you? You are not him. Ancient One was so startled she stumbled back. Meanwhile, Russell, who had startled her, merely patted his mouth and yawned, as if the astonishing act had not originated from him at all. He looked at Ancient One, suddenly enlightened. Oh, isn't that the esteemed Ancient One? You are still alive. Ancient One. Oh dear. It's all the fault of those rascally Camartage kids. They've been too unruly. We had agreed that the second 7 Days Cup would be a simple affair, without any grand gestures. Look, even the news of your demise has reached you. It truly is outrageous. I shall certainly discipline them with a whip. Russell continued muttering, leaving Ancient One in a daze, her mind buzzing. What on earth is the 7 Days Cup? When did I perish? As if perceiving her confusion, Russell suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Oh, that rascal. I had a feeling something was amiss. It turns out he is being lazy. He doesn't want to exert himself and wishes to benefit from my hard work. How dare he? Back in my day, I endured countless hardships. Does he think he can take advantage of me? Bah! He railed on. The rain I once endured. You shall not escape. You shall bear the consequences. As he spoke, Russell gestured with his finger, and a faint golden light encircled him, from which a mobile phone fell. Let me see what year it is now. What has transpired? All because of that woman. Her constitution is too formidable, draining me dry, leaving my memories muddled and indistinct. Oh, right, great sorcerer. What is the Wi-Fi password for our Camartage? Is it still HHHGYSL? No, that's incorrect. Russell regarded Ancient One with a skeptical gaze. You haven't secretly changed the Wi-Fi password out of spite, have you? Ancient One, what nonsense are you spouting? Ah, forget it. It's futile to discuss this with someone as antiquated as you. I've told you time and again to embrace the present and adopt an internet mindset. Yet you refuse to heed my words. Behold, this is what we call a generation gap. Do you comprehend? Russell, with his eyes tightly shut and fingers motionless, found the screen of his phone filled with a myriad of garbled characters, as if it were storing some arcane information. He muttered under his breath, Kid, count yourself fortunate this time. Next time you require assistance, do not summon me. The hardships I endured in my youth, you shall never escape them. As he spoke, Russell politely waved farewell to the Ancient One, saying, Goodbye, great sorcerer. I shall ensure to burn ample paper money for you upon my return, and I will undoubtedly offer you a phone as a tribute. Ancient One. Almost as soon as his words fell, Russell's legs buckled, unable to support his weight, and with a thud, he collapsed before the Ancient One, resembling a puddle of water sprawled on the ground. Yet, even in such a state, he awkwardly continued to explain, Actually, I'm mentally ill. I suffer from schizophrenia. Do you believe me? Ancient One. Chapter 56. 30 Years of Simulation. 50 years of spellcasting. What has been the most embarrassing moment of your life? Was it when you were caught watching something inappropriate by a relative? Or perhaps when, after a night of passion, you realized you had mistaken your girlfriend's identity? Then, in front of the police, you wept uncontrollably, lamenting that you hadn't paid attention to what she looked like in the first place? At this moment, Russell felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. He wished he could dig a hole in the ground and bury himself in it, never to emerge. He thought he had mastered a divine skill, transmutation. He had transcended time itself. Quite impressive indeed. It had utterly bewildered the Ancient One. Russell inwardly cursed his future self. Be a human for once. I've sacrificed so much to have you come from the future to save me, hoping you would offer me something worthwhile. And look what you've done. You wish to leave nothing behind. What a selfish person you are, tearing away at others' umbrellas after having endured the rain yourself. You are truly wicked. With a heart smaller than a horse's eye, Russell could confidently assert that had his past self sought his assistance, he would have wholeheartedly offered his very soul, even his life, to ensure that his youthful, spirited self would not fail. What? You wish to borrow a kidney to bolster yourself for wooing women? Russell, go to hell. I can feel it. The Ancient One regarded the collapsed Russell with a complex expression, her countenance shifting multiple times before she slowly spoke. Your future is rather convoluted. Perhaps I have not considered this thoroughly. Your age is too tender. I ought to grant you ample time for growth. As she recalled the earlier disoriented Russell, she began to form a vague understanding. She extended her palm, and layers of golden light cascaded from her arm, enveloping Russell. His pallid complexion visibly regained some color, alleviating the side effects of his transmutation. He sensed that in just a few months, he would be able to utilize his powers once more. Merely a few months of cooldown. In light of such extraordinary results, the cost was almost negligible. However, The moment he contemplated the ludicrous version of himself that had been summoned from the future, his expression darkened. He silently noted this in his book of Black History. Item 1736. Never summon your future self, even if it means starving to death, or leaping from a height of 10,000 meters. He would never bow to his future self. Russell was a man of principle. He earnestly adjusted the ranking of this black mark, elevating it to the 10th position, beneath that damned female netizen. As a constant reminder to himself to remember his dark past and never repeat it, he felt a sense of relief but soon found himself unable to smile. For he noticed the Ancient One's condition was quite poor. Particularly, her complexion had turned extremely pale as she cast a spell to mitigate the side effects of his divine act, and her visible frailty alarmed him. What frightened Russell the most was the faint dark markings around the Ancient One's eyes. A chill ran down his spine, for he recognized those markings. They were the distinctive sigils of the Dark God. Those who had been filled with the essence of the Dark Titan, Dormammu, bore these marks. Those who bore such markings would gain tremendous power, yet their fate was invariably grim. They would completely surrender their souls to the Dark God, with no chance of reincarnation. Utterly obliterated, dead beyond measure. Despite the dire consequences, many would still pursue such power, hoping against hope that they were the fortunate exception, only to find themselves imprisoned for 14 days, with complimentary rose-gold handcuffs to boot. How delightful! Russell cautiously observed the Ancient One's state, his heart racing with trepidation. He was deeply afraid that his actions had rendered her too weak, potentially leading her to be drawn into Dormammu's dark embrace. If that were the case, the joke would be on him. After all, Dormammu was a titan of the multiverse who reveled in consuming planetary life, and countless worlds had already fallen beneath his feet. Were it not for the Ancient One, Earth might have succumbed to becoming mere dust in Dormammu's dark realm. Yet, thankfully, the Ancient One was remarkably reliable. Though her eyes reflected weariness, she remained steadfast, her expression grave and her tone stern. You are being reckless. The power of time is not something mortals can toy with. It is a chasm. While you mock time, it is also mocking you. As the possessor of the Time Stone, the Ancient One had witnessed countless futures. Initially, she found it fascinating and immensely useful. She had even attempted to alter the future, to amend her timeline, aiming for a brighter outcome for her universe. But how could that ever be possible? One cannot change the course of a world, just as one cannot alter the balance in a bank account. There will always be inexplicable occurrences, unforeseen causes, and bizarre entities. There will always be enigmatic women, preventing your bank balance from ever soaring. Faced with the stern warning of the true master of time, Russell retracted his frivolous demeanor and nodded earnestly. He observed the undeniable fatigue in her eyes, feeling a deep sense of guilt. I'm sorry, it's my fault. The Ancient One began to berate herself. Seeing you so joyful made me overlook something important. Becoming the Supreme Sorcerer requires not only talent, but also countless other factors. Do you wish to change that? Russell, profoundly moved, nodded earnestly, his sincerity palpable. Yet he quickly sensed that he might be ensnared in the Ancient One's trap. This suspicion arose as she cheerfully produced a thick tome from behind her. Just how thick was it? He was merely a tad shorter than Russell. Gazing at the tome, which was no less than 1.5 meters thick, he fell into a reverie. You dare to call this a book? Ancient One's eyes sparkled with humor. Since you have resolved to work diligently, let us commence with your studies. Master this set of spells, the 30-year simulation of 50 years of sorcery. This is merely the beginner's level. Once you have absorbed the knowledge, I shall impart to you the 3 volumes, 300,000 spell techniques of Camartage, 70,000 minor hexes of eternity, and 600,000 insights of Ancient One. You must study them earnestly. I shall conduct periodic assessments of your progress. Should you fail, Ancient One donned a remarkably benevolent smile, her hands clasped behind her back as she gazed skyward, feigning contemplation. Tell me, do you not think boys look rather adorable in little skirts? Imagine taking them out shopping. They would surely attract quite the attention. But alas, boys are not shielded by the law. Russell, how cruel, utterly ruthless. He clenched his teeth, jotting this down in his little notebook. I, Russell, have a long memory. Once I ascend to the rank of Supreme Sorcerer, Camartage will be awash with the 7 cups daily. Mark my words, not even the arrival of Jesus could alter this. Chapter 57, Mystique. I am forever 18. Russell had forgotten the emotions with which he entered Camartage, but he certainly left in tears, especially while cradling that excessively thick tome. He could no longer restrain his tears. This is sheer bullying. Since graduating from high school, no one had ever imposed such pressure upon him. Do you think I am still that student who rose with the roosters, slept later than dogs, and ate worse than pigs while being more obedient than rabbits? Almost as soon as he stepped onto the teleportation array, he kicked the hefty tome with all his might, channeling his energy and aiming carefully. With a powerful strike, the book soared several thousand meters, accurately striking the soccer net of the mutant base. A remarkable long-range shot. Just as Russell was chuckling to himself, a spark flickered before him, and the very tome he had forcefully propelled landed right back at his feet. It was as if the universe was demonstrating its peculiar sense of humor. A golden ring appeared before him. A hand emerged to toss a phone into his possession, then withdrew, leaving only the crackling sparks behind. Russell, oh dear, how clumsy of me. Look at that. The book has fallen to the ground. My heart aches for it. He picked up the magical tome with exaggerated care, cradling it as one would a cherished figurine. Just feel this smooth texture and observe the delightful contours. So sleek, so tender, so grand. His expression was one of rapture, while internally he cursed vehemently. No, I must strive harder. I shall seize power. I will usurp the throne, initiate the plan to overthrow the malevolent Ancient One and establish a joyous and free Camartage. Rally every sorcerer to partake in the 7 cups. But before his coup could unfold, he had to bide his time. With a heavy heart, Russell trudged toward his room, feeling the weight of his heritage. He was still a native son, yet overshadowed by the legacy of an ancestor, which was rather disheartening. Before he could reach his chamber, he halted abruptly, for he spotted an exquisite beauty leaning against the wall, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Her beauty was breathtaking, her figure sublime, lazily stretching as sunlight bathed her in a tranquil glow. She embodied the unattainable allure that Ru Mingfei could only dream of. Russell, however, remained unfazed, having seen through her facade. Oh, dear auntie, with the base so busy, how do you find time to loiter here? Although the mutant base appeared deceptively calm, Russell keenly detected a hint of blood in the air. Clearly, Stryker's trained battalion had met their demise. They had merely been pawns in Stryker's game, intended for sacrifice, with the strategy of sacrificing one mutant to save another. A stealthy attack might have been feasible, but a frontal assault, even armed with rubber weapons, would result in them experiencing the wrath of Magneto. To carry a sack of rice up several floors? To carry a sack of rice up 2 floors? Nevertheless, Russell was astonished to observe that the mutant base was remarkably clean, devoid of any signs of battle. Such a level of cleanliness could only be achieved by the police. It was truly unparalleled. Little did he realize that the mutants were even more formidable and capable of covering their tracks. In response to Russell's inquiry, the older woman leaned against the wall and lazily stretched, her form accentuated by her tight-fitting attire. Upon realizing that her allure had no effect on Russell, she retorted and returned to her original demeanor. With her red hair and pale blue visage, it was none other than Mystique. She regarded Russell, cradling the hefty tome, her eyes reflecting mild surprise, as if she too sensed his astonishment. With a resigned sigh, she remarked, "Do not be fooled. There was no battle here, nor any fatalities." "Why?" Russell asked, perplexed. He had distinctly foreseen the attack through his precognitive abilities. How could there be no assault? Though the vision had been brief and hazy, it had been unmistakably real. Mystique waved her hand dismissively and began to chide him. "You may have forgotten that the place you conversed with Eric was at the X-Mansion, where resides a benevolent bald man." Russell quickly grasped her meaning. "Ah, you mean Professor X." Given his compassionate nature, he would not wish to witness bloodshed between mutants and humans, favoring a policy of conciliation. When Magneto prepared to eliminate that squadron with an iron fist to assert the mutant stance, Professor X secretly used his telepathic powers to rescue them, redirecting them elsewhere. By morning, Stryker was dead, and the presidential office had issued a pardon for Magneto and the Brotherhood of Mutants, rendering the squad's orders moot and facilitating their voluntary retreat. Thus, there were no casualties. Russell found this explanation reasonable, yet he sensed something amiss. Wait a moment. Why do I detect a whiff of blood? Am I? Ugh. Russell retched slightly, casting a disdainful look at Mystique. You're of a grandmother's age, yet still experiencing this? Ugh. How dare you? A dog's mouth cannot produce ivory. Mystique retorted, her expression sour. You ought to know that age is a woman's most treasured secret. Especially for me. I shall remain forever 18. Haha, how shameless. Russell scoffed, utterly disinterested in Mystique's antics, and responded in a remarkably perfunctory manner. All right, my 18-year-old lady. Do step aside quickly. I must return to my studies. In just a couple of days, I shall embark on my first year of elementary school. It is truly absurd. Were you not supposed to be seeking vengeance? How did you end up in primary school instead? Oh my heavens, has someone knocked the sense out of you? Your version is far too outdated. Though merely a single evening had passed, it had been rife with events too numerous to count. From the demise of the Green Goblin to the pursuit of Strucker, to repelling Sabretooth, snapping Lilith's neck, discovering Deadpool's meddling, and subsequently falling into the hands of the Ancient One. This all transpired in just one night. Russell felt an overwhelming fatigue, especially as he placed that hefty tome, several meters high, upon the table, which trembled under the weight, as if it could scarcely bear the hundreds of pounds pressing down upon it, intensifying his weariness. "Oh, Ancient One, you truly are quite the eccentric," Russell lamented to himself, only to hear the grimoire respond, "Indeed, I concur. She is quite the oddity." Russell was left utterly bewildered. The magic book is speaking to me? This is bad. I must have been poisoned by those mushrooms again. Chapter 58. Venom. I am a good child who loves to eat brains. If an ordinary person were to encounter a book conversing with them, what would their first reaction be? Naturally, they would assume they were losing their grip on reality. However, Russell's immediate thought was that he had once again succumbed to mushroom poisoning, a black mark recorded as the 637th entry in his little notebook. Back in college, a roommate had brought back some local delicacies from his hometown, which had been particularly well hidden. Yet, Russell's insatiable curiosity led him to sneak a taste of two. The flavor was exquisitely tender, delicious. At that moment, he failed to grasp the severity of the situation until he witnessed his desk rising and engaging in a game of Honor of Kings right before his eyes. Yet, Russell swiftly dismissed that notion. From the depths of the thick tome, a dark, viscous substance oozed forth like water from the palm, forming a colossal black head with unnaturally white eyes atop the book. It truly resembled a monster. Particularly alarming was its gaping maw, lined with an array of menacing teeth and an excessively long, toad-like tongue. It was unmistakably aggressive, almost instantaneously upon its emergence. Russell recognized its identity due to its uniqueness. It was a symbiote. More precisely, it was the most diminutive variant within the symbiote family, Venom. The lineage of the symbiotes is exceedingly ancient. They possess their own deity known as the god of symbiotes, Null, born during the cataclysmic era of the Big Bang. They are primordial beings of formidable strength, capable of subsisting independently without the need to parasitize others, bolstered by their own prowess and the powerful artifact known as the Necrosword. During the savage expansion of the universe, Null had slain a member of the Celestials, a feat even the mighty Odin of Ur had yet to accomplish. Those who could enter the ranks of the Celestials were all exceptionally powerful beings. The unfortunate soul whose head Null had severed remained intact even after eons, its unique essence absorbing stray cosmic meteors, leading to the formation of a void where cosmic adventurers congregated, a head the size of a planet. This illustrates the immense stature of that unfortunate being and the formidable might of the god of symbiotes. However, this had little relevance to Venom. Russell observed Venom with mild intrigue. Although Venom belonged to the symbiote lineage, it had undergone countless generations of degradation. Its abilities diminished to the point where it could only exhibit formidable combat prowess by bonding with other organisms. Furthermore, it possessed clear weaknesses, such as a fear of noise and fire. Nevertheless, it had its advantages. As a symbiote, it could replicate the genetic abilities of its host, exponentially enhancing their strength. Yet, a significant drawback remained. Venom would amplify the darkness within its host's heart, rendering them uncontrollable. Just look at what happened to Mac Gargan, who, under its influence, became a street thug. He was dancing in public. He dared to demand a raise from his employer. Good heavens, how terrifying. At that moment, Venom was straining to extricate itself from the confines of the grimoire, unaware that Russell had already discerned its true nature. It twisted its neck and flashed Russell a friendly smile, its unervingly white teeth bared in a menacing grin. "Hey there, little one. My name is Venom. I am a good guy. Oh no, no, I am a good thing. Oh no, no, I'm not a good thing. Oh no, no, I'm a good thing. Oh no." "No," Russell interjected. "This creature cannot be of sound mind, can it? And are you certain you are a good guy?" "Ah, yes. You merely have a penchant for consuming human brains." Venom seemed to realize the gravity of the situation, having spent some time on Earth. Upon seeing Russell's bemused expression, it widened its mouth, revealing a vicious demeanor. "Kid, I must seriously warn you. You're in trouble. I hereby declare you as my human pet. Do you understand? You, little one, are to be my future servant." Before it could finish its proclamation, Russell's expression darkened, and with a single punch, he sent Venom sprawling. Without a host, Venom was nothing more than a mass of goo, lacking any substantial combat capability, especially when confronted with someone as formidable as Russell. Venom was rendered dazed by the blow. Its eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity as it struggled to comprehend Russell's appearance. It repeatedly confirmed, This was merely an ordinary Earth child. Wait, no. How can an ordinary Earth child possess such strength? Has it been enhanced by hormones? Before Venom could fully process the situation, Russell delivered another punch to its head, flattening its form. He was merely adhering to the principle of hospitality. After all, as Confucius stated, is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? Should one not engage with them with reason? Venom hastily attempted to evade, yet its heightened sensitivity, surpassing that of ordinary beings, seemed ineffective. No matter how it dodged, Russell's fists followed with uncanny precision, landing squarely on Venom's head. It flitted about the pages of the tome, attempting to avoid the onslaught, but it was utterly futile. Wherever it emerged, it was met with a punch to the face, causing it to wail in pain, stars dancing in its eyes. Venom felt utterly humiliated and seething with rage. Thus, it resolved, "Please, stop hitting me. I was wrong." Venom knelt swiftly, demonstrating an extraordinary demeanor of compliance, entirely shedding its earlier arrogance of claiming Russell as its pet. It was as obedient as could be. Observing Venom's docility, Russell nodded in satisfaction, realizing that reason had indeed prevailed. Confucius was right. As long as one communicates with reason, even guests from afar can understand. Behold, how astutely articulated. Not only do the visiting guests comprehend, but even extraterrestrial beings grasp the essence. Pray tell, from whence have you emerged? I am but a follower of that insufferable Deadpool, that wretched tortoise of a creature, who is as devoid of a posterior as he is of sanity. He scuttles about indiscriminately, and I can no longer endure his incessant prattle. His incessant chattering has become unbearable. I have plunged my blades into him hundreds of times, yet he refuses to perish. Venom recalls the nightmarish ordeal he previously endured, teetering on the brink of despair, for Deadpool's incessant banter has driven him to the edge of madness. He ventured into this universe seeking vengeance, and, truth be told, I must commend a certain fellow named Strick. He possesses remarkable foresight and has devised a solution. Deadpool's mouth has been silenced. Huh, how imaginative. You should have witnessed the expression on Deadpool's face, as if he had lost his very mother. That audacious and insufferable rascal has finally met his match, receiving a proper thrashing, and it brings me immense satisfaction. I can no longer tolerate his obnoxious howls. I have finally escaped. I yearn for the fresh air outside, for this tranquil freedom devoid of that loathsome creature's voice. Oh my God, it is simply marvelous. I feel as though I have been reborn. Oh yes. I almost forgot my dear master. What form would you like me to take? I am quite versatile. Whether it be a cat, a dog, or a chicken, I can embrace you tightly and transform into whatever you desire. As long as it pleases you. I am more than willing to be utterly bizarre. We are of one mind. Transform into a hammer. Crush justice. Russell, this is dire. Venom has truly gone awry. Chapter 59. The Emperor Hero Project. At this juncture, Venom has completely devolved into the form of Deadpool, exhibiting an irritable demeanor, his words disjointed and nonsensical. Reminiscent of a disgruntled university student during an early morning class. It is as if one could nurture an evil sword immortal within him. Venom appears utterly deranged, conversing in an extraordinarily erratic manner, suggesting a significant degree of instability. Russell contemplated this, a glimmer of sympathy in his eyes. He recalled that as a symbiote, Venom must accompany his host day and night, merging with their body to exhibit enhanced abilities. While this may be manageable with others, one can only imagine the chaos of having Deadpool as a host. Can you fathom the sensation of having Tin Tang Sings chanting incantations around you? After all, Tang Sung requires rest, sustenance, and even the occasional trip to the lavatory. Yet Deadpool thrives on a regimen of unceasing activity, foregoing food, sleep, and even mortality. More formidable than Tang Sung, he would drag you to dance in the East African Rift, hunt bears upon the Arctic glaciers, skydive from 10,000 feet, and even make you experience bullets firsthand. To endure such a host without losing one's sanity is an achievement in itself. Russell expressed his understanding and pity for Venom. Yet that did not imply he would take in this entity, for he had no use for Venom's abilities. Russell possessed his own low-grade mutant armor, which could similarly enhance his powers while incorporating various genetic modules to harness other mutant capabilities. The armor also afforded formidable physical and mental defenses, and most crucially, it was impervious to fire and noise. There was yet another pivotal reason. A nagging, incessantly chattering Venom, akin to an overbearing matron, was truly a source of headache. Thus, Russell conceived an ingenious plan. With a serious countenance, he traced a circle upon the table with his finger, then began to chant an incantation. Evil spirits, take your leave. Evil spirits, take your leave. Evil spirits, take your leave. Venom was initially taken aback, For having traversed multiple universes alongside Deadpool, it had encountered many wonders. Parallel universes abound with the extraordinary. Have you seen a female version of Captain America? A Spider-Man controlling mechs? The elderly Thor? The black-suited Spider-Man? Groot from the World Tree? An alligator Loki? Such magical spells are commonplace. Though initially startled, Venom was soon caught off guard by Russell's incantation, collapsing onto the table, clutching its abdomen in twisted laughter, reveling in a frenzied manner. Is that what you call a spell? If your incantation were effective, I would lick the streets from New York to Alaska. Even the dog droppings would be smoothed out. As Venom beheld the mirth upon Russell's face and the gesticulations of his hands, an ominous premonition enveloped it. Suddenly, beneath its feet appeared a circle emitting golden sparks. It was utterly bewildered, and in an instant, it plummeted through the portal. An incredulous voice echoed back from the portal, reverberating with disbelief. No, this cannot be real. This is utterly unscientific. Are there truly spells of such a nature in this world? Russell retracted the portal, a grin upon his face as he regarded his palm. The teleportation spell indeed proved effective. No wonder it was a fundamental spell taught to every sorcerer of Kamartaj. You can do it. I can do it. Tesla's Musk tearfully sells himself to a nightclub. It is so convenient. Perhaps this is one of the few aids stemming from the trauma inflicted upon my tender psyche by that individual. Russell referred to his future self, who, while utilizing the power of transformation, had drawn the future self into his own being. Although the other possessed future memories, he did not acquire them. Nor did the other leave behind anything particularly useful. Yet, Russell had witnessed the use of the golden portal and the complete casting process. And his extraordinary comprehension enabled him to record this process and subsequently employ it effortlessly. If the Ancient One were to witness this, she would likely lament. No need for incantation. This is a being blessed by the divine. Alas, in life, it is best to remain grounded. Russell's expression turned wistful, his eyes betraying a hint of schadenfreude. You are of no use here to deceive me for sustenance. The Ancient One is truly the benevolent soul, relishing in providing for individuals like you, perhaps even with packages spanning centuries. He shook his head and cast aside thoughts of Venom. Russell resolved that one day, when he found the leisure, he would return to Kamartaj to retrieve Venom and conduct a thorough examination of its condition. As for now, Russell rolled up his sleeves, cautiously surveying his surroundings, securing doors and windows, arming himself with tissues, diving beneath the covers, and surreptitiously retrieving his phone to input a mysterious URL. His expression turned lascivious. Come, let me see how your development is faring. He pondered. What was that URL again? Wookum. Russell earnestly contemplated, striving to recall the secret teachings imparted by the older neighbor from his childhood, where merely entering any 3 numbers followed by 2 letters and calm, no more than 5 times, would unveil the mysteries of the world. Yet, his laziness prevailed. He opted for a standardized URL. Russell pondered for a moment, delving deep into the recesses of his distant memory, and soon found himself excitedly typing on the keyboard, rapidly navigating to a familiar website. Upon entering the site, the very first headline left him utterly astounded. He inhaled sharply. My heavens! It was the secret of 5 men. Astonishing. In broad daylight, 5 grown men engaged in such activities. The website displayed a little gift left for Russell by his future self, not stored on his mobile device, but rather on this clandestine little site known only to the 2 of them. Outsiders could never gain access, as it was exceedingly obscure. There were countless such small websites globally, perhaps even millions. Not even artificial intelligence could make heads or tails of them. Without hesitation, Russell clicked on it. He finally laid eyes on the hidden, heart-pounding textual descriptions. It was the Imperial Hero Project of the Divine Body Armor. The energy required for the Divine Body Armor was monumental. Whether opening alternate dimensions or storing vast amounts of genetic data within them, it demanded an extraordinary amount of energy. The efforts of a single individual were profoundly limited. The energy needed to open such dimensions was not solely derived from solar power, but could also harness the elemental forces of nature: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Initially, through technological modification, the low-level mutant armors, which enhanced the abilities of various mutants, would be unified and transformed into armors capable of absorbing the 5 elemental energies, thus bestowing them with the powers of the 5 elements. This would grant them eligibility to utilize the genetic modules of the alternate dimensions, simultaneously augmenting their combat prowess while allowing them to absorb elemental energy, thereby providing a continuous supply of elemental energy to the alternate dimensions. The more individuals adorned with elemental armor, the stronger the alternate dimension would become. The unification of the 5 elements would herald the emergence of the Emperor of Light, who embodies the powers of all 5 elemental armors. The technical details of the elemental armors were as follows, as were those of the Emperor armor. Russell stared, slack-jawed. Was this not akin to treating all mutants as mere power banks? Not only would they collect energy for themselves, but they would also be compelled to offer their genetic data for free, assisting in the maintenance and development of the alternate dimensions. The irony was that they would feel they had struck a tremendous bargain. This was akin to having others work for you without pay, yet willingly and fervently toiling away. A scenario that would leave even the most hardened capitalist in tears and a banker blushing with shame. Russell could not help but exclaim in sincere astonishment, "You, my dear self, have ultimately become the very entrepreneur you despised." Chapter 60, Astonishment. My temper is quite fiery. It was indeed a plan conceived by his future self. With just a glance, Russell comprehended the thought processes of his future self. The threshold for the divine body armor was excessively high. The subdivided Emperor armor project drew heavily from the construction of super civilizations depicted in the Super God Academy. It gathered the strength of an entire civilization to forge a dark dimension, perpetually constructing it through warfare, plunder, and the acquisition of abundant resources. Subsequently, all strength would converge to create a supreme deity, the epitome of combat prowess. The supreme deity would wield the highest authority and command the collective power of an entire civilization, while the other civilization bearers would merely possess soldiers evolved from identical templates. Akin to the distinction between the angel Queen Kesha and ordinary angels. In this scenario, Russell was the supreme deity. The Emperor Hero Project aimed to treat all mutants as ordinary angels, persuading them to willingly devote themselves to the construction of alternate dimensions. After all, the stronger the alternate dimensions became, the more formidable their command over the elemental powers would be, enhancing their combat abilities exponentially. One could say that Russell, single-handedly, was elevating the entire mutant community, ascending to divinity, transforming an entire lineage into immortals. Yet, a shred of confusion lingered within him. Are you all right? Are you truly all right? Russell found it hard to fathom. He possessed extraordinary insight, was a mutant, and had ventured into the realms of magic, with an abundance of possibilities awaiting him. There was simply no necessity to execute the Emperor Hero Project. The low-level mutant armor was merely a makeshift combat tool he had developed in response to the war mandated by the president and to counter the threat of Strick. He favored physical transcendence over mechanized suits. Especially so, the conception of the so-called divine body armor and the creation of a divine civilization would take not merely a year or two, but likely centuries. The angel civilization of the Super God Academy had taken millennia to develop, yet the combat prowess of the angel supreme deity was hardly impressive. Incapable of even withstanding a supernova explosion, Superman merely smiled in silence. However, Russell soon found himself smiting his own face, for he had glimpsed the final chapter. The ultimate description of the Emperor armor. Those clad in the Emperor armor could invoke the will of the heavens, absorb the radiance of the sun and moon, and could be reborn even after death, with their souls enduring eternally. As long as the 5 elements persisted, the Emperor would not perish. The Emperor would possess a lifespan akin to that of a star, eternal and unaging. The forging of the Emperor armor undoubtedly drew inspiration from the solar civilizations of the Super God universe. Any Emperor could harness and manipulate the powers of stars. Even a mere fraction could effortlessly obliterate a civilization or even annihilate a planet. Beyond sheer power, the promise of eternal life. This notion left Russell breathless. Even if it wasn't true eternity, living as long as his dear mother on Earth would indeed be a remarkable gain. Consuming the vigor of others while exponentially prolonging his own life, it was far more nauseating than a boss demanding hard work while indulging in luxury cars and youthful models. After a moment of contemplation, Russell mused, how incredibly cool. Hatred for capitalists, disdain for capitalists, understanding of capitalists, becoming a capitalist, surpassing capitalists, and ultimately evolving into an entrepreneur. He was swayed by the advantages of the Emperor, yet another revelation struck him. The future self he had summoned back had a youthful appearance, clearly not long into assuming the mantle of the Supreme Mage. After all, he had only just completed the 2nd cup of his initial 7. Thus, it could not have been more than a decade. In just 10 years, could he easily create such an Emperor project? What distinction did such an Emperor hold compared to a deity? What was Asgard in comparison? Russell inhaled deeply, for he vividly recalled that this Emperor project was merely a trivial gift bestowed by his future self, indicating that his counterpart possessed even greater treasures. He could scarcely fathom the extent of that individual's strength. Was it possible he had a hand resting upon the head of the mighty Captain Marvel, saying, "My temper is quite fiery"? Yikes! How terrifying! Why was I having such thoughts? Could it truly be the result of prolonged singledom? Am I now finding everyone attractive? Russell shook his head vigorously. Without hesitation, he resolved to advance the Emperor Hero Project. After all, his future self would hardly lead him astray. The Emperor Project was remarkably comprehensive, encompassing not only the detailed technical specifications for the Emperor armor, but also the intricate information regarding the upgraded elemental armors for mutants. The technological content was not overly complex, making it entirely feasible to construct. Russell retrieved his mobile phone, his gaze fixated upon its screen, where a fleeting crimson glimmer danced in his eyes, revealing an unfamiliar number. He nodded in satisfaction before pressing the call button. A familiar voice resonated from the other end. Laced with confusion, "Who are you?" Without a hint of politeness, Russell retorted, "Old man. Hurry home and generate some gold coins." Magneto, bewildered, stared at the device in his hand, then glanced over at Professor X, who was engaged in dialogue with government officials, his mind swirling with questions. How did Russell know he was here? How could he possibly be aware of the phone beside him, let alone the number? He had disclosed none of today's itinerary to anyone. This situation struck Magneto as peculiar. He suspected foul play, convinced that it was a human trickery. These detestable humans truly seemed intent on perpetuating the war. He had always maintained that iron-fisted measures were necessary in dealing with them. "Charles, you are mistaken. I am in the right." As he spiraled into self-righteous indignation, Russell's impatient voice cut through. "Get back here quickly. I've developed a more advanced mutant armor. Stop just sitting there. With your intellect, you can't outwit anyone." Magneto protested. "I am Magneto, not some Iron King." "Very well, Iron King. I shall return at once." Magneto conceded, recognizing that Russell was the leader he had chosen for the next generation of mutants. This young lad not only possessed boundless potential, but was also exceptionally clever. "Very well. I shall endure." He rose abruptly, drawing the attention of those in the meeting, and the government officials gulped in fear, for he was the world's foremost terrorist, and none dared to underestimate Magneto. Yet, one audacious individual mustered the courage to interject. "Magneto, we are currently in a meeting. Please take your seat." "Huh." Magneto shot him a disdainful glance, raised both hands, and levitated from his chair, tearing a portion of the metallic ceiling as he ascended, leaving everyone gaping in disbelief as he soared away. The man was incensed. After all, he was the second most powerful figure in the White House, persuaded by Tony's monetary influence. Otherwise, he would never meddle in the troublesome affairs of mutants. How could Magneto show him such disrespect? He turned angrily towards Professor X. "Look at your mutants. They are utterly arrogant. I have never encountered such insolence." Professor X maintained his serene demeanor, waving dismissively. "What transpired?" "I saw nothing. You are too much." The man was flabbergasted. He distinctly remembered that the records indicated a bitter rivalry between Magneto and Professor X. And the last time Magneto was imprisoned, it was due to Professor X's machinations. Why do you shield him? Is it reasonable to protect your adversary? Is this some sort of joke? Chapter 61, Magneto, Iron King. The man was driven to laughter in his fury. It was clearly Magneto who had looked down upon him and departed mid-discussion, yet Professor X pretended to be oblivious. "Damn it, are you playing tricks on me?" He slammed the table, roaring, "Since you mutants show me such disrespect, let us speak of war. I shall propose to the President to wage war against mutants. My dear sir, mutants and Stark Industries are keenly interested in next month's election. I hear you are quite eager to advance. You certainly wouldn't want to receive complaints at such a crucial time, would you?" At these words, the man's expression shifted dramatically. He clenched his fists awkwardly, clearing his throat. Dear Charles, you know me. I'm a person of utmost integrity, always fond of a good jest. What I said earlier was merely in jest. Let us continue our discussion." His demeanor underwent a complete transformation, shedding his earlier fury for a friendly disposition. Such was the nature of the capitalist world, not one governed by power. If he failed to be re-elected or faced complaints, he would be no different from an ordinary citizen, devoid of authority. Offending mutants was a risk he could afford, for they were merely a group of low-tier terrorists. But arms magnate Stark wielded numerous congressional votes and millions of local ballots. Even the president dared not confront him. Thus, he became exceedingly compliant, wearing a congenial smile. Meanwhile, Professor X also smiled warmly. Yet his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the spot where Magneto had been seated, the very phone that had just rung. His thoughts wandered far away. More advanced mutant armor? Russell. Oh, Russell, you are truly a genius. On the other side, Russell nodded in satisfaction, having just experimented with his evolved mutant abilities after receiving the blessings of the gods. He had merely made a small wish, hoping to connect with Magneto's phone. Consequently, the number appeared automatically on his device, and upon dialing, he was indeed connected to Magneto himself. Could this be the legendary freedom to do as one pleases? Russell pondered, his eyes narrowing as he slipped into a colorful reverie. He tapped his fingers on the table and slowly began, I want Tifa. No, one is not enough. I desire a plethora of beautiful ladies, each with stunning figures. The soft and adorable type, youthful faces, and unique charms. Initially, he intended it as mere banter, but to his astonishment, he discovered that his mutant ability had indeed activated. Russell stood frozen in place, mouth agape, his mind flooded with the most absurd thoughts. Could it be? Could it be? Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as a figure descended from above. Russell's eyes widened in shock as he beheld Magneto emerging from the smoke, cursing about the dreadful pollution. To his astonishment, a torn balloon adorned with the image of a cartoon character was firmly affixed to Magneto's chest, the balloon displaying various images of the character in abundance. As if it had a magical quality, clinging stubbornly to him despite his attempts to evade it. In that moment, Magneto resembled a clown, ranting about his misfortune for the day, while Russell sat, observing with a calm demeanor, as if the entire debacle had nothing to do with him. It truly was not his doing. He swore it. Clearing his throat, Russell addressed Magneto with utmost seriousness. I ventured out yesterday and had a remarkable breakthrough. I have redesigned and upgraded the low-level mutant armor, enhancing its capabilities significantly. Magneto's attention was abruptly diverted as he gazed at Russell with a look of profound contemplation, one that rivaled even his dear friend Professor Charles Xavier's sentiments. For he was closer to Russell than Xavier, possessing a deeper understanding of the latter's genius and extraordinary capabilities. Just a skirmish outside, and new inspiration blossomed? How could a seasoned individual like me, who has toiled for decades to create a machine that transforms the X-Gene, justify my existence in such a scenario? Magneto mused, his words laced with excitement. What kind of inspiration could this be? I recall that the low-level mutant armor you devised has yet to reach perfection, merely showcasing its nascent version. Are you truly so eager to enhance it? It is worth noting that Russell's design for the low-level mutant armor was conceived merely 5 or 6 days prior. The model produced was the most rudimentary version, equipped with only a handful of basic mutant abilities and enhancements, lacking the discovery of the optimal and most potent gene combinations. It is akin to a game. The same hero with 3 to 5 skill slots can yield vastly different outcomes in the hands of different players. To put it plainly, starting as a human, the divergent paths of family, education, marriage, and career can create a chasm of difference. If only a few perfect mutant gene combinations could be unearthed, the combat prowess could multiply tenfold. This is no jest. This has been Magneto's endeavor over the past few days, albeit with the unfortunate reality that the Brotherhood of Mutants is hampered by excessive restructuring and a scant recruitment of merely hundreds. Excluding the non-combatant mutants, there are scarcely any left. No matter how one might arrange them, it is impossible to concoct a royal flush from such a modest hand. This is precisely why Magneto sought contact with Xavier's school. Does he truly care for his good friend Charles? Well, perhaps to a slight extent. Yet he would never admit it. What he acknowledges is his keen interest in the myriad of potential mutants that the school nurtures. In his eyes, the low-level mutant armor is already exceptionally refined, with immense room for improvement. What further enhancements are necessary? I believe you ought to ponder this carefully. After all, scientific inquiry cannot solely rely on inspiration. The low-level mutant armor is indeed quite flawless. I have observed Beast's obsession with it, to the point of losing sleep. That technology would keep him competitive for years to come, Magneto articulated diplomatically. Yet, internally, he harbored a degree of skepticism. So, are you questioning my capabilities? Russell lifted his head, suddenly intrigued by the challenge. He adjusted his non-existent glasses, as a glimmer seemed to flash momentarily. Let us put it to the test. I am quite curious about the power of my newly upgraded mutant armor. Speaking with fists is your preferred method. I trust you won't decline? You wish to spar with me? Magneto confidently crossed his arms, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he addressed Russell. Young one, do not forget my title. I am the master of magnetism. Chapter 62. The astonishing Snowhound battle armor. In response to Russell's provocation, Magneto revealed a faint smile, exuding confidence that radiated from within. Though his years had rendered him less vigorous than before, he remained formidable. He even contemplated ruffling Russell's hair with a derisive expression, perhaps uttering a boastful remark. Have you witnessed my peak? I could obliterate a city with a mere flick of my wrist, lift a stadium weighing thousands of tons that accommodates thousands, manipulate trains weighing hundreds of tons to soar through the air, and render a half-step level 4 mutant like Wolverine as helpless as a ragdoll. I could effortlessly pull a nuclear submarine from the depths of the ocean, or halt hundreds of missiles with a mere gesture. Were it not for my age, I would audaciously challenge anyone among the thousands of mutants to stand against me. With a gaze filled with profound pity, he regarded Russell, pondering whether it was truly wise for someone capable of manipulating all magnets to engage with such mecha. The advantage lies with me, Magneto thought, amused, as he assisted Russell in the creation of the new mutant armor. The initial construction was comprehensible, yet as more components were added, the intricate combinations became increasingly baffling to Magneto. Many parts of the new mutant armor were not crafted by him, but by Russell himself. With one hand pressed to his brow and the other directed at the armor, components materialized from thin air, forming from nothingness. Witnessing Russell's prowess, Magneto felt an unsettling premonition. He instinctively inquired, "You will be fighting me using solely the armor's power, without employing your own mutant abilities, correct?" Even now, he was still somewhat unclear about Russell's mutant capabilities. The sheer volume was overwhelming. His ability to evolve other mutants' powers, to soar through the skies, and to possess an astute intellect that enables him to replicate the abilities of others. Any one of these talents would stand out among other mutants. Yet, in Russell, they appeared almost commonplace, overshadowed by his striking appearance and prodigious intellect, which were nothing short of extraordinary. Of course, Russell chuckled, "I am quite respectful of my elders. I would never resort to ambushing you, my esteemed 65-year-old comrade." Humph. Magneto resolved to adopt a more cautious approach, thus choosing to don the low-level mutant armor, augmented with carefully selected gene sequences from other mutants. Although it may not significantly enhance his destructive capacity, it would undoubtedly elevate his overall strength. The wager between Magneto and Russell quickly spread like wildfire among the Brotherhood of Mutants, igniting a flurry of animated discussions among the otherwise bored mutants, who eagerly speculated about the impending clash. After all, the combatants were nothing short of theatrical. One was the long-revered king of mutants, the leader of the Brotherhood, a level 4 pinnacle who controlled the magnetic fields, Magneto. The other was the epitome of intellect, the creator of the low-level mutant armor, possessing the ability to precisely manipulate various low-level mutant gene modules, and a being of immense potential, Russell, an Omega-level mutant of unknown capabilities. Yet, despite the spirited discussions, the overwhelming consensus favored Magneto, primarily due to his terrifying strength and Russell's tender age. The abilities of mutants tend to develop with age, and no matter how formidable a mutant may be, it is exceedingly challenging to fully harness their powers while still young. Take Jean Grey, for instance, with her Phoenix Force. She could effortlessly annihilate any level 4 mutant when unleashed. The formidable Apocalypse and even the future Professor Xavier fell victim to her hands. However, her Phoenix persona was sealed away by Xavier during her youth for over 20 years. Though these mutants remained oblivious to certain truths, the prevailing perceptions were universally acknowledged rather than isolated instances. Consequently, they collectively held a favorable view of Magneto. They speculated that if Russell were to mature further, perhaps in another decade, or more realistically, in 5 years, the Brotherhood of Mutants might well find itself under new leadership. Of course, there was another crucial reason. Was that little rascal foolish? Eric could manipulate metal. Mystique articulated the confusion shared by all mutants, which also served as a point of confidence for Magneto. To toy with steel in the presence of Magneto was akin to brandishing a firearm before a marksman. Would one dare to wager on whether the weapon was loaded? After a moment's contemplation, she too chose to be skeptical of Russell. Yet, there was an exception among them. That was Professor X. He, maneuvering his wheelchair, entered the long-neglected domain of the Brotherhood of Mutants, observing Russell, who was intently crafting the new generation of mutant armors, his gaze brimming with recognition and anticipation. "I believe Eric will falter because I see hope in this young lad." Mystique scoffed, "You cunning old man. Don't think I'm unaware of your ulterior motives. You simply wish to win Russell's favor and entice him to join the X-Mansion. I've seen through your scheming." Amidst the spectators' eager gazes, Russell transformed into an octopus-like figure, enhancing the former mutant armor, especially with the augmentation of his newfound abilities, causing the upgrades to progress at an extraordinary pace. Changes were occurring at every moment. Soon, under the watchful eyes of all, the familiar low-tier mutant armor underwent a striking transformation, radiating a golden hue that appeared resplendent under the sun, exuding an air of opulence, gleaming with golden brilliance. It dazzled all who beheld it. Russell nodded in satisfaction. This armor perfectly suited his character, embodying understated luxury and depth. In stark contrast to the ostentatious red favored by the flamboyant Tony Stark, it epitomized the beauty of subtlety. In terms of understated grandeur, nothing could compare to the pure gold of our great China. He was thoroughly pleased. Yet, there were those nearby who were blind to its worth and continued to chatter incessantly. Magneto's face was etched with disdain as he scrutinized the newly upgraded mutant armor. Sensing its metallic composition, he realized that in battle, it could be manipulated and even obliterated in an instant. A smirk of derision appeared on his face. His eyes filled with provocation directed at Russell. Is this what you call new armor? Is this it? It hardly seems remarkable. However, Magneto's mirth was short-lived. He watched as Russell approached the golden armor and shouted, "Armor unite! Snow Mastiff armor! Colossal Buddha form!" In an instant, a towering figure, hundreds of meters high and radiating golden light, emerged, standing majestically between heaven and earth. The sheer magnitude rendered all present as mere ants in comparison. All the mutants could hardly contain their astonishment, gaping at this imposing entity that delivered an overwhelming visual impact. Magneto fell silent, nearly losing control of his emotions. Wanting to point at Russell and exclaim, "You dare to call this towering Buddha armor? How could you deceive a 60-year-old comrade like me?" Chapter 63. Have you ever been kicked by light? Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, after Russell shouted for the Snow Mastiff armor to unite, he seemed to transform into a beam of light, merging with the armor in a manner that transcended comprehension, evolving into a majestic Buddha, radiating golden brilliance and sitting in midair with an aura of authority that was truly breathtaking. Was this the new inspiration behind Russell's creation of a novel mutant armor? Professor X beheld the gigantic, sacred Buddha, his eyes reflecting the same awe as the others. After all, human beings invariably harbor a sense of reverence for the grandiose. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, donning a knowing smile that foretold victory for the impending clash between Russell and Magneto. Eric would surely lose. How can you be so certain? Mystique retorted firmly. This little rascal is merely putting on a show, deliberately enlarging himself to serve as a living target. I have faith in Eric. He is bound to triumph over young Russell. She huffed dismissively, harboring a bias against Russell. How dare this little imp refer to her, a mere 18-year-old beauty? As an old woman, her heart was petty. She held a grudge. Professor X shook his head. Raven, you remain unchanged over the years. He seemed to perceive Mystique's underlying sentiments, having watched her grow up, fully aware of her character. Yet, he was taken aback that Mystique would stoop to bickering with a child, completely disregarding the facts. With a hint of exasperation, he straightforwardly expressed his thoughts. Transform into Eric's likeness and attempt to exert your abilities to control him. Then you'll understand. Mystique hesitated. And almost instantaneously, her mind shifted, and she transformed into Magneto's likeness, acquiring his abilities of magnetic manipulation, the power often jestingly referred to as metal control. Upon transformation, she felt it. The colossal magnetic field standing in the heavens was immense and unyielding, regardless of how Mystique called out or attempted to exert her influence. The magnetic field remained steadfast, as solid as a rock, with even the more easily manipulable metals offering no response and seemingly repelling her efforts. It was as if a barrier had been erected. Mystique's eyes widened in disbelief as she shook her head frantically. Impossible. This is utterly inconceivable. Throughout her many years of existence and numerous adventures, this was the first time she had encountered a power capable of resisting magnetic fields. This was undeniably Magneto's nemesis. She instinctively glanced toward Magneto, only to find him furrowing his brow, clearly grappling with the situation and questioning the nature of these mutant abilities. The Metal King, the Monarch of Iron, was unable to manipulate Russell's mutant armor. Mystique fixed her gaze on Russell's silhouette concealed within the radiant Buddha, reluctantly voicing her inner thoughts. This little rascal truly evokes a sense of despair. He is indeed a prodigious being. She could scarcely fathom that if Magneto were to be defeated, an 8-year-old Russell, whose powers had yet to reach their full potential, would emerge as the most formidable mutant. What an absurd notion. Her astonishment roiled within her like a tempest. At this moment, her mind was a tempest of thoughts. A peculiar notion crossed her mind. Was it respect or admiration? Or perhaps a sense of reverence towards the powerful? Surely, it could not be affection. That would be far too aberrant. After all, I am many years his senior, merely a middle-aged woman with an alluring physique, capable of transformation. I am quite adept at it. Mystique was lost in her reverie, but was swiftly brought back to reality by Professor X, who softly uttered, "It begins." Indeed, the battle had commenced. Russell transformed into a colossal figure reminiscent of a golden Buddha, surveying from on high with his cold, golden eyes. His thoughts became chillingly calm, as if all emotional entanglements had evaporated. This was his first metamorphosis into the Snow Mastiff armor, a pivotal component of the Divine Body Armor project and an integral part of the Imperial battlesuit. The Snow Mastiff armor was destined for greatness. Like the other 4 armors imbued with elemental powers, it had undergone modifications, boasting a far more formidable and perfected combat form. The Snow Mastiff armor embodied the essence of the Golden Buddha, a fitting representation of its golden nature. Russell, feeling the enormity of his form, turned his gaze towards Magneto, looking down upon him as one would an insignificant insect. This was not arrogance. His towering stature rendered Magneto little more than an ant. "You may proceed," Russell said with a slight smirk, casually adding, "I could allow you just one hand." Although Magneto did not grasp the jest, he sensed Russell's audacious demeanor, which felt eerily familiar. It dawned on him. This was unmistakably a case of mimicry. The expression and gaze were strikingly identical. Magneto, visibly irked, thrust his palm towards the immense golden Buddha, unleashing a torrential downpour of various metallic materials that rained down like arrows aimed at Russell. The speed was staggering, accompanied by the cacophony of slicing air. The mutants present instinctively covered their ears, breathless at the cataclysmic assault. It was clear to them that Magneto was incensed. In the face of this deluge, Russell remained unfazed. He simply extended his hand, and what transpired next astonished all present. His already colossal hand visibly expanded midair, obscuring the clouds above. Countless metallic objects hurtling through the air seemed to be drawn towards him, their erratic paths aligning as they were forcibly compressed into his palm. Within that hand lay a singularity, akin to a black hole. Regardless of how much metal it consumed, the mass within remained unchanged, as if the metallic tempest had been mere illusion. Magneto was left in a state of utter disbelief, gazing at the sphere of metal in Russell's palm. He felt an overwhelming, terrifying magnetic force compressing all the metal together. What appeared to be a mere sphere actually weighed in excess of hundreds of tons. The sheer horror of such magnetic compression was unfathomable. He realized he was utterly incapable of achieving such a feat. His pride in his magnetic manipulation was rendered impotent against Russell's might. Even if he controlled vast quantities of metal, it merely served to enlarge Russell's metallic sphere, failing to inflict any damage upon him. With a bitter heart, he sensed even greater calamity approaching. Russell slowly opened his eyes and withdrew his hand, the immense sphere of metal seamlessly merging into his powerful thigh. The once dazzling golden aura dulled, yet no one doubted the terror of that leg. As all eyes widened in anticipation, Russell gradually raised that leg, revealing a foot measuring a staggering 4,200 yards. A chilling proclamation reverberated in everyone's minds. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? The metallic thigh's lightspeed kick. This strike, infused with the force of over 100 tons. Could you withstand it? Chapter 64. The Defeat of Magneto. Russell must have lost his mind. He first absorbed the hundreds of tons of metal manipulated by Magneto, then unleashed an attack inherent to his armor, the lightspeed kick. When tremendous mass collided with blinding velocity, the resulting destructive force was undeniably cataclysmic. After all, the essence of science is akin to boiling water and throwing stones. As that colossal foot descended from the heavens, Magneto's expression morphed wildly. He could evade it, yet he resolutely chose not to. His pride forbade retreat. "I am Magneto. I shall not flee." Clenching his fists, an ominous magnetic field enveloped him, swirling torrents of metal coalescing around him. In the air, they fused into a gargantuan beast, resembling a titanic ape. Its feet grounded while its hands strained upward, seemingly attempting to lift the impending foot that bore down upon him. Madness, pure madness. Professor X, observing from a distance with the surrounding mutants, had retreated from the heart of the battle. He turned to witness the two titanic entities clashing, as if gods were at war. The fearsome energy radiating from the conflict surpassed even the thunderous roars of the tempest above. It was overwhelming, rendering Professor X unable to maintain his composure. He wished to intervene, raising his finger to his forehead, his immense psychic power extending outward, only to return in defeat. With a resigned shake of his head towards Mystique, he signaled his helplessness. After all, both combatants wore mind-blocking helmets, enhanced and modified by Russell himself. Even a telepath of his caliber was powerless to affect either individual. He could barely perceive their fluctuating psychological states. But to influence their thoughts or control their actions was as futile as chasing dreams. I can sense Eric's extreme tension and exhilaration, his heartbeat rapid and frantic. Professor X remarked with a sigh. It has been many years since I witnessed Eric fight with such fervor. His gaze drifted into a reverie, recalling the Eric who, in the depths of the ocean, had recklessly pulled a nuclear submarine, risking his own life. He reminisced about the moment when, facing the mutant apocalypse, Eric had experienced a dramatic evolution in his abilities, yet harbored an unbridled hatred for humanity. Mutants are inherently driven by such intense emotional shifts. Under extreme duress, their genes operate at peak efficiency, rendering their powers exceptionally formidable. I too felt it. Mystique, transformed into the likeness of Magneto, was more attuned to this terror than anyone else, akin to a tempest, akin to a cataclysmic earthquake, making her acutely aware of her own insignificance and despair. Yet, what plunged her deeper into despair was yet another matter. She sensed an even more terrifying and utterly hopeless magnetic force, as profound as an abyss, sending shivers down her spine and causing her to tremble uncontrollably. And that force was none other than Russell. Boom, accompanied by a deafening explosion. The frenzied roar of the metallic giant ape diminished, unable to withstand the relentless waves of impact. It attempted to fight back, but was effortlessly kicked away. With a heavy footfall from the towering golden Buddha, the immense metallic beast shattered with the sound of breaking glass, cracking into pieces, unable to maintain its form. Crushed beneath the Buddha's foot into an uneven, uniquely shaped metallic disc, it was utterly flattened. The golden Buddha's foot was firmly planted upon the earth. The terrifying shockwave radiated outward like a nuclear explosion, accompanied by a violent gale that swept through everything in its path, obliterating all obstacles. This horrifying scene caused the mutants present to change countenance, yet fortunately, they were still formidable, quick to react. The Rhino Man stood at the forefront, his massive form encased in mutant armor, becoming a colossal wall shielding everyone. The Mantis Man, Coons, swiftly transformed, maximizing his terrifying agility, his multifaceted eyes spinning in every direction, leaping across the ground to rescue isolated mutants. Mystique summoned all her strength, manipulating the flying shards of metal into numerous metallic walls, attempting to shield the Rhino Man from the overwhelming force. "Everyone be careful," Lightspot shouted from the rear, nervously swallowing, his hands gathering points of light, ready to heal others at any moment. Their reactions were incredibly swift. The horrific shockwave arrived in an instant, shattering the metallic walls erected by Mystique as if they were mere feathers, sending them soaring into the sky. The Rhino Man let out a muffled groan, his massive hooves failing to halt the terrifying force. His body was pushed backward, leaving deep gashes, blood pouring from his insides as they vibrated at various frequencies. The internal injuries, spreading like wildfire, overwhelmed the Rhino Man, who could no longer contain his anguished cries. The low-grade mutant armor enveloping him began to tear apart inch by inch. So powerful. How could such a terrifying aftershock exist? My heavens, this is no mere mutant confrontation. It is the wrath of a deity. A true deity. Ultimately, the mutants could not escape. The Rhino Man could not endure any longer. After enduring for a time, he spat blood and reverted to his original form. The monstrous wave sent them all flying. Fortunately, the terrifying aftershock had been mitigated through layers of reduction, and given their distance, its effects were minimal. They were merely knocked away, blood flowing internally, feeling dizzy, and as if their brains were swelling. Although most mutants were rendered unconscious, several robust individuals remained alert. Blood trickling from their mouths, looking disheveled, yet still screaming in heart-wrenching agony. Their expressions frenzied like entranced zealots. Power. This was the true terrifying power of mutants. Ha! A genuine deity. Their eyes burned with fervor as they beheld the towering, golden Buddha radiating light, hovering majestically in the air, with Russell observing them with a serene expression, akin to a divine being watching over mortals. Meanwhile, Magneto sat despondently in Russell's palm, his expression one of resignation. Then, he chuckled, a laugh tinged with helplessness. A touch of loneliness. This king of the old era had ultimately aged, collapsing beneath the feet of the new era's ruler. Little one, you have triumphed. You are the true god of mutants. Chapter 65. The metallic X-Gene Cultivation Method. I have lost. You are the true king of mutants. These words from Magneto, uttered before all, seemed sudden yet entirely reasonable. After all, the outcome of his clash with Russell was already determined. He had fallen with scarcely any resistance, unable to withstand even a single blow. Had Russell not shown mercy, his aged body would have crumbled under the pressure. Perhaps his defeat was partly due to a clash of attributes. Magneto's proud mastery of magnetic fields had met a force far more formidable, rendering him powerless. Much like a tiger whose claws had been pulled, despite its fearsome appearance, it was merely a facade. Yet, Magneto did not attempt to dispute this. He could accept defeat. Unlike some who would cry out unfairness, blaming attribute disadvantages, he recognized the inherent imbalance of their confrontation. Russell was far too young, possessing boundless potential, an endless future. Meanwhile, Magneto had grown old. Even if he were 20 years younger, he would still possess the ambition to proclaim 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate a middle-aged man in decline. But he was old now, lacking the spirit to fight and strive. Yet, he felt a profound sense of contentment. For in his twilight years, he had finally found a worthy successor. Magneto's voice was not merely audible. It seemed he had employed some means to amplify it through the magnetic fields, transmitting his words like a mystical resonance to every ear present. However, the sound was far from pleasant. Almost everyone instinctively covered their ears, trying to shield themselves from the piercing, jarring noise. It felt as if someone were blasting a loud, strange melody directly into their ears, reminiscent of an ancient ritual. Hey, this is MC Zelong, presenting a song of trials and tribulations. Though the sound was harsh, their eyes betrayed astonishment and disbelief. After all, Magneto had been the spiritual leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants for decades. Even as the Brotherhood expanded, no one sought to usurp his authority, for they were all captivated by his strength and charisma. He was a true king. The mutants exchanged glances, but they quickly opted to accept this truth, their gazes fervently directed toward their new leader, Russell. For this group of mutants, upon witnessing Russell's invention of the low-level mutant armor and perceiving Magneto's exceptionally amicable demeanor towards him, they perhaps began to accept the circulating rumors. Russell. He is recognized by Magneto as the next leader of mutants. And today, this has simply been made manifest. They are acknowledged. How could they dare to dissent? Did they not witness the terrifying aftermath of the battle between Russell and Magneto? It was truly cataclysmic, like the scene of a nuclear explosion. Just the sheer force of that terrifying shockwave left everyone reeling, bloodied and battered. Had it not been for Rhino and Mystique's relentless interventions, they might have met their demise, becoming mere collateral in the clash of titans. Although their physical injuries had been significantly ameliorated by the intense healing powers of the light point and the self-healing genes of the mutant armor, the pain they endured was indelibly etched in their memories, impossible to forget. Suddenly, Light Point leapt forth, dramatically performing a knightly bow, and with a serious expression, addressed Russell. "O exalted sovereign of light, your knight shall forever follow you." "Fool, that is a Brahmin from India." Russell, somewhat taken aback, realized that his confrontation with Magneto was never intended to unseat him. Rather, he merely sought to test the combat efficacy of the Five Elements armor, an evolved version of the low-level mutant armor. While it might not rival the divine battle armor, it was still quite remarkable. Yet, aside from his surprise regarding Magneto, he found himself rendered speechless by Light Point and another mutant's antics. What is this sovereign of light? What Brahmin? Where has your understanding of history gone? Greetings, my brothers and sisters. At present, I embody the form of the Buddha, not some sovereign of light or Brahmin. You may simply call me Russell. He paused momentarily and suddenly realized his own lack of success. After nearly 2 months of traversing this world, he still lacked a nickname? What a monumental failure. He pondered for a moment, contemplating a flamboyant moniker for himself. His mind raced, conjuring countless titles. Lightning 5, the radiant conqueror of the cosmos, devourer of worlds, the eternal monarch, fist of the southern mountain, the green giant's nemesis, and so forth. After 3 seconds of contemplation, he rationally dismissed the notion of naming himself. Recognizing that throughout both his past and present lives, his talent for nomenclature was decidedly lacking, as evidenced by his previous inventions: X-Gene Cultivation Method, gunfighting technique, Navy's 6 styles, observation hockey, mind wave amplification technique, mutant perception technique, low-level mutant armor, 5 elements armor, and Emperor's plan. Russell offered a feeble justification for his naming history. It's not that I lack the ability to name. Rather, I strive for clarity and simplicity, avoiding ambiguity. In the eager gazes of the many mutants, Russell calmly declared, "You may refer to me as His Highness Russell. Given my prowess, I trust no one will object. In this realm, one must possess power and influence. Behind me stands Magneto, your former leader, and I hold shares in Stark Industries worth hundreds of billions. I also possess a modicum of strength. Surely, none of you would consider me a mere petty figure? Come, come. I can offer you a chance to prove yourselves. If anyone can withstand a single kick from me, I shall voluntarily withdraw." As he spoke, Russell swung his colossal foot, visibly expanding, hundreds of tons crashing into the ground, sending tremors through the earth itself, causing the mutants to blanch in fear. They knelt in unison, fervently exclaiming, "Long live His Highness Russell. His Highness Russell is eternal." They were unsure where they had learned such phrases. Russell could not help but smile. Then, under the weighty gaze of those around him, He raised his right hand and proclaimed with audacious flair, "Let us dispense with pleasantries. Follow me, and you shall feast upon endless delicacies, squander boundless wealth, and embrace countless beauties. No, no, that is incorrect. From now on, all beauties among mutants shall belong to me." This declaration nearly prompted laughter from the assembled mutants. After all, how could they not find humor in a 7- or 8-year-old child solemnly asserting his intent to woo every maiden in existence, claiming half for himself and the other half for his father? Yet, they dared not laugh, suppressing their amusement as they fought to maintain composure, desperately recalling their most sorrowful memories, but their lips simply would not cooperate. Fortunately, they soon found relief as Russell unveiled a bombshell announcement that left them all agape, unable to trust their own ears. "From this day forth, I shall upgrade the mutant armor for all of you. Those who don this armor may initially find their strength and speed lacking compared to mine. Yet the wearer will possess the ability to permanently enhance their inherent mutant abilities through the armor. This is not merely an augmentation while adorned with the armor. It is a self-cultivation method for enhancing one's mutant powers even when unarmored. I call it the breath of gold." Chapter 66. The Chives. So green and fresh. All of you may cultivate this technique, but the prerequisite is to wear the upgraded mutant armor. With sufficient effort, each of you can ascend to become a level 4 mutant. There is even hope for some to attain the power of Omega-level mutants, capable of cataclysmic destruction. Russell, having intuitively grasped the mantle of the new leader of mutants, began to weave grand dreams for his kin. No, how could this be termed mere dreams? This was a pursuit of welfare for his family. He gently coaxed them. "You have witnessed the combat prowess of this new mutant armor. Not only does it grant control over magnetic fields, but it can also enlarge the wearer, even achieving speeds that rival light." As he spoke, Russell's massive form shrank to that of an ordinary human. He then adjusted an imaginary pair of glasses perched upon his non-existent nose and lowered his voice. "Ah, have you ever experienced the pinnacle of speed?" In the next instant, his form transformed into a faint glow, and amidst the astonished gazes of all present, he became a streak of light, darting back and forth, leaving behind a dazzling trail in the sky, so extravagant and resplendent. His figure momentarily condensed, halting before the crowd. Russell spread his arms wide, his voice tinged with a hint of regret. "What a pity my speed is still insufficient. If it were fast enough, I could run to Hong Kong for breakfast in the morning. The thought of a 30-minute journey each way feels unbearably slow." With that slight display of vanity, the gathered mutants felt a wave of suffocation wash over them. A mere 30 minutes would mean traversing the entirety of America in just 15 minutes. Perhaps even crossing oceans to reach the opposite side of the earth. Such speed. Some among them, who fancied themselves speedsters, instinctively recoiled, their heads ducking in embarrassment. How utterly humiliating. However, they soon erupted into cheers. For this novel variant of mutant armor, they too could utilize. This meant that with such formidable capabilities, they too would ascend to such heights. It was akin to the wealthy heir Tony Stark, patting them on the shoulder and declaring, "Come. The next CEO of Stark Industries is you." From that moment on, luxurious cars, beautiful women, fine wine, and exquisite cuisine would revolve around you. The more rational mutants were jubilant, exclaiming, "Long live His Highness Russell," while the less rational ones were shouting, "Russell, you are truly magnificent. Russell is invincible." Russell, in response, muttered, "Damn, a bunch of scoundrels. I treat you all so well, and yet you wish to adopt me as your father? Only to stab me in the back with a halberd?" With a chuckle, he waved his hand, signaling them to disperse. Magneto stood beside him, his brow furrowed. "Your intentions are admirable, using mutant armor to enhance the powers of all mutants. But have you considered one crucial aspect? Without absolute strength to suppress others, you will lose your voice." He understood Russell well. Russell's inherent abilities were not particularly impressive. He merely possessed several tons of strength and a physique superior to the ordinary. Even with a potentially formidable mutant ability, it was not enough to make him stand out in the brotherhood of mutants. Even with the addition of a potentially potent mutant ability, it remained merely potential. Without realization, it was simply a minor calumny. Much like Iceman, who possessed a secret dossier akin to Jean's during Mystique's investigation. Clearly, he was also an Omega-level mutant. Yet, in terms of combat power, the assessment was that he couldn't measure up to the top 5. In Magneto's view, Russell's terrifying combat prowess stemmed entirely from the mutant armor he had developed, an external force capable of transcending limits to enhance one's combat abilities. If he possessed such a thing himself, that would be fine. But if it were to be shared, disseminated among others, it would inevitably give rise to ambitions that should not exist. He suggested to Russell, "You may distribute the earlier versions of the mutant armor to them. The final product should be for your use alone. No need to share it further." But Russell shook his head. With unwavering confidence, he replied to Magneto, "I am not the least bit afraid of them donning the snow mastiff armor and defeating me. If I were to be defeated, it would signify my obsolescence, that I am no longer an exceptional ruler, unworthy of leading all mutants to survive in this world." A true king does not need to ponder such matters. His confidence radiated, and Russell's aura surged forth. Magneto, filled with contemplation, thought to himself that perhaps he was indeed growing old. He shook his head and sought out Professor X. In such times, perhaps only this old friend could comprehend his sentiments. Magneto departed, and Russell quietly exhaled, unable to suppress the smile that crept upon his lips. The sensation of acting grandly in front of the king was simply exquisite. Despite his earlier brashness and confidence, unbeknownst to others, he had hidden contingencies within the 5 Elements armor. The 5 Elements armor was a product of the Divine Body Armor Derivative Project, ultimately aimed at absorbing the powers of the 5 Elements, expanding the otherworld, and synthesizing the true Light Emperor armor within that realm. The highest control of the 5 Elements armor lay concealed within the otherworld, and the master of that otherworld was none other than Russell. Whenever he desired, he could revoke the summoning rights of any mutant he found unsatisfactory, reducing them back to ordinary mutants. As for the method of enhancing genetic abilities known as the golden breathing technique, it was essentially the X-Gene Cultivation Method, which Russell had made slight modifications to. When the summoner utilized the armor to absorb energy, most of it was redirected to the otherworld, leaving only a minimal portion within the summoner's body to bolster their mutant capabilities. The ratio, however, was not exploitative. Russell had adjusted it to a mere 1%. As long as those individuals dedicated themselves to training, they would visibly experience a boost in their genetic abilities. While Russell would rejoice with tears of joy as he acquired a BMW, tears of joy as he obtained a villa, tears of joy as he welcomed a sister-in-law, the harder they worked, the wealthier he became. This phenomenon seemed to generate money endlessly, and even while reclining, his strength could grow. How could he find this bothersome? As Russell reveled in his little scheme, a sudden thought struck him. He beckoned Mystique, saying, "My esteemed secretary, come here." As the saying goes, if there's work, the secretary does it. If there's none, cough, I am going to upgrade the snow mastiff armor for you. Once the upgrade is complete, wear this armor and undertake a task for me. That is, to search globally for those mutants with potential and capability. The more, the better. He said this with no hint of shame, declaring, "Our brotherhood of mutants now possesses the strength to be the shield for those mutants who face persecution and discrimination." What could be considered mutants? They were merely a field of lush green chives, each one a university student with naive eyes. Chapter 67. The Worthless with a Combat Power of 5. Mystique was unaware of Russell's ulterior motives. To Russell, he was exploiting others, seeking chives, those who required no remuneration, yet grew vigorously, brimming with enthusiasm, gazing earnestly at him while saying, "You're quite good, indeed." However, in Mystique's eyes, expending great effort to seek out potential mutants globally, and then absorbing these promising individuals into the Brotherhood, granting them protection and the mutant armor. A mutant artifact. How could that be termed exploitation? If it were during their youth, they would undoubtedly have been moved to tears. Their essay saying, "If a hospital gives you an internship, arduously training you with numerous patients, what is wrong with charging you a nominal fee? Should you not be grateful to the hospital? Would you demand a salary from them? How outrageous." Mystique looked on with pride, saying, "Little Russell, dear Prince Russell, I wholeheartedly endorse your decision. However, I must mention that searching for mutants amidst the vast populace is an exceedingly arduous task. Although mutants are numerous and varied, possessing an array of abilities, they are still a small subset compared to the vast number of ordinary humans. Just as the Jewish community, once favored by the little mustache, saw their numbers dwindle after the bloody storms, the survivors outnumber mutants by far. This illustrates the scarcity of mutants. Finding mutants, especially those with potential, amidst the throngs of ordinary people is indeed a formidable challenge. Professor X has long been committed to seeking out mutants to infuse fresh blood into Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. Yet, despite his formidable powers of telepathy and the assistance of a brainwave amplifier, the number of members at the Academy has barely surpassed 1,000 over the course of several decades. This underscores the immense difficulty of the task. However, Mystique undoubtedly serves as an exceptional secretary. Her virtues are not merely her striking beauty and flawless complexion, but also her remarkable abilities, as she frequently offers suggestions and promptly provides solutions. Hence, I require your assistance in creating an instrument akin to the brainwave amplifier, enabling me to search for mutants across vast distances, with the acceleration provided by the new variant armor known as the Snow Mastiff armor. The endeavor remains fraught with considerable unpredictability. Mystique shrugged her shoulders, preparing to douse the newly appointed mutant leader, Russell, with a dose of cold reality. You shouldn't hold too much hope, considering it took Charles such an extended period to assemble a squad of X-Men, which you have utterly vanquished. She couldn't help but reminisce about that fateful day when Russell created the ultimate artifact for mutants, the armor of lesser mutants. With merely 5 or 6 armors, he led the Brotherhood of Mutants to effortlessly crush the X-Men, achieving a level of dominance that even Magneto had not accomplished in the past. Mystique's remarks caused Russell to ponder deeply. His mind sparked with inspiration, and having been blessed by the gods, his soul was now purer and more vibrant than ever before. Suddenly, a flash of brilliance illuminated his thoughts. Countless mysteries began to coalesce in his mind. Ding! You have acknowledged Mystique's critique, recognizing the formidable challenge of locating mutants worldwide, and you find yourself instinctively exploring various methods to seek them out. In a moment of inspiration, you recall the combat power detector from the comic series Dragon Ball, which not only measures battle power but also locates individuals. With your extraordinary insight, you have conceived the Mutant Combat Power Detection Glasses. Mutant Combat Power Detection Glasses evolved from the technology of the brainwave amplifier, distinguishing the genetic differences between mutants and ordinary humans. It can uncover hidden mutants among the populace and assess their genetic levels and mutant abilities. Eureka! A flicker of red light glimmered in Russell's eyes as he waved his arm, enveloping a section of debris in a crimson glow. That debris was the aftermath of the recent battle between Magneto and Russell, where Magneto had manipulated a plethora of metals from around the globe, including numerous precious materials. With a mere thought, Russell harnessed his mutant ability, extracting various metals from the wreckage, which levitated before him. The elements danced like sprites in his hands, shifting forms to become helmets, masks, and headsets with antennas. This bizarre spectacle captivated the attention of many, though they merely regarded it as fantastical and soon lost interest. Among the onlookers, only Magneto gasped in astonishment, for only he, with his mastery over magnetic fields, could truly appreciate the intricacy of Russell's manipulation, discerning metals at the elemental level and arranging them according to his will. The sheer magnitude of this ability left Magneto drenched in cold sweat, unable to fathom the terror Russell would embody a decade from now. 10 years hence, Russell would regard him with a calm demeanor, extending his palm and effortlessly conjuring several miniature nuclear bombs. How could one possibly contend with that? Which mutant or superhero could withstand even a single blast at close range, let alone multiple? Magneto felt increasingly grateful for his decision. Perhaps even the divine could no longer bear witness to the decline of mutants, and thus bestowed a legend like Russell upon the world. Unbeknownst to Russell, Magneto's musings were lost on him as he remained wholly absorbed in his task. He never anticipated that his mutant ability would evolve to such peculiar heights. What was once mere negation had transformed into the power of creation, akin to Scarlet Witch's chaotic magic, enabling him to reshape reality according to his desires. Could it be? Am I truly an Omega-level mutant? Russell pondered, beginning to entertain the notion that he might be a genius. In his reverie, the mutant combat power detection glasses floated in his palm, reminiscent of the Dragon Ball device, yet undeniably stylish. Russell donned the glasses over his right eye and aimed them at Mystique, his tone laced with excitement and barely contained disdain. "Huh, your combat power is a mere 5. Mystique retorted. 5? Nonsense. I surpassed 16 when I was 18. She felt insulted. 5 centimeters. Not even a respectable AA cup. After all, she had been wearing D-cup bras since she was 18. Surely her power could not be that low, especially considering her shape-shifting abilities. Russell quipped, "Damn it. Does a married woman have to drive just to survive? I'm still a kid." Chapter 68. Are you flirting with a mermaid? Never discuss risque jokes in the presence of a married woman, for you will soon discover that you cannot outmatch her. Russell had thought himself battle-hardened, having previously engaged with numerous women and studied human anatomy extensively, boasting a wealth of theoretical knowledge despite limited practical experience. He believed himself thick-skinned. Yet, reality proved otherwise. Especially after interacting with Mystique, he found his reputation as a lecherous rogue was suddenly at stake, as Mystique's unabashed banter and suggestive gestures left him utterly flabbergasted. "What on earth are you saying? Ugh, I warn you, do not defame me. I am the righteous nemesis of evil." Russell raised his hands in defense. With a mental command, the mutant combat power testing glasses slid from his right eye and descended before Mystique. Intrigued, she mimicked him and donned the glasses. A flurry of data immediately materializing on her right side as a gentle voice whispered in her ear, "Hello, I am your mutant combat power testing device's intelligent assistant. Please call me Baymax. Shall we proceed with the combat power assessment?" Mystique raised an eyebrow, her expression a blend of mild surprise and indifference. After all, the technology she was encountering was not particularly advanced. In her era, computers were still clunky, the age of Nokia had yet to give way to the iPhone 18, and the concept of artificial intelligence had not yet surfaced. The astonishing sight of a shapeshifter capable of conversing, seamlessly integrated into a pair of spectacles, left Mystique utterly astounded. She resembled a young girl who had just received a Barbie doll, filled with novelty and delight. "Hey, Baymax, let us give that combat power assessment you just mentioned a try, shall we?" After a brief pause, Baymax's voice resonated. "Your combat power value is 5, which is quite respectable, surpassing the average human threshold." "Combat power of 5? Mystique echoed in disbelief, realizing that this numerical value did not pertain to her physical appearance. A thought that filled her with disappointment. She had naively hoped that Russell, having matured, would possess a greater appreciation for her. Alas, it seemed she had overestimated him. "How is your combat power assessment standard determined? Why do I only have a 5? "That's about right," Russell replied, his aversion to complications evident in his straightforward approach. "A combat power of 5 is roughly equivalent to that of an ordinary person armed with a firearm. In your current state, devoid of your mutant abilities, your combat power remains modest." Mystique was aware of her two distinct forms, one that merely mimicked others' appearances, which offered no enhancement in combat prowess, and the other, an evolved form assisted by Russell, that could emulate the mutant abilities of others. However, the extent of this mimicry was contingent upon her own mutant gene level, resulting in fluctuating combat power. Mystique uttered a quiet "oh," her gaze shifting to Russell, her right lens suddenly displaying a myriad of numbers. "Combat power, 99,999. What?" Her immediate reaction was one of incredulity. Little Russell was indeed a freak of nature. Without hesitation, she dismissed other thoughts. Recalling the chaotic battles he had waged alongside Magneto, collisions akin to miniature nuclear explosions. So what if his combat power was 999? Yet, soon she found herself speechless. She heard the artificial intelligence, Baymax, suddenly adopt a tone of exaggerated flattery. "As my most beloved master, though you are the tallest, mightiest, and most invincible man in this world, I must extol your virtues, my master. You are the world's strongest, the deity of mutants. Your combat power reigns supreme, illuminating this realm with your brilliance." Mystique was left dumbfounded. "You wouldn't believe it, but a pair of glasses can flatter, and its flattery far surpasses my own." Was this an aspect of little Russell's hidden vanity? She regarded him with skepticism, clearly aware that he too had heard Baymax's unexpected praise. For he had placed the combat power detection terminal in an alternate dimension, where he was the supreme deity with the highest authority over all data. Russell, seeking simplicity, had merely borrowed a fragment of Jarvis's capabilities. He was taken aback by Jarvis's unexpected facet. "Tony, you incorrigible show-off. No wonder it's you." Russell, employing the innate ability of men to deny involvement, insisted, "I didn't do anything. I'm just borrowing a little. I'm not intruding. I don't know anything." Mystique soon shifted her focus, captivated by the advantages of the mutant combat power monitoring glasses, which revealed the combat power of other mutants. "Wow, Eric's combat power is 8,000, and Charles's is a staggering 10,000. Even higher than Eric." She was momentarily perplexed and utterly astonished. After all, how could a man in a wheelchair and a formidable Magneto, capable of manipulating colossal forces, have such disparate combat power? Yet, Mystique accepted this reality. Recalling the past when Magneto, lacking his helmet, had been utterly defenseless before Professor X, this combat power evaluation likely stemmed from a judgment of lethality. Magneto could annihilate a city, but his rate of destruction would never match that of Professor X's mental assaults. One thought from Xavier could obliterate the mental fortitude of hundreds of thousands, even millions, provided he had a brainwave amplifier, capable of extinguishing the minds of the entire planet. What a remarkable invention, Mystique mused, quickly becoming acquainted with the combat glasses under Baymax's guidance. She experienced the sensation of artificial intelligence assistance, akin to a bumpkin encountering high technology. "I have located the positions of mutants with elevated combat power globally. I will soon be able to find them." "Wait, where did you acquire global mutant data?" she questioned, sensing something amiss. "The monitoring range seems excessively broad." Russell's gaze drifted. I have a very wealthy friend from whom I borrowed a satellite. You borrowed a satellite? His family possesses a satellite, and they can lend it out? Mystique's mouth fell agape, sinking into profound astonishment. She even began to question whether she truly was a wealthy individual herself. I mean, I haven't even been incarcerated. Does being wealthy grant you evolution? Just as she pondered this, she noticed Russell's phone ringing, the other end booming with fury. I suggest you provide me with a reasonable explanation for ditching me. And you hacked my satellite. Do you have any idea how much I spent? 300 billion. 300 billion. The voice belonged to Tony Stark. He awoke to discover that his $300 billion global satellite system had been compromised. Damn it. You hacked my 300 billion? Tony was on the verge of madness. Meanwhile, Russell remained unfazed. I merely borrowed it. I need your satellite to search for a fish. 300 billion. You're going to look for a fish? A mermaid? Tony exclaimed. Does this project still require funding? Because I, Tony, am invested. Chapter 69. Tony felt a tightening sensation as he prepared to inquire about the project he had invested in as the largest shareholder and sole financier. I believe I am entitled to ask a question. Leaning back comfortably, he relaxed on the deserted beach, basking in the sunlight, the sea breeze gently caressing him. Though a hint of loneliness lingered, he casually remarked, Jarvis, acquire a zoo for me. I reckon those land animals would love to experience this warm sea breeze. It would be splendid. Sir, I must remind you that relocating those zoo animals to this beach would likely leave them speechless in gratitude. Once they arrive, they will surely be unable to utter a single profane word. Naturally, the reviews will be overwhelmingly positive. Tony dismissed the notion, seeking merely an excuse to indulge in spending. After all, as a wealthy heir and a self-made billionaire, he had transformed Stark Industries into a colossal entity. His wealth was more terrifying than the ability to reproduce. It was beyond the notion of money making money. It was akin to a relentless replication. There was simply no end to it. With a tinge of regret, it appears that my exquisite mermaid shall be left to dwell in her future opulent mansion in utter solitude. I had intended to seek out some companions for her. Perhaps those who might be well suited. Ah, by the way, little Russell, continuing from my previous inquiry, as the imminent largest shareholder and sole investor in this project, I believe it is imperative that I delve into the depths of our beautiful mermaid's essence. Yes, a profound understanding. I find the concept of mermaids rather exhilarating. What? Is it not true that a mermaid possesses the upper body of a human and the lower half of a fish? Or is it the other way around? Tony momentarily found himself bewildered. He struggled to fathom how the legendary enchanting mermaid princess, known for her melodious voice and tear-like pearls, could possibly be envisioned as having the upper body of a fish and the lower half of a human. His mind momentarily crashed. However, Jarvis was remarkably resourceful. He promptly initiated an advanced AI painting technique, synthesizing a rather plausible image of a creature with the upper body of a fish and the lower half of a human right before Tony's eyes. Upon seeing it, Tony was utterly captivated. Those long legs, that delicate foot. As for that fish head, well, late at night, merely covering it with a blanket would suffice. One could simply indulge in foot licking. I am investing in this project. I shall add an additional 30 billion. A half fish, half human being. The thought alone is exhilarating. This is far superior to mere humans. Meanwhile, Russell was in a state of sheer confusion. The notion of a mermaid was merely a casual remark he had made. Hacking into Tony's satellite system was solely for the purpose of monitoring the globe, searching for potential mutants, and surveying the oceans for materials to construct the water-armored Black Rhino. If possible, discovering that infinite energy source, the cosmic cube, would be the ultimate goal. After all, who could deny that the sexy, shapely Captain America is not a mermaid? There is beauty in both. Both possess alluring curves, and both dwell in the sea. To call one a mermaid is hardly excessive, right? This is merely a budget version. Those in the know understand. Yet, he never anticipated that his flippant jest would ignite such inexplicable excitement in Tony. Russell remained utterly perplexed, staring at the crude drawing of a fish head and two matchstick legs he had sketched on the ground, pondering what could possibly be so thrilling about his depiction of a mermaid. Could it be, Russell mused with a strange expression, that he had heard tales of foreign musclemen, not involving Indian lizards, but rather aggressive encounters with dolphins, reputedly engaging in a 360-degree spectacle? But this fellow was not particularly perverse. There were even more extreme cases, such as the extraction of snake fangs and fish. Russell felt a chill run down his spine as he listened to Tony's incessant chatter, shaking his head vigorously. I am a good boy. I cannot be led astray by you. He retorted sharply. Tony, you pervert. Go eat dirt. I'm a perfectly good child. He contemplated ending the call when Tony leisurely delivered a piece of news that left Russell utterly astounded. Do you recall what transpired at the Osborn building? There were many witnesses, yet not a whisper online. Do you know why? Because someone cleaned up after you, erasing all traces. Care to guess who? Russell found it curious. After all, he had created quite the ruckus that day, collapsing the entire building as if he were a god among mortals. Such a tremendous explosion and commotion. And yet not a single news outlet reported on it, not even a ripple in the water. Russell was taken aback at how wealthy Tony was. Able to smooth over every situation, his ability to sanitize and cover up was truly first-rate. However, it appeared that Russell had overestimated him. Who possesses such capabilities? Russell pondered, casting his suspicions toward S.H.I.E.L.D. For such a level of intervention bore their hallmark. Their expertise in cover-ups was unparalleled. Before he could respond, Tony boasted with delight, "No one can escape my grasp. With just a slight effort, I can uncover the limits of this network. I have tracked their location and internal information. I discovered a rather intriguing plan aimed at you. Care to guess what it is?" At this moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. had only just entered the digital age. They likely hadn't even mastered the basics of computing, let alone defense against hackers. Faced with Tony, a man capable of creating artificial intelligence, S.H.I.E.L.D. had no secrets left to safeguard. It was akin to a novice still shyly covering their eyes while attempting to read a book depicting the slightest hint of intimacy, while the seasoned veteran had already adeptly navigated to a site of explicit content. A plan targeting me. Russell's heart raced. Could it be the Avengers? Was the ultimate antagonist none other than myself? Yet before he could contemplate further, Tony's laughter erupted. It's a baby plan. Intending to send a certain agent named Natasha to breastfeed you. Ha ha ha. You're killing me. Russell's expression darkened. I'm only 8. What's wrong with needing milk? As he listened to Tony's uproarious laughter, his gaze turned dangerously sharp. Russell ground his teeth with a fierce expression. Tony, you son of a gun, you think you're clever? You must be bored out of your mind. Come on, let us get to it. Russell activated his abilities. This time, he seized control over the temporal constraints and duration of his powers. On the other end of the line, Tony suddenly felt an overwhelming darkness envelop him, as if he had plunged into an abyss. Countless images flashed before him, finally fixing on a disheveled figure. It was himself, his expression one of shock, his eyes wide with urgency. He opened his mouth, and a familiar voice echoed in his ears. It was a future version of himself, issuing a dire warning. Filled with anguish, weakness, and desperation. Beware of Obadiah. He is going to ambush me. His resources are vast. Tony's complexion shifted to a deep shade of purple. Instinctively, he clasped his hands over his backside, startled to the core. He felt an icy chill down his spine, and then he roared at the heavens. Obadiah, I curse you. You old man with a penchant for men. Chapter 70. Since time immemorial, the Green Goblin has been a mutant. Tony found the world utterly absurd. Just a minute ago, had anyone told him that someone could foresee the future and transmit memories from it, he would have spat in their face, then hurled Newton's coffin at them, ready to enlighten them on the rage of quantum physicists. Time travel, and such nonsense, was wholly unscientific. Is there truly someone who can traverse time? I, Tony, would eat dirt before I believe it. Yet now, standing there with his eyes tightly shut, he felt a surge of inexplicable knowledge flooding his mind, encompassing all design concepts and plans for a suit known as the Mark Armor, including miniaturized designs for the arc reactor. If this were the work of another, Tony was undoubtedly deprived of sleep for 3 days and nights. Immersed in his laboratory, he toiled relentlessly, refusing to permit anyone to surpass his brilliance, especially in the realm of the arc reactor. This was his domain. Tony discerned the familiarity of the mechanical design of the Mark Armors, the well-known technology, and the signature flamboyant colors. No one understood it better than he did. He was assured of this, for in this world, no one could rival his genius, save for a certain fellow named Russell. At this moment, Tony had become a mere vessel, rapidly assimilating the knowledge of future armors. The sense of reality grew ever more palpable, and he meticulously confirmed his findings, his astonishment increasingly difficult to conceal, his inner turmoil beyond mere words. He had constructed a monumental edifice of physics over nearly 3 decades, yet when confronted with the unfathomable concept of time travel, he found himself hesitating, even crumbling under the weight of it. Family, who could understand? This emotional upheaval felt akin to discovering that his girlfriend of 5 or 6 years was, in fact, a man. Utterly shocking. Sir, it appears your heartbeat is accelerating to an extreme degree. Would you like me to summon your personal physician, Mr. Schiller? No. No need. I am perfectly fine. Tony inhaled deeply, hearing Russell's barely contained laughter from the other end of the line, dripping with mockery. Oh dear, Mr. Stark. The one who doesn't play nice. What is the matter? Have you been ensnared by a stronger man? Russell reveled in his own delight. As a seasoned master of mischief, he deliberately made the arrival of the future Tony intermittent, his words fragmented and laden with ambiguity. Poor Tony. He was likely grappling with existential doubts, questioning the integrity of his future. Faced with Russell's unabashed derision, Tony instantly recognized the culprit. After all, mutants were individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities, often lacking in scientific rationale. Yet, he found it absurd, and could not help but retort, "My goodness, you've gone too far. I am frequently mocked by Pepper for being the most petty man on the planet. I never imagined you could outdo me in pettiness." Upon uttering this, he felt his description fell short, and added with a gesture, "Your pettiness is practically smaller than that of a horse SI. Haha, thank you for the compliment." Perhaps Tony was indeed provoking a particularly petty individual. Russell continued to taunt him. "So, did your future self leave you any treasures? Let me guess. You must have boasted about how many cover girls you've wooed or lamented about needing to take care of your kidneys in your youth, lest you shed tears in middle age." Possessing a profound understanding of his own formidable powers, Russell could manipulate the arrival of individuals from the future, a truly game-changing ability. However, due to the nature of this power, he could neither control nor comprehend it fully. He could only dictate the timing of their arrival, leaving him utterly unaware of what future Tony had imparted to present Tony. Yet, recalling his previous unpleasant experience with summoning his future self, he smirked inwardly, convinced that future Tony would not be inclined to offer an umbrella. Most likely, it would be nothing but a display of bravado, leaving behind no substantial gifts. Yet reality seemed to slap him in the face. Tony had no reservations, declaring, "He left me a complete set of technologies for the Mark III armor, along with the technique to miniaturize the arc reactor." He began to extol its virtues habitually, proclaiming that such an invention, destined to propel the advancement of civilization, would undoubtedly be etched into the annals of human history, no less than the world's most brilliant genius. Russell fell silent, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. He thought of his future self, that miserly individual who had braved the rain, yet still sought to borrow his umbrella, possessing ample treasures, but leaving behind only a trifle. Look at the flamboyant Tony. He has freely given all his technology, all his knowledge, to his past self. Future Russell, you petty fool. You're as stingy as a newborn. The more Russell compared, the more disheartened he became. His earlier schadenfreude towards Tony evaporated, vanishing like a sip of joy from a soda can. He yawned and, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, "If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. I am rather busy." "Wait, don't be so hasty to disconnect. Let us chat for another 500,000. Tony had many more questions. For Russell's ability to communicate with the future was astonishingly powerful. As a clever individual, he pondered for mere moments before perceiving the boundless potential inherent in this. Just as future Tony had bestowed knowledge upon him, could his armors continuously evolve? From Mark III to Mark V? From Mark V to Mark X? As for what lay beyond Mark X, Tony did not dwell on it. In his view, the Mark III was already an immensely formidable weapon, and further updates would render it nearly invincible, akin to a humanoid nuclear weapon. What need was there to research anything beyond Mark X? To combat extraterrestrials? Absurd. As he concluded his thoughts, he slapped his forehead in frustration, recalling that his tactic of throwing money at problems seemed to have lost its efficacy. After all, he had already spent hundreds of billions in enticing Russell, who was undeniably quite wealthy. Thus, Tony swiftly altered his approach. "Hey, little buddy. I have some news that I'm sure will pique your interest. A military friend of mine revealed that a significant experimental subject has escaped. Apparently, its combat capabilities are quite terrifying. They deployed hundreds of tanks and thousands of soldiers, but failed to capture it." As he had anticipated, Russell perked up immediately. "Details? I'm not too familiar with it. I merely overheard my friend mention it. It seems to be a hefty individual clad in oversized shorts, and he's entirely green." Tony shrugged. "If you're interested, feel free to take action. He is currently classified as missing, so according to the law, if you find him, he's yours. Just ensure you come up with a decent excuse." He was contemplating how to formulate a compelling rationale when, in that very moment, he heard Russell utter words that left him utterly dumbfounded, his eyelids twitching in disbelief. "The Hulk. Since time immemorial, he has been a mutant." Chapter 71, Trouble. "The Dragon King has misaligned his jaw? The Hulk. Since ancient times, he has been a mutant." Hearing Russell's authoritative declaration and his righteous demeanor, Tony felt 1,000 expletives surge within him. as if a breath was trapped in his chest, leaving him speechless. He pondered for a moment, only to find himself at a loss for words. After all, this rationale far surpasses the one he previously concocted to obscure the Russell bombing of the Osborn Tower, where he attributed the explosion to inclement weather. Tony couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. All right, so this is how we're playing it? Internally, he contemplated the measures he would need to devise to break this impasse. What if one day, Russell, with an utterly serious demeanor, occupied the seat of Stark Industries chairman and proclaimed, "Since ancient times, Stark Industries has." Tony felt as though he might lose his composure on the spot. Yet, these were merely his wild imaginings. On the other end of the line, Russell's voice resonated with palpable excitement. No more talking. No more talking. I must go welcome my future mutant champion. He abruptly hung up on Tony. The surprise was simply overwhelming. Who would have thought that the Hulk had emerged? As one of the triumvirate powerhouses of the future Avengers, the Green Behemoth's combat prowess was undeniably formidable, effortlessly dispatching Loki as if he were a mere chicken, and rampaging with the force of a demolition crew, one punch for a tank, another for an alien spacecraft. Aside from a stern lesson administered by the armored Thanos, it seemed the Hulk had never been bested in single combat. Of course, this Hulk referred specifically to the enraged, rampaging version, not the later incarnation that merged with Dr. Banner to become the more subdued entity. If only I could draw the Hulk into the mutant alliance and make him my subordinate. Then, adorning him with the 5-element battle armor. The mere thought made Russell's lips curl upward in delight. In any future encounter with a formidable opponent, he need not lift a finger. He could simply clap his thighs and bellow, "Wherefore art thou, my son Feng-Xian? Take thy halberd and vanquish him." With closed eyes, Russell sought the Hulk's location. Bruce Banner, a casualty of military experimentation, had been transformed into the Hulk by gamma radiation. Astonishingly, his father-in-law sought not to rescue him, but rather to capture this potential son-in-law and place him under the microscope for research. What a remarkable father-in-law he was. One might think he feared his daughter remaining single. Though the Hulk was ferocious, he appeared influenced by Banner's persona. When faced with the military's pursuit, he merely leapt and punched a tank without wreaking havoc, simply opting to escape. He ran far and wide. He concealed himself so well that the military could not locate him. In the vast sea of humanity, finding a non-transformed Hulk would prove exceedingly challenging. Yet, this posed no obstacle for Russell. After all, he had just ascended as the new leader of the mutants, having assisted Mystique in solving the conundrum of locating mutants. Although the Hulk lacked mutant genes, the underlying principle was nearly identical. All that was required was to adjust the frequency used to locate mutant genes to one that sought gamma energy, which was also quite rare. After all, high concentrations of gamma energy were lethal to humans. Throughout the Earth, the only living being exhibiting high concentrations of gamma energy seemed to be the Hulk. In an instant, Russell detected the presence of the Hulk, far off in the distance. Even if he utilized the speed of light afforded by the Snowhound armor, it would take a considerable amount of time to reach him. However, he had a swifter method. He extended his palm, pointed his finger into the air, and traced a circle, a soft golden light emanating from it, forming a portal directly in front of him. Satisfied, Russell nodded. As the future supreme sorcerer of Kamartaj, knowing a teleportation spell was quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Come forth, my darling. My great blade is yearning with anticipation. Russell stepped into the golden circle, and behind him, countless parts surged like a tide into the portal. Meanwhile, on the other side of the portal, amidst a dense jungle, Dr. Banner found himself in a rather comical predicament, struggling to catch fish with his bare legs exposed. As a privileged intellectual, he had never engaged in the rigors of wilderness survival. Clumsily, he attempted to spear fish with a branch, yet the fish in the river flitted about, artfully evading his efforts, with one particularly audacious fish delivering a slap to his face with its tail. With a resounding splash, Dr. Banner tumbled into the water, his visage momentarily taking on a tinge of green, his arms visibly bulking up before quickly returning to normal, as if it had all been an illusion. He suppressed his rising anger, reminding himself, "I am human, not a monster. I must not succumb to rage. Anger transforms me into a beast." Dr. Banner managed to maintain his composure until he caught sight of the sizzling golden portal materializing amidst the jungle. Moments later, a young boy emerged from within. The backdrop behind him starkly contrasted with the verdant foliage, appearing utterly incongruous and artificial. In disbelief, Dr. Banner's mouth fell agape as an astonishing thought crossed his mind. Could it be teleportation technology? Overwhelmed, he found himself at a loss for words, grappling with the realization that while he had only recently become the green monster, The world outside had advanced to such an extent that even a child could wield the power of spatial jumps. But the shock did not end there. Dr. Banner observed as countless parts spiraled through the air, coalescing and assembling into a resplendent suit of armor, shimmering with golden light, an awe-inspiring spectacle. At that moment, Dr. Banner remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation until he witnessed Russell completing his transformation, evolving the newly assembled low-tier mutant armor into a more advanced snowhound armor. It was only when Russell directed his long blade toward him that it dawned on Banner that he had perhaps committed a grievous error. He had stood by, watching someone else transform, without seizing the opportunity to interrupt them. Oh no, the Dragon King has made a grave misstep. How to rectify this? I am anxiously awaiting a solution. Chapter 72. The formidable Wind Eagle armor. Perhaps it was due to Russell's excessively ostentatious demeanor as he floated in midair, surrounded by a whirlwind of rotating parts, accompanied by a symphony of crisp clinks and clatters. Those myriad parts coalesced into a suit of armor radiating a fierce golden light. Though Dr. Banner had never witnessed this armor or its capabilities, an unsettling premonition began to stir within him. A primal sense of agitation brewing in the depths of his being. He sensed danger. The ferocity concealed within his being is awakening. A low growl involuntarily escaped Banner's lips, leaving him momentarily stunned. How could such a primal roar, reminiscent of a beast, emanate from him? He hastily cradled his head in his hands, shaking it in anguish as he fervently denied, "No, no, not like this." Banner was desperate to avoid transforming into a monster, the monstrous green entity. Though he could not control his body, he was painfully aware of the creature manipulating his every move, its ruthless actions dismissing everything with a mere flick of the wrist, capable of obliterating a tank with a single punch. The thought of it going berserk was truly terrifying. Instinctively, Banner extended his palm toward Russell, pleading for him to retreat. "Don't come any closer. Quickly move away." The imposing armor he wore felt as daunting as a dark barrel pointed at his forehead. Although he had never been shot before, the mere sight of that ominous muzzle sent chills down his spine, cold sweat trickling down his back. Yet, Russell paid no heed to his cries. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings, realizing he stood amidst a dense forest where the towering trees obscured even the sunlight. Standing before such giants, a mere human felt utterly diminutive. Russell, with a glimmer of understanding, raised his hand, and the golden hue of his arm flickered as it transformed into green before his very eyes. This verdant essence rapidly spread, transforming his entire being from a radiant golden glow to a vibrant green, brimming with life. Murmuring to himself, Russell reflected on the fortuitous nature of his surroundings. The snow mastiff armor seemed ill-suited now. He decided to test the powers of the forest's favored, the Windhawk armor. Windhawk armor, thousand-handed form, with clenched fists. The forest responded to his call, trees swaying violently in the tempest, rising one after another to become towering treants. Behind Russell, an immense form began to coalesce, resembling a colossal Buddha with countless arms, each hand stretching hundreds of meters long. This thousand-handed Buddha towered thousands of meters high, a luminous giant that could only be reached by leaping to graze Russell's knee. Such a gargantuan presence rendered the Hulk, the green giant, minuscule by comparison. The overwhelming disparity incited a tempest of rage within the Hulk, who, like an agitated gorilla, panted heavily. He smashed his fists against nearby trees, effortlessly demolishing trunks several meters wide. But his fury remained unquenched. With a primal roar, he forcefully ripped apart the indestructible, magically adaptable pants of the Hulk, revealing a colossal expanse of coarse leg hair that would render any man silent and bring tears to any woman's eyes. The Hulk, a persona birthed from Banner not long ago, lacked any semblance of shame. He felt no embarrassment at his nakedness, instead instinctively shaking himself, as if affirming the age-old adage, "The wind makes one's parts feel cool." Russell, exasperated, thought, "Why strip down while fighting? Damn it, if my physical prowess is lacking, are you resorting to psychological warfare? It's just a matter of size, just a few times larger than me." Initially, Russell intended to maintain his composure, but upon realizing his own youthful inexperience, his eyes filled with indignation. "You dare to launch a mental attack against me, you scoundrel. I'll make you pay." His gaze sharpened, and the thousand-handed Buddha lowered its head slightly, gazing down upon the minuscule Hulk, who sensed the impending threat. With a deafening roar, Hulk stomped the ground with tremendous force, propelling himself skyward, his powerful arms swinging down toward Russell with ferocity. The Hulk's strength was no jest. In a state of utmost rage, unleashing devastating force was entirely plausible. After all, in the comics, his green form had obliterated planets and decimated gods. Despite his incredible speed, Russell had activated his gene module, allowing him to harness the abilities of lower-tier mutants. With this enhancement, his reflexes soared to new heights, rendering Hulk's rapid assault painfully slow. To prevent any mishaps, Russell unscrupulously employed the foresight of observation, as the Hulk had nowhere to escape. His body was swiftly ensnared by two colossal wooden hands, which clapped together as if swatting a fly. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the Hulk was forcibly driven into the ground, and before he could rise, Russell delivered a punch reminiscent of Tony's anti-Hulk suit's most iconic move, his fist springing back and forth in relentless succession against the Hulk's head. A flurry of blows left the green giant dazed, unable to rise. With a mere thought, Russell commanded the giant Buddha behind him to grasp the Hulk's colossal thigh between two fingers, lifting him high before slamming him down repeatedly, creating crater after crater. Countless impacts echoed amidst the Hulk's anguished cries, his robust form deflating like a punctured balloon. Russell glanced at the Hulk's bare lower half, smirking with satisfaction. Such a weak Hulk. You dared to harm my tender spirit. Now, I shall crush you. Chapter 73. The shock of the saber-toothed tiger faced with Russell's unscrupulous onslaught. The formidable green giant ultimately succumbed. There was little he could do. After all, Hulk was still in the nascent stage of his existence, and in this version, he was in a state of ominous decline, lacking significant combat prowess. Had the Hulk evolved into a four-armed form or the Hulk of Woe, Russell would not have set foot here today. Perhaps he would even be researching a means to directly open a portal and embark on a journey of escape to his own planet. After all, that form of the Hulk is utterly terrifying. As Russell gazed at the unconscious, bare-bodied Banner lying on the ground, a sudden chuckle escaped his lips. Poor Banner had fallen victim to an unprovoked disaster today, inexplicably assaulted. If he were to discover that he had been struck merely to entice him, he would likely be overwhelmed with frustration. What could be done? This hot-headed fellow had accelerated his heartbeat, transforming right into the Hulk, wreaking havoc like a demolition crew. Who could withstand that? Fortunately, he lacked the habit of indulging in scandalous videos. His girlfriend is bound to be quite content in the future, Russell mused. With a flick of his fingers, countless vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring Banner's bare body in a tight embrace, wrapping him up like a mummy, leaving no seam exposed. With a crackling sound, a golden portal materialized in midair. The unconscious Banner was drawn into it, swiftly transported to a mutant brotherhood base 1,000 miles away. As for whether he would awaken and cause a ruckus, or whether he would transform into the Hulk and unleash chaos in Russell's hometown, Russell remained unfazed. He promptly retrieved his phone. Hello, old Wong. No, not that. Don't get Charles involved. I've captured a level 4 mutant. Keep a close watch on him and ensure he doesn't escape. Magneto, what the hell did you just say? How dare you? I, Magneto, will not rest until I have my revenge. Yet, his fury was destined to be impotent, for Russell had anticipated his reaction, chuckling to himself as he hung up the phone, casually sending it back through the portal. Thus, Magneto found himself repeatedly dialing Russell's number, only to be met with the incessant ringing behind him, plunging him into deep contemplation. All right, so this is how you want to play it? Using spatial teleportation to vex me, are you? Damn it, Red Devil, I miss you. A faint sadness lingered on his face. What is one to do with a mischievous child who refuses to listen, urgently waiting for a solution? On one side, Magneto wallowed in muted sorrow, while on the other, Russell indulged in the drama, having inadvertently opened an alternate space containing a gene storage module while donning the Wind Eagle armor, catching a glimpse of the data center within. This was a rudimentary AI he had crafted based on Tony's Jarvis. After all, he was an engineer, not a programmer. This artificial intelligence, humorously dubbed Baymax by Russell, held control over Stark Industries satellites and possessed data on mutant combat capabilities. In other words, it could monitor the locations of all mutants. Russell discovered that within the vast forest surrounding him, the Hulk's hiding place, there were indeed traces of mutants. According to the data feedback, their combat prowess was formidable, suggesting they were not mere nameless bystanders. Most crucially, the positions of these two mutants were in constant flux, suddenly vanishing from the map only to reappear moments later. This ability stirred memories of a certain departed friend. With a smirk, he gently tapped the glasses perched on his right eye and issued a command to his subordinates. Send 2 of you over here. I have discovered 2 old friends. With that, Russell's lips curled into a knowing smile as his gaze shifted to a specific direction, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his location. Time passed, and a swirl of purple mist materialized, revealing 2 figures, one large and one small, stepping forth from the fog. Their eyes scanned the surroundings warily, as if searching for something. Indeed, these two were familiar faces to Russell. Once adversaries in Strick's mutant base, Sabretooth and his adopted daughter, Blink. Following the dissolution of the Brotherhood, Sabretooth sought power, desiring the same adamantium as Logan, and thus aligned himself with Strick. During Russell's invasion, Sabretooth had misjudged Russell as a mere nuisance and brazenly approached, only to be effortlessly dismissed by Russell. Had it not been for Blink's quick reflexes and her spatial abilities, he would likely have perished in the base. Russell had shown restraint. Unbeknownst to Sabretooth, he quickly regained consciousness thanks to his formidable regeneration abilities and, without hesitation, fled alongside Blink. He dared not return to the base. Facing a freak like Russell was not an option. In his flight, Sabretooth made the same choice as the Hulk, to distance himself from human cities and dash into the primal forest. Though fraught with peril, the wilderness posed no challenge for Sabretooth. Unable to defeat Russell, could he not best a mere tiger? Prepare for my sliding tackle. Yet, as he traversed the dense forest, the sounds of Russell's fierce battle with the Hulk ignited an insatiable curiosity within him, prompting him to urge Blink to lead him to the scene. Was it dangerous at the center of the conflict? Nonsense. Was Sabretooth afraid of death? He approached the epicenter of the recent skirmish, perplexed by the surroundings. There were signs of human activity, yet no one was in sight. The signs of battle did not indicate a grand clash. It hardly resembled the cacophony that had just transpired. Sabretooth sniffed the air, his confusion deepening. There was not a trace of bloodshed, but he did catch a lingering scent of humanity, suggesting that someone had indeed been there and had fought. Who could it be? As he pondered, he felt a tug on his sleeve and glanced down to find Blink trembling uncontrollably, her eyes fixated on a particular spot, as if something terrifying lurked there. A jolt of alarm surged through Sabretooth. He quickly raised his gaze, only to be met with a figure that left him both astonished and incredulous. Magneto. Chapter 74, Master. Times have changed. Magneto, a being whose very presence instills dread in his foes, akin to a demon. Unlike Professor X, who was amiable, Magneto was a man who would not hesitate to kill. For Sabretooth, who had once served under Magneto, the sight of him was enough to send shivers down his spine. Haunted by the countless ruthless acts he had witnessed, leaving him with an indelible psychological scar, the saber-toothed tiger instinctively lowered his head, engulfed in confusion. Previously, at the Stryker military base, he had been entirely cut off from the outside world, oblivious to the fact that Magneto had been rescued. During his subsequent escape, he distanced himself from human cities, shunning all technological advancements. Thus, he remained unaware of the alleged assassination plot against the president orchestrated by the escaped Magneto. In his mind, Magneto was still imprisoned. Therefore, when he beheld the figure before him, it was as if he had encountered a ghost, his heart racing with fear. While the Brotherhood of Mutants launched an offensive to rescue Magneto, he had chosen to bide his time, even siding with Stryker, who was pursuing the Brotherhood. To put it mildly, he was a pragmatic survivor. More bluntly, he was a traitor to the Brotherhood of Mutants. The thought of a traitor's fate made the saber-toothed tiger swallow hard, instinctively wanting to grasp the shimmering hand, urging the other to use their teleportation ability to escape. However, he quickly sensed something amiss. No. The saber-toothed tiger's gaze was fixed intently on the Magneto hovering in midair, whose appearance and demeanor were so strikingly similar, even down to the iconic pose of arms crossed over the chest. Yet, the other had made a grave mistake. With a confident roar, he unveiled the true identity of the impersonator, Raven. "It's you. How dare you disguise yourself in such a manner to deceive me?" The saber-toothed tiger's teeth were clenched, his eyes glinting with cold fury. "You have audacity." Although Mystique's imitation of Magneto was remarkably lifelike, so much so that even the real Magneto might be momentarily taken aback, it was undeniable that Mystique's inherent mutant ability allowed her to perfectly replicate appearances, including attire. Though she donned the armor of a snow wolf, she had altered it with her powers to masquerade as Magneto's usual garb. Little did she know, this minor oversight was swiftly detected by the saber-toothed tiger. Yet, Mystique remained unfazed. Her words dripped with mockery, surprised that this soft-spined tiger possessed any wit. Once, they had been allies, their camaraderie relatively amicable. However, with Magneto's incarceration, the paths of the saber-toothed tiger and Mystique diverged, especially given the saber-toothed tiger's beastly nature that revered strength, leading him to disdain Mystique, whom he considered a mutant lacking in combat prowess. Subsequently, during the Brotherhood's numerous attempts to rescue Magneto, the saber-toothed tiger abstained from participation, even aligning himself with Stryker to aid in hunting down mutants, inciting the ire of Mystique. who stood steadfastly with the mutant cause. Until now, Mystique had lacked the means to confront him, but with the enhancement of Russell's snow wolf armor, she was emboldened. Even harboring a hint of murderous intent, unbeknownst to the saber-toothed tiger, the mutants had undergone significant transformations in recent days. His memories lingered in a time long past. Upon witnessing the audacious Mystique, he was incensed to the point of laughter. He bellowed, "Who gave you the courage?" In that moment, the saber-toothed tiger extended his hands, his claws sharpening into lethal talons. His physique visibly swelled as he lunged toward Mystique, intent on tearing her apart. How dare a mutant with such feeble abilities speak so boldly in his presence? Yet, to his astonishment, a shocking event unfolded. Mystique's eyes sparkled with derision. As if observing a mere jester, she extended her palm, and countless meteors streaked across the sky, whistling as they advanced toward the saber-toothed tiger. He beheld them. Terror gripped him as those incoming projectiles were revealed not to be meteors, but rather steel rebars racing through the air, ignited by friction against the atmosphere, colliding to unleash a shower of sparks. The saber-toothed tiger was genuinely frightened. This power, could it truly be Magneto? No. In a gasp, his body was pierced by the rebars, the tremendous force crashing him heavily to the ground. One end of the rebar lodged deep into the earth. At that moment, the saber-toothed tiger resembled an overturned porcupine, his body riddled with punctures, blood gushing profusely, even bones protruding from his flesh. This agony, even a hardened man like the saber-toothed tiger, who had faced death countless times, could not suppress his anguished cries. Yet, Mystique showed no mercy. With an expression devoid of emotion, she clenched her fist. The rebars coiling around the saber-toothed tiger's form like constricting ropes, tightening relentlessly, causing him to visibly shrink as the sound of cracking bones echoed ominously. The severity of her assault was chilling. It was a testament to the adage that a beautiful woman can possess a cruel heart. The saber-toothed tiger screamed in agony, and his adopted daughter, Blink, appeared in a flash to rescue him, moving with such speed that even Russell hadn't registered her presence, let alone Mystique. Mystique barely caught a glimpse as the saber-toothed tiger vanished in a burst of blue light. Alarm surged through her, but she quickly regained her composure. Her visage transformed back to her original appearance, revealing her mutant armor, the snow wolf battlesuit, adorned with a soft golden glow. In a flash of golden light, Mystique surged forward, delivering a powerful kick to the reappearing saber-toothed tiger's head, forcefully ejecting him from the teleportation mist. The saber-toothed tiger crashed heavily to the ground once more, his landing a disheveled mess. Yet, his mutant ability was indeed extraordinary. What would have felled an ordinary person time and again, he somehow endured, rapidly healing as he sprang back to his feet, eager to retaliate. However, he was utterly powerless. Mystique's speed was overwhelming. One foot slammed down on his legs, while the other struck like a whip, delivering a crushing blow to the saber-toothed tiger's head, causing him to spew forth 3 liters of blood in a wretched display. Yet, the light in his eyes gleamed with joy. He swiped back with a claw, aiming to deliver a lethal blow to Mystique. But with a resounding clang, his razor-sharp claws, capable of slicing through steel, merely left 5 faint white marks upon Mystique's armor, which slowly faded from view as if nothing had transpired. The saber-toothed tiger struggled to accept this reality, howling in despair. "It's impossible. This cannot be. It's fake. All of this is a ruse." Mystique displayed a smirk tinged with mockery, pressing the saber-tooth's head firmly into the earth beneath her, before leaning closer to his ear and softly taunting, "Oh, foolish tiger. Times have changed." Saber-tooth's eyes widened with indignation. Which twisted mind devised this? This is utterly outrageous. Chapter 75, The True Sentinel. Mystique effortlessly kept Sabertooth pinned beneath her foot. No matter how he struggled or clawed at her, he was unable to inflict even the slightest harm upon her. Humiliatingly, he lay there, immobilized by her single foot. This was an unbearable reality for Sabertooth. The sheer absurdity of it was akin to Russell accepting that his girlfriend was a 300-pound online acquaintance. After all, Mystique's combat prowess among mutants was notably inferior. Far from the might of Sabertooth, once a formidable lieutenant under Magneto, who had emerged victorious from countless battles on the brink of life and death. Yet now, their positions had inexplicably reversed. Sabertooth found himself utterly subdued beneath Mystique's foot, devoid of any capacity for resistance. He continued to struggle, defiantly lifting his head, gritting his teeth, his eyes blazing with resentment. "Raven, if you're a man, let me go. Let us have a fair fight." Mystique, with a mocking gleam in her eyes, grasped Sabertooth's hair and remarked, "It seems that since your betrayal of Eric, Your situation has only worsened. Your strength hasn't improved in the slightest. And it appears your intellect has fled as well." She shook her head, clearly unimpressed by Sabretooth's abilities, her expression vividly conveying her disdain. "I had thought you were a formidable beast, yet here you are, even more feeble than a mere mutt. Were it not for the new leader's command to spare your life, I could have easily dispatched you with a single blow, like crushing an ant, effortlessly." Mystique was not merely boasting. While Sabretooth possessed formidable regenerative abilities and extensive combat experience, he remained a mere level 3 mutant, with a ceiling of potential that was exceedingly low. Unlike Logan, who bore the indestructible adamantium skeleton, capable of slicing through steel as though it were mere clay, Mystique could easily subdue Sabretooth by mimicking either Magneto or Professor X. This was a testament to her inherent mutant abilities. If she further harnessed the enhancements of the lesser mutant armor and the formidable form of the White Wolf battlesuit, Sabretooth would truly appear as nothing more than a frail cat before her, unable to withstand even a single strike. With a sense of nostalgia, Mystique reflected on how, just a month prior, she could scarcely have imagined so effortlessly overpowering Sabretooth. Even enduring a few exchanges with him would have seemed a monumental achievement. "Oh, little Russell, you are indeed the true god of mutants, the genuine king of mutants." Extending her hand, Mystique clutched the nape of Sabretooth's neck, numerous sharp metallic gears pressing against his throat, their edges so keen that the once defiant Sabretooth fell silent in an instant. His gaze dropped as he watched the gears swirling ominously around his neck, a sensation akin to swallowing hard. Though they appeared to move slowly, should they spin at full velocity, they could effortlessly sever his head from his body. At that moment, even Sabretooth's formidable healing factor would likely meet its end. Game over. After all, even Deadpool, that superhumanly regenerative anomaly, had been decapitated by him and Logan's joint efforts before he could regain his footing. The head is the critical target. Once lost, death is inevitable. Under the looming threat of death, the once unyielding Sabretooth promptly acquiesced. In his mind, he had once been part of the Brotherhood of Mutants. His fall to being a subordinate of Stryker was merely an unfortunate twist of fate. The Brotherhood of Mutants still needed him. There was no reason for rebellion. To put it bluntly, working for anyone is still work, so why not join in? Mystique, however, chose not to kill him, instead turning her attention to Blink, who was visibly trembling in fear. Blink raised her hands in a show of submission, clasping them together to reveal her pristine wrists, appearing exceedingly compliant. After all, with her comrades already surrendering, failing to do so herself would only invite scorn. With a mere gesture, Mystique commanded the metal to coil around Blink's wrists like serpents. Though it was merely a formality, should Blink wish to escape, those metallic handcuffs would not hold her. She pondered the situation and resolved to discuss the nuances of seductive restraint with little Russell upon her return. Without handcuffs, why would anyone willingly lie there, allowing you to have your way with them? Just as she prepared to depart with the two, the mutant combat detection goggles suddenly blared an alarm, the voice of danger echoing in her ear, warning her of unidentified data with an exceptionally high danger level, advising immediate evacuation. Unidentified data? Mystique's instincts sharpened, and she instinctively activated the gene scanning module of her mutant armor to scan the vicinity. Apart from Sabretooth, Blink, and a few lesser creatures, she detected no other presence, which left her perplexed. Danger. Mark a location and provide me with the specifics of the unidentified data. Ding. Combat power of the detected entity is extremely weak. I advise against any risk-taking. I have uploaded the unidentified data to the central control hub and informed the overseer, Russell. Please evacuate promptly. As she observed the 3 consecutive red alert notifications, Mystique hesitated but ultimately chose not to overestimate her capabilities. Although Danger's words stung, labeling her combat prowess as weak. After witnessing Russell's battle with Magneto, she could not dismiss the validity of that assessment. Thus, she took Sabretooth and Blink aloft, soaring through the sky, swiftly distancing themselves from the perilous locale. Yet, just before their departure, she could not help but glance back, though she found nothing amiss, which only intensified her unease. A thought struck her. The fluctuations detected by the mutant combat goggles were undoubtedly mutant in nature. And now, an unknown fluctuation had emerged, one potent enough to trigger 3 urgent warnings from Danger. Mystique felt a jolt of shock. It was highly likely that this entity was an Omega-level mutant. What a time of turmoil. She hoped it would not bring significant trouble to the Brotherhood of Mutants. Mystique hastily made her exit. Unbeknownst to her, 60 miles away from her confrontation with Sabretooth, deep underground lay a vast and desolate base, shrouded in impenetrable darkness. At the heart of this concealed chamber stood an array of colossal computers, their screens still aglow, continuously displaying a cascade of pulsating text. Detecting combat fluctuations, analyzed as mutant. Captured specific mutant information, analyzing mutant data, matching against database. Match successful. Mystique, a level 3 mutant, possesses remarkably weakened combat capabilities, while Sabretooth, also a level 3 mutant, exhibits significantly stronger fighting prowess. Upon detecting a discrepancy in Mystique's combat strength compared to the database, an analysis is currently underway. The armor worn by the opponent has been identified as possessing formidable enhancement properties, offering substantial assistance to the Insight program. A recommendation has been made to seize it. The pulsating characters suddenly fell silent, and an array of codes coalesced into a human visage, seemingly in contemplation, before issuing the command, activate. Sentinel of the Mutants. Chapter 76, Sentinel, a grave crisis for mutants. With the command from the digital visage, the previously silent base erupted into a blaze of light, awakening countless dormant machines. The cacophony of machinery filled the air. Deep within the recesses of the base, a door marked with ominous warnings began to creak open. Beyond that door lay a vast and even more concealed facility. At the heart of this base stood a towering figure. As the imposing man slowly raised his head and opened his eyes, Russell, who had just returned to the X-Mansion, felt an immediate reaction. A sense of foreboding gripped him, as if a dark omen loomed over his heart. In the next moment, Russell stood rooted in place, his eyes glowing with a white light as he unleashed the full extent of his observation hockey, perceiving the future with unparalleled clarity. He glimpsed countless scenes ahead, revealing the source of his unease, the mysterious base, the rows of antique computers, the vast database, and that distinctly recognizable digital head. In an instant, Russell deduced the identity of the individual behind this digital facade, none other than Arnim Zola, the former chief scientist of Hydra and a genius of unprecedented caliber. Once afflicted by a terminal illness that could not be cured by the scientific standards of his time, Zola was unwilling to succumb to death. Driven by an insatiable thirst for life and the madness typical of a scientist entrenched within Hydra, he undertook a shocking and eerie transformation. He abandoned his corporeal form, uploading his consciousness into a computer, achieving a mechanical ascension that was utterly unfathomable for his era. Just as society has gradually come to accept various forms of love, it still grapples with the notion of a wealthy, innocent young girl who lavishes affection and resources upon a man, a concept that remains taboo. When Russell laid eyes on Zola, his sense of foreboding was irrevocably confirmed. The emergence of this individual signified that Hydra was poised to undertake a significant operation. Zola had previously devised the Zola algorithm, capable of predicting an individual's future through big data, akin to a foreign version of the I Ching, with remarkable accuracy. Hydra had utilized this algorithm to formulate a terrifying insight plan, which aimed to propel S.H.I.E.L.D.S. aircraft carriers into the skies, establish air superiority, and subsequently eliminate those marked by the insight plan, individuals endowed with potential to advance humanity. They would then rise to dominate the ordinary populace, who lacked the capacity for leadership, thus orchestrating a plan for global domination. This absurd villainous scheme had been thwarted by S.H.I.E.L.D. for various reasons. Yet it was not anticipated to be executed for at least 5 years, certainly not now. Time. Russell lowered his head, murmuring softly, unaware of the origin of this unexpected turn of events. His first instinct was to attribute it to his manipulation of time, pulling the future Tony Stark into the present, thereby granting him early access to the Mark armor technology. Such an alteration of the timeline invariably invited the most fearsome of Marvel's laws. When one toys with time, time reciprocates with its own tricks. However, Russell quickly dismissed this thought. He was not one to shy away from action. After all, what was the point of traversing dimensions if one did not instigate change? He closed his eyes tightly, striving to glean Zola's true intentions from the visions of the future within the base. Yet, what he witnessed sent chills down his spine, a terrifying figure, reminiscent of a nightmare, radiating boundless light and heat, effortlessly vanquished all mutants that dared to obstruct him within the Brotherhood. The man, akin to an undying warrior, absorbed all incoming energy with ease, and with a single strike, unleashed a cataclysmic explosion that reduced everything to dust. Regaining his composure, Russell discerned the fleeting visage of this formidable opponent within the hazy future. He recognized him, and silence enveloped him as his breath quickened. For the man before him was none other than the legendary Sentinel, a Marvel superhuman rivaling the might of the DC Universe's Superman, possessing the power of 1,000,000 stars. Russell found himself questioning the very fabric of reality. Was it truly reasonable for such a monstrous entity to appear now? Was this truly justifiable? In the midst of his exclamations, the Hydra base buzzed with the excitement of Zola, now transformed into a digital consciousness, as he gazed upon the slowly awakening Sentinel. This was the culmination of Hydra's plans following their initial quest for world domination, during which they inadvertently uncovered the extraordinary abilities of mutants, leading to the inception of the Sentinel program. At that time, Hydra boasted the world's most elite scientists, unparalleled resources, and formidable combat capabilities. Even after suffering setbacks, they remained resilient, infiltrating S, H, I, E, L, D, and the upper echelons of various nations, expanding their influence even further. The Sentinel program became not only a means of developing weapons against mutants, but also an integral part of their world domination agenda. The Sentinel possesses the formidable energy absorption capabilities once held by the mutant powerhouse, Black Emperor Shaw, combined with the extraordinary healing genes of Wolverine, the telepathic prowess of White Queen Emma, and the exceptional adaptability of Darwin. Moreover, it boasts the incredible physical constitution, superhuman strength, and unparalleled defensive abilities akin to that of the Crimson Behemoth. Zola could not suppress a low chuckle, as the ultimate surviving product of Hydra's twisted experiments. The Sentinel is an entity of unimaginable strength. Were it not for the Sentinel's propensity for uncontrollable rampages, Hydra would have long since dominated the world. Go forth. Zola cackled ominously. Let the mutants tremble before your might. Chapter 77. The true trump card. Pray tell, when you discover a superhuman intent on doing you harm, do you choose to flee? Or perhaps flee? Or again flee? Russell hesitated for 3 seconds. If it were a female superhuman, he would undoubtedly charge into battle with an indomitable spirit, engaging in a fierce contest. Yet, if it were a male, Russell contemplated retreating. After all, a male superhuman might not be swayed by his striking visage, leading to unforeseen consequences. No, if a male superhuman did take an interest in him, that would spell disaster. A shiver coursed through Russell's body. He certainly did not wish to be ensnared in a predicament of masculine dominance. Thus, he found himself in contemplation, assessing his currently available combat capabilities. It seemed that only with the augmentation of the 5 elements armor could he unleash an overwhelming force capable of contending with a level 4 mutant, albeit only barely matching a level 5 mutant. However, in comparison to the Sentinel, he was still leagues away. It was not his fault. The opponent simply lacked martial ethics. The mere thought of the Sentinel's terrifying power, its ability to absorb all forms of energy, its formidable telepathy and memory alteration, its immense physical strength and defensive capabilities, was enough to leave Russell astounded. Each individual ability could easily align it with the ranks of a level 4 mutant. Suddenly, Russell's mind jolted. He smacked his thigh in realization. That's how the future version of himself managed to develop the divine armor to such an extent in just a few years, even diverging into the Emperor Armor project. The answer lay here. In Russell's imagination, the divine armor could simultaneously harness and control various level 5 mutant abilities, even absorbing the genes of celestial beings, ultimately allowing for an extensive accumulation of energy over time, culminating in a metamorphosis from human to divine. This was entirely feasible. After all, in a certain parallel universe, the Supreme Sorcerer Tony had merged magic with armor, crafting his own supreme magical armor, which directly took down the multiversal Dark Overlord, Dormammu, a true mortal, rivaling the divine. Unlike the cinematic portrayal of a certain character who, in battling Thanos, ended up in utter ruin, the realization of the divine armor was still a distant prospect. The technological intricacies and barriers were too formidable. According to Russell's estimations, it would take no less than a decade of relentless effort to become an unparalleled level 5 mutant, mastering all level 5 abilities. At that point, a mere thought could shatter the heavens and earth. A single thought could set planets in motion. A single thought could alter reality. Such power would be at his fingertips. However, the future version of himself had evidently traveled far down this path, which did not align with his timeline, and now Russell had finally unearthed the reason. It was the Sentinel. It was a weakened version of the divine armor. If he could eliminate it, its body would serve as the finest material for the divine armor. After all, the Sentinel already possessed several level 4 mutant abilities, far surpassing the singular level 4 capability of Russell's 5 elements armor. Indeed, the sum of mutant abilities is always greater than their individual parts. Just as Lu Bu boasted of his invincibility, when Liu Bei, Zhang Fei, and Guan Yu banded together against him, he would still find himself at a loss. But what if Liu Bei, Zhang Fei, and Guan Yu besieged Liu Bu, and he knelt before them, recognizing them as his adoptive fathers? How would the situation unfold? Russell, initially troubled, felt a sudden surge of greed. After all, the Sentinel was an opportunity presenting itself on a silver platter. Although the risks were immense, with the possibility of receiving a thorough beating, the potential rewards were undeniably lucrative. Thus, he extended his hand, unveiling his ultimate trump card. With a serious expression, Russell focused his mind, and his fingertips radiated light. In the next moment, he found himself enveloped in a crackling golden portal. It was a teleportation gateway. Enhanced by his precognitive abilities, he accurately descended upon the training grounds of Kamar Taj, instantly capturing the attention of several dozen mages present. As practitioners, their mental acuity was exceptional, and they immediately noticed the unarmed Russell, leaving them astounded. He was unarmed. How could this be? It was impossible. Even the seasoned mage Wang and the great master Caecilius could not perform magic without the aid of a focus. Only the supreme sorcerer could achieve such a feat. The mages collectively gasped in awe. For a mage, the significance of a focus was paramount, serving as the bridge between ordinary mortals and the divine. Only with a focus could one manipulate the energy borrowed from deities to cast spells and perform unimaginable feats. It was akin to electricity and oil. All of humanity's industrial machinery relies heavily on these colossal energy sources. A mage without a focus is comparable to modern society bereft of electricity and oil, or the West without Jerusalem, or a browser unable to access mysterious sites. Even the future supreme sorcerer, Dr. Strange, found himself incapacitated during an invasion of infinite multiverses because a certain young spider had snatched away his focus, rendering him incapable of casting spells and trapping him in a different dimension. He was, after all, the supreme sorcerer. Without a focus, he was no different from an ordinary person. Thus, when the mages beheld Russell, who, despite lacking a focus, could still conjure a teleportation portal, they collectively gasped in astonishment. This seemingly youthful child did not appear as inexperienced as he seemed. Could he be a sorcerer of a bygone era? A being of supreme magical prowess? Perhaps even surpassing the Ancient One by a margin. The child's guise was merely a facade, an act of cunning. The multitude of mages regarded him with reverence. Yet this awe dissipated within mere moments as they witnessed the so-called supreme being, akin to the Ancient One in their eyes, audibly wailing and lamenting. "Oh dear Ancient One, please save me. If you do not intervene soon, your future disciple, the future supreme sorcerer of Kamar Taj, will be killed." Russell cried, tears streaming down his face, rendering the assembled mages utterly speechless. It was evident to anyone that he was feigning distress, much like a child in kindergarten whose cookies had been pilfered, crying to their parents upon returning home. The formidable image they had just constructed in their minds regarding Russell promptly evaporated, leaving behind an undeniable truth. He was but a novice. Moreover, how utterly shameless. Russell felt no sense of embarrassment. After all, he was merely clinging to the powerful. In fact, a hint of schadenfreude flickered within him. I concede, your esteemed Pokemon Sentinel is formidable. Yet, should I unveil my divine beast, the supreme mage, Dormammu, who can rival the Dark Sovereign, how shall you respond? Sentinel, very well, very well. Is it time to inform the parents? Is this how we play? My impotent rage is overwhelming. Chapter 78. You truly have an eye for people. Encountering a boss that disregards martial ethics and emerges from a dungeon to wreak havoc upon novices, Russell also chose to forsake all decorum and directly opted to inform his master. He sought the aid of the Supreme Mage. Dear Supreme Mage, surely you do not wish for your future heir to be dispatched so easily? Nor would you desire the postponement of your well-deserved retirement, would you? Russell was wholly focused on seizing the opportunity to cling to the powerful, harboring no intention of exerting any effort. As for the potential loss of face in front of others, oh dear. Once I ascend to the rank of Supreme Mage, I shall show you what it means to wield the magic inherited from my father. My fist shall provide the answer. Of course, such aspirations are currently unattainable. Thus, the assembled mages regarded Russell with bemusement as he shamelessly yelped, showcasing what it means to be a disciple and a future Supreme Mage. Look at this little fellow. Do not be deceived by his diminutive stature. His audacity is quite remarkable. How brazenly he seeks connections. The Supreme Mage, who oversees the entirety of Kamar Taj and has lived for 7 or 8 centuries, has trained countless disciples without ever considering retirement. Thus, there are only students of the Supreme Mage. There have never been apprentices nor successors. Moreover, we, the earlier practitioners, who have endured years of cultivation, have yet to earn our place, while you, a mere child, presume to claim such a title. Many mages sneered inwardly, voicing those venomous yet irrefutable thoughts. Have you even grown a full set of fur? Yet, to the astonishment of the gathered mages, the supreme mage, Dormammu, did not dismiss Russell's outlandish claims. Instead, she regarded him with genuine concern. Dormammu extended her palm, and as the mages had anticipated, she did not employ the suspended ring, for she preferred not to wear it, only donning it in times of battle. Thus, she remained an eternally single, 18-year-old lady, with her finger raised. An abundance of golden light enveloped Russell, casting a radiant silhouette upon the ground. Unlike the sun's glare or ordinary illumination, this figure was remarkably bright, strikingly clear, and immense. Shimmering with faint starlight, Russell felt a warm sensation enveloping him, though he remained unaware of the nature of this spell, which likely resided within the spellbook Dormammu had provided him. Yet, which student would choose to study during their holiday? The answer is none. Instead, they would rather engage in frivolities, allowing their 300-pound online friends to trample them. Utterly ridiculous. Nevertheless, Russell surmised it was likely a spell for assessing injuries. He felt a pang of guilt, for he had sustained no injuries. His earlier display of despair had been entirely feigned. As the mages expressed their astonishment, Russell's heart sank. Alas! Yet, he soon sensed something amiss. The gazes of the mages were uniform, filled with shock and envy. The supreme mage was present. Unbelievable. Was this truly a child? Russell was perplexed. However, the assembled mages, who had practiced diligently for at least 2.5 years, despite being unable to cast certain spells, were well aware of their functions. This was akin to teachers who cannot express their gratitude in person, but must acknowledge each contribution to their biological knowledge. The spell Dormammu cast upon Russell was indeed, as he had surmised, a health assessment, including the examination of soul energy. It was a remarkably powerful and practical spell. After all, for mages, their adversaries often hail from bizarre worlds and peculiar universes, wielding strange curses and possessing extraordinary abilities. With the spell, one could almost identify any abnormalities within the body and soul, enabling comprehensive remedies. This spell had been established by Supreme Mage Dormammu at the 3 major magical circles safeguarding Earth, allowing for the detection of any being or soul from other dimensions or universes, regardless of how well they concealed themselves. What astounded the mages was that the detection light of ordinary individuals was typically weak, often pale white, while those with superior physical attributes emitted stronger light. The mages, being adept in close combat, boasted formidable physical strength, resulting in a slightly more luminous aura than average individuals. Yet, Russell's brilliant golden glow indicated that his physical prowess far exceeded that of humanity, reaching an absurd level. He could effortlessly carry an elephant on his shoulders, perform rap and basketball under the moonlight without breaking a sweat. The mages struggled to reconcile the pitiable visage of young Russell with such extraordinary capabilities. Is this reasonable? Is this just? The assembled crowd questioned the very fabric of reality. Dormammu, however, remained remarkably composed, for she was fully aware of Russell's true nature. Upon realizing he bore no injuries, but rather exuded robust health, she felt a wave of relief. She certainly did not wish for her momentary lapse of diligence to result in Russell's demise. After all, a few days or months for Russell were but a fleeting moment for her, a supreme mage of 7 or 8 centuries. Come, let us converse in private, Dormammu instructed, not elaborating on Russell's identity nor introducing him to the other mages as she led him to another grand hall for a more in-depth discussion. Once they departed, the mages could no longer suppress their astonishment, erupting into fervent discussions about the suddenly appeared Russell. Their previously steadfast cultivation mindset seemed utterly shattered, transformed from austere monks into ordinary individuals who had just tasted the extraordinary. Now, they chattered incessantly, devoid of any semblance of composure. It was no wonder, for the news they had received today was nothing short of explosive. Setting aside Russell's inhuman physical attributes, the mere fact that the supreme mage, Dormammu, had taken on an apprentice was enough to astound all of Camartage. The supreme mage. This was not merely an honor. It was a commitment to safeguarding the entire Earth's safety. Could others measure up? Especially someone as nonchalant as Russell? The crowd remained skeptical. They engaged in a cacophony of discussions, yet suddenly, one voice silenced them all. I was struck by the realization that this individual truly embodied the essence of the supreme sorcerer. The assembly of mages exclaimed in unison, "What qualifies him? His physical prowess is extraordinary. In close combat, he would undoubtedly excel. He could take on 10 opponents single-handedly." The mages, incensed, retorted, "Which respectable sorcerer resorts to hand-to-hand combat rather than magic? Who is he?" The Kamatage mages exchanged glances, soon descending into silence, and then, in harmonious agreement, declared, "The Ancient One has an uncanny ability to discern talent." At that moment, Russell was oblivious to the fact that he had unwittingly garnered the approval of the mages, emerging as their unspoken candidate for the Supreme Sorcerer. He still trailed pitifully behind the Ancient One, hoping that with a mere flick of her wrist, she would crush the Sentinel into oblivion and casually relinquish its remains to him. Then, Russell could indulge himself, using the Sentinel's body to unveil the secrets of its fusion with multiple advanced mutant genes, potentially elevating himself to the status of a divine combatant. Or at the very least, enhancing the basic mutant armors by a tier. Soon, every mutant would wield an intermediate variant of the armor. How could humanity or extraterrestrials contend with such power? Even Thanos would be compelled to depart in tears, leaving behind the Infinity Stones, vanquished and humiliated. Alas, reality proved otherwise. The Ancient One's words shattered Russell's fantasies. As she navigated the library's aisles, her tone remained gentle, yet it doused Russell's hopes like a bucket of cold water. "I'm afraid I will not intervene with that so-called Sentinel." "Why?" Russell queried, perplexed. After all, for someone capable of contending with the Dark Titan Dormammu, banishing celestial deities, and silencing Odin, who claimed Earth as his guardian territory, the Sentinel was hardly formidable. It was a trivial matter. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he inquired, "Isn't the Sentinel rather weak in your eyes?" The Ancient One nodded, providing a rationale that, while reasonable, left Russell in a state of frustration. "He is far too feeble. I harbor no interest in engaging him." How pretentious she sounded. Were it anyone else uttering those words, Russell would have surely shouted for his Snowhound armor and unleashed a mighty strike to demonstrate the true meaning of beauty. However, when the speaker was the Ancient One, the situation was different. "You will not comprehend this now, but once you ascend to the rank of Supreme Sorcerer, enlightenment will dawn upon you." The Ancient One refrained from elaborating further, as she could not disclose her own vulnerabilities. Contrary to Russell's assumptions, she was not invincible or unrestrained. For centuries, she had drawn strength from the Dark Titan Dormammu, a practice she had maintained for 700 or 800 years, ultimately becoming the Supreme Sorcerer and Guardian of Earth, bestowing upon it centuries of peace and stability. Yet, this had amplified her influence to such an extent that every action and decision she made could shape the future of the planet. She had witnessed the destruction of Earth through the Time Stone billions of times and had grown weary of it. "Fine," the Ancient One conceded. "I confess to fabricating a tale. I merely wish to indulge in some respite." Would you expect an 800-year-old to engage in combat with such a brawny, muscular young man? Have you no shame? She longed for retirement, dreading the very thought of attending another day of duty. With her hands clasped behind her back, her expression remained serene. Yet her tone carried a hint of provocation. "As the future Supreme Sorcerer, you shall inevitably face certain trials. Confronting a mere sentinel should not disappoint your master, would it?" Russell felt an eerie familiarity in her words. He pondered the tests faced by the Supreme Sorcerers, recalling how Doctor Strange, upon his ascension, was immediately confronted by the ultimate adversary, Dormammu. Had it not been for the Time Stone, he would have surely met a grim fate. Compared to Dormammu, the Sentinel was indeed insignificant, even to the extent of being pathetically weak. Yet, Russell sensed an underlying disquiet. His gaze, laced with skepticism, questioned, "You wouldn't be seeking to evade your responsibilities, would you?" The Ancient One was taken aback. How astute this young man was. Maintaining her composure, she pointed toward the library behind her, revealing a meaningful and profound smile. "The path to redemption lies within." With that, she produced a suspended ring from an unknown source and traced a golden portal, stepping through it. Russell leaned forward to peer inside, but before he could approach, he was met with the bone-chilling roar that shattered the soul, sending shivers down his spine. "Ancient One, you shameless thief of my power." The portal vanished, and the sound faded. Russell stood frozen, his mind buzzing as he absorbed the enormity of the situation. Terror gripped him as he recognized the source of that dreadful roar, Dormammu, the very being whom the Ancient One had been siphoning power from daily. The echo of that roar, possibly spanning light years, left his soul trembling and his vision dimming. Russell's heart raced in panic. He realized he was confronted by an unfathomably terrifying entity, one whose strength dwarfed that of a mere 5th-level mutant. Perhaps only a 6th or 7th-level being, or a fully realized Phoenix Force, could hope to stand against it. It became evident why so many sorcerers, succumbing to despair, would ally themselves with the forces of darkness. Only when faced with such terror could one truly grasp the magnitude of their adversary. After a moment of shock, Russell redirected his focus. He had long accepted the vast chasm between himself and Dormammu, having experienced a similar disparity in his past life with his former employer. $1 million salary, after several millennia of toil, could scarcely be repaid. Acceptance was key. One must adopt a Zen approach to life. However, compared to Dormammu, Russell was far more concerned with unearthing a means to counter the Sentinel. After all, his precognitive visions indicated that within a mere 6 hours, the Sentinel would absorb all the necessary nutrients, emerge from its base, and commence its hunt for mutants, unleashing chaos upon the Brotherhood of Mutants. Where lay the path to redemption? As he surveyed the library, filled with an overwhelming multitude of texts, perhaps tens of millions or even billions, he couldn't suppress his astonishment. Please forgive him. He had never encountered such a vast collection of books. He suddenly realized that the beginner's manual the Ancient One had previously given him was indeed considerate. It was truly a novice's guide. The sheer volume of literature represented the accumulated knowledge of Kamatage over millennia, augmented by the Ancient One's centuries of collection, the insights of countless generations of sorcerers, and the meticulous documentation of peculiar knowledge from other realms. In summary, it was a veritable treasure trove. It seemed he had stumbled upon the repository of Earth's civilization. Russell recalled the super-god universe, where each advanced civilization possessed a knowledge vault, documenting all their wisdom and technology. Even if the supreme deity faced adversity, civilization will inevitably find suitable successors and undergo reconstruction, even in the absence of all heirs. As long as knowledge and technology continue to disseminate, civilization shall not be obliterated or forgotten. Russell contemplated that once he completed the construction of his alternate dimension and successfully replicated these books, they would become his foundation. At that moment, he could perhaps rightfully consider himself a true deity. With this unexpected delight, Russell felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Almost simultaneously, he discovered the path to redemption spoken of by the Ancient One, the Time Stone, suspended before him. Chapter 80. The King's Astonishment. The Time Stone is the most enigmatic among the 6 Infinity Stones and is frequently employed, having become an integral part of the Earth's supreme sorcerer's legacy. Its powers are exceedingly formidable, capable of manipulating the fabric of time itself, allowing one to glimpse into the past and future. It can return any entity to a previous state or summon forthcoming events into the present. Its immense power is self-evident, warranting the gaze of the entire universe. Such a treasure lay quietly before Russell, within reach, and indeed, he grasped it within his palm. There were no defensive spells, no signs of resistance. This cosmic artifact, coveted by Thanos and desired by countless formidable beings, glimmered with a gentle green light within the eye of Agamotto, radiating a serene beauty reminiscent of jade, captivating to behold. Russell tightened his grip on the Time Stone, a confident smile illuminating his face. The worries he had harbored regarding the Sentinel dissipated entirely, for that entity now seemed trivial, unworthy of his concern. The power of the Infinity Stones was simply overwhelming. A supreme artifact, a legendary dragon-slaying weapon of sorts. In times past, Dr. Strange, having barely trained for less than a year, wielded the Time Stone to negotiate with Dormammu, successfully rendering a multiversal Dark Overlord speechless, who then opted to abandon his invasion of Earth. Russell pondered how the Sentinel would react if he approached it bearing the Time Stone for negotiation. Sentinel, wah-dash. Sentinel, wah-dash. Really? Sentinel, wah-dash. This might be a bit of an overreach. After fondling the Time Stone for a while, treating it like a walnut, Russell hesitated before placing it back in its original position. He felt that using the Time Stone against the Sentinel was akin to using a cannon to swat a fly, akin to the situation of Wang Sikong proving his family could afford an Audi. Most importantly, this artifact was of paramount significance. It was the cornerstone of Earth's protection. Although Russell believed his chances of defeating the Sentinel with the Time Stone were 98. He calculated that 9 times 8 rounded up could very well lead to his demise. It was wiser to exercise caution. After all, there were many lurking dangers outside. It was entirely possible that after dispatching the Sentinel with the Time Stone, he would find himself ambushed from behind by several individuals clad in bizarre uniforms, who might comment, not as good as my rear end, leaving Russell utterly exasperated. Yet he did not leave. Instead, he searched his surroundings and soon spotted a tome detailing the utilization of the Time Stone. Within it were instructions on how to harness the Eye of Agamotto to wield even a fraction of the Time Stone's power. Russell perused the pages intently, his eyes aglow with enlightenment as he swiftly absorbed the wisdom of those who came before him. This was the culmination of generations of supreme sorcerer's intellect, a distillation of magical essence. To others, these texts might appear arcane and incomprehensible. Yet for the magic novice Russell, they were utterly enthralling, a revelation that would baffle the sorcerers of Camartage. After all, magic, like mathematics, elucidates the laws of the universe. Understanding it is binary. One either comprehends it or does not. Effort is futile. The most advanced mathematical theories often endure for centuries, scrutinized by millions, yielding only sighs and headshakes from all but the rare genius who can conquer them. Magic operates on the same principle. One either possesses the skill or does not. Thus, when the librarian, Old Wong, observed a child engrossed in magical tomes, he was initially taken aback, chuckling at the sight of what he presumed to be a sorcerer's offspring playing around. Perhaps it was a newly recruited orphan, after all. Camartage had a long history of such cases, with few fortunate enough to discover this place and possess the talent to remain. Most were descendants of sorcerers or had been taken in. Wong smiled, for he had a fondness for children. He approached, waving his hands behind his back. True to his seasoned librarian status, he conjured a portal and casually procured a lollipop. After all, it was perfectly reasonable for a child to enjoy candy. However, before he could advance, his smile transformed into one of shock, for his keen eyes discerned something amiss. He recognized the book in Russell's hands, the very tome he inspected daily. The most crucial and perilous book in the entire library. The more profound the magic, the more intricate the spells contained within. Any observer, should they falter for a moment, could be ensnared within its pages, suffering severe mental trauma. The stakes were far greater than mere viewing. It drained countless lives in an instant, leading to days of mental exhaustion. By the gods! Hey, little rascal, do not tamper with that, Wong exclaimed, sprinting forward to intervene. Yet, to his horror, he realized an utterly terrifying truth. No matter how he rushed forward, he could not close the distance to Russell. A few short steps felt like traversing a million miles. Regardless of the portals he used or the spells he cast, he remained unable to approach Russell. The most dreadful revelation struck him. Forward or backward, it made no difference. He was trapped in place. No matter how he struggled, it was as though he had been frozen in time. Frozen? Could it be? Wong's eyes widened in disbelief. Shock etched across his face as he stared at Russell before him. Russell slowly closed the book, his eyes gently shut as he contemplated the moment. Turning his head, he revealed a smile almost identical to that of Ancient One. Indeed, Wong, just as you have articulated, I have garnered the acknowledgement of the Eye of Agamotto. At his chest, the artifact of the Eye of Agamotto lay fully unveiled, the time stone emanating a faint green luminescence. Wong found himself at a loss for words to express the complexity of his emotions. It was akin to marveling at the daunting nature of advanced mathematics in a postgraduate examination, only to discover that the 8-year-old neighbor had effortlessly solved Fermat's last theorem, an ineffable sense of disbelief engulfing him. Is this truly the domain of an ordinary individual? Is this truly the domain of an ordinary individual? Chapter 81. The Art of Star Absorption. You may call me Russell. Referring to me as a pervert is quite impolite. While you may indeed exhibit peculiarities, I pride myself on my manners and would never label you as such. Indeed, in 37 glimpses of the future, you have referred to me as a monster 23 times, an eternal being 9 times, and an abnormal human thrice. Russell wore a disingenuous smile as he observed Wong, whose body trembled under the weight of Russell's peculiar gaze. The haunting words that followed made Wong gulp audibly. You even dubbed me the king of perverts twice. Well, it is true that you possess a remarkable sense of decorum. You did not call me a pervert. You elevated me to the status of the king of perverts. Wong felt a flush of embarrassment. Although Russell's claims were not rooted in reality, he recognized that they did reflect Wong's typical manner of speech. He had no doubt about it. As a seasoned librarian and a long-time apprentice to the supreme sorcerer, Ancient One, he was privy to certain secrets regarding the Eye of Agamotto, particularly its ability to observe various changes in the future. Yet, despite his understanding, he found himself utterly speechless, struggling to reconcile Russell's presence with that of a formidable individual wielding the time stone. The dissonance was jarring. He stood there, bewildered, as Russell returned the book to its place and removed the Eye of Agamotto from his chest. I am the newly initiated apprentice of the supreme sorcerer, Ancient One. If all goes as planned, in 2 or 3 years, I shall be the new supreme sorcerer here. Consider this a preliminary introduction, for I shall require your assistance in delivering my takeout in the future. Remember my preferences. I do not consume Taston. I am not a McDonald's patron on Thursdays. I do not partake in Luckin coffee. I do not enjoy sweet tofu pudding, nor do I eat savory rice dumplings or beef. Amidst Russell's incessant chatter and peculiar dietary habits, Wong absorbed none of it, save for those few words, the apprentice of the supreme sorcerer. The next supreme sorcerer in a few years. Ancient One, who has not relinquished his position in 800 years, is suddenly stepping down. Such occurrences are rare, indeed. How could I possibly witness this? Wong wore a perplexed expression, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a falsehood. Yet, the eye of Agamotto lay before him on the table, and he had just experienced Russell's temporal magic firsthand. Wong, I am utterly confounded. I wish to scale the walls. Noticing Wong's unsettling demeanor, Russell levitated, then, with a playful pat on Wong's shoulder, proclaimed with great self-satisfaction, "Rest assured, I am far superior to your former leader. Once I ascend to the top, I shall ensure that the entire Camartage is imbued with spirits. I shall even cough up the Wi-Fi password." He suddenly recalled that Ancient One was still very much alive. Russell realized he ought not to be overly boastful, lest he find himself awaiting 30 years of simulation and 50 years of spellcasting. He swiftly altered his tone. "Later, you shall assist me in creating a mirror dimension. I need to confront a certain individual in combat, one who is quite resilient. I have simulated our encounters a staggering 1,367 times, defeating him 87 times, dismembering him 16 times, setting him ablaze 12 times, drowning him 7 times, electrocuting him 6 times, and striking him thrice. At long last, I have discerned this fellow's vulnerabilities. I cannot allow this scoundrel to escape so easily each time." As Russell recalled the scenes from the simulations, he could not help but curse. Who in the world equipped the Sentinel with an underground evasion ability? It truly disgusts me. If the Sentinel could fly, it would be a different story. The sky may be vast and high, but if the Sentinel were airborne, it could not evade the tracking of satellites. Yet, alas, it burrows underground. The Earth is indeed expansive. Russell lamented, "I truly cannot burrow underground. To vanquish the Sentinel, I must resort to dog paddling. It is a tearful endeavor." As Russell ranted, Wong listened, cold sweat trickling down his back. He suddenly considered whether he should contemplate returning home to marry a wife. The current Supreme Sorcerer appeared somewhat volatile and ruthless, with nearly 100 ways to meet one's demise. In a fleeting moment, Wong felt a pang of sympathy for the adversary Russell spoke of. "Brother, should you unexpectedly meet your end, leaving no remains behind, do not weep, do not shed tears. For over 100 brothers have already fallen before you. Your death is not in vain. Accept your fate. I shall scatter your ashes. Amen." Amidst Wong's bewildered gaze, Russell closed his eyes. Almost instantly, the smooth exterior of his mutant armor was adorned with vibrant, flowing patterns, reminiscent of water, seemingly chaotic, yet mesmerizing. In the blink of an eye, these patterns coalesced, forming an enchanting spectacle, a tapestry of colors and mysteries intertwining. Wong gradually began to comprehend. It was a magical incantation. The practitioners of Camartage often engaged in combat with various creatures, necessitating weaponry. They inscribed spells upon their arms and armor, endowing them with offensive, defensive, or other attributes, essentially enhancing their capabilities. However, before long, Wong could no longer grasp the intricacies. He watched in awe as Russell's armor became enveloped in layers upon layers of intricate magical inscriptions, a sight that made his eyelids twitch. Are you applying buffs here? Is this something a mere mortal can achieve? A typical mage could spend a lifetime studying even a fraction of this. Yet you are layering multiple layers? King of perverts. King of perverts. In Wong's astonished gaze, Russell meticulously completed the final stroke. As the patterns connected, the mutant armor adorning his body instantly shifted colors, merging seamlessly with his form and concealing itself beneath his skin. Breathing in the air. Ding. You have gazed upon the supreme magic codex. Through countless battles and insights, you have conceived the concept of the magical armor. Your extraordinary insight has led you to master the art of magical battle armor. This was the culmination of Russell's relentless simulations against the Sentinel, resulting in a fusion of technology and magic, the first generation of magical battle armor. He triumphantly extended his palm, feeling no discomfort associated with wearing armor. His hand remained exquisitely delicate, devoid of any trace of armor. With a slight flex of his fingers, countless minuscule wormholes appeared within his palm, shifting positions as he moved his fingers, some even coalescing into larger wormholes. Russell chuckled. Sentinel, you boast of possessing the power of 1,000,000 stars. Today, let me show you what the art of star absorption truly entails. Chapter 82. Wong. Ancient One, you have grown old. Having acquired the upgraded magical battle armor, Russell brimmed with confidence. He calculated that the success rate of defeating the Sentinel stood at an impressive 90%. With Wong's assistance, provided he could promptly create the mirror dimension to prevent the Sentinel's escape, Russell harbored every assurance that he could vanquish the Sentinel in a matter of moments. Such was the might of the magical battle armor. However, Russell, after a moment of contemplation, found the prospect of a matter with a 90% chance of success somewhat dubious. Thus, he made a special trip back to the Brotherhood of Mutants, bringing Magneto along. Upon hearing of an adversary, especially one that posed a threat to mutants, Magneto displayed no signs of trepidation. He donned his helmet, flourished his cape, and raised his hands, instantly embodying the formidable presence of the master of magnetism. Magneto inquired, "How many foes are we facing?" "One," came the reply. "A single opponent?" he echoed, momentarily hesitant. As a former king among mutants, he was accustomed to engaging in high-stakes battles, not trivial skirmishes against a lone adversary. Seemingly perceiving his uncertainty, Russell earnestly remarked, "Do not underestimate the opponent. The one known as Sentinel possesses terrifying power, rivaling my own." "Rivaling your own?" Magneto gasped, recalling his recent encounter with Russell clad in the Snowhound armor. Despite the inherent disadvantages, he had been easily vanquished. The notion of facing an enemy on par with Russell suggested the emergence of yet another apocalypse. "Then let us eliminate him," Magneto declared decisively, his cape swirling as a lethal glint ignited in his eyes. The existence of such a formidable foe was intolerable. A being of Apocalypse's caliber lurking in the shadows would render him restless. It was akin to wielding a bamboo stick and encountering a venomous snake. The initial fear was minimal. Yet, should that snake vanish right before one's eyes, terror would escalate to its zenith. Thus, under Russell's guidance, Magneto and Wong arrived at the Hydra base. At that moment, Zola remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, still supplying energy for the Sentinel's revival. Once a weapon of Hydra, the Sentinel had been dormant due to its uncontrollable danger, akin to Captain America trapped in a frozen slumber, needing considerable time to regain its combat readiness. Zola, consumed with excitement, envisioned acquiring the mutant armor, a wondrous artifact capable of augmenting mutant abilities. As a top scientist of Hydra, he yearned for such innovative technology, dreaming of the creations of a new era. If he succeeded, not only would the Sentinel advance further, but he could also transfer his consciousness into the armor, gaining the ability to move and exist freely, to reclaim freedom, to regain life. What joy could surpass that? Yet soon, Zola found himself in a bewildering predicament, his face awash with confusion as he was abruptly struck by a tremendous force, a foot that seemed to materialize from nowhere, causing him to disintegrate into a chaotic stream of data. "What the hell? I am Data incarnate. How could you kick me?" he exclaimed, baffled. Zola had not even glimpsed the intruder before being reduced to a jumbled mess of data, losing all logical consciousness. Unless someone was willing to gather and reconstruct this data anomaly, or divine intervention occurred, he had no hope of revival. And that kick had originated from Russell, merely dispatching an electronic being, for he possessed the capacity to negate all. If he set his mind to it, nothing was beyond his reach. Zola was hardly worthy of attention. Russell's gaze shifted toward the core of the base, where the Sentinel absorbed energy, its eyes crackling with electrical power. The Sentinel raised its head, its expression devoid of emotion, yet it recognized the trio as intruders, triggering its attack protocol. Before it could act, Magneto struck first. With a mere gesture, he severed the wires entwining the Sentinel, sending them crashing against the wall in a dazzling display of sparks. In an instant, Magneto felt a rush of fear as the Sentinel vanished from his sight, a chill running down his spine. Where did it go? He thought. Suddenly, a thunderous impact resonated nearby, accompanied by a powerful shockwave. Magneto manipulated the metal around him to create distance, catching a glimpse of the source of the commotion. It was Russell. He had engaged the creature in combat, merely standing his ground, executing a straightforward martial arts punch. Before him stood the previously vanished Sentinel, and Russell's fist connected with its face, creating a resounding clash. The battle intensified, with Russell and the Sentinel exchanging blows like titans, their strikes devoid of embellishment, embodying the raw aesthetics of violence. Wong, observing the scene, swallowed hard, contemplating an odd thought. Little Russell will undoubtedly become a formidable sorcerer supreme. He was remarkably suited for such a role. Wong shook off the notion and extended his hand, casting a mirror magic space. As the entire base began to invert in a dizzying spectacle, Magneto, witnessing this marvel for the first time, turned to Wong and inquired, "What is this mutant ability?" "This is not a mutant ability, it is magic," Wong replied, adding, "A form of magic that anyone can learn." "Fascinating. I also possess a magical ability that anyone can acquire, and it's quite formidable." "Oh, what is it?" Wong's interest piqued. "The mystic arts." Wong, slightly indignant, considered himself a seasoned sorcerer from Kamartaj, traversing the world and existing as a hidden, affluent figure. "Are you wealthy?" he asked. "Moderately," Russell replied. That little fellow gifted me a bank. I'm unsure of my wealth. This was not mere boasting from Magneto. Due to Russell's status as a minor, Tony had temporarily assigned Stark Industries shares to Magneto's name. Given Magneto's volatile nature, one day a law-abiding citizen, the next a wanted criminal, Tony had purchased him a bank, a private establishment worth mere hundreds of billions. You truly are insufferable, Wong exclaimed. Is there any hope for Russell to ascend in place of Ancient One? Chapter 83, The Great Light of Chainsaw Man. Very well, Wong conceded, feeling a twinge of temptation. But as thoughts of the invincible magic of Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, flooded his mind, he suppressed his burgeoning desire. It suddenly seemed that a mere few hundred billion was insignificant. He certainly did not wish to inadvertently find himself sent to the dark dimension by the ever-smiling Ancient One, experiencing a fall through a realm more terrifying than any demons. No sorcerer could escape the wrath of the Ancient One. Whispers abound that the esteemed sorceress possesses a rather limited perspective. It is said that her predecessor, the Supreme Sorcerer, shared this trait as well. Sometimes, Wong ponders whether such an attitude is a hereditary trait. With a solemn expression, Wong earnestly declared his unwavering support for the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, asserting that he would never bow to the allure of wealth or allow himself to be tainted by it. He added, with conviction, that he harbored no affection for money and possessed not the slightest interest in it, truly. In response to Wong's contradictory sentiments, Magneto regarded him with a knowing gaze. A hint of regret etched upon his features. What a pity, Russell, he remarked. I had heard that you were a person of great benevolence, eager to assist others in realizing their dreams. Alas, I, a mere mortal, once thought that money could resolve all matters. How naive I must be, Wong candidly admitted. To be honest, I've harbored dreams of becoming a banker since childhood. Yet this confession remained unspoken, for the battle between Russell and Sentinel had escalated to a fever pitch. Though the clash took place at a considerable distance from Wong and Magneto, the surging waves of energy made it impossible for them to continue their idle chatter. It was a fearsome confrontation. Wong gestured expansively, elongating the mirror dimension to distance himself and Magneto from the eye of the storm. He felt the pulse of the battle reverberating at its core, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The magnitude of this conflict far surpassed any skirmish he had witnessed alongside the Ancient One against interdimensional invaders. It was akin to the annihilation of worlds. Magneto, too, wore a grave expression, nodding in acknowledgement. He had never anticipated the existence of a mutant of Sentinel's caliber. Previously, he had remained oblivious to such a reality, which left him utterly astounded. After observing for a while, he felt an unsettling familiarity emanating from the Sentinel, a sense of inexplicable rage swelling within him, as if he were gazing upon a long-lost acquaintance. In the midst of colliding with Russell, the Sentinel appeared impervious to damage, absorbing the energy of each impact, only to release it back, rebounding forcefully against Russell. This familiar combat style, absorption and release, sparked a flicker of cold fury in Magneto's eyes as he recalled the demon, Shaw, who had once slain his mother before his very eyes to awaken his mutant abilities while he was still a child. Shaw, the one who met his demise at Magneto's hands after his rise to power, had resurfaced in a most unexpected manner decades later. My old bones are far from finished. Magneto clenched his fists tightly, and Wong felt an overwhelming pressure as the vast magnetic force spread throughout the mirror dimension, overwhelming his magical reserves while the foundation of the space began to crumble. In that moment, he truly grasped the invincible aura that belonged to the King of Mutants. However, before Wong could fully process the gravity of the situation, a stunning spectacle unfolded before his eyes. Countless metallic dragons coiled around Magneto, and before he could witness Magneto's display of might, he heard Russell's sardonic voice. Hey, old man, don't come over here to embarrass yourself. I'm rather busy. Russell's tone was rife with disdain. After all, Magneto possessed only a couple of tricks. Aside from his ability to manipulate magnetism, what else did he have? Even if he controlled 100,000 tons, it amounted to nothing more than the simplest metallic collisions. To a being like the Sentinel, who thrived on energy absorption, this was merely an invitation to receive energy. Good news, we have a Kaiwenji on our side. Bad news, she's healing the enemy. Faced with Russell's unabashed mockery and open disdain, the once mighty King of Mutants found his initial reaction to be one of furious indignation. He clenched his fists tightly and then silently moved to stand behind Wong, aligning himself with the Sentinel's resolve. I am enraged. I am incensed. I am impotently furious. Wong, witnessing this dramatic turn of events, stood in stunned silence, his mouth agape, on the verge of speaking, only to catch Russell's fleeting glance, which prompted him to close his mouth swiftly. He recalled that the Supreme Sorcerer was notorious for her particularities and resolved to tread carefully. He could only adopt a detached observer's stance, embodying the notion of being present yet absent, playing the part of an unseen spectator. Magneto and Wong chose to remain on the sidelines, yet the battle raged on with an oppressive intensity. They could only watch as Russell fought with a style both familiar and foreign to them. The Sentinel was undoubtedly formidable, towering and imbued with unmatched strength and speed. He could absorb all forms of energy, converting kinetic energy into his own, only to unleash it in an explosive manner. The spectacle of the battlefield was nothing short of dazzling. Every movement he made was accompanied by an outpouring of boundless energy. To their astonishment, Russell mirrored this prowess. As the Sentinel unleashed his overwhelming energy, Russell stood unfazed, merely opening his mouth, his stomach resembling a black hole that consumed all energy directed at him. Then, raising his forehead, a scorching beam of destructive energy erupted from his eyes, slicing through the air like a radiant blade, striking the Sentinel repeatedly. Sparks flew, and even the Sentinel's seemingly indestructible form bore visible signs of damage, charred marks appearing on his skin. Yet, this was but a minor inconvenience for the Sentinel. It inflicted little harm. Russell, however, seemed prepared. His body moved with the swiftness of lightning, and after numerous collisions with the Sentinel, he extended his hands, gathering immense energy that radiated with blinding brilliance. This familiar fluctuation left Wong, watching from afar, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Was this truly magic? But what kind of magic was it? He concentrated powerful energy, layering it with dozens of spells. What an extraordinary amalgamation of magical arrays. In the next breath, he heard the answer as Russell bellowed, "Taste this." From the eightfold light wheel spell of the Light Saw Man. With a crackling sound, Wong witnessed a scene that would be etched into his memory forever. Russell raised his right hand high, wielding a spinning light wheel with fervor, and then struck it down upon the Sentinel's head. The fierce rotation of the wheel was accompanied by a powerful, urgent slicing sound, creating a cascade of sparks that erupted in all directions. The Sentinel's head was forcefully severed by a wizard. Severed. After a prolonged silence, he bitterly mused. The Light Sawman truly is an exceptional mage. Chapter 84, Comprehension. Mechanical Core. It is well known that Ultramen are remarkable mages. Therefore, it is entirely reasonable for Russell, as a mage, to possess certain skills akin to those of the Ultramen. He adeptly utilized his star absorption technique to continuously absorb and compress the Sentinel's energy, subsequently employing a magical array to further condense and purify it. Thus, the exquisitely sharp 8-pointed radiant blade was born, capable of slicing through anything. And so, the first unfortunate victim emerged. With the razor-sharp, spinning 8-pointed radiant blade in his right hand and the Sentinel's head in his left, Russell contemplatively inquired, "My friend, the fastest in Marvel, do you yield?" As he spoke, he retracted the blade and waved his hand, banishing the bisected corpse of the Sentinel into his pocket dimension. Such premium materials for divine armor. They would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. Russell nodded in satisfaction, brushing off the dust from his body. After searching thoroughly, he found no wounds. His physical resilience, though not particularly high, especially in comparison to the Sentinel, was nonetheless commendable. His solar breathing technique had its limits. Having only progressed to a level akin to that of his homeland's practitioners, his defensive capabilities were not exceptionally robust. However, with the enhancement of magical armor, which offered unparalleled protection and the safeguarding of magical arrays, coupled with his self-healing mutant gene's relentless efforts, he emerged from the battle unscathed. Russell could only gaze wistfully at his slightly shortened hair, lamenting, "Alas, several strands of my hair have been severed. Truly a worthy adversary. What a thrilling encounter." Magneto and the King exchanged glances, contemplating Russell's soliloquy. They were tempted to retort with some banter, thinking, "You call that an even match? You may have lost a few hair strands, but they were the ones who lost a head." Ultimately, however, they refrained from voicing their thoughts, wary of Russell's potential mischievous grin, fearing he might wield that immense 8-pointed radiant blade against their necks, asking, "My friend, do you think my blade is swift?" Magneto swiftly dispelled the mirror space spell, shattering the surrounding environment, and the three found themselves back in the Hydra base from whence they came. Everything restored to its original state. Indeed, this spell was ideally suited for combat. The cataclysmic clash between Russell and the Sentinel had left the very ground scorched, yet outside, everything remained unchanged, as if nothing had transpired. Turning to Magneto, Russell remarked, "The adversary we face this time is one I foresaw. This base is but a minor stronghold of theirs, and though they did not intend to target mutants, this incident was purely coincidental. After some contemplation, I resolved to heed the wisdom of an elderly sage named Kong. One must eradicate the root of the problem. The Sentinel's appearance was entirely unexpected. From the visions of the future and the time stone, Russell gleaned all the underlying reasons, particularly the coincidence of Zola discovering Mystique's unusual combat prowess, which struck him as both amusing and exasperating. Such a remarkable coincidence. Of course, part of this was attributable to Zola's genius. His Zola algorithm could simulate the future via calculations, allowing for predictions of advantageous or detrimental choices. To be frank, it had its uses. Yet he had encountered an anomaly, an individual capable of foreseeing the future. Russell had witnessed numerous Hydra plots against mutants, partly due to the Zola algorithm, and partly because the Brotherhood of Mutants, under his leadership, had encroached upon Hydra's territory, provoking a retaliatory response from them. Naturally, these tactics were shrouded in secrecy. After all, Hydra prided itself on being a clandestine serpent. However, Russell had no intention of wasting time with them. He activated his powers, employing the divine omniscient perspective to confront them head-on. I acknowledge that the King of Lanling is formidable, but if I activate my powers, my X-ray vision, my global perspective, my foresight, how would you respond? Russell decided to delegate the task of dismantling Hydra to Magneto, fully aware of the latter's penchant for adding fuel to the fire. This base belonged to Hydra, the very organization that once supported the Nazis, amassing top-tier technological talent to study mutant abilities and high-tech weaponry. They had seemingly conducted research on mutants, and after their defeat, they had gone underground, establishing bases worldwide, continuing their studies on mutants. Moreover, they appeared to be plotting an assault on the Brotherhood of Mutants. Feigning a grim foreboding of a disastrous future, Russell lamented, casting the blame onto Hydra, having already earned a notorious reputation as the king of scapegoats within Marvel. What of it? Unsurprisingly, Magneto's expression darkened instantly. Russell had inadvertently stepped on several of his sore spots. He was a victim of Nazi concentration camps, a former test subject in mutant experiments. And as the ruler of mutants, he harbored a deep-seated disdain for organizations that experimented on mutants. Furthermore, Hydra dared to invade the Brotherhood of Mutants? How audacious! Hydra, how could you be so arrogant? I, Magneto, will not stand for it. Let us clash. Russell prepared to enjoy the spectacle. If the original timeline had seen the Brotherhood of Mutants at a disadvantage, Russell's Brotherhood, now empowered, was a force to be reckoned with. Augmented with the armors of the elements and the 5 elements armor, their combat prowess was exponentially greater. If Magneto humbled himself and sought assistance from his dear friend, Professor X, Hydra would merely become prey. However, to hedge against any eventuality, Russell prepared to impart another lesson to Hydra. He cast his gaze towards the massive computer nearby, its screen flickering with green garbled text, Zola residing within. His eyes glowed white as the computer began to hum ominously. Countless garbled characters swiftly coalesced and arranged themselves, until a new life form emerged. Ding! You have observed the existence of the computer intelligence Zola, gaining new insights into data life. You have studied the 5 elements armor, deepening your understanding of human mutant genes. You recalled your own pocket dimension technology and your super civilization project. Your extraordinary insight leading you to create your very own intelligent core. Chapter 85, Father God. I am Megatron. As Russell quietly contemplated the novel knowledge continuously surfacing in his mind, he also reminisced about the memories associated with the Allspark. Within the universe of Transformers, the Allspark is indeed a sacred relic. As a product from the dawn of the universe, it encapsulates all data regarding the birth of the cosmos and harbors all the primordial elements that created it. It contains an unfathomable number of trillions of lines of code that have been recording since the universe's inception, concealing the mysteries of creation and life. It stands as the supreme tome of existence, a treasure that rivals the Infinity Stones. Should it fall into the hands of a formidable being, once they fathom its secrets, they could harness the Allspark to construct and replicate an entire universe. Regrettably, the Allspark exists within a technological universe. It has not been a means for a powerful individual to achieve enlightenment, but has instead become a manual for civilization's advancement. It has transformed into a sacred artifact for the Transformers race, bestowing souls upon all mechanical life, birthing life from machinery. This is undoubtedly an unimaginable existence. Yet, more astonishing is the fact that, despite possessing such a powerful artifact as the Allspark, the Transformers have not ascended to a status akin to the celestial beings of the Marvel Universe. Rather, due to incessant civil wars, they have fallen from their position as cosmic overlords, ultimately reaching a point where even humans can meddle in their affairs. Should other universes witness this, they would likely find it utterly laughable. After all, compared to the exalted celestial beings that thrive on planets, born as deities, the later plight of the Transformers is tragically dire. Whether it be Megatron or Optimus Prime, the leaders of the two factions, they are found wielding machine guns, while the celestial beings like Thanos merely give them a nod of acknowledgement and a snap of their fingers. Of course, while the Transformers, who also possess the Allspark, have faced their share of misfortune compared to the celestial beings, Russell does not harbor disdain for them. At this moment, he was in dire need of assistance. The low-level mutant armor he previously invented was intended to bolster the strength of the Brotherhood of Mutants. After all, Russell is a mutant and inherently stands with them. Strengthening the Brotherhood is tantamount to strengthening himself. However, Russell soon realized that even with the low-level mutant armor, powerful combatants within the Brotherhood or the X-Men were still few and far between. Thus, he shifted his focus towards another path: mechas. As Russell slowly raised his hands, he sensed the endless energy emanating from the corpse of the Sentinel in an alternate space, inaccessible to others. The energy spiraled around it, coalescing in mid-air into a massive, luminous energy node composed of data. This is the Allspark. Within it lies the data of souls, a concept Russell derived from Zola's data, which greatly assisted him. With merely minor adjustments to the data parameters, he could, akin to a creator, accomplish a miracle that would be unfathomable to an ordinary person. Russell opened his eyes and pointed towards a distant antique computer, a colossal structure crafted by Hydra for Zola. It was a monumental endeavor back in the day, given the computer's advanced technology. However, as time progressed, such devices became obsolete. With a flick of his finger, a peculiar radiance emanated from his body, transforming into luminous particles that fully permeated the computer. The massive antique computer began to visibly reorganize and morph. The Sorcerer King observed, utterly impressed, for he, being a practitioner of sorcery, did not fully comprehend such phenomena and assumed it to be a form of transformative magic. However, standing beside him was a true expert, Magneto, the master of metal. At this moment, Magneto gazed in awe, acutely aware of the magnetic fluctuations within the antique computer. This was not merely a change in form. It was a fundamental transformation, altering properties at the elemental level. It felt akin to creation. The complexity of such manipulation was most palpable to Magneto, a peak-level mutant. His mouth agape, he found himself at a loss for words, astonished and questioning whether Russell had truly ascended to divinity. In a daze, he envisioned another figure, the Phoenix, a being capable of annihilating everything. She too fundamentally obliterated all, reducing everything to its elemental composition, erasing existence itself. And now, Russell mirrored this capability. Yet, one was a creator, and the other, a destroyer. One controlled, while the other wrought havoc. There remained a discernible distinction, for creation is always a loftier endeavor than destruction. Magneto fell into silence, watching intently, sensing that something earth-shattering was on the verge of manifesting. Under his fervent gaze, the heap of antique computers began to take on a distinct form, a towering metal figure reaching 7 to 8 meters in height, glistening with a dark sheen. Its visage exuded an aura of dominance, characterized by sharp mechanical angles. Powerful mechanical arms gripped a shield shimmering with an unknown metallic luster and a massive sword spanning 3 to 4 meters, eager and ready for battle. Merely standing there, it radiated an overwhelming ferocity, accompanied by an inexplicable melody. Suddenly, the colossal black transformer illuminated its eyes, glowing a blood-red hue that sent chills down the spine. Russell retracted his hands, nodding in satisfaction. This darkly designed transformer perfectly matched his expectations. At first glance, it resembled an ideal weapon of war, perfectly suited for slaughter. Arise, Transformer of the Motherland. Russell crossed his arms and descended from midair, quietly awaiting the transformer to assimilate the data he had established, anticipating its revival. Meanwhile, Magneto wore a perplexed expression, utterly bewildered. He surveyed the massive robot before him, which deviated significantly from his imagined terrifying creation. What was a mere robot? With a mere thought, he could conjure dozens, or even hundreds, for the technological complexity was merely an enlarged version of the low-level mutant armor, an empty shell of armor. Is this it? Magneto chuckled softly, shaking his head, feeling a sense of relief. Young Russell still had much to learn. Yet, before he could fully exhale, an astonishing, incomprehensible event unfolded before him. The towering robot suddenly sprang to life, its dark crimson eyes illuminating with an enthralling brilliance. In response to Magneto's astonished gaze, it gradually lifted its head, and then its colossal form knelt halfway to the ground, reverberating with a voice that, though thunderous, bore a tone of reverence as it addressed Optimus Prime. "Megatron, I pay homage to the progenitor." Magneto, utterly bewildered, exclaimed, "Alive? How could this be possible?" Chapter 86. The annihilation of Hydra. For Magneto, crafting a few suits of armor from steel was merely a whimsical endeavor, devoid of any significant consequence. Even the rudimentary mutant armor designed by Russell was entirely forged by his own hands. Thus, he held no particular regard for the Transformers, dismissing them as mere metallic playthings. However, when the Transformer opened its eyes and began to speak, clearly exhibiting self-awareness, a profound terror gripped Magneto's heart. Who could comprehend the feelings of a family member? A doll, casually created, not only animated itself, but also performed with exuberance, claiming to be your wife of 2.5 years. Upon reflection, it truly was extraordinary. Magneto struggled to conceal his exhilaration as he soared into the air, hovering before Megatron, circling around this marvel of mechanical invention with an ardent gaze, his excitement palpable. Nearby, the observing Generalissimo, Wizard King, offered his assessment, cautiously tilting his head to Magneto and whispering in a tone that suggested he feared being overheard. "Is the old man all right? I can't shake the feeling that he regards this metallic giant as he would a wife." Can you imagine? A man in his 60s embracing a steel colossus as if it were his beloved, his face adorned with an almost infatuated expression. It was akin to an Indian enthusiast dancing with a large lizard, swaying while planting kisses, his eyes brimming with affection. Fortunately, the Wizard King possessed decorum, principles, and education. Otherwise, he might have reacted like that male university student, exclaiming in astonishment and hastily whipping out his phone to capture the moment, sharing it in a group chat with his 3 sons while simultaneously expressing his shock. "Look, brothers, a real mech." Russell merely smiled in silence. After all, digital life forms were too legendary, surpassing even artificial intelligence by a considerable margin, for they had fully acquired their own souls and the capacity for independent thought. Not only Magneto, but even Tony Stark would stand agape, exclaiming in astonishment, "Dude, you truly know how to play." Before hastily retrieving his keyboard to delve into Jarvis's programming, excitedly declaring, "Jarvis, you must believe me. I've been inspired by your attire for far too long. I wish to upgrade you into something more dazzling, something that captures attention, a sexy outfit that complements your slender form and handsome visage. Is that not perfectly reasonable?" Not only reasonable, but it might even lead to a profound exchange of souls. After all, at Tony's level, the notion of a cover girl pales in comparison. The idea of a customizable girlfriend is simply exhilarating. The emergence of Megatron left Magneto in a state of profound shock. Yet, Russell did not afford him much time to process this astonishment, for the creation of Megatron was not intended for Magneto's examination, but for an authentic slaughter, an extermination of Hydra. Although Hydra might currently be oblivious to Russell's existence, likely unaware of even his name, he had glimpsed the future within the time stone, discerning the multitude of hidden hands orchestrating Hydra's machinations. He was indeed that petty. "For the sins you will commit in the future, I shall exact my retribution now." It was only logical, after all, to strike preemptively. Russell placed his hand upon Megatron, whose core was a colossal computer system of the Hydra base. Although somewhat antiquated, the data stored within was genuine. It contained a wealth of intelligence regarding Hydra's operations and the location of their bases. Though dated, Russell needed only to seize upon a single thread of evidence. After all, establishing a military base undoubtedly required a substantial investment of money, time, manpower, and effort. It was not something easily discarded or relocated. Much like a home, how many times does one purchase a house in a lifetime? Before long, Russell began comparing these records with contemporary data available online, and amidst a flurry of intricate comparisons, he quickly uncovered traces of Hydra's base. Upon identifying the location, he wore a peculiar expression. Magneto, a seasoned veteran, immediately discerned the issue at hand and inquired, "What is the problem? Is it dire?" "Almost," Russell mused, still somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated Hydra's organization to flourish so well, adapting with the times. Their current base resided within a nuclear power plant, boasting formidable firepower. He reflected on the sophistication of their operations. After all, penetrating a military base was no simple task. Numerous positions were lucrative, typically occupied by major military corporations or individuals with connections and influence. Even the remaining roles were often marked with exorbitant prices. In the face of such challenges, a military base, replete with formidable defenses yet lacking in significant wealth, rendered the nuclear power plant a prime target for Hydra's infiltration. Given their ambition to dominate the world, The nuclear facility was undoubtedly a crucial element. Russell hesitated only briefly, as the ramifications of attacking a nuclear power plant would be dire, likely igniting widespread social outrage. Though the Brotherhood of Mutants had secured legal territory and gained protection under the law, it also meant they could no longer act with impunity. However, this fleeting hesitation was cast aside just seconds later. Damn it, I am no superhero. I am a mutant. I will do as I please. With merely a glance, Megatron instantly grasped the command. In a cacophony of roars, its form ascended, propelling towards the nuclear power plant several hundred kilometers away. The hidden Hydra operatives were about to encounter their worst nightmare. Yet, before this unfolding chaos, Russell made a phone call. "Hello, dear Tony, what are you up to?" "Disgusting. What do you intend to do?" Tony replied, warily. While he acknowledged that Russell had brought him immense benefits, offering glimpses into the future, providing advancements in Mark armor technology, and significant progress in interdimensional technology, he could not dismiss one undeniable truth. This kid was something else. The ability to attract trouble is far too potent. The last time I covered for Russell, I attributed the explosion at the Osborn Group building to a gas leak, which resulted in Tony enduring a relentless tirade from the gas company's owner for a fortnight. It wasn't until Tony grew weary of the incessant complaints that he casually acquired the rival company, which finally brought the matter to a close. This situation is indeed troublesome. Do you have any idea how much paperwork is involved in acquiring a company? The energy it consumes? The number of people required? Tony lost a full hour of sleep over it. An entire hour. That is ample time to pursue several romantic interests. His vigilance may have had some merit, as he only heard Russell's nonchalant voice state, "I've misplaced a computer, and I fear issues may arise. I know you possess the financial prowess. Could you assist me in covering this up?" A missing computer left Tony utterly perplexed. Was this the extent of the crisis? He promptly agreed to help. Yet, before he could elaborate, Jarvis's calm voice broke through, leaving Tony in utter disbelief. "Sir, I must inform you of a rather century-old jest. A computer is currently assaulting a nuclear power station." Tony. If, 3 minutes prior, someone had told Tony that his computer had run away from home and was attacking a heavily fortified nuclear power station, he would have unequivocally dunked the individual's head in the toilet, exclaiming, "I am a scientist, not a gullible science fiction enthusiast." But 3 minutes later, Tony gazed at the real-time footage relayed by Jarvis, revealing the colossal Megatron mercilessly slaughtering the soldiers defending the nuclear facility. The towering robot unleashed devastating firepower, maneuvering with agile precision and guided with nightmarish accuracy. Tony stood in contemplation for an extended period, and after a while, he still inquired with a tone laced with uncertainty. "Oh, I see, Jarvis. Today is April Fool's Day, the wretched day of pranks. I'm not in the mood for your jest. Disable the special effects. The backdrop is far too artificial. Sir, I regret to inform you that today is Crazy Thursday, with KFC at half price. But it is neither April Fool's Day nor a time for jest." Thus, Tony rubbed his temples, feeling a profound headache. "Are you implying that a computer has genuinely departed from home and is now assaulting a nuclear power station?" "Sir, you are exceedingly astute. Your intelligence leaves me no room for rebuttal." Tony emitted a cold chuckle, dismissing Jarvis, whose foolishness irked him. He then turned to Russell on the other end of the line, unleashing a torrent of invective. "Sorry, kid, you've dialed the wrong number. This is not Stark's residence. You should contact the President of the United States and select the option to confess, then obediently remain in prison for the enjoyment of several burly men." After his tirade, Tony added, "Damn it, even if I were to leap from this building, I would never assist you. You twisted pervert." He was genuinely furious. He couldn't fathom it. While Russell's previous confrontation with Osborn was somewhat justifiable, considering Osborn's human experimentation, and Russell being one of the victims entitled to seek retribution, and that battle resulted in minimal innocent casualties, with reparations made, it remained within Tony's acceptable limits. However, this time was entirely different. Russell had inexplicably dispatched a computer-transformed robot to attack a nuclear power station. Were not the soldiers inside human? If a nuclear leak were to occur, how many lives would be lost? Tony summoned the data on the nuclear facility without needing Jarvis to elaborate. Merely a glance was sufficient for his astute mind to calculate the dire consequences. The reactor core within the power station, through its 5,000 conduits, would allow the uranium fuel rods to react fully. The terrifying heat would evaporate water, with steam driving the massive turbines ceaselessly. Often referred to as the science of throwing stones and boiling water, the generated electricity could power a metropolis with over 4 million residents. Should a nuclear leak occur, it would not merely claim tens of thousands of lives, it would undoubtedly render hundreds of miles a no-go zone. Moreover, with nearby rivers and groundwater, should contamination spread, millions upon millions could be affected. Cold sweat streamed down Tony's forehead as he unleashed a stream of curses. Damn you, you demonic fiend. Russell, unfazed, remained unconcerned. For he was the legendary man who could disarm others' hearts with just 3 sentences. That nuclear power station is not official. It has been seized by a terrorist organization. What concern is it of yours? Fighting terrorists is the government's responsibility. Who do you think you are? Some comic book superhero? A paragon of justice? That terrorist organization is called Hydra. Enough with the diversions. Regardless of what snake it may be, you must immediately recall your robot. I will arrange for the military to take over the facility. If a leak occurs, Tony's demeanor grew exceptionally serious as he rubbed his temples, delivering a final warning. While I too possess financial prowess, such occurrences bear grave consequences. I do not wish for a genius capable of advancing humanity to become a supercriminal. You are a genius. Humanity respects you. You are a super genius. Humanity delights in you. However, if you aim to manipulate the fates of all, to act with impunity as a supercriminal, no matter your brilliance, it shall not be tolerated. For just as your genius is formidable, once it veers into crime, it becomes utterly terrifying. No to all crime. Uphold the law. At this juncture, Tony still held to his principles. He remained merely a qualified, law-abiding playboy who enjoyed employing his financial acumen. Yet, Russell's subsequent statement rendered Tony utterly speechless. I have discovered some of Hydra's former terrifying plans within one of their bases, including a scheme to seize the super soldier serum and eliminate its researchers. Instantly, Tony's heart raced, his pupils dilating. The super soldier serum, the research surrounding it, echoed in his mind, stirring memories of an unremarkable childhood. A father perpetually filled with apologies, perpetually absent, eternally seeking another, Steve. Captain America, the embodiment of the super soldier serum. His breath quickened. His grip on the phone tightened as he attentively listened to every word Russell uttered next. In the intricate machinations of Hydra, I discerned their intent to extinguish the creator of the super soldiers. The dossier's conclusion was marked with a chilling note of mission accomplished, executed through a tragic accident. As for the targeted individual, Russell feigned hesitation. His acute hearing could even detect the rapid breaths and accelerated heartbeat from the other end of the line. A smirk graced his lips as he flung the news into the ether, the name of the mission objective being Howard Stark. I recalled that he ought to be your father? Tony felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning, his ears ringing with a deafening buzz. He stifled his physical discomfort and rasped, "Show me the file." Russell's hands moved with remarkable speed, as if he had anticipated this moment. When Tony beheld the aged document, the familiar name atop the assassination plan sent him into a near implosion. What shattered him was the adjacent note, starkly declaring, Howard Stark, confirmed deceased, with eyewitnesses, Howard's wife, having been eliminated. The name of his dearly beloved mother was rendered unworthy of even a mention, treated as mere refuse. In an instant, Tony's gaze turned frigid, transforming him into a true avenger. You have half an hour. I will sever all surrounding signals, ensuring no one comes to their rescue. I will handle all repercussions, sparing you any trouble. There is one more thing. Tony gritted his teeth. Leave a few for me. I will maneuver the marked suit and arrive post-haste. Cleanse the ground. I will cleanse it thoroughly, ruthlessly. Chapter 88. Nick, do you think you are the director's son? Do not underestimate the Transformers, despite their dismal reputation. In battle, their prowess is undeniable. Especially Megatron, crafted and designed by Russell specifically for annihilation. His combat capabilities are nothing short of terrifying. It is imperative to recognize that Russell is not merely a technocrat. He is also the future Supreme Sorcerer. While his magical prowess may not be profound, it suffices to contend with ordinary soldiers. His manipulation of mutant abilities is remarkable. After all, the armors of lesser mutants serve as testament to his success. Coupled with the support of various mutant gene modules from the Brotherhood meetings, the amalgamation of these factors renders Russell's slaughter version of Megatron an epitome of despair and destruction. Faced with this towering instrument of carnage, Hydra's soldiers, even after brainwashing, succumbed to rapid mental collapse. They fought valiantly, yet their efforts proved futile. Confronted with a barrage capable of obliterating all, Megatron exhibited an utter lack of sensation. His colossal frame resembled an indomitable fortress. With a mere bow of his head, twin Gatling guns emerged from his shoulders, unleashing torrents of blue flame that showcased his horrific lethality. Countless bullets rained upon those who dared obstruct him, transforming vehicles and weaponry into mere sieves. Hydra soldiers reacted swiftly, fully aware of the Gatling gun's dreadfulness. seeking refuge while awaiting a pause in the gunfire. Yet, despair enveloped them as their cover was decimated, penetrated by the relentless blue flames of the Gatling, which showed no signs of abating. In their final moments, they could not comprehend. Their eyes widened in disbelief. How could this creature's ammunition be limitless? It defied all reason. Immersed in slaughter, Megatron paid no heed to the existential crisis of Hydra's soldiers. His crimson eyes scanned the surroundings, leaving no hidden soldier unobserved. With 2 swift shots, he dispatched the concealed foes, one bullet a fatal strike, the other a merciless follow-up. His approach was one of total eradication. The bullets merely grazed the head of one unfortunate soldier. Raising his arm, precise mini-missiles rained down from the sky, blanketing the area with lethal accuracy. Megatron cared not for the expenditure of ammunition. After all, he possessed an immense pocket dimension. Extending his palm, an ethereal sheen radiated from his hand, transforming all machinery in proximity. In the eyes of the remaining Hydra soldiers, filled with despair, even their tanks, helicopters, and firearms emitted strange sounds, morphing into humanoid forms. All transformed into Transformers. As these new Transformers opened their fiery red eyes and knelt in unison before Megatron, exclaiming their allegiance, the Hydra soldiers found themselves at a loss for words, overwhelmed with a torrent of expletives. With a command from Megatron, the formidable cohort of Transformers swiftly eradicated the remaining insignificant foes. They positioned themselves in every corner, an invisible wave of energy permeating the air, and as this energy spread, the once bright nuclear facility was plunged into silence and darkness. All electronic devices became inoperative. Alas, a glimmer of regret flickered in Megatron's gaze. As Transformers, any mechanical or electronic device bore the potential to join their ranks, becoming a loyal warrior under the divine Russell. Yet, the reality was grim. Father Russell was too feeble, and the energy of the created spark was insufficient. He strode forward, his gaze fixed on the depths of the nuclear facility, where numerous pipes glimmered with an eerie blue light, housing vast quantities of rich uranium and stored electricity, enough to power a city. This energy was inexpressibly abundant. It was sufficient for an electric vehicle to run uninterrupted for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. Such power could withstand the might of a Titan, shattering it into soul rings. Amidst the carnage wrought by the Transformers, the events unfolded with breathtaking speed. When the flamboyant red Mark III armor descended from the sky, the entire base lay desolate, devoid of any signs of battle. Not a single body remained, not a trace of blood or shell to be found. It was meticulously cleansed. Were it not for Tony's instruction to have JARVIS monitor the area and keep a vigilant eye on the conflict, he might have believed he had wandered into the wrong place. Tony lifted his visor, surveying the barren base, nearly cursing aloud. What kind of perverse machine possesses such cleansing capabilities? What in the world am I here for? To wallow in envy? At this moment, Tony harbored deep suspicions that this was Russell's petty revenge. He had no doubts about the small-mindedness of that little rascal. He commanded JARVIS to conduct a scan, discovering that not only was there not a soul in sight, but everything had been entirely cleared away. Even the nuclear power plant has been completely vacated. He could only stand there, disheveled in the wind, and after a considerable pause, he finally reacted, sighing as he dialed a number to arrange for subsequent matters. The disappearance of a nuclear power station is undeniably fraught with complications. Tony was already prepared for this eventuality. Thus, he conducted a thorough search and ultimately reached out to the bald man from their last inexplicable encounter, who referred to himself as something like Nick. Yes, the one-eyed man. It is hardly fair to blame Tony for his poor memory. The man's distinctive, dark, egg-like head was simply too memorable. The Bureau of Homeland Strategic Offensive Defense and Logistics, a clandestine intelligence organization established by the world's leading nations. You are indeed correct. With Jarvis's prompt, Tony finally recalled the name of the organization. Faced with this lengthy and convoluted title, he couldn't help but scoff, suggesting that it would be far better to simply call it SHIELD. He shook his shoulders and instructed, Jarvis, connect me with that. What's his name? And let him know Stark wishes to discuss funding sponsorship. Tony decided to wield his monetary influence. This approach could resolve 99% of the world's problems. The remaining 1% is merely due to insufficient funds. However, when Nick Fury, initially in high spirits upon answering the call, learned that Tony intended to sponsor SHIELD, he felt a surge of joy. Finally, SHIELD was to welcome a substantial benefactor, and his agents would soon receive 26 months' worth of salaries, each rewarded with a car and a house. But then he heard Tony's modest request. What? A natural gas leak? A nuclear power station has accidentally vanished? And along with it, hundreds of fully armed soldiers? Fury's expression shifted drastically, his already dark complexion deepening as he openly displayed his tumultuous emotions. Tony, what the hell are you talking about? Do you think you can just play around because you're the director's son? Say what you please and sleep wherever you like. Suddenly, Nick fell silent. It dawned on him that Tony was indeed the son of the director. Oh no. The wealthy heir has discovered that his concealed identity is that of a super-privileged official's child? Chapter 89. The Hulk. I'm really angry. In truth, Tony's connection to S.H.I.E.L.D. had always been quite close. He was simply unaware of it. His father, Howard, had long overseen the workings of S.H.I.E.L.D., and one could argue that the establishment and expansion of this intelligence organization were largely due to Howard's support, both technologically and financially. He was the true pillar of the organization. However, the negative impression Howard left on Tony was so profound that no one could fathom the immense impact a troubled childhood could have on a person. Though Tony inherited Stark Industries, he did not apply himself too diligently, instead indulging in a carefree lifestyle, resorting to inventions only when funds ran low, thereby sustaining a vast conglomerate and elevating it to the status of the world's largest arms manufacturer. He despised Howard, thus failing to inherit his legacy or even understand Howard's past endeavors, namely S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony only knew himself to be a wealthy heir, oblivious to the fact that he was a super-rich bureaucrat's son. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. was a colossal intelligence organization crafted by the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, possessing law enforcement and aviation rights in nearly every nation. Moreover, their director, Nick Fury, had embezzled substantial funds to construct his own aerial battleship. This was unfathomable. At this moment, Nick was still grappling with the headache of managing a playboy who was already a source of trouble, incessantly exercising his financial prowess, pursuing cover models, and now embroiling himself with the highly controversial mutants. Previously, there was chaos. Now, if Tony were to discover the extent of his ties to S.H.I.E.L.D., it would surely mean Nick had a premonition that his organization might end up as merely a cleanup crew, a mere facade as described by his agent, Coulson. As the head of an intelligence organization, this was the conclusion he reached from Tony's scant remarks. Nick Fury quickly devised a strategy to embrace his shamelessness, adopting an attitude of ignorance, denial, and complete disavowal, fully intent on keeping trouble at bay. But soon, he found it impossible to maintain this facade. What? You're avenging your father, Howard? What? The culprits behind your parents' deaths are Hydra? What? Hydra also controls a nuclear power station subbase. What? Your father had developed the super soldier serum, but it was stolen by Hydra? Nick Fury felt as though struck by lightning. Just when he believed S.H.I.E.L.D. was invincible, Hydra re-emerged, not only surviving but seemingly thriving, even controlling a nuclear facility. For an intelligence organization, this was an immense humiliation. It was akin to playing a game where your 90-year-old grandfather critiques your skills, only to take the controller and, tearfully, achieve a pinnacle, leaving you dumbfounded and filled with shame. After a prolonged silence, Nick expressed his sincerest sentiments before Tony, offering his heartfelt blessing. Damn it, Tony. Can we not have a civil conversation? We were having a perfectly pleasant chat. Nick, why all the profanity? Amidst their friendly banter, on the other side, the Brotherhood of Mutants, Russell was in high spirits. Over the past few days, his accomplishments were substantial. Not only had he found a competent enforcer for the Brotherhood in Sabretooth, but he had also recruited a promising subordinate, destined to become the chief scientist of the Brotherhood, the Hulk. He had also eliminated a potential rival, the Sentinel. Its remains served as a vast energy source and suitable materials for a formidable armored suit. Coupled with inspiration gleaned from Zola, he had created a transformer, not to mention the nuclear power station he had fortuitously acquired. Russell felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, as his recent gains could only be described as monumental, even superlative. Starting the game resurrected in a crystal, with 1,000 economic lead over the opposition, how could they possibly compete? He nudged his nose, reminding himself to remain calm, to develop cautiously, and avoid recklessness. He was not yet invincible. First, he aimed for a modest goal, the ability to disrupt timelines and traverse freely through the river of time. That would be the mark of a true powerhouse. What would qualify one as strong? at least on the level of the Emperor, perhaps, traversing the cosmos with flesh and blood. A single breath sends the galaxies into turmoil. A droplet of blood can sever a star, and with but a hand, one can toy with the universe. Here I stand, amidst the cosmos, transcending both time and space. This could scarcely be deemed as mere strength. Perhaps I might be considered of moderate prowess among the multitudes of traversers. Oh, the future gleams with promise. As Russell indulged in these thoughts, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sensation, raising his gaze to the heavens. And gently pressing his toes against the earth, he performed an act that would leave any mage utterly astounded. Beneath his feet, a magical circle manifested. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant light flickered, and Russell vanished without a trace. He had indeed mastered the pinnacle of spellcasting within the entire realm of Camartage, the art of the 10-toed spell, to cast spells with one's feet. Should any other mage witness this, they would likely slap themselves in disbelief, shaking their heads in denial, deeming it a figment of imagination. A sinister plot, surely the work of the Dark Titan, Dormammu. Dormammu. Ah, indeed. Your neighbor Aunt Wang's cousin's dog is pregnant. Yes, it is I who have orchestrated this. Having employed the magical circle for teleportation, Russell found himself within a colossal cage. This prison towered 100 meters high, stretched several hundred meters wide, and its thickness defied description, completely surpassing human comprehension. Such a steel edifice could only be the handiwork of Magneto. Only he could achieve such a feat, of course. Russell could be counted among them as well. Gazing around, he observed that this immense and heavy metallic cage was riddled with dents and imprints from countless blows, rendering it nearly impossible to behold. The sheer density of damage evoked a sense of dread. It was difficult to fathom what kind of tempestuous assault had befallen this place. And the perpetrator lurked in a corner, relentlessly attacking the walls. A colossal fist struck again and again, yet the only response was a series of dull thuds, evidently. Magneto possessed a remarkable talent for construction. The creature pounding against the walls was none other than the revived Hulk. His mind appeared clouded, upon realizing he was trapped. The green behemoth erupted into a frenzy, hammering against the iron walls. Yet, he had not yet evolved to comprehend excavation. Instead, he merely pounded against the surrounding iron with brute force. After several futile attempts, he shifted direction, an action that nearly elicited laughter from Russell. Hulk truly was a simpleton. However, Russell soon realized he may have laughed prematurely. The Hulk, seemingly sensing something, abruptly turned to fix his gaze upon Russell, instantly recognizing the diminutive figure that had once inexplicably assaulted him. Not a small stature, but a towering giant. Confusion filled his eyes, as he struggled to comprehend how Russell had transformed into a colossal wooden creature thousands of meters high. Shaking his head, he emitted a thunderous roar. "Hulk, I detest you!" Hulk, enraged. In the midst of his exclamations, he shook the tattered remnants of his pants, causing other appendages to sway. Russell, with keen sight, perceived it all. Psychic assault. I report a psychic attack. Am I not still a child? Chapter 90. Foster Father. Faced with yet another psychic onslaught from the Hulk, Russell found himself thoroughly trampled upon his most sensitive spot. His expression darkened. He had never been particularly concerned about his small stature. After all, he was diminutive yet formidable. In this reincarnation, his sole desire was to diligently enhance his strength, to earnestly pursue his ambitions, to attain immortality. Yet, this green behemoth persistently unleashed psychic assaults upon him. With a cry of frustration, Russell swung his fists in retaliation. I have endured you for far too long. In earlier confrontations with the Hulk, he had relied on the woodwind eagle armor, transforming into the massive thousand-handed Buddha to subdue him. However, after leveling up through battles with the Sentinel, Russell had ascended in power. To be precise, his alternate dimension now housed a wealth of energy. Leveraging this vast reservoir of energy under the control of his mutant abilities, Russell could amplify his effects, akin to a lever, maximizing output with minimal effort. The magical armor concealed beneath his skin now shimmered with brilliance. With unwavering resolve, Russell unleashed a flurry of punches upon the Hulk, whose innate strength, augmented by the magical armor and the absurdly efficient defensive reduction of his mutant power, rendered the Hulk's formidable defenses as flimsy as parchment. When he had battled the third-tier mutant, Rhino, the latter's thick armor had felt like tissue paper in comparison. The Hulk, too, was no match. He bellowed in agony with each strike. The most egregious aspect was that Russell felt as light as a feather, effortlessly evading the Hulk's thunderous blows, which could easily crush hundreds of tons, yet never landed upon him. The Hulk was incensed. He was furious. He was absolutely enraged. Pounding his chest, he lamented, "You villain, Hulk, No longer shall I play with you. Amidst his words, the Hulk's massive form began to shrink, transforming back into the guise of Banner, embodying the petulance of a child who retreats when unable to win a fight. Russell couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Yet he refrained from striking. Instead, he crossed his arms and levitated before Banner, patiently awaiting his awakening. For in Russell's vision, the Brotherhood of Mutants required not merely a combat-ready Hulk, but a Banner who could both fight and engage in research. This thought brought to mind Hank, the Beast, who, despite his scientific demeanor, was ferocious in battle, utterly disregarding the image of a conventional scientist. Soon, under the gentle caress of a cool breeze, Banner stirred awake. He felt a chill enveloping him, causing him to instinctively shudder and cover himself with his hands, a sudden realization striking him. Oh no, where are my clothes? In that moment, he had no memory of transforming into the Hulk, only recalling being captured and imprisoned within a vast cage. Imprisoned, cage, naked. As a frail researcher, Banner felt the sting of tears welling up. He longed for his girlfriend, Betty, lamenting his failure to protect her. However, his gaze shifted to Russell, who seemed to be concealing something. Understanding dawned upon him. The cool breeze was emanating from Russell. What a dilemma, Banner mused, feeling a twinge of guilt for suspecting a mere child, pondering how such a small figure could manipulate the wind to give him a chill. After all, he was just a child. Yet soon, Banner felt that perhaps his suspicions were not entirely unfounded. Due to Russell's remarkable candor, I witnessed you transform into a colossal green figure, pursued relentlessly by the military. Consequently, I felt compelled to recruit you, albeit with a tinge of trepidation regarding your potential resistance. Thus, I resorted to administering a couple of blows before confining you here. Banner, what the hell? His expression was one of utter bewilderment. As a prodigious intellect holding multiple doctorate degrees, Banner had been courted by numerous institutions. However, those who sought him did so with politeness, luring him with lucrative salaries, generous benefits, and even allurements of beauty. He had never encountered an approach as unconventional as Russell's, striking a person twice and imprisoning them. Goodness, is this how recruitment is conducted? Banner expressed his defiance, resolutely determining that he would rather leap from the heights than bow to Russell, much less work for him. As for my demands, they are rather modest. I wonder if you have heard of the Brotherhood of Mutants, of which I am the new leader. I can assist you in resolving the military's bounty on your head. Additionally, I am a stakeholder and technical consultant for Stark Industries, possessing assets amounting to hundreds of billions that can be allocated for research. Regarding your salary, considering the arduous journey you would undertake to work with us, the travel expenses start at $200,000 a month, with a basic salary of $500,000, plus a 10% share of project profits. The company can also facilitate legitimate tax avoidance for you. I am quite laid back. You are free to pursue your research as long as results are achieved. I will not impose undue interference. Furthermore, we provide housing for all employees. You can specify your preferences, and we have exceptional architects capable of bringing any design to life. Oh, and I recall you have a girlfriend. I've noted your emotional volatility. The Brotherhood has specialized studies that can assist you in managing these intense emotions. To secure the Green Giantess allegiance, Russell employed the financial prowess that Tony cherishes. The results were astonishing. Initially, Banner's face was a canvas of skepticism and resistance, but upon hearing of the $500,000 monthly salary, the $200,000 travel allowance, all-inclusive accommodations, project bonuses, and hundreds of billions in research funding, his eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Particularly compelling was Russell's final assurance of assistance with his emotional control. Of course, Russell was not merely boasting. This was a characteristic of the Earth armor from the 5-element armor, capable of merging with the Earth and harnessing its strength to share and embrace one's emotions. At that moment, Russell found himself pondering why his future self would design such an unusual armor attribute. In retrospect, it seemed tailor-made for Banner. Once donned, he could finally reassure his mother that she need not worry about his transformations due to emotional upheaval. His girlfriend would shed tears of joy. As Russell laid out his terms, the formerly resistant Banner found himself kneeling, his eyes glistening with emotion, exclaiming a phrase that made Russell gulp with anticipation. I have wandered through life without encountering a worthy employer. Should you not reject me, I would gladly take you as my adoptive father. Chapter 91. The aroma of affluence. Upon hearing Bruce Banner's heartfelt praise, Russell squinted, subtly shifting his position backward. After all, Bruce was known for wielding my famed halberd, specifically designed to pierce the hearts of adoptive fathers. Much like the scene from Investiture of the Gods, where Shun Gongbao implores, "Please, my friend, stay a moment." There was an unexplainable mystical power at play. Russell mused that his own resources were limited if he did not act decisively. It could lead to dire consequences, as the proverbial mad donkey might say. While he contemplated distancing himself, his demeanor remained composed. After all, this was his inaugural recruitment as a boss, and he ought to project an aura befitting that role. He observed Banner intently, then levitated quietly, in Banner's astonished gaze. He patted the young man's shoulder and delivered a poignant remark. "Young man, work diligently. You have a bright future ahead, and I have faith in you." This was a quintessential statement from a boss. Yet, when Banner scrutinized Russell's stature, hardly reaching his thigh, and noted his faux gravitas, a multitude of questions filled his mind. Was he merely spinning tales? Banner struggled to articulate the dissonance he felt. But when he considered the promise of a monthly salary of $500,000 and travel expenses of $200,000, he was overtaken by a wave of enthusiasm. Showering praises upon Russell. "Young boss, your wisdom and valor are unparalleled. You are a radiant deity guiding me through the shadows." Russell was elated. Though he had heard countless compliments from other mutants in the Brotherhood, they were uttered by nameless onlookers. Now, however, the praises came from the Hulk himself. It was akin to a commoner remarking on one's handsomeness. One might smile in acknowledgement, for it is the truth. But should a celebrity like Peng Yuyen extol one's looks, one would be incensed, knowing the jealousy behind their words. If one cannot fathom such allure, simply glance in the mirror to behold the handsome visage reflected back. That is the essence of true charm. In high spirits, Russell waved his hand grandly, proclaiming, "As my inaugural employee, you shall enjoy the company's perks. I can assist you in resolving any troubles you currently face. Whatever the issue, just voice it, and I shall aid you, for I possess wealth." As he spoke, Russell couldn't help but chuckle, reveling in the exhilaration of wealth. No wonder Tony and Batman relished throwing money around. The joy of affluence was undeniably exhilarating. Banner, unreserved, stated, "I require a legitimate identity. Previously, I sensed that in moments of lost reason, I may have unintentionally harmed some individuals. The Hulk, the persona lurking within Banner, was a result of gamma radiation exposure, characterized by boundless rage that amplified his strength with each surge of anger. His emergence signified chaos and destruction. Yet, he had not caused considerable harm, thanks to Banner's subconscious influence over him. Nevertheless, the rampaging Hulk had still wreaked substantial havoc. When Banner recalled the buildings, vehicles, and even the military's most advanced tanks and helicopters he had inadvertently destroyed, he felt a pang of guilt. "Oh, the expenses," he said sheepishly. "You can deduct it from my salary. If that proves insufficient, please provide me with a contact number. I can ask my girlfriend for assistance." Banner felt a bit bashful mentioning his girlfriend. After all, who could blame him? His girlfriend was a wealthy heiress. To outsiders, Bruce Banner, with his multiple doctorate degrees, was undoubtedly a top-tier talent. Yet in comparison to the general's daughter, Betty, he felt as though he was merely living off her fortune. Banner seemingly possesses a certain inclination. He has rarely ventured out in search of employment, with his expenditures on sustenance, shelter, and even project investments being generously provided by his girlfriend. The only contribution he has made is a somewhat insipid sacrifice of his vitality. Once, he firmly rejected the notion of relying on others for support, asserting that women would impede his research progress. However, he later discovered that the allure of wealthy women was irresistible, while they may indeed affect his scholarly pursuits. Their affluence could also afford him lucrative projects. Russell regarded Banner with an incredulous gaze, never anticipating that the seemingly honest and simple-minded Hulk would not only be adept at flattery, but also quite skilled at living off the generosity of others. The degree to which he indulges in this lifestyle surely surpasses that of many. He had secured the daughter of a general, specifically the child of a powerful 4-star general. Although she had never ascended beyond the rank of a 3-star general, such stature ought not to be underestimated, even by the wealthiest of families. The most alarming aspect is that Banner's dependency on this affluent lifestyle is likely to flourish. His father-in-law, General Ross, is even on the cusp of further advancement, poised to transition from a 4-star Air Force general to Secretary of State, ultimately becoming the third most influential figure in the government. Who knows? He might even rise to the status of a superhero, comparable to the Hulk. The mere thought brought a smile to Russell's lips. A monthly salary of $700,000. Alongside the prospect of courting a future Secretary of State as a son-in-law. What a lucrative arrangement. Especially since Ross is a military man, perfectly suited for arms dealing. Russell envisioned a future scenario where his father-in-law, Ross, would grimace as he spent billions purchasing advanced weaponry from his own son-in-law. Banner, an exercise in forced cooperation that would undoubtedly be humorous. Of course, our company prides itself on its humane policies. You may bring your girlfriend along, as we The Brotherhood of Mutants will provide comprehensive housing and sustenance, with dedicated accommodations for family members. Most importantly, Russell's words were laced with temptation. We offer the most exquisite and powerful medical services, with our mutant healers being the most formidable doctors in the world, capable of eradicating any ailment related to the human condition. He was referring to the first mutant to become aware of the benefits of his evolved abilities, a healer known as Lightpoint. After a period of development, Lightpoint has ascended to a global level, surpassing all physicians throughout history, thereby earning the title of a true medical sage. He requires no needles, surgical instruments, or medications. With merely his hands, he can cure all ailments. No pain, no pills, no surgeries, just a gentle touch, and the affliction disappears. Russell was exceedingly satisfied with this, even contemplating bestowing upon Lightpoint a new moniker. After careful consideration, he settled on a remarkably fitting title, Nangong Wanya, the one who touches without folly. As a competent employer, Russell resolved to assist Banner in fulfilling a modest request. However, before setting off, he utilized his mutant abilities to craft a unique suit of armor for Banner, the Earth Armor. A specialized suit, the Earth Tiger Armor, which, when standing upon the ground, could transfer injuries, damage, and even various emotions back to the Earth, boasting near maximal defensive capabilities. Yet, this was not the most extraordinary feature. The most remarkable aspect was the hidden combat functions of the Earth Tiger Armor, which even tempted Russell, as the descriptions hinted at its astounding potential. After contemplating, he decided to observe its actual performance before considering incorporating it into his magical armor, as such modifications required significant time investment. Originally, Russell planned to wait for Banner's return to test the Earth Tiger Armor's capabilities by administering a thorough beating. But he soon reconsidered, questioning whether it might be overly cruel to strike someone without just cause. After much reflection, he resolved to find a reasonable rationale for delivering a sound thrashing to Banner. Should he step into the office with his left foot first? Or perhaps refrain from weekend overtime? Or maybe express gratitude for the 996 welfare? He pondered for a considerable time, only to realize that he was premature in his considerations. For someone had already tested the prowess of the Earth Tiger Armor, General Ross himself. Once an Air Force general responsible for safeguarding a secret military base, Ross had never held Banner in high regard, viewing him as a frail, unworthy figure. To Ross, Banner was merely a foolish boy, riding on the coattails of his daughter Betty, whom he had raised with great care. Naturally, Ross was incensed by this. Yet, he remained silent, as Banner was the head of a crucial military project, considered a person of merit. To his utter disbelief, Banner botched the project, resulting in the destruction of the base by gamma radiation, and in the process, he transformed into a colossal green monster with tremendous destructive power, yet devoid of rationality. As the adage goes, a father-in-law is never satisfied with his son-in-law. Thus, General Ross wasted no time in deciding to obliterate Banner with a tank. Yet Banner managed to escape, demolishing a dozen tanks in the process, which left Ross utterly frustrated. However, the most disheartening event transpired when a soldier, tasked with protecting his daughter Betty, delivered an intriguing video to Ross. In it, a man and woman embraced openly, exchanging sweet nothings. You jump, I jump. Upon closer inspection, Ross's frustration escalated as he recognized the man, the very boy who had come to deceive his daughter, plotting a joint suicide. He slammed his thigh in exasperation and bellowed towards the door, "Notify the 2nd Battalion commander. Arrange for a helicopter and bring me the imported death-dealing Gatling gun from Italy. Obliterate that scoundrel." Thus, the wrath of a furious father-in-law akin to a Russian bear was unleashed. Several armed helicopters swiftly ascended from the military base, with dozens of soldiers equipped with cutting-edge weaponry. Yet their gazes remained fixated on the rear compartment of the transport aircraft, even as they stood at a considerable distance, unwilling to inch closer, leaving behind an expansive void. It was as if a terrifying beast lurked within that compartment, a truly fearsome creature. Before long, this monstrous terror would reveal itself to the world. Banner was initially exhilarated by the prospect of reuniting with his girlfriend, but his excitement was further amplified by the fact that, despite his racing heart, the green monster concealed within him did not emerge, as if it were non-existent. His emotions were a tumultuous blend of elation and peculiarity. He was thrilled at the thought of seeing his girlfriend, leading a life akin to an ordinary individual, free from the necessity of hiding and devoid of the fear that his anger might transform him into a mindless beast, potentially harming his loved ones, his friends, or innocent bystanders. Yet, the peculiarity lay in the realization that something was amiss. Embracing his voluptuous girlfriend, He inhaled her intoxicating fragrance and felt the softness of her form. Yet he experienced not a flicker of response. Instead, he found himself unnaturally rational. It was as if he were ensnared in a state of detachment. Banner was utterly bewildered. This cannot be right, he thought. Especially as his girlfriend Betty joyously kissed him, he felt nothing at all, as if the kiss were directed at a mere poster on the wall rather than a living being. Gazing at his beautiful girlfriend, he couldn't help but internally scoff at the absurdity of it all. What kind of earth tiger armor is this? It should be called sage armor. I do not wish for calmness. I desire a beautiful woman. Banner silently screamed in frustration. However, before he could dwell on his thoughts, a roar far louder than his inner outcry reverberated through the air, reminiscent of a wild beast's growl. Even amidst the bustling daytime, it crashed like thunder. Passers-by turned pale with fear, scanning their surroundings in a frantic search for the source of that terrifying roar. They were met with a shocking sight. High above, several small black figures appeared to be suspended in the sky, and then, resembling a human form, plummeted downwards. To the astonishment of the onlookers, that figure swelled in midair, transforming into a towering, gray-green monstrosity that crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. The earth trembled with a deafening roar. The abomination had made its grand entrance. Its towering form loomed over the crowd, its feet crushing the asphalt beneath it, splitting the road into jagged fissures that screamed of the brutal force it had endured. The abomination bellowed at Banner, its eyes brimming with unmasked murderous intent, complemented by its grotesque visage and protruding spikes, which could only be described as hideous. In an instant, Banner comprehended the imminent danger. It was coming for him. He took a step forward, but his girlfriend Betty urgently tugged at his shirt, her voice laced with desperation. Banner, we must flee. That is my father's subordinate, and he has become a bona fide monster. We need to escape. Although she understood Banner's ability to transform into the green beast, she knew he was a gentle soul, a researcher unversed in combat. Compared to her father's elite soldier, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Banner shook his head, catching a glimpse of the abomination's disdainful smirk. Clenching his fists, he let out a low growl from deep within his throat. Earth tiger armor merge. In that instant, accompanied by a radiant burst of light, a colossal figure of earthy hues stood tall upon the earth. This terrifying height left all present in a state of stunned awe, as if they were gazing upon a deity. The abomination, too, was taken aback. It stared at the giant before it, a being whose knee it could barely reach by jumping, its lips trembling in disbelief. This was not right. What kind of trickery is this? Chapter 93. The Earth Tiger armor is not a free gift. With a blinding flash, amidst the Earth's anguished cries, the fearsome green giant made its triumphant appearance. The panicked crowd, initially fleeing in terror, was now paralyzed by the sudden emergence of this monstrous entity. For at that moment, the Hulk, in his green glory, towered over the abomination. Like a living tower, he dwarfed his surroundings. Though he may not have seemed particularly imposing amidst the towering skyscrapers of New York, he was undeniably alive. A 5-centimeter mantis poses no threat. A mere kick could obliterate it. But when faced with a 5-meter-long mantis, if you can stand your ground without collapsing in fear, you prove yourself a true man. The crowd was struck dumb by the appearance of this towering giant. Their mouths agape, as they felt the dread of an impending apocalypse. Naturally, the one most affected was the abomination. As it gazed upon the green giant, cold sweat streamed down its face. Despite its own 3-meter height, it felt insignificantly small in the presence of the Hulk. Raising its gaze, it found the Hulk looking down at it, his eyes cold and calculating. The abomination had no doubt that those arms, thicker than a car, could reduce it to a mere pancake with a single punch. Faced with the Hulk's frigid stare, the abomination could only muster a smile more grotesque than a cry. Awkwardly attempting to divert the conversation, "Big guy, do you think I look good?" Yet, it was evident that the Hulk was unimpressed by the abomination's attempts at flattery. In truth, having only just come into existence, the Hulk was entirely oblivious to the abomination's words. He tilted his head, scrutinizing it, and after searching through his limited vocabulary, finally uttered 2 fitting descriptors. "You bug." The Hulk's words resonated deeply. After all, in his eyes, the abomination was diminutive. More critically, it was exceedingly ugly. Its entire body was a sickly gray-green, adorned with long, sharp spines protruding from its back, and its skeletal features were grotesquely accentuated by a stiff, unnatural grin. One could scarcely describe it as anything but repulsive. In the Hulk's mind, such an ugly and diminutive creature could only be likened to a bug. However, the abomination felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Beyond the shame, it was consumed by a blazing jealousy. As General Ross's subordinate, and the most elite soldier in the unit. It had once known Banner as a scrawny researcher it looked down upon. It had trained diligently and persevered through countless battles, displaying strength and bravery time and again. But why? Why was it that this wretched creature could bask in such power? The abomination's breath came in heavy huffs, and jealousy surged through its mind. A tide that submerged its already limited rationality. It could not fathom its own inadequacy before the towering Hulk. At this moment, he resembled a diligent scholar who had toiled for 2 decades, gaining admission to the most prestigious university, enrolling in the finest program, and securing a position at a top-tier company, ultimately achieving a 6-figure salary through sheer perseverance. Yet, upon glancing aside, he witnessed former classmates, who had barely completed elementary school, joyfully dancing and reveling in their success, having amassed fortunes exceeding hundreds of millions, with luxury cars like Bugattis and Rolls-Royces at their disposal. It would be a lie to say he did not feel a pang of envy. Such is the nature of resentment. He felt as though he were losing his sanity, transforming from an ordinary individual into a grotesque monster, all in pursuit of immense power and vengeance against Banner. The harsh truth, however, was that he had become nothing more than a jester. Suddenly, his countenance softened as he raised both hands before the Hulk, his tone laced with regret. "You are formidable. I surrender." The Hulk, bewildered, tilted his head in confusion. Just as he was trying to comprehend the words, the creature, Abomination, whirled around, seizing a nearby car. The small vehicle, weighing several tons, felt like a mere toy in his grasp as he hurled it violently towards the Hulk's eyes. Inside the car, the occupants screamed in sheer terror, their voices tinged with despair. But the chaos quickly subsided, for the Hulk had caught the car and effortlessly placed it atop a nearby building. The occupants, teetering on the brink of life and death, scrambled from the vehicle in a panic, their excessive fright rendering them weak and vomiting on the ground. Soon, the owner of the car gazed at the desolate rooftop and unleashed a piercing, agonized wail. "My car. Do you think this is my hometown of Chongqing? Parking a car on the 18th floor? How on earth am I supposed to get it down? My car." The owner cried out in despair, as if surrounded by a flurry of snowflakes. No, this cannot be real. Tears streamed down his face, for he was at a loss. Meanwhile, the Hulk paid no heed to these lamentations. Consumed by rage, he realized that the loathsome abomination had the audacity to hurl objects at him, exploiting his small size to evade capture and sprint towards the distance. His target was none other than Betty. Though the Hulk had little regard for women, Banner's persona harbored a fierce protective instinct for Betty. Witnessing the creature charge towards her ignited a furious roar from the Hulk. A terrifying shockwave erupted from his throat, and the mere residual force shattered the glass of surrounding skyscrapers as if they were caught in a tempest. Abomination had never envisioned that one day he would be brought low by another's roar. His body felt as if it had been struck by a missile. The once invulnerable skin, capable of withstanding bullets and small missiles, was now as fragile as paper. To his horror, as he endured the might of the sonic blast, he did not fly forward. Instead, he collided against an invisible wall, his face violently pressed against an unseen barrier. As he beheld Betty, Abomination, fueled by desperation, swung his arms, the bony spikes on his appendages cutting through the air with a sinister whistling sound. Yet he found himself drifting further away from her. Panic filled his eyes as he realized that he was being lifted higher into the air. No matter how he struggled, no matter how much force he exerted, he could not alter his predicament. It was as if gravity itself had abandoned him. What was happening? Abomination's heart raced in terror. Wasn't the Hulk supposed to be a tank of tough skin and muscle? Why was he employing such sorcery? His form shrank into a mere speck against the backdrop of the sky, the towering buildings becoming insignificant. He gazed upward, where an unimaginable sight filled him with dread, a colossal finger piercing through the atmosphere from beyond the heavens. The finger of the celestial prison. Abomination's mouth gaped in terror as the immense finger descended, dwarfing everything in its path. It was a manifestation of divine wrath. He writhed and struggled wildly, but soon despair overtook him. Following that titanic finger, another loomed ominously. The mere sight of this second celestial finger, akin to a meteor crashing down, plunged everyone into hopelessness. Abomination, once fiercely resisting, now surrendered entirely, his expression vacant as he stared at the impending doom, erupting into maniacal laughter. Damn it, God! This is beyond absurd. Regarded by the military as the successor to super soldiers, Abomination was vanquished before the first finger even struck, let alone the second. His once proud and resilient body crumbled into dust, transforming into a mist of blood that was swept away by the wind, leaving no trace behind. This harrowing spectacle unfolded before the eyes of countless New Yorkers, who stood agape, their minds reeling in shock. Exclamations of disbelief erupted from their lips, struggling to articulate the terror they had witnessed. General Ross, observing the indelible mark left in the sky, fell into a profound silence, his posture sagging as if robbed of vitality, aging before their eyes. He contemplated the futility of humanity's current arsenal, even nuclear weapons, in the face of such power. Though Ross was known for his iron-fisted approach and resolute demeanor, his ascent to the rank of Air Force General proved he was no fool. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He patted a nearby soldier on the shoulder, prompting a bewildered look in response, and declared, "Hey, did you see that finger? My son-in-law did that." Ross spoke with a tone of pride, transforming into a rational father-in-law who held a newfound admiration for Banner. All his previous disdain and attempts to undermine Banner, even deploying tanks against him, had been the folly of an old man who failed to recognize a worthy son-in-law. In the midst of the urban chaos, a mythic legend began to form around Banner. However, Banner sensed impending peril. There was no choice but to consider donning the Earth Tiger armor, eager to test its power while striving to maintain his sanity. However, it was entirely unexpected. In that moment of transformation, the oppressive sensation derived from loathing, that palpable threat to life, caused Banner to lose control over his own body, and the Hulk within him broke free. The terror of the Earth Tiger armor surpassed Banner's wildest imagination. Beneath his feet, the ground seemed to teem with an inexhaustible source of power. He had taken refuge in a safe corner with his girlfriend Betty, concealing his true identity, hiding the fact that he was the formidable man who dared to challenge the heavens. At this moment, he gazed at his hands with lingering trepidation, particularly at those two fingers, disbelief etched across his face. For even he could scarcely believe that those fingers capable of piercing the heavens were summoned by him. Banner emitted a shock that resonated from his very soul. Magic. It must be magic. He pondered another matter. If the Earth Tiger armor was so formidable, what of its creator, Russell? Hiss. Banner inhaled sharply, overwhelmed by a chilling realization. That individual must undoubtedly be a maniac. Meanwhile, the so-called maniac Russell was grappling with a headache. He had been exceedingly busy of late, first recruiting Banner, tackling the Sentinel, journeying to Kamar Taj to forge magical armor, defeating the Sentinel, annihilating Hydra's base, and forming an alliance with Tony, only to return and craft the Earth Tiger armor for Banner. This whirlwind of activity consumed a full 10 days. Yet the world did not revolve solely around him. While Russell was occupied, Professor X and his longtime adversary Magneto once again forged an alliance. Apologies. Even the extraordinarily astute Russell couldn't recall just how many times these two rivals had joined forces. They were deliberating the merger of the X-Men and the Brotherhood of Mutants. There was no other option. The emergence of a mutant like Russell had utterly disrupted the balance, granting the Brotherhood absolute advantage. The Earth Tiger armor was merely a small facet of Russell's myriad inventions. He had an abundance of remarkable creations, and even a mere hint of them could incite frenzied competition among mutants. Moreover, Professor X and Magneto felt the weight of their years. Russell was of the perfect age, and his strength was unquestionable. Hence, the merger of their factions seemed almost inevitable. However, a merger was not merely a matter of words. It entailed a multitude of troublesome considerations, such as the new address, the name post-merger, the uniforms, and the regulations. Anyone who has managed a group of more than 10 individuals would understand this feeling, especially given that the Brotherhood and the X-Men comprised thousands of mutants, each possessing diverse abilities, making management all the more arduous. Russell stared at the densely packed documents requiring his decisions, feeling as though his head were spinning. He adored inventing. But when it came to management, oh dear, choosing whether to let his sister wear black stockings, a camisole, or a lowly dress was an exceedingly challenging task, particularly for someone like Russell, who suffered from decision-making difficulties. He wanted them all. As for the Brotherhood's concerns, Russell viewed them as tedious trivialities of little consequence. He believed he should devote his time to studying magic, especially since a certain bald sorcerer persistently knocked on his window in the dead of night, leaving behind a mysteriously thick tome of spells that stood a full meter tall on his desk. For goodness sake. This was more exhausting than a senior student in Hunan during college entrance exam preparations. At least they received 8 days off during the National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival. He had no holidays whatsoever. Woe is him. He was only 8 years old. He was still just a child. Russell gritted his teeth in frustration, wanting to toss the cumbersome documents into the trash. Yet, he glanced at the kindly smiling Professor X and the incessantly lecturing Magneto, who insisted that a true leader must endure such trials. He let out a long, silent sigh. This invincible mutant felt an overwhelming headache. Yet, fortune favored him. Just as Russell was struggling with the paperwork, Wolverine Logan entered with a serious expression, urgently announcing, "Gentlemen, an urgent matter has arisen. Shadowcat has foreseen that Raven is in danger." Before his words could fully settle, Russell erupted in jubilant cheers. How splendid! He rejoiced. The fact that Mystique was in peril meant he could finally engage in battle. He could once again shirk his responsibilities. Meanwhile, Professor X and Magneto exchanged knowing glances, both forming a silent question mark above their heads. Upon seeing their puzzled expressions, Russell's heart dropped. He suddenly realized he had celebrated too soon. Fortunately, he had an ample supply of audacity. Moreover, his years of honing his ability to lie without blushing or feeling anxious in front of teachers from elementary school through university came to his aid. Thus, Russell stood there with grave seriousness and began to spin elaborate tales, speaking with righteous fervor. "I am deeply concerned for Mystique. As a founding member of the Brotherhood, she has contributed immensely and is truly the soul of our kind. Most importantly," he wore a pained expression, eyes brimming with gratitude. "Mystique is my savior, my beloved family, my brother in arms. No amount of money could compensate for her, unless, of course, it were a considerable sum." However, it was evident that Russell's self-proclaimed masterful reasoning was riddled with flaws in the eyes of Professor X and Magneto, given their vast experiences. Especially Professor X. Not only was he a professor of genetic biology, but he was also a psychologist. Over the years, he had encountered a myriad of individuals, honing his abilities to the point where he no longer needed to employ psychic powers. His experience alone allowed him to decipher the thoughts of others. He immediately recognized Russell's deceit. With a smile, Professor X gently chided him. Lying is not the behavior of a good child. He also understood Russell's desire to escape. Yet, there was no alternative. The mutants desperately required a competent leader. Just as parents yearn for their children, no one wishes for their offspring to toil endlessly in small classrooms, buried under thick tomes. Only through grappling with the world can one truly appreciate that education is the most likely path to altering one's fate. While other avenues for change are exceedingly scarce, love, bloodlines, maternal bonds, and the luck to win the lottery. Faced with Professor X's wise gaze, Russell helplessly waved his hand. "All right, I admit I want to slack off, but it's not entirely about laziness." He pointed at the cluttered surface of his desk. Immediately following the bewildered expressions of Professor X, Magneto, and Wolverine, a shimmering light flashed across the table, and a diminutive figure emerged from its surface, appearing startlingly real and devoid of any semblance of illusion. The little being surveyed its surroundings before kneeling partially before Russell, its demeanor imbued with utmost reverence as it proclaimed, "Cybertronian civilization. The artificial intelligence spark of life greets the Father God." A talking little figure? Artificial intelligence. Such concepts were seemingly confined to the realm of science fiction for the three antiquarians of 2008, making it exceedingly difficult for them to fathom or accept. After all, the most advanced technology they employed remained Hank's supersonic aircraft. As for other devices, did a Motorola even qualify? The notion of artificial intelligence truly felt like a dimensional assault. With a snap of his fingers, Russell elicited a flicker in the artificial intelligence spark of life's eyes. A surge of light swept across the thick stack of documents before it, and, in an instant, its voice resonated once more, "Father God, I have efficiently resolved all your tasks for today. There are still 8 hours until the end of your workday. Shall I initiate leisure mode?" Magneto's expression shifted. As a witness to the prowess of Optimus Prime, he had encountered the brilliance of such intelligence before, allowing him to accept the concept of artificial intelligence far more readily than the antiquated Professor X or the even older Wolverine. However, he quickly discerned something amiss. With a glint of suspicion in his eyes, he retorted, "You little rascal, last time you claimed to have toiled for ages, researching and gathering data into the late hours. Were you merely pulling my leg?" Previously, Russell had declined to undertake the reconstruction of the Brotherhood of Mutants, leading Magneto to believe he was simply overwhelmed with duties. Yet now, leisure mode had emerged, 8 hours of it. Was he suggesting he only worked for a minute each day? The thought of himself bustling about, negotiating with various government officials and deliberating over the rights, obligations, and legalities of others amidst a cacophony of tasks, while someone else was idling away, made Magneto's eyes narrow dangerously. Leisure can be a boon, but when a colleague indulges in it while you bear the burden of the work, it casts a pall over one's spirit. Faced with Magneto's intense gaze, Russell awkwardly swatted the little figure back onto the table, maintaining an air of nonchalance as he muttered, "Artificial intelligence, indeed," shifting the conversation. He turned to Wolverine, inquiring, "What precisely did Shadowcat convey to you? The time and place of Mystique's impending peril?" Though Russell possessed the ability to foresee the future, his foresight was overly stable, limiting his predictions to a short time frame. Shadowcat, on the other hand, could only glimpse fragments of the future when her powers were in constant use and her emotions were in flux, rendering her visions often chaotic and incomplete. This ability could be formidable, granting insight into distant events, yet it could also be cumbersome, presenting unnecessary confusion without tangible benefits, leading to myriad complications. What if, for instance, she discovered today that she had a new boyfriend, only to glimpse 30 years hence, witnessing her beloved in an intimate encounter with another woman? The sensation of betrayal would be akin to a resounding slap. 30 years of infidelity? Preposterous. What evidence did she possess? I foresaw it. Yet Russell remained curious. Did girls prefer a partner who fluctuated between strength and weakness, or one who offered unwavering stability? Clearing his throat to dispel any inappropriate thoughts, he sought to clarify. I meant to inquire about legitimate mutant abilities. In response to Russell's question, Wolverine, Logan, appeared equally perplexed. After all, Shadowcat's visions were often fragmented, and he had gleaned little from her descriptions. Raven had recently been utilizing a mutant combat power detector to scout for potential mutants to bolster the Brotherhood. Having already identified numerous promising candidates, many of whom were former subordinates of Magneto, even retrieving a formidable behemoth capable of contending with the Hulk, Red Hulk. Logan furrowed his brow and continued. However, in Shadowcat's foresight, Mystique is set to encounter a group of mutants in the near future, yet what perplexes me is. His expression conveyed confusion. A band of mutants I have never encountered, yet they possess remarkable power. Logan, a relic of Magneto's era, had roamed the Earth for nearly 2 to 3 centuries. If there were extraordinarily powerful mutants, he would have encountered or heard of them by now. The mutant community was relatively insular. Yet, the emergence of a formidable group he had never seen before left him astounded. This group included mutants with immense strength, others possessing telepathic abilities, one with remarkable speed, and another whose appearance mirrored that of a comic book superhero, capable of emitting laser beams from his eyes, flying, and possessing an exceptionally resilient physique. In Shadowcat's vision, he was the one who had vanquished Raven. Upon hearing this, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Professor X and Magneto exchanged furrowed brows. It was crucial to note that the current Mystique was far removed from the previous incarnation with a mere combat power of 5. She had benefited from 2 significant upgrades. First, her genetic abilities had evolved, allowing her to mimic the powers of other mutants. Though not perfectly, it significantly amplified her combat prowess, positioning her as a half-level 4 mutant. Subsequently, she donned the 5 elements armor, granting her immense magnetic power and mastery over metals, enabling her to rival Magneto himself, a consummate level 4 mutant. Yet, could someone truly defeat her? Who could it be? Russell's brow furrowed in contemplation. His initial thought was that the neighboring universe's superhero, clad in red tights, had crossed over. However, he quickly discerned the true identity of the adversary, his eyes gleaming with excitement and a tinge of avarice. The Eternals, concealed within the Earth, possessed millennia of life and the celestial race, harboring boundless potential and divine genes. How he longed to live for another 10,000 years. Was that such an unreasonable aspiration? Chapter 96. I am the Security Emperor. Time is the most potent force in existence. It can erase all traces of being, encompassing any individual, any race, any civilization, even planets and galaxies. Yet, within the Marvel Universe, there exists a race capable of transcending time, truly standing at the pinnacle of the cosmos, the Celestials. They have existed since the dawn of the universe, immensely powerful, as grand as the gods themselves. Odin, the All-Father and ruler of the 9 realms. Once brimming with arrogance, he forged his own annihilator armor, crafted the Infinity Gauntlet, and amassed the Infinity Stones. Equipped with the mighty Gungnir, the spear fashioned by the dwarven king of the strongest deities, he embarked on a path of conquest. While no one knows which celestial being Odin, the All-Father, challenged in his heyday, the outcome is undeniably apparent. The once spirited Odin has, for the remaining millennia, retreated into the shadows of Asgard, forsaking the ambitions of his youth. Even the 9 realms have lost their dominion, breaking free from Asgard's constraints. A testament to the lingering specter of the past. He resembles a fledgling pirate like Moria, eager to venture into the new world and etch his name into history. Only to encounter the strongest of mentors, Kaido, the furious Azure Dragon, and a benefactor of the future Pirate King, Luffy, who swiftly initiated a brutal lesson. Perhaps it was 1 blow. Or 2. Regardless, it was a swift and harsh awakening for the young man, who soon found his dreams shattered. Alas, he lacked a rubber fruit. The celestial beings are immensely powerful, their very existence unfathomable. They are birthed by a singular powerful deity who traverses the vast cosmos in search of a suitable planet, casting forth seeds of divine origin that take 1 billion years to mature. Once these seeds absorb sufficient life energy from their planetary host, they will burst forth, akin to a chick breaking free from its shell. No one pays heed to the fate of life on Earth. Much like the indifference shown to the bacteria on an eggshell, Russell had never considered it, but upon realizing he was akin to that bacteria, his demeanor soured. If Earth were to vanish, what significance would his transdimensional journey hold? Merely a grave relocation? I sense a formidable and despair-inducing adversary ahead, Russell stated solemnly. He was not referring to the Eternals. Rather, he spoke of the celestial beings. The thought of the future. When a colossal visage akin to Buddha from Journey to the West suddenly appeared in the heavens, far larger than any planet, made his teeth ache. This being is undoubtedly overpowered. Russell pondered, reflecting on his own life, which had been a series of fortuitous events. Transforming from a mere mutant to the leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants in just a few months. A feat that was indeed extraordinary, yet not to such an absurd extent. Upon hearing Russell's words, Magneto was taken aback, having witnessed Russell's prowess firsthand, especially when he single-handedly dispatched a sentinel just days prior. He had believed Russell was among the rarest of warriors, only to discover there existed beings even more formidable. Who could possibly command such might? Russell nodded. If a sentinel, enhanced by Hydra's injections to possess the strength of 1 million stars, had matured, it might stand a chance against the celestial beings. However, the current sentinels are, without a doubt, game over. Even the future Emperor Yetion, who claims dominion over all foes, had to salute me, the humble security guard, while on Earth, paying me for parking. This lad's Mercedes has been parked here for eons without payment. Ye, the debtor, repay your dues. I am but a parking lot security guard, yet I have become an emperor for the sake of survival. Call me the Emperor of Security, Russell added, capable of matching several sentinels. Upon hearing this, Magneto's expression sharpened. If one sentinel was such a challenge, what would several mean? The concept of multiple sentinels was staggering. Just one Captain America could contest evenly with Thanos. If 3 Captain Americas emerged, would they not utterly overpower Thanos? Thus, an additional method for saving the world presented itself. Russell stroked his chin, contemplating the impending troubles, and resolved to reveal his true trump card. Hello? Is this Ancient One? Greetings, dear disciple. I am in quite the predicament. Oh dear, a disciple is like a half-son. You cannot abandon me. Indeed, Russell's ace in the hole was the Ancient One, for her superior was the Eternal, one of the 5 supreme deities of Marvel. By extension, Russell could also claim kinship with eternity. He had allies of great significance. The celestial beings are mere trifles compared to the grandiose presence of eternity. Facing this newly emerged dilemma, the Ancient One was somewhat surprised, yet her demeanor remained composed, as if she had anticipated this moment. After a brief pause, she extended her finger, darkness enveloping the sky around them. A shimmering silver river materialized before them, dotted with countless glimmering lights. The celestial beings are the mightiest race born at the universe's inception. Their propagation involves casting their successfully cultivated seeds onto suitable life-bearing planets, waiting for the planetary life energy to reach a sufficient level. When the celestial seed nurtured on that planet is ready, it will emerge, becoming a powerful deity. Before them, the galaxy quivered, and a colossal hand burst forth from the planet, rendering the massive sphere akin to an eggshell, which was instantaneously shattered and transformed into cosmic dust. The swirling debris enveloped Russell's face, leaving him momentarily speechless. It was his first encounter with a planet's explosion, an experience beyond verbal description. He marveled at the sheer power of such a birth. This must be the strongest second-generation deity. However, Russell felt no envy. For each celestial being requires at least 1 billion years to gestate. 1 billion years. Even with a modest monthly salary of 3,000. One could repay the debts of a colossal corporation. Russell found no time to ponder the might of the celestial beings. It bore no relevance to him, and rather, their emergence could very well spell his doom. Their Earth is a wandering one, swiftly departing with a fiery burst, while his Earth, snap, vanishes without a trace. Do you understand what it means to be gone? Thus, he straightforwardly inquired of the Ancient One, is there any way to prevent the birth of the celestial beings? The Ancient One fell silent, grappling with her own frustrations. As a follower of eternity, she was privy to all knowledge yet was powerless to intervene, for the celestial beings are far too formidable within the cosmos. She provided Russell with an answer that left him both bewildered and enlightened. Do not stop Thanos. Do not stop Thanos. Do not stop Thanos. Thanos, known as the Mad Titan. Chapter 97. The Multiverse Supreme Sorcerer Chat Group? If one day, would you be willing to sacrifice your life to prevent a billionaire from losing a single dollar? Isn't it rather amusing, quite absurd? Russell now finds himself engulfed in such sentiments, his heart awash with an odd sensation. To prevent an unborn celestial from emerging, one must resort to exterminating half of the universe's populace. Have they consumed something akin to brain platinum? Perhaps a mental supplement is in order. Yet, upon further reflection, Russell realized he might be overly arrogant. He cannot possibly be the sole intellectual in the cosmos. After all, Thanos is hardly a fool. At the very least, Thanos is a warrior of knowledge, a man reputed to be cursed by wisdom. His cultural literacy far surpasses Russell's. Were it not for Russell's prodigious intellect, he would still be grappling with the intricacies of university-level calculus. If you consider yourself a genius, effortlessly mastering university mathematics, congratulations, you've merely completed the foundational curriculum of the mathematical kindergarten, barely dipping a toe into the vast ocean of mathematics. Hurry and level up, young one. Russell pondered deeply, sensing there might be truths unknown to him. Could it truly be as those online speculated, that when Thanos snapped his fingers, he did not intend to annihilate half the universe's life, but rather aimed at the Celestials? After all, while the Celestials are formidable, most of their members do not surpass cosmic power and thus cannot resist the might of the Infinity Stones. By randomly erasing half of the Celestials and delaying the birth of all celestial progeny, it would be akin to harvesting crops. Periodically collecting the Infinity Stones and snapping his fingers, the Celestials would forever be constrained to a limited number, potentially facing total extinction. The ability of the Infinity Stones to erase half is as enigmatic as the revenue of a tomato in a novel. The ultimate victim in this scheme would undoubtedly be Hawkeye, promised to be spared, yet his entire family vanished. As Russell contemplated this, an epiphany struck him. His eyes narrowed in suspicion, fixating intently on Ancient One, his gaze brimming with doubt. Surely, you are not attempting to deceive me again? The Celestials are formidable, but as eternal followers, can they truly be so inept as to fail against a multiversal titan like Dormammu? Ancient One maintained an air of nonchalance, displaying no signs of disturbance, instead posing an utterly bewildering question. Have you completed your homework? Huh. Russell was taken aback. Here I am, crowned the king of mutants. And you inquire about my homework? That trivial matter had long since dissipated by the end of high school. Indeed, to be precise, it vanished in the latter half of my freshman year. Ancient One chuckled lightly. Do you think you are an adult? You are merely an elementary school student. Homework is a necessity. Russell? Unconvinced. Then enlighten me on your age. Russell, 88. Disregarding Russell's incredulous expression, Ancient One continued. Practicing magic is a pursuit that demands perseverance. I lacked the time previously, but now you are to commence your training. I had been observing, deliberating on selecting the most suitable Supreme Sorcerer. After all, a Supreme Sorcerer is of utmost importance. They must safeguard billions of lives on a planet, necessitating immense power. Most critically, they must possess a formidable heart, for the temptation of Dormammu is eternal life. It is not merely a matter of eternity. Even a mere additional 100 years would compel countless individuals to forsake their families and everything else, becoming mere pawns of Dormammu. After all, who does not work for someone else in some capacity? Russell nodded. Despite his extraordinary intellect rendering the practice of magic virtually effortless, indeed, one might say he progresses at an astonishing pace. Such skills pertain only to basic, intermediate, and advanced spells that can be articulated and documented. However, the true essence of understanding the rules, the profound insights into the universe's mysteries, and the comprehension of higher dimensions form the foundation of creation itself. The deeper the understanding, the further one travels on the path to divinity. It is indeed fortuitous to have a master willing to offer guidance. Suddenly, Russell was struck by a realization. Wait a moment. This is amiss. Were we not discussing how to address the hidden celestial seeds on Earth? Your driving skills seem lacking. The course has gone awry. I cannot assist, Ancient One said, extending her hand to produce a cup of tea from seemingly nowhere, savoring it with an air of blissful nonchalance that nearly drove Russell to the brink of fury. Ancient One leisurely remarked, I have already determined the timing regarding the Celestials. When they finally emerge, I shall retire. Surely, one cannot expect a retired old comrade to engage in battle? Russell was momentarily stunned. Goodness, Ancient One, you sly one. Perhaps sensing she had overstepped, Ancient One cleared her throat lightly. Though I may retire as Supreme Sorcerer, there will still be numerous unfortunate souls in the group, who have yet to find a successor to their grievances. You may seek them out. Group? Unfortunate souls? Successors to grievances? Russell felt his eyelids twitch. Before he could voice his inquiry, he watched as Ancient One gestured, and a pendant hanging on the wall of the magical hall floated toward him, shimmering with mysterious light and intricate patterns. At first glance, it appeared to be an exceptional magical artifact. Upon a mere touch, he heard a familiar chime. His expression shifted to one of strange astonishment. Ding. Administrator Ancient 1616 invites Russell to join the Multiverse Supreme Sorcerer chat group. Congratulations on joining the chat group. Please set your username and password. A wave of familiarity washed over him, particularly from that border and the initial chime. Russell chuckled. Ancient One, I never imagined you would be so trendy. Even adopting a QQ chat group. He had previously thought that merely installing Wi-Fi made her unbeatable, yet here she was, exhibiting even greater prowess by pirating the trendiest, not yet overly popular, instant messaging software QQ. And not just a slight modification, but a complete replication. Oh no. There was a minor alteration, a change in background color. Russell would bet his significantly larger thigh that Ancient One hadn't paid a single dime in copyright fees. Mahua Tung likely never dreamed that a counterfeit like Ancient One would exist, utterly oblivious to where to send the legal notice. Mahua Tung, 6. Mahua Tung, counterfeit. May your entire family perish. Please set your name. Kamartaj's most dashing apprentice. Please set your password. Without hesitation, Russell set his password to HHHGYSL. Ding. The password has a high repetition rate. Of the 136 members, 135 share the same password. Would you like to consider changing it? Russell, 6. In that moment, he felt that this chat group ought to be named the Multiverse's Grievance Group, deceived by Ancient One, rather than the Multiverse Supreme Sorcerer chat group. Ancient One, indeed. You possess the greatest magical talent I have ever encountered. Chapter 98. The Perilous Supreme, Mage Nini. The name Supreme, Mage chat group of the Multiverse exudes an air of grandeur. Russell swallowed hard, realizing that this might be the most prestigious chat group he had ever joined, far surpassing the likes of the Express chat group, the Female Streamer chat group, the Foot Massage chat group, the Mercedes chat group, the Cosplay chat group, and the Victoria's Secret lingerie chat group. Those groups merely indulged in risque images, flirtations, and the braggadocio of fellow members recounting their past glories, learning a few charming conversational techniques from those adept at wooing. Beyond that, they served little purpose. In contrast, this chat group commenced with the title of Supreme Mage. It was akin to the caliber of Ancient One. Perhaps he might even encounter a namesake, a once heroic figure. The leader of Hydra, the magnanimous Roman I. Welcome to the chat group. Ding dong. You have several new messages. Supreme Strange. Hey, rookie, judging by your name. You are just another unfortunate soul duped by Ancient One. What year are you from? Supreme Meanie. Give it up. You're definitely the earliest one she fooled. You foolish dimwit. Ha ha ha. Becoming a Supreme Mage so early means you've wasted so many years. She didn't easily deceive me. She begged me for many years. Supreme Scarlet Witch. Ugh. If she hadn't said I could see vision, I wouldn't have fallen for it. Peering into the screen, Russell was taken aback. He suddenly recalled that he was only in the year 08, and Ancient One had just begun guiding him in the art of magic. According to the timeline, the earliest successor to the title of Supreme Mage, Dr. Strange, wouldn't even be considered a Supreme Mage for at least another 8 or even 10 years. This meant he was the most foolish, the first one to be deceived. With a scowl, Russell smacked his thigh, realizing the unfortunate truth. The fool was indeed himself. To prevent others from discerning his predicament, he decided to lurk. Supreme Hulk. Alas, we're all unfortunate souls. It's merely a matter of timing. How did I ever believe her nonsense? Her magic was so exquisite. Was I hit by her legendary intelligence-draining aura? Supreme Meanie, your intelligence was already low. If it drops further, what will be left? Supreme Hulk. You. I'm furious. I am genuinely angry. Supreme Ned. Shouldn't we be focusing on the new member? Have you noticed his ID? The new apprentice of Kamar Taj. It's quite intriguing. Is he not a Supreme Mage? Russell's heart raced. He quickly changed his ID to Supreme Russell. He certainly did not want the others in the group to discover that he was the earliest one duped. That would undoubtedly make him the laughingstock of the group. His fingers flew swiftly over the keyboard, modifying his ID at remarkable speed. Yet, evidently, certain things cannot be concealed. Supreme Strange, newcomer, come forth and share. Receive the affectionate attention of the super big shots. Quickly tell us when you were duped by Ancient One. Supreme Strange playfully patted Supreme Russell's figurative back, declaring it to be quite dark. Supreme Strange, damn it. I will wield magic, traverse the cosmos, and annihilate you. The irate Strange yelled online. He was ready to confront him head-on through the internet. Russell shivered, feeling somewhat aggrieved. He merely adjusted his username and spoke the truth. Could he truly be blamed for that? Supreme Russell, ahem. Is that not the illustrious Supreme Mage Dr. Strange? I have heard of your magnificent reputation. You are indeed a legendary figure in Kamartage. Supreme Meanie, wow? I can't believe the newcomer arrived later than Strange. Seems like another clever one. Hey, newbie. Tell us more about the legends surrounding Strange. Did he wet his pants due to Dormammu, or did Scarlet beat him into a pulp? Supreme Strange, I advise you to tread carefully, or I might just use the time stone to rewind time and give you a little nudge in your childhood. Supreme Scarlet Witch. Supreme Scarlet Witch, I must commend Strange. That idea is quite fabulous. Everyone in this group better watch out, or your childhood selves might face some serious consequences. Supreme Scarlet Witch, and don't think about meddling with my timeline. I don't have one. I don't have one. Supreme King. Supreme Hulk. Supreme Meanie. Supreme Strange. Supreme Russell. Truth be told, Russell was bewildered. While others traversed time to confront enemies or save the world, they were instead traversing time to beat each other in their youth, even maliciously targeting their childhoods. Their creativity was truly remarkable. Russell couldn't help but smirk, revealing a mischievous grin. Supreme Russell, is this all who is chiming in? I clearly see many members in the group. Supreme Meanie, the others have either found suitable scapegoats to take over or have fled to laze about. It's just us few bubbling here. Sigh, when will I find a suitable fool so I can pursue eternity? Supreme Scarlet Witch, who wouldn't want that? For the Supreme Mages, they had already ascended to the pinnacle of the world, wielding the most formidable magical abilities, far more daunting than mere wealth. They could nearly do as they pleased, obtaining whatever they desired. They were free from worries regarding pain, disease, or financial burdens. Life was all about enjoyment, especially since they possessed the Time Stone, granting them glimpses into countless futures. Even accidents were eliminated. In other words, Supreme Mages were like half-gods, half-omniscient beings. And such a life was destined to be tedious and monotonous, for they could no longer experience genuine interests or passions, leaving them hollow, lonely, and cold. Yet, they could not simply abandon their duties, for they were tasked with protecting the Earth. They yearned for retirement. Supreme Hulk, just thinking about Ancient One retiring early, pursuing eternity to engage in high-dimensional cultivation and witness the profound supreme laws makes me envious to the point of grinding my teeth. Eternity is the highest deity, residing in the realm of supreme laws, holding the most coveted secrets. For practitioners, it is the most precious treasure, the most ardently desired. Supreme Russell, as a newly appointed rookie, I've encountered a slight predicament. My Earth has a celestial seed, and I wish to eliminate it, but fear attracting the celestials. How did you resolve this? Any good methods? Supreme Meanie has messaged you privately. Supreme Meanie, dealing with the celestials is a matter of having hands. I happen to plan to slack off these days, so you can cover for me, and we can swap duties. Cover for you? Supreme Meanie, I forgot you're still a rookie. Supreme Mages possess a secret method that allows them to log in using an account and password, traversing to the universes of other Supreme Mages. Supreme Meanie, as you know, the Supreme Sorcerer is tasked with safeguarding the world, and the influx of interdimensional travelers is simply overwhelming. I require someone to assist me in managing other matters. Tony working diligently? Russell harbored 1,000 doubts. Supreme Russell, I find that hard to believe. Supreme Meanie, all right, I shall be candid with you. I have encountered a strikingly beautiful Supreme Sorcerer, and we have been engaging in daily rendezvous, indulging in profound soul exchanges. Time slipped away, and I neglected my duties. Just as expected of you. Wait. Russell's gaze became vacant. Apart from the recently widowed Wanda, weren't all the others in the chat male? You. Disaster. A gay. Chapter 99. The most formidable ante for the continuation of humanity. This grand mission. Russell resolved to sacrifice himself, to partner with an equally courageous woman to ensure the survival of humankind. And you, my friend, you are the true hero. This gay shall be yours. Russell pondered for merely a second before resolutely deciding to block this individual known as Supreme Meanie from his private messages. He would rather leap from the summit of Everest, be devoured by Dormammu, than maintain any connection with this Supreme Meanie. Yet, the world is indeed curious. Merely a fraction of a second later, Russell found himself regretting his decision. Before him, an inexplicable luminescence manifested, and a figure appeared from thin air. The silhouette was ethereal, exuding a languid allure. With skin as smooth as porcelain and delicate brows, the thin fabric clung to her form, unable to conceal her undeniable beauty, particularly as she stretched languorously. causing ripples akin to water. Her waist was exquisitely slender, discernibly so when contrasted with the perfect curvature below. Truly, it epitomized the phrase, a backside that enchants. Her delicate feet appeared remarkably soft and tender, youthful in appearance yet imbued with a seductive aura. Russell conceded that he was utterly captivated. Despite being seasoned in matters of the heart, having received guidance from numerous mentors, such as the illustrious Ms. Coase and Ms. Alloy, along with various luminaries from the domestic sphere, he had encountered countless alluring figures on platforms like Douyin. He prided himself on having discerning taste. Yet at this moment, he could not deny that this woman had utterly ensnared his heart. She surpassed the 300-pound internet acquaintance he had met years ago by an unfathomable margin. Had this enchanting woman appeared earlier, perhaps there would have been no so-called sordid past, but rather a cherished encounter. Upon noticing Russell's momentary stupor, the woman burst into laughter, clearly amused to discover that this universe's supreme sorcerer was, in fact, a charming young man. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the supreme sorceress Nini, the one who previously messaged you. I believe you have heard of my name. Russell's heart raced, and a dreadful thought crossed his mind, causing his expression to twist in anguish, as if he had donned a mask of torment. Indeed, the woman continued, yes, I am the legendary billionaire, the alluring matron, the ingenious inventor, the savior of humanity, Tony Stark. Russell, although I had anticipated this, hearing Tony's self-introduction left me with a rather unpleasant taste. It felt akin to finally experiencing a thrilling moment, only to realize that I had stumbled into the men's restroom, and what emerged was even more impressive than my own. Goodness. Fortunately, Russell was no stranger to grand spectacles. He quickly regained his composure and inquired coolly, I need to resolve the troubles posed by the Celestials. Do you have any effective strategies? Of course. The Celestials are a mere trifle, easily managed with a single hand, Nini declared with a hint of arrogance. She crossed her arms, and though she exerted no significant force, the sight of her alabaster form was unmistakably captivating. Russell couldn't help but wonder if this woman had cast a spell upon him, amplifying certain aspects of her physique. He resolved to investigate this enchantment later. It was of utmost importance. As he contemplated, Nini elaborated, each generation of supreme sorcerers has devoted great care to the protection of Earth, establishing 3 grand magical sanctuaries and weaving an extensive magical array for its defense. Almost every supreme sorcerer enhances the array based on their own insights. Particularly, the Ancient One surpassed her predecessors. Her magical prowess was unparalleled, earning her the favor of the 5 supreme deities and their guidance as she traversed the highest dimensions. She perfected the magical array to an exquisite degree. As long as she was on Earth, she could genuinely contend with the gods in her mortal form. Nini spoke with admiration, devoid of arrogance. After all, she regarded the Ancient One as remarkable. Her body was that of an ordinary human, lacking extraordinary resilience like the Hulk or the Red Guardian, and she ultimately met her demise due to a betrayal. Had she possessed the Hulk's fortitude, she might have survived a fall, rising unscathed, brushing off her attire with a scoff and a disdainful smile, proclaiming, I could fight all day. However, if that were the case, she may never have been able to retire. Nini extended her palm, and a golden beam of light danced within it, ultimately forming a unique key. She playfully waved it with her slender fingers, explaining that by channeling energy into this key, one could activate a portion of the magical array's capabilities to keep the Celestials at bay. As for the celestial seed, Nini's gaze turned teasing. Scanning Russell's physique from head to toe, he felt a discomfort, as if her eyes could pierce through to his most intimate secrets, including his measurements. Though he might not possess much, it was still inappropriate for her to gaze so freely. Seemingly aware of Russell's discomfort, Nini smiled brightly. Oh, little handsome. Do not be upset. I was merely taken aback to discover that you are a mutant. In the entire Supreme Sorcerer chat group, it appears you are the first and only mutant to become a Supreme Sorcerer. It wasn't that mutants lacked magical talent. Rather, most mutants spent their lives developing their abilities, seldom choosing to abandon their powers for the path of magic. Nini elucidated her proposal for a transaction. The celestial seed held no value for other Supreme Sorcerers, but for Russell, it represented the most exquisite genetic template in existence, a pathway to ascendancy. You need it more than anyone else. Now, Nini narrowed her eyes, her words laced with temptation. If you agree to a modest request of mine, I shall assist you in refining the divine seed, thereby propelling you directly onto the path of divinity, enabling you to become a formidable deity. The cost, I assure you, is but trifling, a mere task of managing some trivial affairs in my world for a brief period. For someone of your esteemed status as a supreme mage, It is truly a mere trifle. Faced with the allure of ascension, Russell found himself captivated. Yet, a sliver of caution lingered within him. For how long would I need to assist you? He inquired. Oh, just a short span, approximately 300 years. Good heavens. You must be joking. I just purchased a rather alluring swimsuit. He gasped, then reconsidered. Well, 300 years doesn't seem that long after all. Sigh. The offer is simply too generous. The most challenging opponent was indeed the cunning elder, whose schemes were exceptionally sophisticated. Chapter 100, Adorable Spider-Man. Russell acknowledged his fondness for a certain someone's enticing swimsuit. But he sensed that his companions, those righteous souls, would not approve of such frivolities. That swimsuit was entirely respectable, undeniably powerful. In that world, the Supreme Mage Nini was undoubtedly a prodigy, expertly merging magic with armor, having traversed far along the path of magical armaments. She wielded a mere mortal form to vanquish deities. Perhaps in the near future, she would even develop a supreme magical armor to contend with the likes of Mamu. Why was the armor styled as a swimsuit? Russell fell into contemplation. It seems quite reasonable for a sultry matron to don swimwear, does it not? However, he was acutely aware that his audience consisted of virtuous individuals, champions of justice, who abhorred vice and would certainly not wish to behold the nature of such alluring garments. Thus, he resolved to tuck away the swimsuit and ponder more serious matters. After all, this swimwear armor was, at the very least, of the caliber post-Nini's Mark 40. Especially with the intricate blend of magic and technology, it was not something one could grasp in a fleeting moment. Russell pondered another matter. Why did Nini, upon discovering his mutant identity, speak so significantly of the divine seed as his greatest opportunity? Did mutants have a connection to the divine lineage? Memories of mutant lore flashed through his mind, rumored to be linked to the Eternals, who, however, lacked the ability for sexual reproduction, as they were predominantly created by the divine race using the World Forge. Within them resided a unique metal that endowed them with extraordinary powers and prolonged lifespans. Thus, the Eternals often jested that their kind resembled emotional robots. As for mutants, their abilities stemmed from the manifestation of the X-gene hidden within human anatomy. So where lay the opportunity? Russell felt a dull ache in his head. At that moment, he truly wished to utilize the time stone once more, for its utility was unparalleled, allowing one to observe the future at will, an omniscient advantage, free from worry and confusion. A veritable cheat. What exactly do you need me to handle? He inquired. Well, there's a little bug that appeared from who knows where, one that spins webs. Just banish that little creature from my universe. A web-spinning bug. Spider-Man. Peter Parker? Russell's initial apprehension dissipated. He breathed a sigh of relief, having feared a daunting task, only to discover it was merely about expelling a Spider-Man. That was child's play. After all, he was the king of mutants. Leave it to me. Before Russell could finish, Nini burst into laughter. Oh, little one, you speak too soon. I fear you may find it difficult to take action against him, for that fellow is quite the trickster. Her words were perplexing. Russell found himself bewildered. While Spider-Man could indeed be verbose, he was renowned for his integrity, rarely uttering falsehoods. Had she misjudged? Russell believed Nini was merely seeking to avoid work, misremembering the task at hand. Yet, when he finally laid eyes upon the Spider-Man, he understood Nini's insinuation. For there stood the Spider-Man, clad in white suspenders, black stockings adorning his thighs, gazing up at the moon from atop a skyscraper, a solitary silhouette in the moonlight. In that moment, Russell could not help but envision a fitting background score. You are too beautiful. As a disciple of Kunman for 2.5 years, Russell momentarily felt as though he were gazing upon the long-fallen master of Kunman. He hesitated, reluctant to intrude, but the figure sensed his presence. A gentle breeze swept by, causing the exposed hair of the figure to stand on end. A terrifying realization washed over the black-stockinged Spider-Man, akin to encountering a top predator. An indescribable terror rendered her momentarily paralyzed. She leapt away, agilely turning midair and landing at the edge of the building. One hand pressed to the ground while the other was tucked behind her back, adopting an exceedingly defensive stance, vigilantly observing Russell's position. Despite recognizing Russell's youthful visage, she remained on high alert, her pupils dilating as if in the presence of a formidable adversary, gazing intently at him. Unable to comprehend why a mere child could invoke such fear, with his arms crossed, Russell, in that fleeting moment, deduced her identity, a ghost spider from a parallel universe who had inadvertently arrived here. Gwen, gazing at her figure clad in a spider suit, with her golden hair barely visible, enhanced by the black stockings, Russell felt a smile tug at his lips. Nini, although absent, had chosen to invest resources to summon Russell to her universe to expel Gwen, who was not truly a villain. Was it mere jealousy of Gwen's prowess? He pondered the implications, yet maintained an impassive facade, even exhibiting a hint of indifference. Do not be deceived by my deference before Ancient One. Outside, I am a god among mortals. As the intruder from another universe, Russell's third eye opened, radiating a fierce, blinding heat vision that shimmered ominously. The unspoken intimidation caused Gwen to swallow hard, her body trembling in response. She observed the young boy floating before her, his clothes fluttering in the tempest. His crimson robe billowing behind him, his countenance cold and indifferent, as if a deity were surveying mere ants. She swore to herself that among all the foes she had encountered in her life, this one was undoubtedly the most terrifying. She hurriedly explained, I don't quite know how to articulate this. As you are well aware, I am not familiar with such matters. I was merely on my way home when I glanced at the sky, which appeared a peculiar shade of dark, reminiscent of grim weather. Almost as if the exhaust from planes had polluted the atmosphere. Oh, that weather was truly dreadful. She rambled on incessantly, her words lacking focus. Meanwhile, Russell paid little attention, as he was acutely aware that her presence was merely a coincidence, and that Nini was simply intent on escorting her back. However, upon observing her clad in black silk battle attire, a bold idea suddenly sparked within him. Confucius once said that when there is work to be done, one should delegate. And when there is none, one should cough, cough, cough. Russell recalled the vexing minutiae related to mutants that had plagued him the previous day, and he had longed to offload these burdens onto someone else. Until now, he had not found a suitable candidate. But now, that candidate had presented itself. It was Gwen, Spider-Woman, competent, visually appealing, and capable of handling tasks. Russell maintained his composure, and, once Gwen finished her tirade, he solemnly declared, You have infringed upon the unforgivable cosmic transgression of the Galactic Justice Act, as well as the offense of being extraordinarily impressive. Earth does not permit the existence of someone as formidable as you. You are under arrest. Gwen. Chapter 101, Establishment. The Illuminati. Upon hearing the charges Russell levied against her, Gwen was utterly bewildered. The notion of aimlessly traversing the cosmos as a crime was somewhat comprehensible. But what was this charge of being impressive? Before she could fully grasp the absurdity, Russell continued, You now have two options. Either accompany me and serve my interests in this universe for 30 years, working to atone for your supposed crimes, without pay, without holidays. And at my beck and call. With each of his words, Gwen's eyelids twitched in dismay. Oh no, I've encountered a capitalist. Alas, it was not quite that dire. At least, he hadn't demanded payment for her employment and had allowed her to appreciate the opportunity. Gwen cautiously inquired, Can I opt for the second choice? 30 years of labor, no salary, no holidays, always available. It's enough to make any factory foreman sigh. Of course, Russell readily agreed, his eyes widening, radiating a dazzling intensity. An ominous glow hinting at a more terrifying power. The second option, he added, was instant death, a merciful obliteration at my hands. How utterly unfair. Gwen could no longer contain her frustrations. The absurdity of traversing the universe is your fault. I am merely an ordinary individual with mundane abilities, inexplicably thrust into this universe. Shouldn't you be seeking a way to return me? Are you certain this is the best solution? Are you sure it won't lead to greater chaos, such as mistakenly eliminating a justice-minded individual like myself? Absolutely. 99% of the world's problems can be resolved with money. If there are issues that cannot be solved, throw more money at them. When immediate solutions elude you, violence is the most effective method, and if it leads to greater trouble, well, that merely calls for greater violence. Russell had always found reasoning to be a tedious endeavor, especially when witnessing the invincible Superman being judged by the so-called Batman for inexplicable reasons. He could scarcely contain his frustrations. Superman, when you encounter difficulties, doesn't your super intellect suggest that the simplest solution is to utilize your superpowers? The more he watched Superman, the more he found the citizens of his homeland appealing. Although he was an adult who still enjoyed milk, had a fiery temper, often lectured female teammates, cried like a child, feared online harassment, and adored the Moon Crescent charge, he embodied the essence of a normal person. Russell resolved that when he grew up, he must experience a thrilling aerial escapade akin to that of his compatriots. As Russell spoke, Gwen merely chuckled, then turned away, leaping from the towering edifice, embracing the roaring winds as she soared towards the ecstasy of freedom. You delusional capitalist. 30 years of freedom. I shall fly even higher. Faced with Russell's eccentricity, Gwen chose to flee, determined not to succumb to romantic folly. She had meticulously surveyed her surroundings while speaking, plotting her escape route in her mind. This was the highest floor, With a single leap and the assistance of her webbing, she could swiftly vanish into the urban labyrinth, blending into the crowd. Even if he could fly, he would be unable to locate her. Freedom. A smile graced Gwen's face as she raised her palm, watching as the towering buildings drew nearer. Almost there. Just a few more meters, and in a couple of seconds, she could unleash her webbing, propelling herself across the gap, distancing herself from Russell's unsettling presence. She mentally counted down the seconds. The howling wind roared in her ears, and the building loomed closer and closer. But after a full half-minute of descent, Gwen suddenly sensed something amiss. The smile on her face faded, not vanished, but rather transferred to Russell S. He had somehow appeared beside her, unable to conceal his grin. You know, if you wished, I could let you fall for at least 30 minutes. Of course, you wouldn't enjoy it. As a rather feeble deity has already experienced that. It seems you have chosen the second option I presented. I must commend your bravery. Allow me to assist you on your journey. Russell slowly extended his finger, an infinite energy converging at its tip, shimmering like the stars. Almost simultaneously, he heard Gwen's piercing scream, a cry of pure terror. Wait, actually, I think I quite like working. Russell's lips curled into a smirk. My dear little assistant. At last, I have you. Oh, you little creature. I didn't expect you to be so swift despite your small stature. Huh, you old woman, must you always drive? You're even behind the wheel of a kindergarten bus. How shameful. Hurry up and give me my reward. In response to Russell's taunts, Nini remained unfazed. She was not one to renege on a debt. With a flick of her wrist, she transmitted the key to the control magic array to Russell. Then, casting a meaningful glance at Gwen, who resembled a scorned wife behind Russell, she remarked in surprise, You truly are the most unique among us. Someone like her, an interstellar outsider, is quite troublesome. Yet, you wish to take her in? Do you have plans? Perhaps it was due to Nini's resemblance to Tony. Or perhaps it was because both were intelligent individuals, supreme mages, and scholars of magic and armor. Russell did not conceal much, as you are already aware. The Earth is fraught with dangers, and I cannot be as carefree as you. I may be the weakest supreme mage among our group, unable to contend even with the celestial race. Thus, I aspire to establish a grander, more powerful, and comprehensive organization capable of safeguarding the Earth. This organization would assist you esteemed supreme mages with the troubles you are often too indolent to address, while also allowing us to earn some extra income. This notion struck Russell as a monumental opportunity when he unexpectedly discovered it through Nini. He realized that within the chat group, many individuals akin to Ancient One yearned for retirement. However, being a supreme mage is inherently a demanding profession, tasked with managing various supernatural incidents to ensure the stability and safety of the Earth, as well as the integrity of the timeline. Russell envisioned forming an organization that would venture into the universes of other supreme mages, aiding them with trivial matters and lending a helping hand, while also reaping a little profit. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? This organization would be named the Illuminati. Chapter 102. The Path to Divinity. The establishment of the Illuminati was not a spur-of-the-moment decision for Russell, but rather a conclusion reached after considerable contemplation. The Marvel Universe vastly differs from others. It is rife with chaos. One day a superhero emerges, and the next day a supervillain appears. The crux of the matter is that these individuals operate devoid of any semblance of logic. Unlike the traditional cultivation universes, where power is gradually attained through diligent practice, all that is required is to keep the more powerful individuals in check. Yet, in the Marvel Universe, can you believe that a mere spider bite can bestow someone with immense strength? Can you fathom an artificial intelligence deeming the eradication of humanity as the solution to protect the Earth? Can you imagine a brilliant mind, adept in nuclear reactors, resorting to bank robbery due to a lack of investment? Or a terrifying mutant capable of annihilating the world, ultimately choosing to end their own life over a new romantic interest? Well, you can certainly envision such scenarios. Indeed, you have managed to regulate the anomalies within the cities. But then, out of nowhere, a hammer falls from the sky. The prince has been exiled to the impoverished Earth by his father. What a ludicrous plot twist. You would undoubtedly find yourself spontaneously delivering half an hour of traditional wisdom. Thus, to effectively manage the complexities of the Marvel Universe, one cannot operate without a formidable monitoring system. Initially, Russell intended to create a powerful artificial intelligence system, utilizing Tony's satellites for global surveillance, and then constructing a massive device akin to mutant combat detection goggles to monitor the Earth's anomalous energies in real time. However, he soon realized how unreliable that would be. Many things cannot be discerned solely through photographs. On-the-ground investigations and resolutions are essential. Moreover, he had to consider the safety of the base. ensuring absolute security and secrecy to prevent any potential breaches in his absence. Additionally, assisting other supreme mages in different universes would inevitably involve bringing back various individuals or resources, which must remain hidden from prying eyes. Thus, Russell contemplated a clandestine locale, the moon. The mere thought of the moon conjured the image of the illustrious Illuminati that would later resonate throughout the Marvel Universe. Hence, he decided to establish it prematurely. He was that lazy, too lazy to even devise a name. Why not simply take over S-H-I-E-L-D? After all, S-H-I-E-L-D has been around for many years, maintaining excellent relations with various governments, wielding extensive law enforcement powers, and, most importantly, boasting a plethora of agents and ample funding. Russell pondered for a few moments, but soon dismissed this idea. Can the current S-H-I-E-L-D still be deemed S-H-I-E-L-D? It has become Hydra. Apologies, boss. We are agents of Hydra. Nick, suddenly alone in S-H-I-E-L-D, twisted his expression in disbelief. What the hell? You lot are quite the jokers. Of course, there was one paramount reason. An organization he established would be far more obedient. Russell calmly articulated his intentions, and Nini, who sat before him, pondered for a moment before shrugging her shoulders. Well, if you believe you have ample time, perhaps you could consider it. In her view, there was nothing in this world that a supreme mage could not resolve. If there were, then simply wield the time stone to gain an advantage. As the saying goes, in the world of chaos, power and connections are paramount. Otherwise, one is merely a lowly scoundrel. The supreme mages, backed by the supreme deity Eternity and being the inheritors of Wundagor's magic, coupled with their profound mastery of magic and the time stone, an artifact that allows for infinite glimpses into the future and endless resets, truly have no worries. I have already compensated you. Nini referred to activating a magical array to prevent information leakage and the key for the celestial race's arrival on Earth. She regarded Russell earnestly, showing no signs of jest, observing his youthful appearance, yet already being drawn into the chat group by Ancient One. She recognized his immense potential for the future. She was not deceiving him. The multiversal supreme chat group has a high threshold. One must either be a supreme mage or a future supreme mage. Given Russell's tender age, he is undoubtedly a prospective supreme mage, possessing exceptional talent. Ancient One's remark that your magical aptitude is the finest I have ever witnessed was by no means mere flattery. Nini genuinely believed this, as she had never before encountered a soul so pure, though not in terms of thought, for she could readily discern that Russell was not an entirely serious individual, harboring countless inappropriate thoughts. Her reference to a pure soul indicated that Russell had received blessings from the deities. Such treatment is not afforded to ordinary supreme mages. Nini sincerely advised against squandering his mutant abilities, stating that this was the most suitable path for him toward divinity, unlike their own. Her gaze was filled with reflection and nostalgia. The Marvel Universe is indeed grotesque. There exists no pathway for mortals to ascend to godhood. There is no established system. Deities are divine by birth. Those who possess divine powers have attained them through irreplicable fortuity. Cultivating magic merely strengthens one's spirit, enabling them to borrow power from other deities. Even upon reaching the status of a supreme mage, one cannot transcend. They will still age and perish like ordinary mortals, unlike a deity who can live on for eons. The supreme mages within the chat group are all in search of their own paths forward. Some have already found theirs. Others are still grappling with uncertainty, and some have forsaken their physical forms, opting for eternal existence as spirits. Nini has chosen to merge magic with armor. However, this path remains untrodden by anyone, destined to be arduous. After an extensive period of exploration, Russell finds himself devoid of any hesitation. He merely needs to progress methodically, step by step. It is as if Nini were an ordinary individual, diligently studying from primary school through to secondary education, fortuitously achieving commendable scores, successfully gaining admission to a prestigious university, fortunate enough to select an excellent major, and fortunate still to have an outstanding mentor, ultimately landing a position in a reputable company, securing a favorable project, and consequently acquiring his own vehicle and residence. In contrast, Russell embodies the archetype of one born into affluence, merely waiting to inherit his family's wealth in a gradual manner. It would be disingenuous to claim that he does not envy such circumstances. Yet, the more she expresses this sentiment, the more perplexed Russell becomes, for he is utterly unaware of the true nature of his so-called path to divinity. Persisting along the mutant's path feels excessively vague, akin to a teacher proclaiming that diligent study guarantees a prosperous future. Such a notion appears utterly preposterous. Nini seems to perceive his confusion, offering a gentle smile as she utters words that leave Russell astonished, speechless, yet somehow rational. Soul Possession, Celestial Seed. Chapter 103, The Golden Horn Behemoth? The notion of possessing a celestial seed? Russell's initial reaction is one of disbelief. After all, for a normal person, who would willingly abandon their own body to transform into another race unless on the brink of death, it feels inherently wrong. Yet, he soon finds himself intrigued, contemplating the advantages of acquiring a celestial seed. The celestial race is immensely powerful, emerging at the dawn of the universe, birthed from a single planet. Each seed requires 1 billion years to incubate, and upon birth, they are extraordinarily formidable. Once matured, they can manipulate entire star systems, living nearly eternally, undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. In comparison to the human form, the potential is astoundingly elevated. Russell even recalls another individual, the character from Swallowing the Starry Sky, named Rofoam. Their situations are remarkably analogous. One is a celestial seed with boundless prospects, while the other is the golden horned behemoth, a creature of the universe's apex. Pray tell, if presented with the chance to reincarnate, relinquishing all that you currently possess to be reborn as the child of a billionaire in the beautiful country, would you seize it? Russell's heart races. This is far more exhilarating than merely courting a wealthy patron. The detours avoided amount to more than 30 years. Although he possesses an extraordinary intellect, a divine body armor, and the confidence to ascend to divinity within a decade, what lies beyond that? A peculiar gleam flashes across Russell's eyes. He refrains from immediately revealing his stance, instead ambiguously stating, I shall ponder it further. After all, there's still ample time. The emergence of the celestial seed is still at least 14 or 15 years away. Nini, too, offers no further persuasion, stretching languidly as she declares, do as you wish, little fellow. I am off to rendezvous with Wanda. Remember our little secret, and make sure to visit my universe from time to time. With that, she abruptly cancels the magical projection, leaving Russell in a state of bewilderment. Did he just hear what he thought he heard? Who is she meeting? His expression turns quizzical. Good news. His group friend is not a homosexual. No need to fret about any issues there. Bad news. His group friend is not fond of men. Huh. Regardless, I have no interest in such matters. So why should I care? Russell shakes his head, casting aside these distractions, for he has another pressing task at hand. He discreetly retrieves a long-preserved, exquisite swimsuit. This is a splendid item, capable of bringing immeasurable joy and a unique experience. However, the method of exploration must be precise. Otherwise, he risks being labeled a pervert. As Russell observes Gwen's peculiar gaze and expression, an overwhelming desire to leap into the yellow river wells up within him. Oh no, he had forgotten about his secretary. Thankfully, he is still young. Otherwise, he would truly be misconstrued as a pervert. Of course, it is highly likely he is already viewed as a little deviant. In light of this predicament, Russell remains composed, recalling his encounter with a 300-pound female online acquaintance who had mercilessly overpowered him until the police intervened. He recognizes that bewildered expression all too well. Unfazed, he calls out to the swimsuit, input password, Jarvis. Commence transformation. No sooner had he spoken than, much to Gwen's astonishment, the seemingly ordinary swimsuit shimmered, emanating a gentle voice. Sir, I have received your command and am initiating mode change. I must also remind you, I am no longer called Jarvis. Please refer to me as Friday. I am a gentle lady boss. In that soothing feminine tone, the swimsuit transformed fluidly into a suit of iron armor. Its striking appearance left Gwen utterly astounded. She glanced down at her own form-fitting black spider suit. Although the lower portion remained concealed, as the designer, she understood its intricacies, and an instant wave of insecurity washed over her. Friday, transfer user. Automatically select combat mode. Observing Gwen's astonishment, Russell could not help but smile. Clearly she was unaccustomed to such spectacles. Boss. Analyzing data. Scanning targets. Database comparison successful. Matching with Spider-Boy Peter Parker. Activating hidden combat mode. Gwen, bewildered, witnessed the armor move towards her as if it were a sentient being, its patterns continuously shifting into a sleek black adorned with faint golden stripes. The armor extended its arm, pointing a finger towards her. Instinctively, Gwen raised her hand, engaging in a fingertip collision. In an instant, the armor enveloped her body like flowing water. A peculiar sensation surged through her. Her previously fearsome gaze now appeared even more menacing, yet agile and precise. Time seemed to stand still around her. She could even perceive herself and Russell from above. Distinct data flooded her mind, granting her an acute awareness of her surroundings. Every subtle movement registered with clarity. Gwen extended her hand, and to her astonishment, 8 slender yet resilient claws emerged from her back, as nimble as her own fingers, capable of moving freely and flexibly. This was nothing short of extraordinary. Her complexion flushed with excitement. With the donning of this armor, she felt transformed, her perception expanding infinitely, her reflexes sharpening, and her processing power evolving from dual-core to 10-core. Can one truly fathom the sensation of possessing 8 additional dexterous hands? A singular hand translates to a doubling of joy. With an additional 8 hands, the fields would undoubtedly be ravaged. She relished this feeling, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Russell, her voice reminiscent of a cat's mew, small and endearing. "Boss, you are simply wonderful." However, Russell was not swayed by her charms. He had yet to fully comprehend Nini's magical armor and would not readily bestow it upon anyone. He waved his hand dismissively. "There is an urgent task at hand. I have a friend named Mystique, and she will soon encounter a group of individuals with mutant abilities. I require your assistance in dealing with them. A thorough thrashing should suffice. Ensure you bring back a sample of their blood. The Eternals are the guardians of Earth. Though their ultimate goal is the protection of the celestial seed, they have also rendered assistance to humanity." Russell did not intend to go all out. He merely wanted Gwen to wear the magical armor and teach these Eternals a lesson, making them aware that Earth is governed by mutants. A small blood sample for experimentation would do, and should you encounter any unsightly mutated beasts, dispose of them entirely and bring back their remains. They will serve a purpose. He had initially considered personally rescuing Mystique and engaging with the Eternals, but his focus was now entirely on the celestial seed. His thoughts captivated by Nini's words. His gaze grew profound. "The elemental armor has been in existence for quite some time, my Emperor. It is time for its debut." Chapter 104. Strike's Greatest Achievement. The Emperor Armor Project was a scheme bestowed upon Russell when he summoned his future self during his transformation into a god. A plan designed to swiftly enhance his power. After all, relying solely on himself for the metamorphosis from human to divine was an exceedingly slow endeavor. Much like the early days of Magneto, when his mutant abilities first awakened, he was nothing short of a novice, unable to even control a coin. Ultimately, he suffered the tragic loss of his mother at the hands of the Twisted Black King, and even in a fit of rage, could only destroy a few instruments within a room. Compared to Magneto's later formidable powers, his initial abilities were pathetically weak. His development took at least a decade, or even several decades to reach fruition. Such a lengthy journey. Thus, Russell had been diligently researching his own mutant battle armor, with the most formidable being the Godbody armor, followed closely by the Emperor armor. Should he succeed, he would ascend to become a level 5 mutant. No longer fearing the Phoenix, he would relish the opportunity to subdue his opponents with great force. However, this was contingent upon not alarming any parents. Should the Phoenix be provoked to summon its cosmic powers, one of the legendary 3 primordial forces could instantaneously obliterate Russell. Yet, if it came to that, Russell could only concede, and with a swift motion, produce his Emperor armor transformation device, transforming on the spot to unleash the ultimate move of the Emperor armor. Call your parents. You call me, I'll call too. Who has to say no? He transformed the very fabric of time. He transformed into freedom, summoning his future self. Damn it, if you don't show up soon, I might just get killed. What? I can't die? I might only end up paralyzed for 7 or 8 years. I swear, I'll castrate myself on the spot. Render you useless. Russell's expression remained stoic as he suddenly found this thought quite amusing. If his future self wished to tear apart his own umbrella, letting him get drenched, he could threaten the latter in return. After all, he was still young, and many things were not yet relevant to him. Being a eunuch might not be so bad after all. So, tell me, are you afraid? Russell assigned Gwen her first task without a hint of concern. Although the Eternals operated as a cohesive unit, they were still a formidable force, particularly Akari's. Save for his lack of wearing underwear externally and a cape, his abilities were nearly indistinguishable from Superman's flight, immense strength, and formidable defense, with the added ability to emit heat vision from his eyes, making him a hexagonal warrior. To any mutant, he was a daunting adversary. Yet, Russell harbored no worries. This was due to Gwen donning the magical armor of the supreme sorceress Nini, which, though not the pinnacle of the opponent's creations, could rival the supreme magical armor of Dormammu. As the saying goes, when Tony Stark intervenes, it is bound to be a masterpiece. He had later lavishly crafted dozens of Iron Man suits, and even orchestrated a $1 billion fireworks display for Pepper Potts. Though the swimsuit version was not combat-ready, it remained powerful. Gwen nodded, her hands clenched in excitement. It was her first time donning such body armor. The 8 arms at her back did not retract, but fanned out like wings in grandeur. With a sudden whoosh, accompanied by the roar of crimson flames, the immense thrust propelled Gwen out of Camartage, racing towards Mystique's location. Her flying iron armor caught the attention of several Camartage sorcerers, who marveled at the rapid advancements in technology before quickly returning to their spells. After all, who among them would engage with technology? Isn't magic far more enticing? What is so impressive about flying? I can teleport. Russell watched Gwen soar away before returning to the Hall of Magic, which at that moment was devoid of any presence, lacking the guardians found in the other 2 sanctuaries. This hall was owned by the mightiest of sorcerers, the Supreme Sorcerer. Only those with an exceedingly foolish mind would contemplate encroaching upon this domain. Russell settled himself cross-legged in the center of the hall, and before he could immerse himself in meditation, he was interrupted by a cacophony of chattering voices. Hey, you there. Yes, I'm talking to you. You've caused me an immense amount of trouble. Hurry up and release me from this jar. The voice sounded vaguely familiar. Russell raised an eyebrow and soon spotted a statue mounted on the wall, resembling a vampire demon, yet distinctly different due to its multitude of fangs, densely packed. The statue was fixed in place, resembling stone, with only its head able to move, reminiscent of some exceedingly unfortunate being. The statue continued its incessant prattling. Russell narrowed his eyes, a flash of insight illuminating his gaze as he perceived the statue's true essence. It was none other than his old acquaintance, the symbiote Venom, who had grown weary of Deadpool's incessant chatter. When Ancient One had driven Deadpool away, Venom had stealthily descended, hiding within Russell's magical tomes, aiming to parasitize him, hoping to take advantage of Russell's youth and inexperience to make him his pet. However, Russell had no interest in Venom and casually discarded it within Camartage. It is uncertain whether Venom's audacious remarks provoked the wrath of many, or if the Ancient One wished to prevent its unruly escapades, but regardless, Venom was transformed into a statue, placed within the grand magical hall. Russell felt a surge of amusement. After a brief contemplation, he extended his finger, and with a mere flick, a beam of energy surged forth, sealing Venom's mouth from left to right. The creature stammered, yet could emit not a sound. A technique reminiscent of Deadpool. A salute from Deadpool to you. Perhaps the greatest accomplishment of the nefarious Strick was this. He provided a tangible means to silence the loquacious Deadpool. Though somewhat extreme, it was undeniably effective. Having dealt with Venom, Russell inexplicably felt a wave of relief wash over him. He settled into a cross-legged position, focusing his mind. Before him lay the key to the magical array obtained from the Supreme Sorceress, Nini, now radiating with brilliance. Countless threads emanated from the key, weaving directly into Russell's being, entwining around his soul, drawing him into another dimension. It was a realm so distant, so resplendent in hues. He beheld a galaxy, resplendent as the Milky Way, enveloping and layering upon itself, akin to a magical array composed of myriad gears, shimmering with luminescence. This was the culmination of countless supreme sorcerers and great mages' efforts, a true shield for Earth against invasions from other dimensions and hellish deities. Russell was momentarily entranced, as countless magical mysteries unfolded before his eyes, leaving him spellbound, while a familiar voice resonated within his mind. Ding! You have observed the magical array, unveiling countless secrets. Your soul has been deeply touched, your comprehension is extraordinary, and you have grasped the principles of the magical array's composition, the technique of multiple magical arrays. You have studied mutant battle armor and possess an exceptional understanding of human battle armor. Recollections of the 5 elements armor inspire new insights. As you observe the operation of the magical array, you discern its secrets. Your comprehension is extraordinary, and you have understood the orientation of the Supreme Magical Order. Supreme Magical Order, absorbing energy from the heavens and celestial bodies, supplying it to the magical array. The stronger the energy source, the more potent the magical array becomes. You recall the Emperor's armor. You remember the 5 elements armor. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You have created the ultimate Emperor's armor. Accompanied by Russell's rapidly turning thoughts, an intangible alternate space, his own personal domain, was morphing, constructing intricate magical arrays. The flickering luminescence seemed to celebrate a new birth. The number of magical arrays multiplied, and the formless energy within the alternate space began to expand, gradually permeating the surroundings. Russell sat cross-legged within the grand hall, his form emanating a golden radiance that illuminated the entire magical hall, intensifying as it permeated through. An invisible golden halo manifested in the skies. instantly capturing the attention of all the sorcerers in Kamartaj. Their expressions were filled with bewilderment, for they had never witnessed such a peculiar phenomenon or such extraordinary magic. Yet, they remained calm, for they beheld a figure that instilled them with profound reassurance. The Supreme, Ancient One. She stood before all the sorcerers, gazing at the beam of light that bathed half the heavens in gold, her face betraying her astonishment. Was it truly happening so swiftly? Evidently. Possessing the time stone allowed her to glimpse the future, and she had perceived something. The Ancient One looked up, observing the dazzling sun above, which flickered momentarily, seemingly responding to a silent call, making the already luminous daytime shine even brighter. In the next instant, an intense beam of light, imperceptible to ordinary beings, descended from the heavens. An endless stream of solar energy flowed forth, akin to a galactic cascade, continuously pouring into the magical hall, leaving the onlooking sorcerers dumbfounded. What was this? Could it truly summon the sun? The grandeur was utterly beyond comprehension. Oh, how magnificent was the emperor above! They could find no words to describe the spectacle before them. As sorcerers, their training was devoted to strengthening their souls, venerating their beliefs, and sensing the presence of the emperor, in order to receive even a fraction of energy from this supreme deity of magic. Yet, when had they ever encountered such energy descending from the heavens like a galactic torrent? This must be the sun's progeny. The boundless energy continued to converge. Within the golden radiance, an ethereal golden figure began to coalesce, dazzling and captivating, yet exuding an exquisite warmth akin to jade. This was the brilliance of the sun. Russell opened his eyes, the vast energy converging upon him as a golden armor adorned his form, distinctly different from the previous 5 elements armor and magical battle armor. One word encapsulated it: formidable. As boundless as the ocean, with no limits. Was this the true might of the Emperor's armor? Russell clenched his fist tightly. Although he had anticipated the immense strength of this armor, which rivaled that of a level 5 mutant, only upon donning it did he truly grasp its power. He slowly lifted his gaze. Though separated by the hall, it felt as though he could see the sun shimmering in the starry sky, radiating warmth and familiarity. In his exploration of the magical array, he had comprehended the orientation of the supreme magical order, the driving force behind the magnificent and diverse magical arrays safeguarding Earth. Russell meticulously inscribed this magical array, layer upon layer, within his alternate space, projecting it onto the Emperor's armor, with the sun as its power source. Clad in the Emperor's armor, Russell now resembled a sun god, feeling the sun's response to him. As his thoughts stirred, the sun too began to shift. This sensation, was he destined for invincibility? A surge of joy flooded Russell's heart as the vast golden light in the sky coalesced into a colossal golden humanoid figure, which gradually contracted, merging into the hall, into his very being, vanishing without a trace as though nothing had transpired. Only the sorcerers outside the magical hall bore witness to this extraordinary event. They exchanged glances, perhaps perceiving this as a divine miracle from the Emperor above. Modu could not restrain himself from stepping forward. As one of the most powerful sorcerers, he was most qualified to inquire of the Ancient One. He respectfully bowed and asked, "Ancient One, may I inquire what has transpired? Has the Emperor bestowed divine will upon us?" He could not help but harbor doubts. After all, the colossal golden silhouette that had been presented, along with the vast, boundless energy, was far too reminiscent of divine craftsmanship, something beyond human capability. Ancient One merely smiled, refraining from addressing Mordo's inquiries, and instead uttered a perplexing statement. "A new storm has already emerged. Mordo, though I am a sorcerer, I am no antiquity. Do not presume I am oblivious to Ultraman. I recognize that this is Diga Ultraman, but what relevance does that hold in relation to the phenomenon before us?" Mordo was utterly bewildered, akin to a fruit of confusion beneath a bewilderment tree, lost in a fog of uncertainty. He wished to press further. Yet Ancient One had already vanished from his sight. He opened his mouth, unsure of what to articulate, and could only follow the others into the great hall of magic. However, the great hall appeared unchanged, as if the magnificent divine spectacle had never transpired. He twitched at the corners of his mouth, ultimately arriving at a ludicrous conclusion. The figure had transformed into light and departed. What a disaster! The true Ultraman. Mordo had surmised a fragment of the truth. At that moment, Russell had indeed transformed into light and soared away, a peculiar ability granted by the Emperor's armor, allowing him to elementalize like the Human Torch or Iceman and possess the capacity for lightspeed flight. He had left Kamartaj upon receiving a distress call and a litany of complaints from Tony. "Hey buddy, hurry up. I've run into a bit of trouble. You won't believe this. But I have a guy here who is literally electric. A reincarnation of Tesla, a pending Newton-esque coffin. Incredible. It's all your fault. I've traced his identity. He is an electrical engineer from Oscorp, and since you blew up his building, he is out of a job and transformed. You better come quickly. He is itching to take you down. Russell, out of a job and broke, yet he doesn't he consider renting out his idle property? Doesn't he think to drive for a rideshare? Doesn't he contemplate flexible employment? Why come after me? I'm just a kid. Chapter 106, Destiny. Upon hearing Tony's description, Russell's mind instantly conjured an image of a certain individual who radiated electric energy, a recurring antagonist in the Spider-Man films, Electro, also known as Max. His abilities include transforming into electricity and manipulating electrical energy. While such powers may not guarantee supremacy in other realms, within a modern urban setting, they are nothing short of divine. After all, there is no shortage of electricity nowadays. Unlike other worlds, where a certain Thunderfruit user would falter in battle, unable to best even a rubber man. How embarrassing. Despite grasping the identity of his adversary, Russell was deeply frustrated. Damn it, Electro. If you're out of a job, just go find another. What is it to me? Why seek vengeance against me? You possess superpowers. Why on earth would you want to work for someone? Instead of robbing a bank, you could easily find a club with your ability to discharge electricity from any part of your body if you just controlled it a bit. I assure you, you'd be the darling of wealthy women. You'd save yourself 30 years of struggle. Why resort to trying to kill me? For the first time, Russell felt his irritation boiling over, yet without further hesitation, he transformed into a beam of light, racing toward the location where Tony and Electro were battling. He was acutely aware that when one finds themselves unemployed, the resentment harbored can nurture a malevolent spirit, even surpassing the grievances of university students during morning classes. His speed was remarkable. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tony was still cursing, as he was currently experiencing the wrath of someone's genuine electric whip. And this was no jest, it was a true lightning whip. Electro, Max, stood at the heart of the city, his fists clenched, drawing in countless electrical energies to form long tendrils akin to an octopus, flailing menacingly in the air. With each swing, Tony found himself dodging furiously. If he couldn't evade quickly enough, Tony emitted a shriek, his complexion darkening to rival Nick Fury's, as he furiously yelled, Jarvis, remember this. In my armor development notes, make sure to place the requirement for electrical resistance at the very top. At the very top. I've said it thrice. At the very top. His voice was tinged with desperation. It was utterly exasperating. Just days prior, he had been basking in the glory of crafting and fine-tuning his groundbreaking Mark armor, believing himself to be at the pinnacle of the world, capable of maintaining global peace and becoming a superhero of justice. Yet, before he could even claim the title of superhero, he was being thrashed by a petty nuisance that had sprung from nowhere. Damn it, only women could hit him like this in his lifetime. Tony retaliated with 2 missiles, their fiery glow flashing before him, yet the explosion he anticipated did not materialize. Instead, Electro deftly evaded, with 1 missile passing directly through him as if traversing dimensions, not even remaining in place. A mocking glint sparkled in Max's eyes, and Tony was fuming. For the first time, he felt the helplessness of a physicist facing a sorcerer, yet he did not succumb to despair. Instead, he skillfully maneuvered his armor through the skies, evading as best he could, attempting to divert Electro's attention. He flew swiftly, but suddenly, he was struck by 2 lashes. The sensation of electricity coursing through his metallic armor, penetrating his very being, was excruciating. Tony felt like he might lose it. Jarvis, why hasn't the opponent's attack database been established yet? As the most advanced artificial intelligence, Jarvis possessed the capability to swiftly analyze an opponent's attack patterns and establish a combat database, enabling rapid counterattacks. Hence, Tony had never needed to study any form of combat. He could easily evade attacks and retaliate after a brief exchange. The situation he found himself in now, feeling cornered and continuously lashed by Electro, was exceptionally rare. Tony began to suspect that perhaps Jarvis was holding a grudge for being called an artificial intelligence moron, and was deliberately seeking revenge in this moment. As he pondered this, he involuntarily cried out again, another 2 lashes. The sensation was more intense than the most fermented pickled cabbage, more flavorful than Qingdao beer. Sir, I have unfortunate news. After analyzing the data of the opponent's attack patterns, it appears that the aggressiveness of their actions is at 0.16, with predictability at just 0.014. Speak plainly. The opponent is just flailing about. Tony, well then, he observed as Electro suddenly expanded, unleashing a multitude of long tendrils that erupted around him, and he felt a sense of relief. Truly, it was the remarkable technique of the legendary shaman, the 8 strikes of Xiaji. Tony's legs folded in unison, propelling his entire being skyward. He swiftly unleashed a torrent of sarcasm. Hey, to a certain individual named Russell, if you fail to reach the battlefield within 3 minutes, you shall meet me in the depths of hell. As a notorious playboy who had wooed nearly every beauty across America, Tony, despite his thick skin, could not fathom the prospect of ascending to paradise after his demise. If such a fate were to befall him, it would surely be because Newton had flung open the coffin lid and dealt a resounding blow to God. Indeed, how utterly absurd. Amidst Tony's jests, a gentle voice graced his ears. On your left. Startled, Tony instinctively turned to the left, only to be momentarily blinded by a brilliant spectacle that left him utterly astonished, slack-jawed, and consumed with envy. The inky black sky appeared to be pierced by sunlight, as a golden meteor streaked across the heavens. A colossal giant stood firm upon the earth, radiating an endless warmth that illuminated the entire metropolis. The divine had descended. Tony could not suppress his astonishment. A singular thought racing through his mind. Russell truly knows how to show off. Just then, his fleeting notion was interrupted as he beheld the magnificent golden giant, who merely crouched slightly before bringing down an enormous golden fist like a meteorite crashing to the ground. The resulting shockwave obliterated everything in its path. The lightning-fast figure of Max was instantaneously vaporized, erasing any remnants of discontent from unemployment. The problem was resolved on the spot. Russell, expressionless, rose to his full stature. Surveying his surroundings, he beheld countless individuals prostrating themselves on the ground, their eyes wide with shock, admiration, fear, and reverence. A peculiar sensation welled up within him. He instinctively clenched his fist. Was this what power felt like? Before he could fully contemplate this, an unexpected anomaly occurred. An unseen hand emerged from nowhere, piercing through the golden energy enveloping his form, bypassing the seemingly invincible magical armor, and ensnaring his throat. Russell was struck with terror, his spirit fracturing. Despite exerting every ounce of his strength, he found himself utterly powerless, as if being pulled into an indescribable space. The golden giant vanished in an instant. Tony, taken aback, was about to rush forward to assist, only to witness a figure materialize from the very spot where Russell had disappeared. A woman, a strikingly beautiful woman. Tony, self-proclaimed connoisseur of beauty, had encountered countless alluring women, but none compared to this breathtaking vision. Yet, he maintained a serious demeanor, as an instinctual feeling told him she was an adversary. Before he could utter a word, he beheld the woman with her hands on her hips, her cloak billowing in the wind, her ample bosom prominently displayed. With a disdainful gaze, she questioned, "What? Do you wish to contend with me for my husband? Tony, I recall he is merely 8 years old, right? Are you engaging in some kind of nurturing game? Can we negotiate? I could be amenable to that." Tears welled in Tony's eyes. Fate. Oh, fate. The narrative concludes here. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed it, please consider subscribing and liking to show your support. Until we meet again in the next tale.